Welcome to the Palazzo Vistalegre in Madrid, host of the 2019 World Quarterfinals and Semifinals. 8 teams have fought their way through the group stage, but the biggest challenges still remain, as only 2 will make it to the final. G2, Fnatic, and Splyce are representing EU on home soil, but the action starts with reigning champions Invictus Gaming versus the LCK's Griffin. Gentlemen, I cannot tell you how excited I am to finally be here in Europe to watch these games with y'all. We've made it to the knockout stages, do or die for each of these teams. Pressure's on.
And you've missed maybe one of the best World Finals ever, James, because so far, this has been so competitive. And coming into a quarterfinals, I don't think we've ever had a quarterfinal like this where, you know, you could argue 7 teams could win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's super exciting. And I know you're just getting here, Dash. You might be a little bit disoriented, wondering why the most North American thing left of the tournament is the casters.
Right.
But I have got you covered in this edition of Worlds Oversimplified. Hey everyone, Azael here. Since Dash has not been at Worlds, I'm going to do a comprehensive reminder of everything that's happened so far in Worlds Oversimplified. Well, let's start with the champs. There have been a bunch. Some people played Mage's bot. Yikes. Turns out ADCs aren't so bad. But it's not just the champs that have changed up this tournament. Last year, we saw the fall of Korea, with top teams being knocked out left and right, which paved the way for this year where
SK Telecom guarantee the first seed coming out of groups.
Oh well, there's always next year. In Group A, G2 were smashing until they weren't. Turns out those Griffin guys can play league. Speaking of which,
hello you fans, I'm back.
SKT is back, baby. But it's not your dad's T1. They like diving this time around. Which reminds me, Fnatic sucked. Then they didn't, chaining together yet another miracle run, which knocked out RNG and made them miss quarterfinals for the first time ever. Oh yeah, Group B happened. Maybe FunPlus is good? And first place, at least they got to shake Faker's hand. And then, when everything was on the line for North America, when pit against the reigning world champions, Team Liquid, lost. There were Baron Steals, solo kills, and Heartbreak, all the things that make groups great, except Dash. And that's all you need to know about Worlds so far.
No! How you know? I had no idea that was coming. I can count on you, though.
You all
Zale,
good, Dash?
for catching me
We all
up.
caught up?
I'm all caught up. In
All
fact,
right.
I was here all along, my friends. Last week, we had the group stage here in Berlin, where some success stories, they continued. Others, though, they ended in disaster.
And while some things change, other things certainly do not. And the LCK teams showed up at this World Championship to play everyone coming out in first seed.
Yeah, they've been dominant this time around, and really, it was only the road bump last year. Besides that, they never lost more than the 3 games in groups. They have been crushing it and showing once again why LCK is the best region in the world.
I'd say new face, take a look at it. The fact that we're in home soil in EU and the fact that G2, Splice, and Fnatic all went to the quarterfinals is wonderful to see.
I mean, it's a 3-horse race when it comes to the regions at this point. The last team we got to talk about, or last region, of course, is the LPL. Defending world champions Invictus Gaming alongside FunPlus. But unfortunately for you, Raz, I know it's painful to see that grayed out name in Royal never give up.
That one was wild to see. This was an LPL. I get the most asked question for me is like, what's worse, this or 2015 for the LPL? Look, nothing is going to be as bad as 2015, so still feel happy about that. FunPlus still found a way to get first seed in Group B. But yeah, it's a little bit sad to see RNG head out.
Yeah, I think that I'm just still shell-shocked from the 2015 call. Like, I don't understand why we need to keep bringing that one up. But for me, the fact that FunPlus had to go to the tiebreaker, that RNG has been eliminated, and we've seen 2 wildly different styles from IG already this tournament, not to mention subs, means that the LPL, even though they are former world championships, are reeling coming into this one.
But glimmers of hope. You're right. There was still intermittence like greatness from Invictus Gaming and FPX, so I hope there's a little bit more consistency.
That was the group stage. This means we have our bracket with the quarters and semifinals taking place in Madrid before we head to Paris for the final.
And I think this is the best quarterfinal lineup we have ever had. Normally for these types of quality matches, you need to be waiting for the semifinals and sometimes even beyond. When you are looking down the line here, really the only really heavily favored matchup is that Splice SKT. All these other 3 matchups are semifinals quality, are possible champions, really.
And when you have a look at it, if you had of power ranked these teams, they would have come out in a very similar format to this. The only exception is kind of G2. They dropped their first seed, so a little bit more confusing. The fact that, you know, they're arguably still a top 3 contender in this tournament, have to go against Damwon, who is also in a similar category. But across the board, like, it's so hard to actually be able to predict who is going to come through now.
I'm looking forward to the FPX Fnatic one that's later on today, simply because, like, that one is the one where I'm literally forced to predict because of my job. Otherwise, I'll just let it run. I have no idea who's going to be able to take it based off of just how close these teams are.
May as well flip a coin. I think that is also shared in the casters' predictions that were just thrown out on Twitter. You can see that second series of the day a little bit more contentious when it comes to the predictions. On the 10th of November, 2 teams, they will fight for the Summoners Cup live from the Accor Hotels Arena in Paris. Before the action, be sure to tune in at 1 p.m. CET, 4 a.m. Pacific time for the World Championship opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. That said, we now have 8 days of data from groups, meaning it's high time for some completely reasonable overreactions. So here it is. First up, the LPL is overrated.
No. That's an overreaction.
That's reasonable. That's not an overreaction.
What are you talking about?
Okay, all right, Raz, you kick it off. Why is that an overreaction?
Where was the reigning world champions placed after group stage? They were second seed. What's the problem? When it came to the semifinals, there was only one LPL team representing.
I'll tell you the problem, Raz. They got slammed by Damwon. RNG is out. Uzi's watching the quarterfinals from home. FPX got probably the easiest group in World's history and struggled. And this is coming from someone who believed in LPL wholeheartedly coming into the tournament. They're overrated.
When you have a look at it, last year's MSI, last year's World, last year Rift Rivals, coming into this year's MSI, statistical anomaly, that was a crazy series. People thought that the LPL could
Stop
be
it.
the best region in the world. Now there's the argument that they are the 3rd best region in the world.
Did you put this up?
That
Was this
story
question made
takes-
by you?
Overrated, Raz. Overrated.
All right, we started off with a spicy one. Let's roll on through. Next up, Fnatic is the best LEC team at World.
That one's not going to fly for me.
Overreaction.
No? Overreaction.
Hell yeah, it's an overreaction.
Okay.
Overreaction completely. G2 may have slipped up a bit, but we need to stop. We need to take off our rose-tinted glasses. Week 2, Fnatic looked phenomenal when they went up against SKT Shore, but I just think you see consistent games that are great from G2. And they lost to what I think is an amazing team in Griffin. So that's where I say G2 is still great.
What Week 2 taught me about Fnatic is if you give them their best draft 3 games in a row, they will still win games. And I hope that is what happens at the World Championship. All the teams should be at that level. However, do they have the variety? Do they have the different ways to play the game and still be able to pick up these victories? I think Week 1 showed us that they will struggle in that area.
I think you make such a great point, right? When you look at the marksman pool, people talk about Kaisa and Xayah. Reckless got to play 3 straight games of Xayah. He doesn't really play the Kaisa. G2, you have to talk about their flexibility. That's one of their biggest points, and I think they still have that over Fnatic.
Third and finally, the LCK has the weakest bot lanes in the tournament. This is an interesting one.
I mean, are you saying left in the tournament, or are you saying overall? Because it's
let's
clearly
go
an
left.
overreaction.
Of the eight remaining teams.
Okay.
Of the 8 remaining teams, what's your answer there?
I'm going to say this is an overreaction.
It is.
Not only is Teddy right now, in my eyes, the best AD carry at the moment that's left in the quarterfinals, then you look towards what is Viper and Griffin, who's insane mechanically speaking. And not even Nuclear can weigh that down because he's had some good games himself.
Let me ask you this then. Which region has weaker bot lanes than the LCK?
Oh, no, this is where I'm going to come out and say, even though I tried to defend and bat for the LPL.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so
you've lost Uzi. You've lost.
You're going to
lost
argue
one of the
that
primary
Jackie
bot
Love and
lane carries.
LWX are worse?
Jackie Love hasn't performed the best right now this tournament. He's actually performed poorly in team fights. And then also LWX, I mean, we've seen his team
And you
fights.
got to remember
So-
it's bot lanes as well. So when I think about this, I also throw the supports in there, and I just think that Baolan has had maybe the worst tournament possible for an LPL support. So I would probably say LPL as well.
Well, fair enough. They've all got best of 5s, though, to prove us wrong in every sense of the word. Later today, though, the LPL champions FunPlus Phoenix take to the stage with their star mid laner continuing a journey filled with ups and downs. Raz, give us the Doing B story.
Oh, okay, let's go. Let's head for it. So,
Got him.
all right, we got this.
Yeah, gamers playing football.
All right, so you've heard us say his name a lot. Doomby, the creative mid laner from FPX. Known for his unique champion pool, the super carry for the #1 seed of the LPL. But what do you know about him? Doomby has been chasing the LPL title for almost 5 years, starting his LPL career with the Chaogu Reapers. You heard about them, though? Chaogu Reapers were the king of team fights, a prestigious title for a region known for constant clashes. The Reapers tore through opponents with a jungle-centric playstyle that had the super carry Doomby sidelined with supportive mid lanes. Morgana, Nautilus, Lulu, Maokai. This was the champion pool for a guy who would later define his career by playing Pantheon and Kled. But as the Chaogu Reapers rose to the tippy top, they were continuously cut down at the very last moment. And for years, this was Doomby's curse. To be good, but never good enough. When your region is stacked with superstars, you must be a superstar yourself. And while Doomby had the flair, he never could quite muster the clutch to make it stick. Then came that revenge tour with the Rogue Warriors. This was a team of coulda-beens that finally arrived representing the LPL at Rift Robs in 2018. There, Doomby pulled out his now famous Kled mid against King Zone, gave him that international spotlight, and he drank it up. But it was EDG that got that last laugh, at the end of the year, denying Rogue Warriors a shot at Worlds. After dominating the regular split all year long, Doomby would again sit in the shadow of the LPL Titans, a staple of the scene, but never a star. It hurts. Then came FPX, team that would, help this player reach new heights. As the, most dominant lineup in the LPL season, and finally, in the summer split, after 4 years in the league, 2 MVPs awarded, he earned his championship title, as FPX came back with a vengeance to defeat RNG. This is why they're a phoenix. Rising from the ashes of defeat and the pains of the past, super carry Doomby helms FPX as a motley crew of brawlers. He is the heart, soul, voice of the team, from secondary support mid laner to a Pantheon. Duembi unleashed hell this LPL season, barely missing out the record for the winningest LPL team of all time. He's waited almost 5 years for this moment, and it's time to see that Phoenix fly. He's incredible, huh?
It's based on everything you just told me, he's incredible, but it does lend itself to the idea that there's a lot of pressure resting on this man's shoulders.
And that's always been the biggest question with Duembi. Can he stand up when the biggest stage has arrived? Because he plays such a disjointed kind of game. He's a secondary jungle from the mid lane position. And what has impressed me this tournament alone is that he has been able to stand up in his individual performances and being able to have solid laning phases that he's carried through to the mid lane game.
And this is a concern that I had for him in the spring split when that actually happened. They were incredible during the regular season, went to the playoffs, got kicked out by JD in their miracle run, and you're like, oh no, it's happening again. But they got that championship title in the summer split, and they're doing well now. So I think going into this best of 5, this is when he can cast that away.
Let's pull back for a second. The LPL versus the LEC. These regions were our finals matchup just last year, and now Fnatic are once again in the spotlight. Reckless, he overcame his demons by taking down Uzi and RNG to get to this point, but now a new challenge awaits in the form of the LPL champions.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic made it through the group of death. A lot of people predicting against them, rightfully so. This was such an incredibly hard group, and week 1 did not look good for them. But in week 2, not only was it about the marksman picks, bringing that back in, it was about the improvement of Broxah. It was about Fnatic playing their style, playing early game aggression, and really looking very, very good against some of the best teams in the world.
And that's the growth in the tournament that you look for in teams like that. Because for Fnatic, not only were they, the difference between week 1 and week 2, them playing the comps that work for them, but them finally playing towards their composition. In week 1, they were playing 1-3-1, but then team fighting pretty heavily versus Clutch. And then they go into week 2 versus SKT, and they were playing to their comps really well. So I think that this is the Fnatic that we're likely going to be seeing.
Fnatic squeaked out of the group of death. You contrast that with a FunPlus Phoenix that honestly struggled in what was considered the group of life.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at how FunPlus were able to play in the LPL, you know, accelerate the pace of the game to literally unbelievable speeds, they really do play such an electric style of League of Legends. And then they come into Worlds, they get the comps where like it's going to happen on the world stage, and they just drop the ball. Both of their losses were really disappointing in that regard. I think that this is a team that should be able to play exactly how they do domestically. It looks like the meta is going to suit that, and for whatever reason, it is just not working right now.
And that's the thing. Usually when you see a team come from domestic to an international event, they still have their strengths, but it's the weaknesses that are getting opened up. Here for FPX, their strengths are the problem. They're not team fighting well. A lot of the, like for instance, LWX, heavily criticized for the fact that he's actually heavily misplaying his Kai'Sa ultimates. Like that's coming up, but I don't expect that to be a constant coming into today. They were actually sorting themselves out. Their wins were convincing. So that's where I'm looking. Don't smile at me like that.
I'm not going to give you convincing
wins.
But Azale, I know that you were relatively hot on LPL as a region coming in, and yet haven't necessarily performed to that bar. What are you feeling about FPX now in this matchup?
So I actually think FPX did not perform well in their losses or in their wins. You look at the Splice game in week 1. Are you going to tell me that's a dominant win where they were down, 3, 4, 5,000 gold? They're dependent upon, huge like Baron plays and steals, and they're dependent so largely upon Duembi. And it's not only that, they're having to play a playstyle that is not actually what worked for them in the LPL. When you think of LWX, it was so much about his incredible team fighting. He's coming into the tournament 10-0 on Kai'Sa. They get the bread and butter comp in their first game of the tournament. I'm like, all right, let's go. They're going to slam him. And he was mis-executing. I didn't see the growth in week 2 for FPX, so I don't have a ton of confidence.
I think it's more so the fact that the games that we've seen, like, what do you get out of them? Because for me, the J-Team win and the GAM win were super convincing of how they played during the regular season. And while that is the case that they're starting to play more carries around Duembi, he's not playing those tanks and being as successful because he needs to be that carry. That's where I look at and say, they can play this style against the best of them, but that's a lot of faith, right?
Well, that's our second series of the day. I'm going to get you on record now, though, for your predictions. Starting with you, Spawn, down the line, who you taking, FunPlus or Fnatic?
So when I look at this matchup, it is so much about what team shows up, because both of them have shown, good and the bad. And I have a lot of faith that FunPlus are going to be able to bring it back. I'm going with FunPlus on this one. I think that you do not go that dominant in the LPL whilst not being a very classy team. And in best of 5, I'm very confident they can bring it back.
And I think their 2 iconic players are still playing well in Duembi and Tien. So if I think Tien right now is the best jungler in the tournament and that Duembi is back to that status, I got FPX taking this one.
You still have him as the best jungler in the tournament?
Hell yeah!
That's a separate conversation.
Raz is
'cause
trolling.
I know that one's going to spiral
I need a TED Talk.
if I let you guys go after it.
Give me
maybe,
time.
Maybe
Extend
we'll talk
the timer
about it
now.
later. I know we got some hot junglers in this tournament. Azael, who are you taking in this matchup?
I'm on the other side of the table. I think that if FPX can play like they did in the LPL, sure, they can take this, but I haven't seen proof of that in Worlds thus far. I think Fnatic has improved more as a team throughout the group stage. I think that they are going to take this, and honestly, the teams that you needed to actually reach to for good performances for FPX spoke a lot about how they've played, right? You needed to talk about J-Team and GAM as teams that they had good performances against. You couldn't even reach to the Splice argument because they didn't look good against Splice. Fnatic is a better team than who they struggled against in groups.
So this is going to be fun because for me, I weigh recency. And when I say recency, I mean
Recency
playoff
sounds sucky
performance.
last week.
Okay.
Playoff performance. We could talk forever about this.
Yeah, we
but
could. That's interesting. I mean, look, the fan vote, of course, 3-0 in favor of Fnatic.
Did we get the Weibo
landslide
votes,
there. Did we get the Weibo votes? I don't think that the made it into the algorithm. I'm not quite sure. That, of course, is our second quarterfinal. Our first one is between two of the most talented lineups in the game right now. We have the LCK's Griffin versus the reigning world champions in Invictus Gaming. And so far, this tournament has been a renaissance for IG, who once again look like a title contender.
Yeah, IG is looking like they are back to form. You have seen incredible performances from Rookie and the Shy. In summer, certainly, we saw Rookie in particular struggling, but he has been incredible throughout groups. And these guys are true solo carry threats in every sense of the word.
It's been sensational watching these two players in the recent games that they've had, because Rookie, especially versus Team Liquid, had that 1v9 performance. And then when you watch the Shy off as Akali and Jace, if they perform individually as good as that on a consistent level, like, they can be champions again.
And so much of League of Legends right now is about the team performance, and that is where IG buck the current trend. You have someone like the Shy, who is definitely, in my eyes, the best top laner in the world, and then despite a disappointing summer where Rookie had to go back to Korea, had some things to work through, came back in and was slumping a little bit, like all classy players, was able to bring back that world-class performance. I think he's also contesting for the best mid laner in the world. And when you have solo lanes that generate their own advantages, do not rely on a jungler. That gives you such an advantage on the international stage.
And I think it's so exciting to be able to watch the way in which they create these advantages, because they are not doing it safely. At this level, you have to play aggressively. You have to take risks to create advantages on the scale that they are able to. And that's why it's so fun to watch them saying, no, I'm going to stand past the minions. I'm just going to outplay you if you take this fight. I'm going to outplay this gank if your jungler shows up.
Yeah, and the only concern that we all have here is, of course, Baolan and Ning. Like, Baolan as a player, I would say as a support player, I think has been performing quite poorly. And as long as they can have that strong performance in the bottom lane, then you can have what I'd envision to be the top 5 players of the tournament all in one team. I'm talking about Jackie Love, I'm talking about Rookie and the Shy.
Right, then we're just rewinding the clock to 2018,
yes,
watching them dominate across the board. But in reference to the solo laner discussion, I do want to pull up our featured matchup for this series. It will be the Shy versus Sword up in the top lane. Spawn, walk me through, though, what would be considered the win conditions for either of these players within this matchup?
Yeah, just put down the sword and pick up the shield. That's all I'm asking for from Sword in the top lane at the moment. He's had a really good Worlds tournament. I think people came in, they had played Doran so much throughout summer that they expected to see him, and then Sword starts, and honestly, he had a really great pop-off performance on the Akali, but that's not his job today. He's going up against the Shy. This is a guy that generates so much of a gold lead in the early game, does like 30-odd% of his team's damage as well. Sword just needs to keep his turret alive, just needs to provide the Bastion, because Griffin will win this game in other places.
Yeah, this is why I look at this matchup and say it's definitely the most tilted matchup in the quarterfinals. Like, not only are their responsibilities completely
Splice
different.
SKT.
Look, I'm talking about lane matchups.
Okay, Khan versus Vizicachi, Faker versus Humanoid. The Shy versus Sword.
But you have
We'll get to that tomorrow.
But you have the best, and this is why I say not only is it just the roles that they play for the team, you have the best top laner right now in the world in the Shy, who's on form at the moment, getting all of the resources now that he has, versus Sword. If you're just talking about what we've seen from him throughout the year, like inconsistent performer, and also just the weak side top laner. So if IG wants to open the game, it has to be through that top
Two very different jobs for each of these top laners here today. Also important to note that Ning will be the starting jungler for IG, our 2018 2019 World Finals MVP.
And we got to see both sides of the coin in group stage. When he did sub in, we saw a brilliant Gragas performance against Team Liquid, absolutely slammed him. And then we saw the reverse 1v9 where you're playing for the other team on his Rek'Sai game, getting essentially a triple kill for Showmaker on a heavy overdive. And this is what you're going to get with Ning. When he is on and he's playing to his best, you get the world's MVP caliber performance. But when it's his off day, he can lose to anyone.
That's the craziest thing about this, is that now I look at IG's top 3 players, or at least in the top side of the map, and it kind of reminds me of that Mike Tyson quote of, you have a plan until you get punched in the face. Right. And it feels like all of Invictus Gaming playstyle, when they're ahead and behind, are just flinging punches through Rookie, the Shine. And on the good days, I guess on the bad days, is
he's still
Ning.
throwing punches. They're just not hitting on those bad days.
Maybe he's hitting himself. But definitely that's what makes it tough for Griffin coming into this matchup.
But the best thing about this is IG knows what recipe they need to win. They're not a standard team. They can't play slow. They can't not have proactivity throughout the jungle position and impact the map early. They need to fight. They get their gold leads not through objective control, but through killing champions on Summoner's Rift. And Ning brings that. He brings the havoc. He brings the skirmishes. And I think that he's going to have a great performance. Has to turn it around. But at least he is the right person for the job.
Let's talk about their opponents then. Today, the reigning world champions face a new challenge from the LCK, a young Griffin lineup looking to unlock their full potential.
And Griffin was so exciting coming out of the LCK. Back-to-back regular season first place finishes. And if your only losses come against SKT and best of fives, you know what? I think the choking moniker can be a little bit silenced, at least for right now, because this is a team that has very much brought good form into the World Championship. And I think that they have strengths in so many roles, especially their bottom lane is going to be a very tough ask for IG right now, going up against Viper and Lehens. This bottom lane, to me, is one of the most exciting bottom lanes in the world.
I'm just really excited to see their best of 5 preparation, because while you can say, yeah, it was SKT they lost to, seeing Pantheon Taliyah run it back all 3 games in a row and losing all 3 games does not speak highly about that preparation. But coming into this tournament, they have looked great. Tarzan has been incredible. And when you talk about Ning needing to have a really good performance for IG to be able to win, well, guess what? I think he's against the best performing jungler in the tournament thus far, who just ran circles.
Yeah, we've got a lot of best performing junglers
he ran
in
circles
the
around Jankos in those final 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I'm only on 1.
I got you, and I agree with you. I think that what the scariest thing about Griffin is not only are they the most well-rounded team, the smartest team, and then you look at the players and like, wait, what is their weakness, right? Because Chovy is a sensational talent, and then Viper, even in the bottom side of the map, is just another sensational, on the talent level alone, they've got it.
I want to talk about Tarzan a little bit more because I really do think he's going to have his work cut out for him to a degree, right? We talk about the explosiveness of the IG team, the dominance of the 2 solo laners. Tarzan going to have to be the glue that kind of holds Griffin together with that full-on frontal assault.
And whilst FPX might have the best early game in the tournament right now, I think that when you look at Griffin with the eyeball test, their early game to me stands up despite the stats. They're plus 1,600 gold, and so much of it is based around how Tarzan is able to shut down enemy junglers and enemy laners. He won the flip side matchup. The throwback games of when you take something like the Kiana, they take the leads in, and then you just swap it over against a G2 lineup. And the team plays around him. G2 is famous for being able to get more members to these skirmishes in the early game. Well, Griffin absolutely smashed them in that regard, were way more decisive. And I think that the confidence of this team to play around Tarzan just gives them such a big edge pre-15 minutes.
And G2 Jankos, no slouch, so to put up a big performance against him speaks volume.
Exactly, and it is, it's a team game at the end of the day. He works the best with Lehens. I think that they are, right now, the duo to beat as it is, so I want to see what they can do here.
Look at those gold differences at 15, the change between week 1, the first round robin, and week 2, the second round robin for Griffin. And I kind of want to curtail this into a conversation around the play styles for both of these teams. Again, what does it look like when Griffin is finding a win in this series versus when IG is?
I think for IG, it's all about individual outplays. It's about mechanically checking your opponents at all points of the game, right? You're challenging them to these 1v1s. You're challenging them to these 2v2s. And you're you're trying to come out on top. If IG is able to do that, this is a series that they can win because they can create monumental advantages and snowball that better than probably anyone else in the world.
And I think the draft basically says it in the final week, where IG consistently went to 3 winning lanes and tried to accelerate the game pace as much as possible, and then hoped that the breaks never stopped. Griffin is the type of team that will slow it down. IG can't let that happen.
But I think the way they slow it down is very interesting because Griffin in the LCK, they get these big early game gold leads, and then LCK teams just start ceding objectives to them. So the game gets drawn out. It does go longer. They do have to team fight to be able to win these games. However, I think a team like IG, they're down 1,000 gold. They're still going to fight a dragon. They're down 3,000 gold. They'll still fight for their Raptor camp. This is going to be a much different game style than Griffin is used to domestically. However, there is hope because they did deal with G2 being able to throw those curveballs as well. So I've got a lot more faith in the Griffin stock right now. I think that this is a team that very much has come into their own.
As is standard with best of fives, but the more I listen to the three of you talk about this series specifically, adaptation seems like it will be key for each of these teams in terms of finding that overall 3 wins together to string a victory. Predictions, that's all we got left to go. So once again, down the line, who's taking it? Our reigning world champions or the new hotness from the LCK?
Yeah, so I think that if you have solo laners like Rookie and the Shy, you're always in with a shot. And they're going to win you a game or they're going to win you 2. However, you need someone else to step up. And whilst you mentioned that the worry is Baolan and Ning, I also am throwing Jackie Love very deep end into the worry basket right now. He has not had a good world championship. I think the bot gap in this game is absolutely huge, and I'm going to go with Griffin.
So I spoke both of these teams up because I honestly think that these teams are like, whoever wins is destined for the finals and win the entire tournament.
Wow.
I think it's this good of a matchup. Unfortunately, my heart has been overpowered by my big brain. I got Griffin here. I think Griffin, even if you look at the weakness and say, well, what if Invictus Gaming start ramping up the pace? We've already seen that from Griffin.
Right.
They're a fast team. They're a skilled team. I think they'll be able to take it.
Hot take right there, Rasmus.
That's a really
Whoever
hot
takes
take.
this
There we
series
go. We got
takes the
G2,
whole tournament.
We got SKT.
I'm
we got
freeze
teams
myself
everywhere.
up. A week, 2 weeks from now, let's see how the
I
finals
love it,
go.
but he's calling Griffin to be world champions after this series. Here we go.
It's a big call. I'm going to go with Griffin as well, and I just think it's because, yes, if IG get it all going on the right day, they can beat any team in the world, but we haven't seen it thus far, in the group stage. We have not seen the solo laners working well with their junglers. This is a problem that stuck with them from summer, and I think the fact that they still had to change after week 1 from Leian back to Ning speaks volumes about the issues they're having there. I think Tarzan is too strong of a jungler, will be able to match and overcome Ning, and I think that's what's going to decide the series.
What about the fans? Does anyone have faith in IG,
maybe?
our reigning world champions? Come on!
So why did they get the game? Why did you guys all give them the game?
I mean, I think you got to give them one because I think that you cannot count out the Shy or Rookie to absolutely 1v9 solo carry a game. We saw that so many times. Look at both the Rookie games against TL. He just decided those games pretty much in the laning phase.
I'm not the type of person to go for 3-2s. I just don't predict that a lot of the time. So I think it's going to be a competitive one.
Right down the middle, ever being amicable to all situations. The 3-1 call across the board here for Griffin in our first series of the day. 2 weeks remain of Worlds 2019 in Europe, and from now on, it's do or die as the teams hit the rift for the quarterfinals.
我觉得这一次就是年轻战队们都是和老人战队们对战一样。
因为我们是第一次打世界赛，我想给大家看新的战队也可以进决赛。因为其实每年都是一样，就想给大家看今年不一样。
Wow, that was gorgeous. Griffin has officially arrived. Slice, they will not be stymied. They will not be stopped. The Prince of the down one from Challenger to taking down the defending world champion.
결승 후보로 지목되고 있는 G2를 저희 다크호스 팀인 담원이 맡겠습니다.
for you.
We go against the triple world champions, probably the most famous team in the world. I'm playing as FLICKR. He's basically the face of League of Legends. He was my idol, so beating them would mean so much.
저희 팀이 월드에서 굉장히 강력한 모습을 많이 보였기 때문에 저희 팀을 상대하는 팀들은 아마 압박감을 굉장히 많이 받을 거라고 생각하고 있고요. 또 저도 플레이할 때 어느 정도는 그런 부분을 생각해서 플레이하는 것도 있고.
4-on-1. FLICKR's got flash available. He dashes. He doesn't even use the flash. That was FLICKR doing FLICKR things.
You knew even before Worlds, as it is FLICKR, you knew he's gonna perform. You know the rookie's gonna perform. We are champions right now. You just know that the teams who have experience and who have shown historically that they can do it time and time again, they are the ones to be scared of.
Oh, the Ignite is burning! Rookie back on top! That's an interrupt! Fnatic eliminate RNG!
For us more experienced players, or for someone like FLICKR, it's just another day at the job. It's either you win the entire thing or it doesn't matter how far you went. And I think that's why, in the end, one of us will succeed.
Kids are coming for you.
Hola, ¿qué tal Madrid? ¿Cómo estáis? Bienvenidos a la fase final del Mundial. Bienvenidos a los cuartos de final. 16 equipos han estado peleando para llegar hasta aquí. Tan solo 8 han conseguido llegar y solo 4 estarán la semana que viene aquí en Madrid, en Vista Alegre. Tenemos ya a los 2 primeros equipos. Muchas gracias, amigos. Esto no está subtitulado en el stream de Riot. Muchas gracias. Lo siento por el jefe de Riot, no está subtitulado, no te preocupes, está todo bien. Tenemos ya a los 2 primeros equipos preparados. El primero es el campeón del mundo, es Invictus Gaming. En la top lane, de Shy. En la jungla, en la calle central, uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo, como tirador, y aquí y como support, Paolan. Como sustitutos, Duke y Leyan, y como entrenador, Mafa. Y enfrente tenemos al segundo seed coreano. Desde la LCK llega el equipo de Griffin. En la top lane, como jungla, Tarzan. en la calle central, Chobi. En la bot lane, Viper. Y como suplente, Legends. Como suplente, Doran, y como entrenador, Chaos. Todo preparado ya para que empiece este primer cuarto de final. Muchísimas gracias a toda la gente aquí en Madrid. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Empieza ya la fase final del Mundial.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the caster desk. The world's quarterfinals are beginning. You can hear that crowd in Spain. I am Freak, Jet, and Papa Smithy to my far right. How y'all doing?
I'm pretty hyped, guys. We're here for quarterfinals. It feels like in some ways the tournament starts here when it comes to the meta. I think back to last year and what the quarterfinals meta ended up defining the entire thing. Are we going to see new stuff, or is it going to be the same as groups? That's the interesting question.
Yeah, and so much usually changes between groups and quarterfinals. So we know that based on what we saw from week 2, yeah, Griffin looked incredible. Perhaps one of the best days of Worlds we've ever seen. Yep. But they're playing up against the former world champions who've been here before. They've been the #2 seed out of their group before, literally last year, and still managed to make the run for the World Final. So even though we have some general ideas of what we think might happen, nothing is certain.
Performance of the day, obviously incredibly important. That's one thing that really ties all these quarterfinals together is you can have your prediction and it can be well reasoned. But at the end of the day, especially with these two teams, there is so much variance in how well they will play on the day.
And that's why the alignment of the predictions, kind of everyone thinking Griffin 3-1, largely among the casting team, is probably a surprise to most, because at the end of the day, this is the team Griffin that people have heard of so much, but haven't got to see unless you were watching LCK, because actually winning those games that qualify you for major tournaments, they didn't even win one to make to this tournament. They came in as the 2nd overall seed based on points. So yes, one day of 4 best-of-1s, they looked honestly ungodly, unbelievable. And yet, in a best-of-5, can they recreate in this high-pressure environment?
And I think the wording that I settled on was if IG wins, it would be surprising, but not unexpected.
Exactly.
Because there is so much legacy and skill on both sides of the Rift today.
Yeah, overall, I think definitely people seem to align on Griffin probably being the better team. Their form seems to be higher. They've done... they haven't achieved very much, unfortunately. They've got like an armload of silver medals from mostly winning the regular season in Korea for almost 3 splits in a row now, but yet to show up on an international stage,
and
really.
Just honestly, for me, you know, as the person who often has to speak about Griffin, it's almost like I'm telling riddles and myths about a team that when it comes to actually showing them on the world stage, either they're not there or they aren't the team that I'm building them up for. And I'll say, their games, you know, on that day where they played 4 in a row, won all 4 of them, beat G2 twice, that was a Griffin I personally hadn't seen watching them domestically since early in spring when they were on a 11-13-0 best-of-3 victory streak. So they really dialed back the clock for me, and that's with Sword back in the top lane as well. So it's just so hard to say for certain, just because they did it most recently, they'll do it again today.
And that's where my eyes are going to be early, actually, is on Sword and on the Shy.
Yeah.
Between IG. Because if there's a way that IG regains and holds their world championship form, I think a lot of it just comes down to solo lane destruction. And the Shy had some moments in group stage that made you remember the feared player that he was at the 2018 World Championship. But Sword also, even though, as far as I could tell, people were willing to write him off. There had been Doran throughout the summer split, Sword coming right back in for Worlds, but he ended up having some very big performances, and I can't wait to see those two match up as we're finally in picks and bans.
Finally in the game 1 right now. Pantheon's still going to be there as the first ban on the red side, and I'm just so curious which of these teams show up. We talked about Is it going to be the Griffin from LCK? Is it going to be the Griffin from Spring? That showed us so much. Invictus Gaming in Spring, they won, and last year they won Worlds. In Summer, they were not that same team either.
Speaking of Griffin, they come in as the higher seed here, having won their group, so they have side selection in Game 1. They chose red side. So far in group stages, undefeated on the red side as well, and it means the Shy less likely to get one of those big counter picks to really blow Sword out of the water.
Interesting seeing this at J-Span here, though, as it's by far Sword's most played champion. Certainly a great The Shy staple as well, but you are hurting your own champ pool with this, and they're concerned about the Sona bot lane. They're going to get rid of it right off the bat.
That's fascinating. The other bottom lane that they're keeping open, though, would be Garen Yuumi. And when we were watching the Sona, Tom Kench versus Garen Yuumi, Griffin versus Cloud9 game, I was fairly convinced that the Sona would technically be a counter to that. So that Sona ban actually, to me, says Griffin might be willing to go Garen Yuumi in Game 1.
And this is what I was thinking, because we talked about the top lane matchup. Rookie destroying the map. Not necessarily the 1v1. I think Chovy can match him 1v1. But roaming-wise, I definitely give the big advantage to Rookie as a player. Now, of course, could be a flex pick here with the Kiana. But regardless, they haven't shown any Yuumi priority. The Kiana is a pick that can get a top lane snowball going.
Garen Yuumi.
And there is the Yuumi lock-in. So, you know what? It's a pretty safe assumption.
They were playing Ezreal Yuumi last night in solo queue, and that's the other combo we've seen, so that's a possibility, but I think it's Garen Yuumi.
And in the LCK, we actually saw the most lane-dominant Yuumi play from Lucian Yuumi as a duo. The Lucian priority been very down at Worlds recently, especially in the duo lane, but it's an outside possibility. It's a rollback of the Lulu.
Yeah, and I think there's more to this Lulu pick than first meets the eye. Another thing that some teams have done against Garen Yuumi, which now is confirmed as locked in, is picking more of a hyper carry bottom lane. So I can see them trying to pair up an Ardent Sense or Lulu with either a Vayne or a Kog'Maw or even a Twitch or something that can be very powerful later in the game.
In Korea, Vayne was definitely seen as the answer there, and we saw it also played in the LEC.
Hence the ban.
So, of course, it's going to be the first ban coming out. The Kog'Maw is one that's been on my lips because of the Kai'Sa matchup, and it's a champion that will be considered. I'd be over the moon for a Twitch, so who's to say we might not see a new AD carry choice here?
But to be fair, if Kai'Sa is up, it's probably Kai'Sa with Lulu.
But it's still interesting to see, right? Griffin are prioritizing what they are most afraid of above all other marksmen. Every single one not named in the game said, no. Vayne is the #1 scariest champ for us. We are removing that from the table. Everything else is fine. The Kayle needs to go away. That's a different solo laner here. IG have one final ban.
And do remember, Jackie Love's trump card is Draven, and they are leaving that one open. It's a different style of champion from the Vayne when it comes to what it contributes against Draven, but it is notable that his Ultra Comfort is left open.
And this is also, because the Gragas is locked in for Invictus Gaming, probably going to be a Kiana mid lane, since that's what we saw from Rookie in the group stage up against TL. And even though the LeBlanc is banned, it does leave Griffin open for potentially a last pick counter for mid lane.
Okay, Griffin are going to leave mid up for last right here. Vladimir, the current hover for Sword. Oh, still looking around, though. Has yet to play Vladimir so far at Worlds. Going to play Gnar, which is, I would argue, a bit of a safer champion overall. I think the Shy is a stronger top laner, and playing something that's, I would argue, actually, Vlad can be exploitable in bad matchups. Gnar less so.
And no games played professionally for Sword on the Vlad. Probably one of the reasons they wanted to blood a top laner like Doran was his more flexible champion pool. So given that, the Gnar isn't a huge surprise. Here's that Kog'Maw hover. So maybe we're onto something here
I was thinking that would be the one if it was not going to be the Vayne.
So yeah, there it is. This is the first Kog'Maw of Worlds. We add another one to the roster. As Kog comes in, Kog Lulu, definitely absurd damage, and he's not just a late game carry. This champ spikes on one item, spikes on two items. Kog is going to be online early in this match.
And backline access is usually the way you deal with a Kog'Maw, and that's not necessarily the most here. Yes, in a skirmish, Elise can get in there. The perfect Gnar flank, yes, but it's not necessarily the prototypical kind of Malphite draft that makes Kog'Maw irrelevant at times. And a Yasuo being locked in as well.
So this is probably Yasuo top for the Shy to go up against Gnar. But we don't know for sure where all of this stuff is going.
That's a historic matchup where the ability to interrupt the boomerang, have it fizzle out, and no cooldown for Gnar means that you can actually drop harass there. It's not necessarily dominant in the early game, but it scales uber well. Final pick here. Okay.
So if they can find the matchup, Poppy into Yasuo, and then Gnar can play some other lane based on where he goes. I think they're assuming it's Yasuo mid, just to play Yasuo mid, just to play Yasuo Gragas, and just give the Shy the Qiyana, regardless of matchup. This is going to be fun.
So Poppy mid has been a thing in Korean solo queue for a long time. As an answer to certain picks, it does quite a lot of burst damage as well. There's a lot of walls that you can use your heroic charge into. It's usually a very pocket counter pick, but we're into quarters, and look at this craziness!
You've got a very melee-heavy team with a Yuumi to back it up. Griffin have some engage tools. They've got a lot of melee auto attacks in there. The swaps are done. All right.
Yeah, watching Griffin try and find fights into Gragas, Lulu, Qiyana, all these CCs is going to be fascinating to watch.
And now if you add in the Poppy, she can really dive into the backline with a Yuumi. So they got a lot of different angles they can try to attack, and usually Kog'Maw wants to see all of his threats in front of him and safely disengage.
Well, a new champion added to the roster, the Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Gnar, Poppy solos are in for Griffin. I am already excited for quarterfinals, gentlemen. This is exciting. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the quarterfinals. Invictus Gaming are defending their world championship against one of the best teams this tournament has ever seen. Griffin, the #2 seed from Korea, played so well to get the top seed here. They drew IG, and most people expect Korea wins this one.
And with that top seed, they chose the red side and have definitely gone down the counter-picking rabbit hole. But, and there is a but here, is that to get the counter picks in the lane matchups they want, they have sacrificed traditional damage. When you think of what a mid to late game team fight looks like, we got Poppy in the mid lane, Gnar is very unreliable for damage. Honestly, Yuumi might be the highest damage dealer here by a lot, and then no one else really trailing her. So because of that, it feels like early to mid game execution, which was on point from Griffin a few days ago, is what we're gonna have to be really closely inspecting.
I think so, and also when we're looking across counter picks, there's a lot of very interesting stuff happening. So I feel like the general team comp by Griffin counters Qiyana, because there's not a good target for Qiyana to actually find any type of assassination on. Normally, it's get your lethality items, go to hit a squishy target. Those squishy targets actually don't exist. Yuumi's untargetable, and Elise can also dodge things with repel. So there should be no one that Rookie can find assassinations on. But on the flip side, you have a bunch of people with high max health that Kog'Maw with lethal tempo will be able to shred through throughout the game. So hitting the proper timing windows is going to be very important.
And while this shouldn't be no surprise when Kog'Maw is in the game, it really is. Does Griffin trivialize Kog'Maw's teamfight impact at the start of a fight? Or does Kog'Maw move back from a lot of melee champions and just kite out and do big damage and decide it? Because if Kog'Maw is not dealt with, then I think IG wins 100% of fights.
So right now, early push into the bottom lane. We're looking at the mid laners fight over some farm, as Rookie so far doing pretty well on CS. Might have to drop some of the caster minions onto the turret, but so far so good over there. Ning got a pretty heavy leash on the blue buff there, did the full left side clear, making his way down to the bottom jungle, at least doing very similar things from the north jungle.
Looking at the map here already, some vision missions done by Griffin to open things up. Top side start by Elise, not necessarily always standard here, but seems like she's anticipating some bot side shenanigans very shortly.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the Garen Yuumi can't get punished super early on into the game, since, yeah, they are just going to be pushed in early. Be interested to see if Ning tries to do anything mid. It's actually going to be very difficult to gank Chovy. He has no reason to ever use his W preemptively and can just really wait for Gragas to go in, and then if they ever try and get an initiation, he can just proc his Aftershock that way and become very tanky. So Chovy should be fairly comfortable pushing up in lane here.
The one small thing I've seen is he has been using it a little bit for damage. I saw under turret, Rookie jumped in, got grounded, so there is some degree of trading going on pretty actively there. And now as the bottom scuttle comes over to Ning, we're not going to have much aggression down here on the bottom side.
I want to also talk about the Elise combos that Griffin have run. Elise Renekton is one they've been running since the start of the tournament. I think there's a lot of Elise Renekton in this Elise Poppy duo that we're going to see in the mid lane. Very much for the stun hits. If you stand next to a wall, if Elise hits a cocoon, the follow-up is insane. And Poppy does have a lot of base burst damage if she's landing her full rotation. So I think they're trying to ape that and potentially roam with it too.
All right, Ward spots out the first gank of the quarterfinals. The Shy running away. Has to respect Tarzan, but if wind wall's up, you're not going to cocoon that, so simply walks backwards. Should have seen the mid laner come in as well, so they're aware of that timing. And can go back into the lane as I believe Chovy was recalling on the ward.
Yeah, and there's going to be a question of where does Tarzan actually put his time early game, because he doesn't have anything up on the map reasonably right now to do. His Krugs will be up shortly, so until then, he's actually just going to kind of hang out up here, and it's interesting how he actually misses the sweep, even though it was fairly obvious they walked over a ward.
We're throwing up some stats here from that 4 games that Griffin played last week on the second round robin. The kill-death ratio on the right side is so impressive, a 7.3 kills for every death incurred. I went and looked at stats and I actually asked, has there ever been a better day of best of 1 play than what we saw from Griffin earlier this tournament? And the answer was actually no. It was probably the most impressive statistical and eye test day of games we've seen from one team.
Yeah, and you can even see their group stage kill death. This is Worlds all time. Griffin would be ranked 3rd. If you notice, the 2 teams above them did end up winning a world championship. So kill death ratio is by no means the be all end all of who will win Worlds, but Griffin's group stage in context was very impressive.
Now TP back to the top side. Tarzan has continued to stay up here as the Raptor camp has come back up. Hoping to find something on the Shy, who's been playing fairly aggressively. Built a very large CS lead on the Yasuo. That's the counter pick we're looking for. But still no going to be had, and as the camps come up, the Elise has to get the farm on.
A lot of containment done by Griffin so far, but the game really does pivot when Boots of Mobility are done. There was no snowball kill into Boots of Mobility rush from Rookie, but we know that's very likely on the way. If they can keep river control on both sides here, then we won't see a return to form of Rookie, who was really dominating the side lanes against TL so effortlessly on Piano.
And I also have to say that the bottom lane of Garen Yuumi isn't necessarily expected to win early. They're expected to then turn on kind of once Yuumi gets towards Luden. So this early game is going to be about Griffin stopping the bleeding as much as possible, and they're not necessarily doing that very well in the top lane, and it'll be very fun to track how powerful Jackie Love gets in what is essentially a fairly easy lane for him.
Important ward down there, spotting Ning once again. Chovy using Steadfast Presence to continue the trades with Rookie, grounds him, turns on Aftershock, makes that all happen. But a couple times we've come to this lane and seeing those abilities used in the one-on-one. That means you can't stop the body slam flash anymore, so it's certainly an important cooldown to track. And as Ning gets closer to 6, and he's been farming well, right? He's already got more than 10 camps done. Ning with that ultimate can certainly try to force a kill.
Seeing the trades continue here. Infernal first spawn, but the double control ward bot side does stop any early Infernal start from Griffin. They are a team that, while being very tanky, probably do scale pretty decently with Infernal Drake, and obviously as a team that has a pretty low damage profile later, you want any sort of snowball you can get, but right now, so far, the setup not there.
And if we think about the overall pace of this game, even though there's a 500 goal lead for IG, I would say this is much more of a Griffin-style game than an IG-style game. In terms of deaths, every split Griffin has played in the LCK, they've had the fewest deaths in the LCK. They are a low-error League of Legends team. Invictus Gaming, despite making it to Worlds, had the most deaths in the LPL summer split. They are a very high-error team that is willing to take risks and oftentimes will outplay you through more good plays that overpower the bad. So Papa Smithy and I had this conversation earlier this week. What would like the combined kills per minute breakpoint need to be for IG to win versus for Griffin to win? And we think it ends up having to be very high just because of the way Griffin is used to playing. So this is very much a Griffin-paced game, which despite the goal lead, at least early on, makes you think they're in a decent position.
But there's a fun extra wrinkle to that in that IG, we've already noted, as Tarzan doesn't hit the cocoon on screen there, is that we do feel like IG's multiple damage dealers maybe does give them something resembling a kind of scaling advantage as the game goes on. It's not as one-to-one as that, but we already saw Griffin be played against their tendencies with G2's scaling draft on the first day of Worlds, going for the Ornn and going for a lot of late-game scaling. In this sort of a game, we can't just give the pass mark based on historic performance with kind of low kill games. We do have to look at IG and say, okay, you pack a lot of punch.
And I think the Kog'Maw is the big thing that kind of throws a wrench into all of these projections. If he is able to stick strong in team fights as all these melee champions just kind of run at him, it's going to be probably what decides the game, is how well can Griffin find access to JackeyLove. Because from what I've seen, Garen Yuumi scales incredibly well, but it also hasn't played into a Kog'Maw before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very big thing. What we're seeing also is the third plate of the game going over to Invictus. We've already seen the bot lane take 2. You're seeing a 27 CS lead for the Kog'Maw. The Shy, by the way, didn't burn his TP when he went back to lane a while ago after his first recall. So the tools are here for IG to force a big fight, maybe around this early Infernal. That gives you some of that extra scaling advantage, by the way, if you really want it. But as we see, the TP is finally used. They finally cashed that in as he goes into the top lane, and now Chovy is here on a roam.
Watching the play come together here. Tarzan lying in wait. These are the sort of areas where Tarzan was able to outpath against G2 in those couple of victories in a row. Chovy quickly returns to mid lane. Topside advantage is a little bit bigger than I anticipated pre-1 item. I feel like after the base stats nerfs years ago, Yasuo doesn't crush Gnar in the 1v1 like he once did, but it does scale to be a very strong matchup. Should only get better as it goes on.
And I think a lot of that is just, oh yeah, it's the Shy. He's
Soy.
going to be able to have large CS advantage against basically everyone that he plays against. On the flip side, with the full upgrade on Viper's support item, the gold generation is actually going to start catching up in aggregate.
With some mobility actually matched by Chovy, so it seems like he wants to be the same sort of roaming threat that Qiyana can threaten. To be CC-wise, definitely able to ape what Qiyana does with the burst damage. Not usually there as the game continues to roll on. Right now, honestly, a bit of a Galio type here, just really trying to keep Rookie accountable for CS and roams where possible.
All right, well, again, looking at the attempted trades down there. Jumps away. Rookie doesn't want to take that trade anymore. Chovy seems to be kind of putting his presence on the lane at this point. Rookie had a very early CS lead. That's turned back around. The Shy, rushing Static Shiv, has even more lane pressure, freeing him up to make more of these moves around the map. Spotted all by a control. We're not going to find a fight onto Chovy, but they can push in the mid lane.
And I want to take a moment to appreciate how high these CS numbers are. We're 11 minutes in, and all 3 IG carries are at 10 CS per minute, and then Chovy is actually above it as mid-lane Poppy. So Sword and Viper, I feel, are actually closer to average lane CS, and everyone else in the game is actually exceeding it.
We sound like boomers a bit there, because 85 at 11 minutes is a little bit behind, but I tend to agree with you, right?
Especially in a lot of IG games where you do see higher action, you see more CS denial coming through. These are very high numbers.
We'll see if those numbers are abated for a moment. Rookie and IG seem aware about the Infernal being started by Griffin.
And even though it's in Fog of War, IG looking around, but Rookie's at half HP, and they don't really have sight onto how low it's getting. It's getting too low, and they finally find some room in the bottom lane, instantly turn it around. Infernal Drake picked up, ejected IG players, and Griffin get the first objective of the game.
And even thinking about how the group stage went, oftentimes IG was a collection of individuals who overall won the game through their individual achievements. And we kind of see that with the Infernal Drake. You have the lane pressure the whole early game, and you can't get the Infernal Drake. And finally, they're going bot.
On the flash to chase through, he's rooted in place, still has plenty of damage output there, but he's running down, and first blood comes through to Viper's Garen, and now the pile drive to the bottom lane. Battleland's getting low. The polymorph not going to do anything. It's 2 for 0 in the bottom lane. The wave clear comes through, and Griffin strikes first.
A very exquisite reflection of that team versus individual identity. The moment that Viper went in, you saw there was perfect synergy with Sword coming down as well. The Shy teleported. We saw him teleport to top earlier.
Yeah.
So he had no ability to match. They're just using a very standard advantage. TP advantage top leads to 2 kills for the side of Griffin.
And at least in that engagement, it looked almost trivial for Viper to be able to get access to the Kog'Maw. With the Yuumi, not a very mobile AD carry, and if the Luluwald shield doesn't allow him to actually just outduel the Garen, he's going to lose that one.
And it's the difference in lane states when it's a 2v2 normal laning phase and 5 people A-ramming in mid. Because obviously in that case, Kog'Maw can be really far back, looking to trade, looking to CS. Moment that you have that cleanse of CC available on that slow cleanse on Garen, engage comes in, nicely done by Griffin.
Yeah, I want to point out actually a very poor ultimate by Ning there. Probably had the ability to knock Chovy into turret and secure at least 1 kill back, but IG will remain killless as we see the lane swap come through already from Griffin.
It still feels like a 2-on-2 that I like from Invictus Gaming. The Blade of the Rune King for JackeyLove was up and ready when that last fight happened, still couldn't kite away. Still, of course, has that item moving in towards the boots upgrades and might still try to farm some plates. I want to point out that even despite those kills picked up by Griffin, more than 1,000 gold there, the gold is still equal / IG favored from 30 to 50 CS from lanes and the plates taken earlier.
So you start asking the question, okay, if this is a Griffin victory, from this point, what does it look like? Because again, I feel like if we're grouping as 5 and staring each other down, not getting to the Kog'Maw, going to be really tricky, and that will absolutely favor Ning. It's going in.
They're going to find the cast backwards, but Garen is very, very tanky. Slows down, doesn't seem to matter, though. Roots up the squad, still walking backwards. He just refuses to die. Garen, invincible in a 2v4.
And he only gets tankier from the rest of the game. He's going to be able to sustain up a lot as they're now trying to bring a fight back with Gragas and Kiana ultimate down.
And we get the confirmation that also trying to pick Garen. Not going to be a way the game moves forward. The way I think Griffin closes this is getting control vision as Battleland already falls low and forcing face checks. That's where Poppy, Elise, Yuumi can get picks across the map.
Fight down here. Yeah, still battling across this map is the Shy, putting some damage towards Chovy, but stacking armor is Poppy with both those soul lanes doing that kind of damage is not doing a whole lot.
And the Shy is the other hyperscaler that IG can try and use to win this game. While IG has been trying to make all these plays, the Shy is just filling himself with minion gold and is kind of, I feel like, trying to rush towards an Infinity Edge, so he would also be someone who can slice through.
And honestly, you'll probably feel like the strongest champion in mid-game fights is going to be Chovy. It's against 3 AD damage dealers, and stacking armor on Poppy always super high in terms of ability. But the Rift Herald down to 4,000 health here.
Ult's still down on IG, so it's hard for them to force a good fight.
Going to be good damage on the Viper. They're going to have to jump back into the pit, but now without the silence, going to make it much more difficult. The Shy walks up, puts down the wind wall, takes the ignite, gets ulted, and looking for the engage. Good smite, good claim by Tarzan. Is there still to be a fight to be had? No, the polymorph in, big damage, trying to book down Mega Gnar, but he can still flash in, and a nice zone use buys some space. Tarzan drops down. Sword should lose his life as well, as they're not killing the Kog'Maw. It's a complete wipe. Poor Lehens has nowhere to go, and that's one life down, an ace for IG.
And IG just destroy Griffin in that fight. Griffin take so long to kill the Rift Herald. They just let the Kog'Maw and the Yasuo warm up, and the triple kill for Kog'Maw is the perfect thing as IG break this game open.
Exactly. It feels like we saw the game-breaking moment. Griffin had so many things in their mind. Clearly wanted to pick up the Rift Herald, but they weren't respecting the chance for a collapse to actually be successful. And when Sword's Mega Gnar bar actually doesn't end up being the thing that zones away the enemy, they've taken too much incidental damage before the engage can happen.
By the time the fight starts, Chovy's at 15% health, so Griffin actually needed to bail as much as they could, but they had no way out other than trying to fight through. Really just actually IG's patience that ends up paying dividends in this fight.
I feel like Sword's ult was also pretty crap right there. Aims pretty much straight up, pushes the Kog'Maw to relative safety. Again, this team is basically all melee. Only the Gnar could follow through. Garen had to peel back and fight the Shy instead. And so 2,500 damage, highest in the fight, goes to the Kog. That was scooped to safety.
And it only gets better for IG. Infernal Drake is up. Sword is top lane without teleport. It feels like that one fight has kind of broken Griffin's map play, at least temporarily. They've decided they're unwilling to 5v5, which is probably the right call based on the power spikes IG just hit.
But that plays into some of our analysis about how Griffin's comp plays. From ahead, controlling space, having to come to them, absolute terror for IG to deal with. But when they don't control maps, when they're often going to be behind in terms of vision control, they're a fiercely melee team with low damage at best.
Well, they're going to try to find their comeback somewhere, but already the game seems like it's flipped. A 3,000 gold lead in the Infernal's Tide. As another turret falls, it's closer and closer to 4,000 as IG can already look at the fact that they've got 2 completed items of the Kog'Maw. This is Kog Online. This is Blade of the Ruin King Rageblade. He's going to destroy everything.
Look at the scale here. It's about 3,500, 3,800 gold. All in that play, around the 5 kills, and so much of it going on to the Kog'Maw.
It almost feels like IG should just win the game from this point on, is what you would think. And it would be on Griffin to need to split them up, find exactly the right team fights and get picks. Otherwise, IG has the gold in the right places.
Honestly, it feels like Griffin have to get Baron control and find a way to kill it, even though they have very low Baron speed here. Yeah. That's the objective that brings you back into a game. And that's a 2-part plan where before, they kind of controlled wherever they roamed to first. Now we've already seen them seed an Infernal Drake, and some of the queries about whether they can make an objective play happen, it'll at minimum take a long time, and we already saw that can be turned around by IG.
Well, we've mentioned power spikes a few times. I want to point out a very smart item out of Viper here with the adaptive helm coming through. Jackie Love is nothing but, okay, not nothing but largely on-hit magic damage, repeated magic damage, which he will deny quite a lot of, so at least that's valuable here. And if you can still catch that backlane, if you get a really good flash cocoon, there's not a good way out. Jackie Love's got flash, not cleanse. There's no QSS. There's no Mikhails on his squad right now. Maybe that comes in at some point soon as Baolan adds a couple of fairy charms to maybe push towards that.
Yeah, Baolan should be building the Mikhails next. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed in the item choices based on kind of the ways that Griffin can win this game. It's all about if they can catch out Jackie Love in a fight.
We're probably not at the tipping point yet where damage items outweigh kind of the early tankiness that Griffin have been able to pick up and how their champions interact with the stats they picked up. So there still is that perfect setup from Griffin, but like we've alluded to multiple times, it needs to be dealing with Jackie Love, forcing him to flash out or just put out no DPS in a fight. Right now, it's just standard laning phases of the game as we see everyone returning here. The Baron about to respawn, though, or at least spawn for the first time, and that will be the focal point of this game.
And towards the top they go. Can they find Sword? The answer is no. They're going to turn back around and let that one just go back towards his tier 2 turret. But Baron is spawned on the map. The range advantage clearly does go to Invictus Gaming. And actually, they found the engage anyway. It was just Rookie who snuck up, finds his stun, but now an engage in the top river, and they will shut down the Kog'Maw. They take down the jungler as well, and Griffin find the 2-for-1 fight.
And that could have been a very good play for IG, but when you send both your solo laners up to top lane, you should not be contesting River with the rest of your team. So Griffin are able to find the comeback and actually win out on that trade.
That exposed underbelly being taken advantage of is exactly why people were skeptical of IG picking up the win here. They do make those fundamental errors where they lose out to a TP advantage on the top lane, or they allow themselves to be collapsed when they're just straight up getting a 1-for-0 in the top side. We're going to see the full replay. This is the top side play where Rookie did not have to walk through vision for the first time this game. And the burst is pretty insane, let's be real, but it's this other side where Viper's flash is enough to close the distance on the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Cocoon landed at the start by Tarzan, and that makes the close fairly easy. Griffin will need more fights almost exactly like that if they want to look to come back in this game.
All right, so next up, Baolan picks up Forbidden Idol, adds some more shielding power there, and we'll continue to wait to see what finally that comes through into. 3,000 gold difference still. Invictus Gaming, the ones who are richer here, but you are seeing what these picks can look like.
Yeah, and speaking of money, look at the Shy CS right now. 248 at 21
My
minutes.
eyes went to the same place.
Yeah, the top lane average for CS at 20 for top laners this tournament was 166. The Shy was at least 50 over the tournament average in this game, and he's not slowing down anytime soon.
It's a matchup that only gets better with levels for the Yasuo, and he's close to Flame Horizoning at 22 minutes. So that lets you know the side lane around the TP Gnar is not going to be a win condition for Griffin. How they can actually stop that just being another reason that IG have mid-game supremacy. Roams like this would go a long way. Jovi's flashes up.
They might just go for him.
At a potential slow towards Jackie Love. Is the team going to go forward? Viper burns the Q. W's to go backwards. You can see, though, that health bar gets burned down, and now it might be time for Ning to walk in. Pulls Predator. Decides to only kill a ward now instead. Yeah. Looking again at the poke. They're going to find a little bit. Ballet does take pretty good damage there. Keep in mind, that is a pretty scary Lulu who is now finally building towards Ludens.
And Griffin is kind of on the wrong side of the map right here. The 22-minute Ocean Drake isn't that valuable. I would say Baron control would be much more important. Not to mention the Shy is still getting bottom lane pressure. So while Griffin looked for that play, they actually lost a decent amount of wave tempo as they now try and move to get Baron control.
And a very small thing that came from the 5 kills earlier, we were focused on how much gold Kog'Maw picked up, is that all 5 stacks of Ingenious Hunter went to Gragas, and he's actually just using Predator just to pull people out of the fog, work out where Poppy is, because you have to respond to the Predator pot coming out. So it's actually getting a lot of value there, that CDR on the Predator. It's actually off cooldown again already.
And the Shy grabs the Ocean Drake. Not the most meaningful this later on in the game, but it does have some use when you're considering that Yumi poke is one of the primary tools that Griffin has to get around the map. Once the fight starts, of course, that turns off. The Shy's got to run away. He's in a 1v3, gets the Q out, not the wind wall. It's going to be rough to try to get away. Doesn't have a good way out. Gets shut down, and Griffin get a kill to get a bit of map control.
Important second point that they knew that Kog'Maw was on a reset, so there was no Baron potential, sending 3 members to kill the Yasuo. A big amount of shutdown, experience, and also map reset now granted to Griffin.
And that's the other side of the Shy. You don't get 270 CS at 22 minutes without being a little bit greedy and taking some rather large risks. So at that point, yes, the team was on a reset. Yes, he should have gone back. That's the correct League of Legends play. But he wanted to greed for the blue buff, and he gets caught out for it. And it costs IG a lot. He loses the wave pressure, more gold goes on the sword, he's able to get solo turret gold, he's more likely to be able to match Gnar, and the actual game is now within 1.5K.
Yeah, overall about 1,000 gold went back to Griffin off of that.
We'll see what they can do in terms of map setup here, because already some spotting control wards around the red side jungle, and for once, Gnar being able to push the minions in a bot lane turret. Usually that, again, means that you can start making Baron plays, but we talk about this often. There's very little Baron threat coming from the side of Griffin, so as IG, you can take those extra half seconds to talk to your team and really get the comms straight, because you don't respect a rush of Baron by Griffin really at all.
Might not be a rush of Baron. I know we talked about Mikhail Skrupel coming in. It's going to be the redemption, though, through for Baolan. Instead, Jackie Love stops to pick up QSS, then pushes forward on damage items. I agree with you, Jad. I would like the greedier Kog'Maw build, rely on the Lulu for that, but it's just the way they played it.
The whole game, I feel like, could potentially pivot on whether or not
trying
Jackie
right
can
now. They look
outduel.
for the root. Pops QSS, runs backwards, but he's still silenced. Flash to the wave, and Sword's right on top of him. And again, Jackie Love goes down. He is unable to fight, and it's time for Griffin to push through. They've knocked back Rookie. Looks like they're going to disengage, just take the single kill. That's 3 in a row. The Griffin find a single kill and walk back.
And that's what they can do when they have summoners up and they're able to gap close in multiple different ways. We laid it out clearly. Jackie Love goes down. IG definitely have to reset and wait for him. How much can Griffin threaten?
Gnarl's up. They find the stun. They're going to knock down Rookie. Had to face check the brush. And Griffin continued to find more kills. Chovy finds almost a stun on the Shy as well. Sword wants in for the slow. Will be disengaged finally.
And their team play has been so good. They still have Flash on Garen for the next time Jackie Love comes up. So I think they're going to try and repeat these pick plays around Baron. Remember, their Baron is very slow. So it's going to be difficult for them to actually take it. Therefore, they're going to try and get picks off of vision plays.
Everything for Griffin after the 5 deaths around Rift Herald is difficult, and yet they're executing. Their decisions and how decisive they are is what is keeping them here, because otherwise, the Shy slamming sword and 5v5s are looking tricky getting towards a Kog'Maw who has a lot of mobility provided by the Lulu, and yet, so far, they're staying in this game, and IG's fundamental small mistakes that we've seen in groups, that we saw in the LPL, are holding them back from actually shutting the door on Griffin.
Little column A, little column B, some mistakes made by IG, and perhaps the Griffins were finding the openings. Cannot quite knock back Viper, walked up for the ward, turned around in time.
Thornmail actually is the first armor item done, and again, makes a lot of sense. Half a Kog'Maw damage, and Kiana and Yasuo needs no explanation there. So they've got a face checker for sure. Your control wards don't last long against Griffin, because eventually Garen walks up and deletes them. Speaking of deletion, we get the replay.
Yeah, and this was a small 20% slow onto Jackie Love into just a Yumi all in. So yes, they root, they silence, you can QSS flash, but you're just going into yet another engager. The key there was actually sword flanking around the side and being able to find access.
And then when it comes to this dark map, how long can you wait? Rookie did leave. This is about 15 seconds, right? So they could be on Baron here. Unfortunately, they're not when it comes to Rookie's perspective, and he goes down.
Yeah, and there was a very small window to pull that off, because Rookie was about to go invisible. That's why he jumped in to grab the Grass Blade and was planning on queuing immediately. So if the immediate stun didn't come through from Griffin, there's a chance that Rookie actually gets away from that.
Yeah, but still spotted out, taken down, and we can again look at the map state, a 900 gold difference. IG still in a small lead, still also up that one Ocean Drake, but a tight game here. Zeal done for the Kog'Maw. I am perennially on Kog'Maw watch. A Last Whisper in for Rookie, a Sterix Gauge plus the Infinity Edge done for the Shy. So I do want to point out that it's not always just Kog'Maw, right? The other champions matter a lot as well of the IG carries. They do have plenty of damage output there. The question is, can they withstand all the picks the Griffin are putting out?
Yeah, how long does it take for Griffin to kill Kog, and how much time does that buy the Shy to really do a bunch of damage in the fight, because there are 2 hyper carries that IG have in their roster.
But when we do see the usual setups of 5 champions in mid, the only person you can Gragas cast is the Yasuo, right? As backline.
Oh, they caught Rookie.
Found a catch. Rookie over the wall onto a ward, just goes down right away, and it means that's Inferno control yet again to Griffin. IG just needed a team fight, and Rookie hands it away.
Rookie's setups against TL really got them into the quarterfinals, but his setup there was well caught by the side of Griffins. To my point, though, they need to find a way to actually use their Gragas Yasuo to threaten, because so far, Gragas doesn't want to ult Yasuo, so Gragas doesn't want to ult Garen, because he's the only person he gets access to, and then Kog'Maw is killed. It's really about Ning finding a 3-4-man cast in a fight and getting the most out of the Shy, as the gold lead is definitely coming down.
Look at that comeback from Griffin. After they're a bunch of melee champions into a Kog'Maw, they have not allowed IG any favorable fight. They gave them the most favorable fight at Rift Herald, but being able to bounce back from that makes this a very competitive game.
It's best of 5, starting out strong can really help you kind of start forcing the pick and ban around, say, you know, we can't beat Garen, or we can beat Garen. You can start making things really awkward there as the blue goes over to Rookie pretty easily.
And this Garen Yuumi strategy isn't something that will make or break the series, but I can understand why Griffin wanted to throw it out in game 1, because you gain such a pick ban advantage if you're actually able to come back in a game like this where, okay, IG had the counter. They proved it doesn't work. It would just limit their ability to ban for the rest of the series.
And while pick ban advantage is one thing, think of the mental edge they get when you know that IG were probably prematurely feeling super confident after getting their 5 kills and coming back here. So edging out this game, coming from behind when so much in the side lane, and honestly the 5v5 scene set up for IG, has to be both a mental and drafting advantage to Griffin.
Well, items still coming through. Pretty close to Deadman's Plate now, and the Viper just needs the combine for that one. The second Adaptive Helm through onto the Poppy as well. The components right now on top of Sword, so it's a good mix of armor and magic resist on all the squad, and that is kind of the damage types here of IG. Cog tends to be about 50-50, and obviously Kiana and Yasuo very physical heavy. Gragas, you notice he did not go for the flat pin build. I think that's very, very smart. He's not going towards the Oblivion Orb because he knows his targets are all tanked with high magic resist. So often we see players buy the wrong items. This one, I want to give a high five to Ning for not doing a flat pin build in this game.
Completely agree with you. It's about IG finding the right type of target access. It's difficult because it is a bunch of tanks that they're going to have to be fighting against, so a lot of it is just extending the fight, properly kiting back, or can they actually just burst down this Baron? They have a lot of damage.
Looking at the setup now, trying to rush this one down. Viper coming around the wings. Jackie Liv shields up the first one. And there's Rookie looking for a big stun. Yasuo on top! And they're going to have Zord pop the Zonians. They've knocked down one, but it's only the Gragas. That's a big ult from Sword. Is the re-engage enough? Rookie's off in the wings, but Kog'Maw refuses to die. He's on 4. Looks for Chovy. It's stolen away. Rookie denies the Penta, but Baron, you have to believe, goes to Invictus Gaming.
And starting off that Baron allowed them to finally get the start they were looking for. Rookie not caught out this time. His start actually ended with a plum by Jackie Love.
And that fight was just decision overload for Griffin. Look at the Baron. We have to stop the Baron. Wait! Here's Rookie, and even though the start of the fight seemed like Griffin was able to turn it around early, the fact that they used so much of their burst on a Kiana who had already used the cooldowns meant they had nothing left for the decisive kill they needed on Kog'Maw. So yes, Yuumi repels the first engage. Windwall stops Tarzan, they burst the Kiana, and now Jackie gets to fire. The damage, it stopped. They don't have enough damage left, and you can see even though he gets very low, that's all the time it takes for the Kog'Maw to clean.
And the magic trick of the IG comp is create enough ruckus for Jackie Love to kill everyone on Hurricane, Rageblade, Kog'Maw. Speaking of,
the picks might get to start. The ult into the Yasuo, of course, again, those are takey champions. Don't quite get to go down. But you're seeing now IG ready for the push. Ult comes in. They're going to find Jackie Love. He's going to drop yet again. Griffin just jump right in. Look at the ulti in from Sword. And they are spinning to win all over the top of IG. A couple of kills come back. The Shy tries to run. Don't know if he can take this one. He cannot. But Rookie's here and Baolan's right behind him. It's overall 3 deaths on IG. Only 2 down on Griffin.
And IG is teamwork away from being unbeatable because their individual mechanics are so good, but then they face check 4 people down mid lane while Rookie is prepping a side wave and get immediately engaged on.
And that's the amazing thing, is it's what we built up. It really does feel like the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, because at the end of the day, for all IG do right and the game-breaking moves they make, they keep not having the fundamentals to close it out in a timely fashion.
Here comes a flank from Rookie.
TP
and
coming in as well.
It's a Yasuo.
Going for the big play. They're going to find that stun. But do they have the damage to kill a Garen? With Kog'Maw, they probably do. But here come the
Kog'Maw.
Suddenly they are on top of him. And yet again, Jackie Love doing so much true damage in this game, but not enough to kill the champion.
I completely missed it. Yasuo is dead. It was a Kog'Maw flank. You can't do that in a situation like this.
The flanking Kog'Maw is not the deadliest.
That's a new one.
That is definitely not what you're looking for here, and Jackie Love has been known to make those mistakes on occasion. Not recently. A wonderful year for him, but now, suddenly, IG have a lot of it to do all over again, even though they've broken open this game twice in clear fashion.
We take a bit of a breather here. We've got a minute left on Baron, but it feels like IG's not going to get to use that very much, waiting for Jackie Love to respawn. Big fight in the mid lane, doesn't turn into a kill right away, but the re-engage so good from Griffin.
Yeah, the big thing you have to note is that Kiana was just bottom lane clearing out a wave, so Griffin know he's not that close. And they say, okay, Jackie Love, you stepped up. We know you have no flash. We're just going to kill you. And they do that. And then even after that happens, look at how much damage the Shy is able to pump out. Stop watching at about 200 health. He actually nearly kills Lehans as well after that fight is over, but eventually they chase him down.
It's all about the timing there, and we saw this play, and we knew that Yasuo had perished, so we assumed it's going to be Yasuo in the backline. No, it's a Kog'Maw who thinks that he has a flank angle. Nope, Final chapter's back up. They're able to deal with him, and suddenly, somehow, we're basically all even again at 35 minutes.
And you feel like the scaling has to be in the favor of IG. If Jackie Love can just sit and fire, he's a late enough game Kog'Maw that he'll be able to shred, but we just don't know if that situation is going to arise. He's still flashless. His scimitar is up, which will give him some mobility. Baolan does have his wild growth at this point, so it's a lot of extra health they can pump into him, but we just don't know what's going to happen next.
Red Buff, I think, is actually a really huge deal here with the Hurricane. Love Hurricane against melee heavy compositions. Jackie Love going to try for something as they find the slows back and forth. Viper pushed a bit back. Sword charging up, though. Meganar is imminent here. That is a cooldown, a state that IG must respect. We can see we're 2 minutes away from Baron respawning here, and I wouldn't be surprised if IG just stayed on this screen for the next 100 seconds or so.
If they can keep eyes on all of Griffin and avoid a flank, then Jackie will be very happy. Because if he can actually flash backwards to continue DPS, with that flash not taking him into yet another threat, that's how IG wins.
So we have to say, viewers, where is that likely to happen? The Baron is where it happened. The last time where they could actually make it about what they wanted rather than respecting every flank angle that Griffin was coming on. Baron himself spawns in a minute 15. And I imagine that is IG's conventional way to find a game-breaking lead.
And we had a lot of discussions before the series about how this could range from a 3-0 smash for Griffin to a 3-0 smash for IG, depending on which version of these teams showed up. What I'm really happy about is it feels like this is the best scenario where the evenly matched versions of these teams are facing each other. The strengths are apparent. The weaknesses are as well, and they're just battling it out.
And you just want to see them roll through different pick-ban strategies. Put Viper on a conventional AD carry and see how that will carry forward, because if the play level stays the same, we're in for a banger of a series.
Once again, we go to the mid lane wave clear, 30 seconds away from Baron spawning as they push on forward. It's Griffin first to shove this one in. The resets have already come through for IG. No more time to shop. You have to play around this top river right now.
And that control where they just got killed by Griffin is the brush they actually need to control. But if you look at their inventories, they only have enough space for one control ward, so it's actually very difficult for them to be able to stop those flank angles.
And as you mentioned that, IG walk right back in and reclaim all that territory. Yumikyu used for some wave clear. Once again, Griffin can push in mid, but they have to walk through again all over IG's wards.
And our issue now is, now that we're late enough in the game, is how does Griffin actually break the game open themselves rather than responding to an IG mistake? That is trickier for them as their damage profile gets lower and lower. They want to be able to contest and close the distance, but Jackie Love unlikely to just give over his life in the front line once more.
Poke continuing, wave clear continuing. They know from the Dead Scuttle Crab that IG are probably safe at this Baron. Griffin are not trying it. Their over-the-wall Baron takes pretty rough. Overall, you could probably blast cone in, but that's it. As Rookie runs around the bottom side of the map, hiding inside this Drake pit. We know that's spawning in 40 seconds. He's looking for maybe a flank play. As Griffin, they can be seen taking down some of the wards. Now the Southern River, some of it belongs to Griffin as well.
But Griffin is getting starved out of wards. Even though they have 2 sight stones, they've used all of their ward charges on both of those sight stones and only have 1 sweeper left. So they say, we can't play this vision game any longer. Let's go for something. Griffin are actually the ones that start the play.
Right as Scuttle despawns, forward they go. Rookie wants to scout, can't see it just yet. They see, okay, that's like 3 Griffin members. That's not enough to stop the Baron. We're safe yet again. Kog'Maw, rank 3 ultimate, has massive, massive range. Jackie Love can spot check that constantly. Barrelland chunked down, but as long as he stays far enough back, that's going to be okay as well. Continued poke, but it's all into Fog of War. The control ward's not bad for IG. Sword by himself, can't go to Mega, looking for the engage. They're layering the CC, and Sword this time is caught out. A blunted object as Redemption puts health bars up, and IG dare a 4v5 team fight. Damage onto the Baron, waiting to burn that one down, looking for the re-engage. 2 crucial ults are down. Windwall comes down. At what point does the re-engage happen? Rookie only has so many tools, and health bars are low. The Baron is smitten. And IG get to walk away with a kill and the Baron.
And that is such a long death timer. Griffin is scrambling to try and find the right decision. They move straight to Elder because they know IG has a reset, but they are fast coming out. And remember, Griffin can't kill objectives quickly, so it's still 4v5. Griffin is trying for some miracle.
They're looking for a gank rush here. They know they can't just rush down Jackie Love.
They might get Jackie.
He's in the front, the stun only hits one there, he flashes back for the safety. This could still be a team that IG wins, despite the first 2 kills.
3v4.
Here comes Rookie, here comes the Windwall, all on top, and Viper has to flash to get away, same for Tarzan. They might stay alive, but the Shy is right over the wall and gets the shutdown all the same. It's still a 3v4 for living members as Nar just respawns. There's a fight now between Chovy and Rookie. The armor is quite high, the armor pen's still the same. Still outnumbered, but the damage comes through, flashes away from the boomerang, and Jackie Love can absolutely kill Sword here. The Shy pretty much immune to dragon damage as Griffin kite away. The 3-on-3 though, the carries are the ones alive. IG should wrest control, but they are afraid of what the re-engage might look like. They're actually going to disengage here, drop the wards, and let the Shy get away.
They don't have their jungler. Tarzan is the only one with smite.
Poke's coming through. Does he try?
He doesn't even try.
They're not going to. Dragon comes over, and here's the re-engage. They find the stun, and Sword will die as soon as he respawns. Blue buff handed over. IG have such a lead now.
Death timers are so long that walking up and getting the Elder and dying for 50 seconds is not something Tarzan calculates as the right move. I actually really like this approach where they try to get a pick rather than slowly rush down the Elder. But Jackie Love having flash up and then Hurricane autos means the Shy and Rookie can fight back on the back end.
That backward sidestep by Jackie Love, so the Cocoon gets graciously tanked by his jungler Ning, is absolutely worth, because the fact that IG end up having their 3 carries up and there's no longer a Garen for the ideal Yuumi delivery system means IG can win in the ensuing chaos.
And you just feel like the paranoia must be there for the Griffin fans if they lose with this again. Different approach to the game, lower damage, does echo some of the Pantheon Talia games they lost to SKT in the spring final. They've got plenty of games to reset, it's a full best of 5, but IG knocking on the Nexus soon.
Chovy's ult unable to disengage them, so that's going to be middle inhibitor turret gone. The inhibit self now under fire. 6,000 gold lead, still a minute left on both Baron and the Elder Dragon buffs. It's going to be very hard to fight this squad.
I don't think Griffin should go for a fight here, because IG is just going to try and clean inhibitors. There's a good chance this goes to either the next Baron or the next Elder, but it is an even more secure lead for IG.
Recall comes through for Rookie, seemingly that they don't want to fight for the inhibitor itself, just clear away his last few waves. Now, Jackie Love has no more items to buy. Every slot is full, and there's not a lot I would replace there. So giving him the farm is a little awkward because Ning has an item and a half to go.
Honestly, in the late game, very often damage outstrips tankiness when you try to match it with purchases, when your gold just can't withstand the sort of damage that can be purchased. So with all these tank items, Viper and the rest of Griffin are still very mortal, and Jackie Love is so strong.
If Rookie could find some type of flank, IG would go for the win. What they're probably hoping for is the second inhibitor, because Griffin will have such poor wave clear against 2 waves of supers, IG would potentially never wrest control of the game back.
Baron buff already gone. Elder Dragon out in 3
wall
seconds.
down, maybe they go.
The region. There's the dive into the front lines. He wasn't cast, buys a bit of space. They look for the re-engage. A stun towards Sword. He's very, very low. The Shy staying alive. Here comes the re-engage. Maganar puts them all against the wall, but Jackie Love, that's what you got to care about here. Sword barely staying alive, and Jackie Love on the other side of the fight. They should be able to chase down this Gnar. One more open. He's going to run away. Instead, it's the rest of the squad trying to run out, and it's a double kill in for Rookie. Only 1 dead for IG.
IG's just going to push towards the base. There's only 2 people left for Griffin. I think they win.
Minions on the Nexus turrets now as well. Battle Entrance buys some space with Tarzan there, as that's going to be the turrets falling down. There's only 2 surviving members. They cannot stop this push anymore. Tarzan does his best, but he is a squirrel and he's going to die, and that's the cat gone as well. The wildlife is gone. It's Invictus Gaming and a slobber knocker taking down game 1.
What a fascinating game between Griffin and IG. We tried to build it up. What would it look like? Which IG, which Griffin? We see the best and worst of all of them, and yet we're probably still left, Jat, with even more questions after game 1. We need to load in and get this series going even further.
Which IG will show up? Which Griffin will show up? Yeah, that's what we got this game.
The answer is yes.
Yes, they showed up, and I can't wait to see what this means for the rest of the series, because we know big picture, it's a world champion. Those are 5 world championship players that just beat Garen Yumi to win game 1. And this is a Griffin who, as you mentioned, have tried gambits at the start of best of 5s before, had them fail, and then it didn't really feel like they had a plan B. So what's Griffin's plan B going to be? Because now, with the Kog'Maw Lulu proving, barely, but proving superior, IG has that edge.
They had the answer. I don't know if they had the proof. I think the working maybe gets partial credit. The answer, though, was correct. They were able to pick up the victory. What it all means, because it's very easy to drop the Garen Yumi and go more conventional, get some more damage out of the mid lane. Or is it, no, it was the execution, roll it back, and potentially lose a game 2.
I mean, there were some interesting execution choices right here. We had a very high death game for Jackie Love, tried to maximize that Kog'Maw passive. That said, 1,183 damage per minute, which I'm not surprised for Hurricane Kog'Maw with a Lulu against 4 melee, but a banger of a game to be sure. For more on game 1, let's head over to State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Freak. A banger, a slobber knocker. You could keep the adjectives coming because what a game 1 to kick off our quarterfinals here. Very back and forth between the squads, but it is our defending world champions that come out with the 1-0 in the scoreline.
And look, that is not a clean game of League of Legends. I don't think the best of IG or Griffin showed up in that game, and it was so back and forward. And I think that both teams, like, that's not a momentum builder game 1.
No.
You know, backstage, both teams just go, what the heck happened there?
I don't know. I think if you win that game, you're walking away, you're like, oh, thank God.
Well, but that's it, right? It's a thank God. It's not a, well, now it's in the bag kind of a feeling. I do want to roll us to Champions Select because we had a lot of preconceived notions about this matchup, playstyle-wise, and how each of these teams might come to the table. Some came out to chalk and expectations, and some threw us for a loop.
Yeah, so I'll start by saying that I thought that Griffin played very well with the draft that they have. Like, it's probably the worst draft that I've seen in memory. Like, I'm scratching real hard, and I just don't see it for them.
I mean, one of the things that you can say kind of went somewhat to expectation is both the way that top lane was drafted and played out, right?
Okay.
We have Gnar as the safe blind pick. He's going to build defensively. He's going double door and Tabby's Rush, trying to just survive. And you have the Shy going Hail of Blades Yasuo, which is extremely lane focused. It's about the all-in. It's about, you know, the cooldown reduction from that attack speed on your Steel Tempest, as well as the 3 quick auto attacks to threaten 100-0 style of all-in. And that's somewhat what allows him to gain this monumental lead.
And I think that at the same time, you know, that was well read from Griffin. Gnar is one of the few champions that has a relatively safe laning phase and does provide utility as a good laner in the late game throughout the team fight. And I think Griffin, when you look at the other half of the map, they went with roaming mid laner to try and match Rookie, you know, a very tanky composition. And this comp was just all about being able to get on whatever bottom lane marksman that IG played towards and being able to make his life miserable in the early game.
And this is, though, kind of where they lost me. I actually was all aboard for the top lane matchup. I was all aboard for the Poppy, I think, into Kiana Yasuo. That makes a lot of sense. But they didn't draft any sort of consistent damage to actually, you know, buy time for, right? You know, what are you doing if you're playing weak side of the map in top lane, allowing yourselves to seed lane to this Yasuo? Who's the scaling person who's getting something out of that, right? You have a Garen who's not even going Black Cleaver, pure tank on the bottom side. I think with a standard marksman, if this is Xayah or Kai'Sa or something down there, this would have been great.
We're going to try and make some sense of those picks and the way things played out throughout the game. But first, I do want to take a look at that featured matchup in the top lane. As you mentioned, the picks very much aligned with what we expected. The play as well. The Shy building an enormous CS lead throughout the game on that Yasuo. Just kind of, you know, having his way with Sword in the side lanes.
Yeah, and I think that's what we expected in this one. In fact, they even drafted so heavily, like you said, for the laning phase to be able to deal with that. So laning phase worked exactly as expected, and they had the support topside. Ning went topside, gave him that. Every time they had like, or at least there was 2 specific moments where they had crashing waves that Gnar couldn't really deal with that. It was more so, you need to continue to set that up as the game goes on. So 14, I would say 20 minutes onwards, Yasuo should not be really teleporting or like moving towards the fight unless direly needed. That Gnar can't deal with him in the split. The Shy oftentimes roamed out of the lane. You could say the same for Kiana. It was actually just the Shy, or at least IG as a whole, looking for team fights too heavily, and it wasn't shining really well on the Shy.
That was the top lane. Now let's go to everywhere else on the map, where some of the things caught us by surprise. When trying to identify where Griffin's win conditions were, I want to take a look at the bot lane dive. This ward here, not spotted out by IG, will be the teleport ward to buy them a double kill.
And this was a really nice setup from Griffin, so credit to them, right? They're going for these aggressive moves. They know they have kind of a more mid-early game comp. I mean, this was Moby Boots Poppy as your mid laner, so they were trying to set up for these roams, for these plays on the bot side to try to get down there, put the Kog'Maw behind so that Jackie Love would never really be able to come online.
But this is the tough spot, because with the composition that they have, they just don't have range, right? Even after getting the double kill, they immediately have to reset because Gragas is in the bot side, so you're not going to get turret plating. They just can't get any significant gold after that with all the resources they pulled in to get the kill.
However, I do want you to think about how the LCK plays, right? Because with that bottom lane advantage, you would expect an LCK team to not challenge for any of the dragons and not challenge for the Rift Herald because they've already established themselves that early game. That is not what we saw in this game. When they do go towards a Rift Herald, it's actually going to be IG challenging Griffin again from a deficit. And I think those 3 kills at the Rift Herald fight is actually what swung this game back into IG's favor. Any other team in the LCK, in my opinion, does not challenge this.
And I'll give you the credit here, Spawn, because you called this in Countdown. You said a 1K gold lead 10 minutes, a 2K gold lead 10 minutes. IG will still choose to take these fights.
No Kiana ultimate. No Lulu ultimate. There is nothing available in this fight for IG to be able to use in their ideal composition. They just burnt it all on Garen Uni top lane, who then walked down to this fight with full health, and still somehow IG are able to pick up the teamfight victory.
There was this really nice bit here that you saw from Gnar walking in. Lulu also polymorphed him. The ultimate from Yasuo to keep him at bay. So there was a lot of great ideas that IG had to essentially just stop Griffin's play.
But Raz, you called it. They expected the Shy with his CS lead to be bottom lane still, to be split pushing. Instead, he rotates the play. They expect a Kiana that doesn't have ultimate to not want to fight over that objective. So I think that Griffin really underestimated just how much IG is going to challenge them in this mid game. I don't think you make that mistake twice. I think you check more boxes the next time around.
From there, of course, we saw a very back and forth game. We saw misplays, mispositions by people on both sides of the coin. Jackie Love multiple times dying after Baron's picked up. We saw Sword caught out of position to spell disaster for Griffin. And I think that's where we return to this idea that this is not necessarily going to be a huge momentum building game because both teams will come off of stage and say, there are things to work on. So I come to you, Azale, and I say, with IG moving to red side here in game 2, for Griffin, what's the answer? Do you just run away from this Garen Yuumi back to what you've known? Or does that initial dive give you confidence that you can execute this as long as you're a little bit cleaner?
I think you can just temper it, right? You can do Garen Yuumi in the bot side, but put it it alongside a Tristana or a Lucian or some sort of marksman. You can do Poppy in the mid lane, but don't put it alongside that Garen Yuumi. We need to see a more well-balanced comp.
Well, all three of you spotted IG one game in your Griffin predictions. That's the one, so they're going to have to string 3 back to back to back. IG and Griffin are kicking off the quarterfinals, and here you're watching them through the lens of the Oppo mobile cam, designed to make sure you won't miss a moment of Worlds 2019. Now, the reigning world champions are 1-0 up, but Griffin are looking to bounce back when we return.
Viper's Garen, but he can still flash in, and a nice Zonius buys some space. Tarzan drops down. Sword should lose his life as well, as they're not killing the Kog'Maw. That's a big ult from Sword. Is the re-engage enough? Rookie's off in the wing, but Kog'Maw refuses to die. He's on 4. Gonna find Jackie Love. He's gonna drop yet again. Griffin just jump right in. Look at the ulti in from Sword, and they are spinning to win all over the top of IG. Stunned towards Sword. He's very, very low. The Shy staying alive. Here comes the re-engage. Aganar puts them all against the wall, but Jackie Love, that's what you gotta care about here. And that's the cat gone as well. The wildlife is gone. It's Invictus Gaming and a slobber knocker taking down game 1.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back for game number 2 of this best of 5. If you missed the first one, you missed a lot of 44-minute banger of a game. IG won in the late game team fights, and we are back. IG's choice of side now in game 2. They choose red this time around. We have switched sides now as Griffin get to first pick Jace for themselves.
Yeah, on the blue side, Griffin ban away the Gragas and ban away the Renekton as well to allow for a Jace pick to be a bit safer. At least Renekton, we saw a lot in Korea to answer any of these top players that want to push and get turret plates. That duo no longer available.
Yeah, and I wonder what Invictus Game is going to counter with here, is they're very slow with their second set of picks.
Lee Sin already locked here. They know they want this one as a jungle pick for Ning. Gonna play something volatile. You have to imagine the Shy is just absolutely destroyed Sword up in the top lane. Had help from the team to be sure, but that was the most lopsided matchup of the day. And I figure pushing that a little bit more, turning the knife, I think is a good choice.
Yeah, definitely trying to avoid it from happening to Sword again with the first pick Jace, I think is important. And we still actually don't know if Griffin has completely abandoned the Garen Yuumi, because that's the big question we have, is are they going to try it again, or are they actually going to switch it up?
And while Sword is their prototypical Jace player, they've actually played Jace in 3 roles in solo queue as recently as yesterday. They're very much flexing a 3-way. It won't be going bot lane this time. The Xayah Rakan, which Viper and Lehans have been playing with a plum at this time, is locked in. It seems like the tournament AD carry meta is going to become a bit more standard.
All right, back to the expected bottom laners here. I appreciate Griffin trying with the Garen pick themselves. They knew, of course, a bot lane pick was available. The Kog'Maw could have come back right away, or even the Vayne that they banned around last time. So, okay, back to the very expected bottom lane here. No surprise to see these 2 champions come through. And we'll wait to see what twists come through later on in this draft.
Yeah, IG sees an opportunity to try and pinch Tarzan's champion pool because they've taken away Lee Sin. Gragas was pre-banned, Qiyana's gone, Elise is gone. And I also wouldn't be too surprised to see Chovy go with something like a Galio in the mid lane, but we'll have to see.
But Chovy does like to play the Aurelia and the AD class where possible, so I don't mind at least Talia style bans to come out here from the side of IG. When it came to the blind pick Jace, which could very much be top, I did think of Vladimir as probably where the Shy would go, as kind of a game-breaking champion rather than a laning advantage for the Vladimir by any means. So that is going to be compositionally banned here again. So will it just be the double AP jungle bans? Will not. It's going to be the Rek'Sai, so an early pathing jungler also knocked out.
Yeah, a lot of the cream of the crop gone. Gragas banned away, Elise banned away, Rek'Sai banned, and Lee Sin taken. We certainly need a jungler still for Griffin. And they have left essentially Rookie to find his counter matchup without any further bans towards that one. And now with a support needed as well as a top laner, they're looking at the engage options between Nautilus and Leona. Those are the primary ones you play against Rakan. Nautilus will be the lock-in for Baolan.
Couldn't get quite more meta with the bottom lane picks so far, and you can see they're definitely saving the Shy's counter for last.
Yeah, other teams would perhaps counter pick support to get the 2v2 advantage, RNG maybe, but in this game, going to be much more the standard. Will be Galio for Chovy, and look at this, going to be the Galio Jarvan that we've already saw come out of TL earlier this tournament. Very reliable engage duo. In fact, this is about as standard a draft as Griffin. Very much a far point removed from game number 1 draft.
Yep, go completely different in game 1, pop back in game 2, and the Jace actually going up against the Kale from the Shy.
All right, you answered, Papa Smith. You said, hey, do we want a game-breaking champion or do we want a lane-dominant champion? The Kale is more of a game takeover champ. The laning phase can go well. I don't expect the Shy to win it, but if he gets the kind of farm he did in the Yasuo game, this Kale's taken over.
Do expect it to be Kale top. I started wondering about LeBlanc tops that have come out in fits and spurts in the past, especially in China, but unlikely.
We've seen something very similar to this matchup already out of Sword. It was against Wonder's Kale, however. What was interesting to me about that matchup is the CS was actually very close between those two, all the way up until the mid game, and it was the map that broke around the Kale that ended up stopping him. So I can definitely understand why the Shy would go something like Kale into Sword's Jace, because he thinks he's going to be able to just get to his strong point and then win.
And I think what you're saying there is the nameplates are on from the side of the Shy. He looks at his opponent and says, this is a player who domestically struggled in skill matchups against the best Korean tops. I'm the best Korean top, but I'm just over in China. I'm the Shy. So I think he is confident, but it's going to be on Sword to prove him wrong.
Well, Sword on his most comfortable champion by far. Jace easily his most played by a mile. Tarzan pushed down to the Jarvan, and I'm excited what can happen now that we've got Viper with a Xayah in his hands to take over the game. We can see his beautiful arena of Spanish viewers, and we'll see what kind of show these players can put on for us now. The second game here, IG defending their World Championship title. Griffin hoping they can win their second best of 5 in as many years since joining the LCK. We'll see if they can do that here. We are onto the Rift here for game number 2 as the base gates drop and we can do battle.
And always such a pivotal game in these best of 5 series, how disastrous it can be to fall down 0-2 or how advantageous it can be for a team like IG who had multiple sweeps throughout their Worlds run last year, 3-0ing the semifinals and the finals, looking to kind of stomp down on Griffin in this game too.
You really feel like if it goes down to 0-2 from a Griffin side, not this again might be a thought in their minds, rather than competing earnestly for the victory here. Level 1s for now. Much more of a 5-point defense coming out from the side of IG, understandably, just wanting to stop there from being vertical jungling if possible and allow the Kayle as even a laning phase as you can get.
Well, minions spawning up, and we can see now as everyone goes to their various lanes. Klepto Kayle up there, Klepto LeBlanc. Press the attack is a little bit less common on, sorry, I'm blanking on Kai'Sa's name, there we go, but will be fun to watch all the same.
So my big question this game is, in my head, Jace runs at Kayle, should be priority lane for the Jace early, should have a lot more laning tools there, even though, like you mentioned, Jack, there is a counterpoint in terms of World's performance, and also bot lane. You know, Zyra Khan does Zyra Khan things, and Nautilus Kai'Sa will be largely gritting their teeth early, outside of maybe a crazy burst at level 2. The big unknown variable, the jungler, who traditionally is that coming from Fog. Jarvan has the most creative pathing opportunities, hits level 2 and can kind of go anywhere off one camp. Meanwhile, Lee Sin normally needs more of a head of steam some time. Therefore, can Tarzan actually break open one of these potential swingy lanes or just go top and dunk down on the Shy and get the flash down early?
Of course, it is electrocute on his sword. Already that first trade happened right there. Lands both Qs and autos once, and the Shy is chunked down. Has to chunk through 2 of the corrupting potion stacks already. Bottom lane kind of walking back and forth, waiting for the engages to happen. Just kind of going for stacks right now. Very intrigued to see how the eventual LeBlanc Galio matchup plays off, because of course you can taunt into backwards E and land a very big CC combo and make life easy there. Balan doesn't go for the Q, doesn't go for too much down there. Of course, it's on cooldown, tried a second ago.
I think for the most part, the Galio matchup against LeBlanc just looks to neutralize LeBlanc, which is why I really like Rookie's Kleptomancy, because he says, okay, if you're going to neutralize me, at least I'm going to get rich off of it. And then kind of hit the 2-item power point where I'll then look to roam. I think that's going to be Rookie's strategy here. So let's track the CS in these solo lanes, because we know it was very favorable for the Shy in game 1, and Rookie has been a dominant laner throughout the group stage. Would look to try and dominate in this game. Otherwise, Chovy will neutralize, leave the lane, and try and pull off Jarvan Galio combos on other parts of the map.
Yeah, the math checks out on what you're saying there. Very unlikely for Teleport LeBlanc to get any kills on Galio. Junglers might meet here. Ning has the information advantage.
Does stay away from the sweeper, so no outline spotted. Ning still around. Chovy not yet back to the lane.
He's hoping that Tarzan uses cooldowns, and actually, we're going to see a fight in the river.
Fight into the bottom river, 4-on-4 right away. Run of this one, the taunt's going to land. Here's the knock-up. They're going to knock down Jackie Love, and the kill crucially goes over to Viper. A root lands from Rookie, but Baolan has to run away. The re-engage available in a few seconds. Not going to go for any more kills, but the scuttle and the kill goes to Griffin.
The Griffin early game doesn't need a user manual. You know how much AoE hard crowd control they have. They find their man pre-flashed by Jackie Love, and from their Galio easily mopping it up.
And I think just an odd play by IG right there. They didn't have mid lane priority. They didn't really have bot lane priority, but clearly someone said, hey, help me with Scuttle Crab. Let's go for it. And Griffin was just way faster to that play.
I think it was one of those calls where Ning said, they didn't see me. We can watch them. He had the information about
the drop doesn't
flash,
matter. Though.
And he's ignited right now, so Ning could find his way in. Still has flash, can land the Q on the Viper. That's going to be some decent damage with the slow, but there's not really a re-engage available. Poke blocked by Viper helps keep Lehens alive, and that gank doesn't do very much except drop CS under the turret.
Those summoners out of Lehens, who is wearing the heal in this lane. As we can see, in fact, double defensive summoner spells. It's actually heal barrier being brought back not going to play through bot lane, apparently, Griffin, from those summoners. As here is that bot side play. Moment Chovy hit the taunt, you knew that JackeyLove was going down.
And getting the flash early was what ended up winning that fight for Griffin, knowing that JackeyLove was a level 3 flash with Kai'Sa, kind of allowed them to very easily pick their target.
Definitely interesting choice you mentioned, Baba Smithy. The fact that it's heal on Lehens and a barrier on Viper really prioritizing keeping him alive against the assassination potential of, say, a LeBlanc or an ult out of the Nautilus. I do want to point out how bad top lane is going for the Shy. Well played by Sword. That's a good taunt as well. But Sword with a 15 CS lead first force an early recall out of the Shy. This is a great return to form for the Griffin top laner.
Have to again point out the electrocute Jace
Yep.
instead of a phase rush Jace. So definitely going for stronger trades in lieu of a little bit of safety and potentially late game chase down damage. Will be better early on in the lane as he's been able to get some good poke down on the Shy.
So don't have a lot of tools as Kayle to deal with Jace in the early game. The transform, all the abilities, and the inferior jungle 2v2 as well. See how Ning problem solves himself out of the scenario he's in. Might just end up being a power farming to 6 at this point, because definitely can't swing top lane.
But once he's 6, I think Kayle wins many 2v2s as far as when people arrive. Just the power of the ultimate to be able to negate the other team's burst and then still fight back. I've seen a lot of Kayles be down 15 CS early and then win a 2v2 at level 6.
And absolutely that's what the ult is set up for, but then you start being swayed by heal barrier bot lane, Galio ultimate. You have to be really on point with cooldowns here, but on paper, speaking of paper.
Cooldown usage here as Rookie's taking some damage, hoping to kite away. Does jump and has to bring the ult forward as well. Low health bars. Red Smite adds plenty of damage there from Tarzan.
Yeah, and that's going to really help out Chovy in this lane, especially at this level 6 point with no teleport. Rookie's going to be completely out of corrupting potions. Chovy is full. So at this point, Rookie can't very safely farm Kleptomancy, and it will give Chovy the ability to roam and influence other lanes.
As there's multiple fires where Kayle's trying to deal with Jace, mid lane is also going the way of Galio temporarily, and that's the perfect time to walk down onto the Infernal Drake that controlled the river ever since the kill on JackeyLove, and this should be uncontested 2 games in a row to Griffin.
Very early Infernal, great stuff. They are certainly looking pretty solid here. Unlike the last game where they got the early kills, but the lanes weren't good enough. The gold lead was still with IG. This time around, the lanes are great. You've got CS leads in most of them, and even in the jungle as well, plus the Drake, plus everything else. This is a great early game for Griffin.
And it's on Griffin to actually continue to accelerate this because they are up against double Kleptomancy solo lanes and a Cull Kai'Sa. So IG have very clearly said that they're just going to wait a little bit and hope that Griffin can't punish them too hard.
Looking to punish down here, but easily walked away from. Lehens is just fine. Aftershock as well on this Rakan. We do see Guardian sometimes this champion, right? If you want to support your backline this time around. If he lands the knock-up for the charm, he's going to get the armor MR on himself. And now Ning wants top side, spotted by a ward, but level 6 on both the jungler and the top. Galio heading over, though. That's the big one. Chovy could match this, and Ning decides to not fight.
Yeah, one of the few champions who can help his top lane from mid. Just going invisible is enough to stop Ning from doing anything. Ning isn't even willing to stick around for the control ward kill.
Yeah, the second one.
It took a lot of time for LeBlanc to push in the minion wave, so understood that given the amount of time required for the right setup, it's unlikely to pick up a kill. Tarzan himself, straight down bot side.
Oh, a big knock-up down there. JackeyLove dead yet again. They're going for number 2 as Battleland's forced one away. Anchor onto the wall, but they're still chasing. He will just walk away, but a second plate taken down in this bottom lane. Griffin cracking open this source of gold.
Didn't spot if JackeyLove's flash was up or not, but it is still available after the play. Very decisive lane gank coming through from bot side. Gets another lead onto the Kai'Sa, who's kind of the crown jewel of this IG comp.
And those are the types of plays we saw against Griffin in their second, or for Griffin in their second round robin. Just incredibly clean play. See Ning topside. Immediately know, play as possible bot side. Get gold onto your carry. Now it's just a matter of how clean can they stay, because as we saw in game 1, IG can still bring these games back with any big play.
And you're reading the Kleptomancy Cull as, you know, a waving of a white flag. And that's another reason that suddenly there's only 2 turret plates available. Bot side, that they're happier to go for turret dives here because they know that IG, their first thought is a half step back, not a half step forward.
I do want to expectation set the Cole by, though, in a certain case, because he did start Doran's Blade. He died with 500 gold.
Sure.
He said, I can either go longsword and AFK for a while or get a Cole and have more regen in my lane. It's actually a better laning item than anything else you could buy, but this dive, just so good.
knock up into knock up. And doesn't look like the flash was necessarily up, although sometimes this can be unreliable. He will definitely have it for the next one.
Well played, well played. 1,100 gold lead to Griffin right now. Certainly looking like they don't have any signs of slowing down. The Essence Reaver already now completed for Viper. That's a great power spike, good stats out of that one. A ton of wave clear, plenty of damage output there. Mountain Drake spawns in 2 minutes. We'll probably see that one die nearly the time it spawns as well.
But it's fun that, honestly, what we're laying out for Griffin to do in this game 2 is not that different from game number 1 in that, okay, it's not the scaling here so much as you have those opportunities with double Klepto and the Kayle top lane to take whatever you go to first, just be proactive and snowball the game. So far, they've been very much on the front foot. They've got a Warrior Jarvan as well, which only makes their one item purchases stronger. So I think this is really about how much can you really cram here from this early game buffet on the side of Griffin. Otherwise, don't be surprised if IG bounce back at 2 items.
Tarzan definitely trying to play more like an assassin. The Galio doesn't give damage reduction anymore, so it's not as safe as it used to be, but they're clearly looking to play heavily around this bottom side and break that turret. And so far, it would be on IG to try and go somewhere else to get it back. And since they're losing bot lane, Ning doesn't want to go into a losing duel. That's how the game actually breaks open. You can't really gank a Galio. So he ends up spending a lot of time in this top lane, and I have to credit Sword for having good vision control and not falling prey to any ganks.
Why I don't feel good about early Lee Sin, late Kayle is they just really have so little they can do together for the majority of the laning phase. You need this fantasy state where Kayle has pushed up and you're threatening a dive with the Lee Sin, which the moment Galio is thrown in is also unreliable. So because of that, the topside plays actually suit Griffin to a T, unless the Herald can actually be tamed by the side of IG.
This is really big because IG's here first, but Griffin doesn't want necessarily to give up the Rift Herald. It would be a time for IG to win a fight if Griffin tries to contest the river without their AD carry and support.
Recalls coming through, and you can see Viper and Lehens both heading their way over, so Griffin would be able to contest in about 20 seconds, but that's too long to take. Ning's able to grab that one, and 2 minutes to go till the plates drop means they can donate 300 gold to one of those solo lanes.
Actually very important that IG took down that Rift Herald. Otherwise, we could have seen a 3-turret sweep for IG. There's still about 2 minutes left for Viper and Lehans to make an aggressive play, and then they could have used the Rift Herald mid. So very smart of IG to run for the Rift Herald there, knowing the bot turret was going to die anyway.
And honestly, not a lot for Griffin's duo lane to do bot side. There was no objectives to take with still not respawning Mountain Drake and the turret basically already dead, so because of that, they end up matching. They don't get anything, but they're onto this turret.
Might want to dive.
Griffin could have all 5. The Galio's walked up now already, all the way up the river, was holding the ultimate, doesn't need to do it, so instead the summon comes down to the mid lane. I think that's a good ad-lib there by IG as the plates were dropping up to the top side. Ning will actually share in some of this gold, wants some for himself. Plate number 1 drops, there's 2 and 3 going down, so 480 gold picked up there. That roam let a lot get cash back in for IG.
Very Ning-like play there, making sure he sticks around for the turret gold when they have the LeBlanc that needs to be able to assassinate the Xayah later on in the game, but that's what you get with Ning.
And look how afraid Jackie Love has to be. They already seeded bot lane turret. That was 5 plates there. Top lane lost 4 now as well as the push continues. They're going to get a very, very rich Viper, but there is at least a counterpunch. IG continually finding something else to do on the map. Last time it was Herald, this time it's Mountain Drake. It might pay off later, but there is so much money on this Griffin bottom lane.
And yet, I still want to reward IG in a position where they were largely on the back foot for being the first team to Herald, for getting an objective against the flow of the game, and getting the Mountain Drake as well. TP onto the minions here. Baolan lining it up.
3 versus 1. They'll land the Q. He's hoping that Sword would have juked backwards, but he doesn't do that. 2 plates down to the bottom side, but now Lehens is here as well. This is going to be a bit harder to fight for. A bit of poke out of the Shy. No, he's not going to get engaged on just yet. Wave clear safe enough. Sword burns TP, but there's nothing to fight over, so pretty good use of the cooldown.
Pretty greedy move there by Sword, actually. Not necessarily the most risk-averse play. He was banking on the fact that IG didn't know where Tarzan was, hopefully. Because if it's just the Jace with the Kayle ultimate, the Nautilus, and the Lee Sin, that's enough to basically get Fatal Kill onto anyone they decide to go on, but because of the unknowns, IG holds off.
And now it also means they're down a teleport for when the map plays with Galio ultimate and Jarvan engage are really the only way Griffin can function now that a lot of the easy objectives outside of mid lane outer turret have already been taken down. So they don't get anything from that TP bot side, by maybe saving 1 plate. It's unlikely there's going to be enough time for the entire turret to go down. Now Griffin actually have to piece together all their pieces and have the enemy come to them. Otherwise, IG have more map resources.
Plenty of damage down to the mid lane. TP burned as well to try to keep that one alive, so leave that one's answer. Lehens wants to go for the dive, goes in for it, but Rookie's out to the back. Still the turret goes down, and yes, they will find one kill. Lehens drops, but the re-engage is pretty good. A 1-for-1 so far as Jackie Love's already down. Gallia will rejoin the fight, and he saves Tarzan! What a fight from Griffin!
How is Tarzan still alive after that? It looked like he died about 4 different times in that fight, and that was just a go button from Griffin, seeing it teleport, engaging as they're going to focus the turret. Very close to actually going awry for them, since Shy was split pushing the bottom side while that happened, but they win the fight 2-for-1, get the turret, and all the gold goes on to Viper.
The eulogy was written for Tarzan. It was being voiced by the priest, but unfortunately it's because everyone assumed he was dead and left him to his own devices, and from there the Gallia ult does register after the stun, means that Nautilus misses his last auto.
Looked like Tarzan also interrupted an auto by EQing through him to then flash away, so quite a good escape towards the end.
Does mean the gold lead extends a little bit. All 3 outer turrets are down, and suddenly, yes, KO has isolated out Sword and now is taking much more stable trades in the side lane, but map control is severely on the side of Griffin.
Might see us a tower dive right here. Sword down to 2/3 HP. The Shy has a level lead despite how much of his lanes has been kind of forced to be given away. No dive though. It's Ning just sitting in the brush. Gonna let that one happen. Ward goes down, but doesn't feel safe to knock down the control wards of the Shy. Got to play defensively back here. No one's actually in that river. No one's in that jungle. He actually would have been safe to kill it, but you don't know that. Takes a safe play to say, you know, if Tarzan's here, it's bad news. So loses his ward.
And I also feel like when Griffin is on, not only do they have low deaths, but they also have Viper doing extremely well. The day, basically their day 2 of groups, or their final day of groups, Viper had an incredible day. 19-0-26 in their 4 games that they played in that one day. One of the best days of Worlds we've basically ever seen, and he's going to need to continue to play that way in this game. Because yes, Griffin has a 3,000 gold lead, but with all of the gold being on Viper, he can't get picked at the start of a fight.
His biggest strength as a player is early to mid-game, as Chovy roams around for a potential dive here, trying to threaten away. He does get caught in those late-game fights, a bit like Jackie Loves. There is some risk there, Jack.
A lot of damage on this turret, though. IG unwilling to defend it, so Griffin continue to wrest more of the map, and they have as many turret kills as champion kills. That's pretty trademark IG as far as grabbing everything without having to fight the enemy champions to do so. Red buff's going to go over to them as well. Viper claims that one on top. Highest CS in the game is indeed this Xayah. Everything revolving around him.
Honestly, Xayah right now out-damages anyone, often 2 people in a standing trade, under very little threat. It's very transparent when the Featherstorm needs to be used against a comp like this, as Griffin try to cut the minion wave and just get this in a turret.
And turret number 5 comes through. No one is here to stop them. They just grab hundreds and hundreds of gold every single time.
And they know the Shy is pushing bottom lane. They're actually trying to force maybe an inhibitor turret.
A lot of damage on a Rookie. Not sure IG can easily fight this. Demolish not quite used. A little bit afraid right there. No taunt's going to land. That could be the go signal with that on cooldown, but it's enough for wave clear, nothing more.
It's really hard to accelerate the game between 16 and 20 minutes. That's when they had the 3rd outer turret down, and yet they found 2 inner turrets. They were able to get a speck of damage onto an inhibitor turret. They're trying to find ways to increase the pace before Baron warps the map.
And this Mountain Dragon is actually very important, because with Griffin's lead, they're going to be able to need to threaten a fast Baron, and they spent about an extra 10 seconds getting Shy to go back to base to get damage on that and then reset late. So essentially, IG was able to run for the Mountain Drake first, and I think they have a good chance of getting this.
Unless they want to go for the steal, they're going to spot the ward's going to push on in. There's his mic coming through, but in comes Jarvan's. Got to be careful. Easily hops back to the Shy. That stays alive. But Double Mountain does not mean anything when you're the losing team. You can't reach a turret or a Baron to kill it. So it's kind of infernal to blank right now.
I think the Mountain Drake denial, though, is very important from IG, and that's a fairly rare macro mistake by Griffin.
To be clear, they baited themselves into hitting the inhibitor turret, which they have a very low chance to actually kill.
Yeah.
Returning to the inhibitor turret is very hard because you have to get control over the enemy red side jungle and push a minion wave. So resetting getting Mountain would have been stronger, as Chovy might be caught.
Already trying a play right there.
Wow.
Taunted, but able to walk away. Almost gets that kick, but the flash out of Chovy gets him out of range. Ning actually goes up a cooldown because of it.
Chovy was definitely caught out of position there, but knowing when to proto belt and also when to flash, pretty much saves his life. Ning was going to get that kick to kill him, and that would have been a death timer that actually leads into a Baron timing. So very important Chovy didn't die there.
And IG are in this weird spot where they have more Drakes than the enemy, but their Drakes, they will find it very hard to use at this current state of the game where they don't have map control. Very unlikely they'll be able to walk up and sneak down a Baron because they're just finding it hard to push up their waves with the fact that they haven't gotten all of the turrets down. In fact, they've got no turrets down yet to Invictus Gaming in this game. So while Mountain Drake, if you're ahead, is such a big thing to close a game, from this far behind, it's honestly 2 Mountain Drakes denied more than 2 Mountain Drakes in hand.
Well, we are into this game state right now where Griffin still hold the lead. 3,500 gold ahead. Rookie finding some farm in the side lane. You can look at who's getting the farm, and it's not really the Shy here. He's been spending some time split pushing. He's level 12, which is all right, but less than Rookie, less than Jackie Love. No Nash's Tooth done just yet, waiting for the 800 gold to combine that one. So not really an online Kayle yet.
And because of all the stuff we've talked about, of Griffin having all the kills on Viper, of IG having the 2 Drakes that don't necessarily help them now, but could theoretically help them later, IG really needs a big fight around Baron. They really need to find some type of way to pick Viper, not have a clean 5v5, because if they get that, they could potentially slingshot to leading. It's just so hard for them to actually get that moment based on the current state of the game.
And they just have to find a way to even ward the Baron in a way that sticks, let alone actually get the sort of fight they're looking for. So that's why so much second guessing. Well, through all of this, the Shy and his teleport has taken a bot lane turret. He's going to keep pushing.
Yeah, IG is in a decent position here as far as the Shy being unanswered on the side and Griffin not immediately starting the Baron. They're not willing to immediately start this Baron and go for 50-50 because they didn't clean enough vision out. Now they're moving towards it, and the Shy has to respect it.
And now there's a chance that 3 people are doing it right now. You can see that Chovy and Lehen's just trying to zone people away, and this is going down slowly but surely. Finally, a blue trigger gets used to spot that it's happening, and now IG has to get themselves across the map right now. The Shy recalls, walks his way over, the vision is yet again gone, and I think it's still taking damage. The poke comes across. IG does not look into the pit. At what point does it die? They still don't know what's going on. Just barely they managed to just have the metal to pull Griffin out of the pit.
That denied Mountain Drake really paying off for IG right now because that Baron would have been way closer to Fatal.
Oh, almost knocking down Ning, and the dunk does do it. It's a 5v4 now, and Battleland has a flash away. Tarzan can be found again. It's a 1-for-1. That means it's a 4v3 on the map, though. Anchors come in. They're not going to find Viper. Viper can do so much. Here comes the charm. Kayle ults on top, and it is a single kill. But can you stop the rest of the squad? Jackie Love safe in the back lines. Looking for Lehens, looking for Chovy. Can he do it all by himself? I don't think it's possible. Viper is to get those kills, but Jackie Love, I mean, there were such low health bars.
He has flash. You'd be so tempted to try and make the superhero play, but he probably did enough to save the team Baron by just staying alive.
He knows what it looks like. He did it last year against KT Rolster in the quarterfinals with a big outplay of his own in Game 5. He holds his tongue. He knows the game is not lost from that play. But this is Griffin getting in there. The slam dunk to begin. And then Viper's early game lead really being felt.
But a really early ultimate, actually, by Viper's Xayah, which gives IG the confidence to go back in. Kayle ult onto Jackie Love keeps him alive just long enough. You can see nearly actually taking out Viper on the side. Still, though, because Griffin got the kill essentially before the fight started, they are able to end the fight in the lead.
Really small margins. 4-stack passive was available on the Gallia. 1 auto would have popped it and maybe would have been enough to kill Chovy right there. Got to credit Jackie Love ulting in to get 2 of the Kayle bomb hits to come through. That was pretty nice, but we're on a 6-kill Xayah now. Viper, 100% kill participation, 0 deaths, 3 completed items. This Xayah will continue to absolutely slaughter. Used the stopwatch last fight, sold it back. Good use though, kept him alive. And now we go back onto the map right here with Griffin still in the lead.
And stopwatch
That's
is
a
down
kill.
across. Oh, that is big.
Support gone. Engage tools missing. Ning's gonna try. Kicks back 1. They go for the hard engage. They cannot get Viper, but finally goes down. The Shy ults on top of himself, but still knocked up in the air. They will trade him back, but a trade comes in for Rookie. This is a 3v3. This is winnable. Rookie's healthy, but not Ning. Ning's gonna drop out of this one. So 2 alive versus 3, but again, it will delay Baron, but the gold, it goes towards Griffin here.
The alley-oop takes down Viper at the start. They're just within fine margins through that as well. Jace not able to get the assassination on the back line, so ends up being even after the early pick was free on Battleland.
For as superpowered as Viper is in this game with the 7 kills and the most CS in the game, when he's taken that type of damage at the start of the fight, you know it's winnable for IG. The Shy is 2 to 3 levels away from being level 16. Jackie Love still hasn't even transformed his Manamune and is having large impacts in these fights.
Now, of course, Baolan dies instantly. That's the reality of being a support too far up.
But Ning.
It's all about Viper and Ning. Over the wall, the kick into the alley-oop, some volleyball stuff onto Viper. The moment he goes down, things were a lot more even, and even Sword kited out on the top side. And like I was mentioning before, this is the one area of the game where Viper has been routinely questioned by the community, is the late game team fights. He is prone to being caught, even with a massive lead.
And I was really curious who got the shutdown kill on the Viper. It went to the Shy on Kale. Should have been about 1,000 gold for that one. So he's slingshot back into the game. Rage Blade's halfway done. Lehens tries to zone the squad. And they're going to keep Baron aggro. They're still putting this one down. Rookie waiting in the wings.
They got to be careful they don't take too much damage, and IG could find a fight. They might go for a 50-50.
They're going to hook in, going to ult to buy some time. They're knocking away the Lee Sin in the pit. They know what the health bar is. Lehen's so low, he's burning down. And Rookie with the Q finds that first kill. Chovy's inside the pit, forced away, and going to jump back to his squad. 4K health, the Shy in the backline. They set up for 3 kills out of LeBlanc. The Baron does fully heal. It's back up, but who's going to stop them now? 4 dead for Griffin, and somehow Invictus Gaming find the team fight that turns the game back around.
That might just be the series winning fight if they can take momentum through from that one. You could see Griffin was frustrated not being able to get the fight. They pushed too far, and IG was ready for it.
They were so far ahead so early, but the Baron capture has eluded them multiple times. Feels like we might be tracing it back to that second Mountain Drake surrender. Get the replay starting out here. Again, it's kind of akin to the first game around the Ripto where they're playing around with health bars. The engage tools are used suboptimally. And watch for the dive bomb self-ult from the Shy towards the end.
Yeah, how many kills do you think do that play? And then he actually lives through all of that chaos as the rest of the team follows up. What a monster fight from the Shy.
The Shy being better than Sword was definitely a potential win condition for IG in this series, but to do it in team fights with team fight execution, not be about lane, how much of that 2,300 damage was the self-ult?
Most of it was that self-ult. I think hit 3 targets, the spell should be doing about 500 damage around this point in the game, maybe a bit more. Either way, certainly a really big deal. And now with Baron on, the gold lead is 1,400 to Invictus Gaming for pretty much the first time all game. And what can they do with it? Last time around, we saw IG get picked off so many times one by one. Griffin has to pull that back now themselves.
And I want to credit IG for weathering the storm in this game. They were down Infernal Drake, they were down early turret plates, they were down against a very fed Xayah. And when this IG team is at their worst, it's about them not being able to play macro, not being able to have patience. But they've actually had the patience in this game to wait for their opportunity, and now they've found it.
He spotted now.
Sword's going to try to go in for the Shy, going to be slowed down, but the 1v1 is pretty freaking easy. Galley over the top, though they might find him, has to self-ult, but I'm not sure there's a way out. You've got Baolan caught off now as well. That's going to be 2 for 0. The re-engage for Jackie Love does answer a single kill. Rookie on the top, but he's taunted. He takes so much damage, barely walks away. 3v4 and IG are willing to fight. Jackie Love cannot quite knock down Chovy, but it's so very close. Instead, they will probably claim this turret. Down a kill, they will still get the objective.
As you mentioned, the kills go towards Griffin, but the pressure still goes towards IG. A bit of an odd sequence of events. It felt like they might just try to burst out Sword. That's what Shy was thinking. He basically did on his own, but then the rest of Griffin kind of arrived in the back, and we got 2 fights at once here.
Yeah, we assumed Ning was springing the trap, but I'm not sure if the vision toggle just didn't work for him there, but he's waiting as a lot of this play begins. Absolutely melting through Sword's health bar to begin, but then it's much more of a disrupted skirmish. I believe Viper actually fizzled out the Nautilus ultimate by flashing, and the amount of distance between him and Nautilus means it never actually affects.
Viper has such a difficult job in these fights. Has his barrier, but not his flash or his ultimate, so let's look for IG to continue applying pressure.
Barrier, Hex Drinker, QSS. Baron's timing out right now. You can see the game state still. 3,000 gold puts IG ahead. Third Mountain Drake spawns in 10 seconds. You have to expect that's the likely play here as they knock down wards in the southern jungle. Rookie does more of the same. Drake's going to be alive. That should be a formality here.
Triple Mountain.
Triple Mountain means that if the map state can't be reset to show what we saw earlier in this game, it's trivial for a Kai'Sa to delete either the Elder Dragon or the Baron when it respawns. So Griffin can't just go for a base defense when they're going to be surrendering kind of 15, 10-second massive objectives. They just won't be able to get out of their base to contest. So the next moments are so important.
And I think no one can match the Shy in a side lane. Level 17 Kayle with Triple Mountain. So we were in a similar situation in game 1, and IG ended up fumbling a little bit while still winning the game. So right now, I feel like for IG, if the Shy plants himself in a side lane and the other 4 people in IG kind of just exist, they can wait and respond to what Griffin does. What they can't do is have the Shy in a side lane while the other 4 people on IG let themselves get engaged on. So if IG plays clean here, they have quite an edge.
But these scenarios with the TP disadvantage are where they very often have fumbled in the 2019 season, and specifically at the 2019 World Championships. So having all your lanes prepped, standing respectfully far away from Jarvan, Galio, Rakan, it's not a trivial skill, and it's not something they excel in. Maybe that's why we see the Shy grouped, because right now, he's not leaving anything to chance.
4 items on the Kayle. Chovy slowed down a little bit. Pretty much good damage coming across. Rookie not going to save for the rest of the chain. And Baron spawns in 1 minute. Top river is all that matters for IG right now.
Yeah, so the Baron's going to spawn at about 32:04. If they're all there, 32:08 is when it can die. It's so fast.
I know, I'm with you.
It's an Infinity Edge Rageblade Kai'Sa and a level 16 Kayle. If they're just there when the Baron spawns, Griffin might not even have an opportunity to contest.
We'll definitely have the stopwatch going for that one if they actually get a true attempt at it. But
Doesn't
the
look
map
like
play
they're set
here,
for it, though, because it's actually Griffin who's getting really strong mid-priority and doing good to make it so IG can never get 5 in the pit, because as soon as IG does, they can just kill the Baron.
So it's up to Rookie to see what's going on. You can see him with the Banshee's Veil on, jumps over the wall, tries to figure out what is happening here. Who can I flank? What can I scout out? As mid is getting fought for back and forth. IGF4 on that side. And Rookie gonna look for Sword, misses the chain though. And that builds some space. Into the front line goes Ning. Stopwatch using a lot of spaces there. And Tarzan's gone to the start. It's Sword next up, but a Guardian Angel goes down. Lehens has to run. Galio comes over the top, doesn't turn it around. It's a 1-for-0. Viper is alive, but just gets completely shut down. The flash to chase. Jackie Love knocks down the 4th. IG win another fight.
The dive bombers are there from IG. Is it Rookie with the Mimic Distortion? Is it just Jackie Love with a Kayle ultimate? And if the Kayle herself is ordering you, you know exactly how long you're going to survive.
And this is what Kayle can look like in late game team fights. The Shy is pushing this champ to the absolute limits. I mean, we saw Rookie actually not even get the original flank over the start of it, but the rest, the Kai'Sa Kayle combo from IG was just devastating towards Griffin.
And these are 2019 front lines. People in your face that blow you up. It doesn't matter about their tankiness because you need to get the hell out. Can't do that fast enough on the side of Griffin. And all the gold being centered onto the AD carry who just hasn't got it going the last few minutes means that from multiple different directions, people's health bars are being deleted.
Yeah, I watched the Shy there. He just walked at Viper, didn't take any damage, self-ulted himself. A Jarvan just happens into him. Then even after Stopwatch, puts a ton of damage into Xayah before Jackie could finish. So by presenting such a massive threat, the Shy is just opening up so much space for Jackie Love, which is beautiful to watch.
The funny thing is that while the invulnerability gets longer on this the Kayle ultimate, the disarm where you can't auto attack is actually fixed. So as it gets longer, you do get chances where you don't take damage and the enemy sure as hell does.
Been pretty scary. Still downing kills, doesn't matter. Invictus Gaming, and actually a pretty bloody game. 29 kills in 34 minutes. But they've gotten their second Baron now, and the late game team fights are going their way. Some scouting for Jackie Love. They see Chovy. Viper trying to wave clear, has very little left to buy, just the Mercurial Scimitar. And that ult is gonna be fizzled out by her ulti now as well. That is a disengage tool missing.
I think it was probably unnecessary for Viper to self-ult there. All the other threats were so far away. He twitches it, but it means doesn't have now.
Trouble.
A lot of damage. Rookies are getting the poke down. Jackie Love into the pit, gets the Kayle ult, will not die, but but sure as hell Griffin will. Lehens has to run away, the last to stay alive. The delivery system again works, and IG are gonna walk it into the Nexus. The second seed out of their group, the defending world champions, are here to play, and the Nexus will fall in a 2-0 lead in the series.
Cannot help but just applaud IG for the last 17 minutes of that game. Knowing that they did double kleptomancy solo lanes, that they had the Kayle, that they were down early and just needed to wait for a Griffin mistake, which so rarely comes, is what IG were able to do. And once they had that advantage, they just ran it down against Griffin.
It was grit and determination from behind, and then actually being pretty understanding of their own flaws. The Shy didn't say, hey, wait, I can use 3 Mountain Drakes to split push, don't get caught. He said, let's team fight. YOLO, whatever. Easy. We can team fight and we can win with it. And they were correct in that assertion. It allows them to close up a come-from-behind second game. And now Griffin really will have that little voice in their head saying, really, again in a best-of-5.
This is Griffin. Griffin joined the LCK Summer Split last year. They have won a best-of-5. They won an LCK semifinal, and that is it. They have never come in clutch when it matters, unless you want to count Kespa Cup, unless you want to count the promotion tournament.
I don't,
yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, so one best-of-5, and here they are. They look so good. They clapped G2 twice in a row, the best Week 2 group stage we have ever seen, and in the best-of-5, they cannot come up.
Here's what I'll say. They definitely haven't been as good as they were a few days ago, but this is not them choking. This is just IG playing better than them in a lot of different spots, especially in game number 2.
I think it's a combination of both. I think it's IG showing a ton of poise in these games, but also some of the things that Viper was doing in that game, not ideal.
Yeah.
The early ultimate, just not having the correct positioning around fights. So Griffin, they have to find some way of gathering themselves. Otherwise, this is going to be a sweep.
They're going to need to reverse sweep this one. We'll see if they can do it, but Invictus Gaming are 1 win away from semifinals. As you gear up for match point in Madrid, don't go anywhere. Viper can do so much. Here comes the charm. Kayle ults on top, but it is a single kill. And Rick with the Q finds that first kill. Choker's inside the pit, forced away, and going to jump back to his squad. 4K health. The Shy in the backline. He twitches it, but he doesn't have now. A lot of damage. Ricky's getting the poke down. Jacula into the pit. Gets the kill. Will not die. The second seed out of their group. The defending world champions are here to play.
So you want to go get that coffee then?
Yeah. Whoa. Ow.
So you want to go get that coffee then?
Yeah, just gonna take my headphones off and we're good. Let's go.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. The reigning world champions Invictus Gaming are online for the quarterfinals as they are on match point versus Griffin. Again, I'll remind people that we thought this series was going to be a tight and contentious one. And as the games have played out, both teams have shown good looks to some degree, but IG now sit with a series score of 2-0, and they just need one more to tie it up in a neat little bow.
Yeah, they certainly do, but this game looked like it had everything Griffin wanted to be able to pick up a victory. They had a brilliant early game. The composition was there, and it just all fell apart.
I mean, you were talking about it, Spawn, at 15 minutes, 3,220 gold ahead. The craziest part about that is almost the entire gold lead was concentrated exactly where you wanted it.
Yeah.
It was a 4-0 Viper on the Xayah. He had everything you could possibly ask for to be able to take over the game.
If you have this much on your AD carry, the enemy team doesn't have any bit of, wave clear to really stop you. And the ease of execution is in your core. You have Jarvan Galio. What's stopping you?
That's essentially an eye edge up at 15 minutes. And not 2 minutes later, Spawn, we saw Griffin knocking on the inhibitor door of IG. But from there, it all fell apart.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those games where IG just got the game scrappy. They were talking about on the cast, the combined kills per minute started to elevate. They started to look for their plays in the setup, the easiest place to attack a team, and they were so resilient. Even if a member fell down, if they saw their window, they would go for it, and that forces errors out of the opponents.
It really does, but at times I think it was Griffin kind of panicking, right? And we've seen some of the BO5 troubles here for Griffin. They're the ones starting up this Baron, and it was a complete catastrophe. They have half their team going over the wall,
yes.
A couple people staying on the Baron, some people peeling off for the fight. They're going in 3 different directions, and when you kind of fall apart in that way against a team like IG, they will shred you in the team fight.
But that is why it is so important to always play a proactive style of League of Legends, because you are against a young lineup. They are going to be prone to making mistakes. This is an IG team that is world famous for how well they can team fight. They would be so confident going into these games that if they even get a sniff in one of them, they're going to be able to run over the top of the younger team. And that's what we saw happen.
And I think the key word is younger. Like that kind of misplay, the HP on Baron, nowhere near depleted. You're sending multiple members to stop the person who's coming in from a smite if it's at 2k HP, but they just dove in completely haphazardly. So for me, that's just them completely overthinking the situation, and it's sad to see.
And in that game too, again, you'll take a look at the Shy specifically for his play on the Kayle around that Baron and future fights to kind of bring it all together for IG. And again, in a very different look from game 1, where he had the dominant Yasuo laning phase into the Gnar, this time around taking his lickings to a degree in terms of the CS deficit, but still being able to find his way to affect the outcome.
Yeah, he had a massive effect in the late game. I think that we saw Sword actually laning quite well. Did everything that you could ask of him in the early game. But if you mess up on your execution, Kayle is the kind of champion that will always make you pale. It's very similar to Vladimir in that way, where it's that inevitability. If it gets to late game, it's going to slam you.
So, Raz, I'm going to jump in here just because I do want to reframe towards game 3 here. Again, Griffin, we've talked about their struggles in best of 5s, in, hype, high-intensity moments in their own region when it comes to playoffs. And here they are, staring down the barrel of a 3-0 against the reigning world champions. And so it all seems to be falling apart around them. But I'll return to the idea that that first 15 minutes was phenomenal.
Yes.
So, you're the coach now for this team. What are you saying to these guys here in between games 2 and 3 to get them oriented to run it back and this time execute on the close?
You have to focus on the goods, because these players, especially after a game like that, will only focus on that one big misplay on Baron. And if you're tunnel vision on that alone, then you're essentially already giving away the 3rd game. So you have to think about the first 15 minutes of the game, restructure about it, you're overthinking about it, look at how easy this comp can play out, and then leave them with a positive note.
I just really want them to give Chovy a Chovy champion. This is a guy that was famous for his Yasuo, his Akali, his Aurelia. He's playing Galio, he's playing Poppy. Just give him the skill matchup and see if he can win you a game.
All right, so Azael, game 3, Griffin is back over to red side. What's the recipe then in Champion Select, let's say, for Chovy to maybe have an effect on this game?
I think it's comfort. It's all about mentality. When I've seen Griffin in regular season versus best of 5, it's a completely different beast. When you look at the 2 best of 5s they played against SKT, you add in this one, they're sitting at 1-8 in best of fives this year, that is disgustingly bad when you compare to their high level of play in the regular season. So you need to give them comfort, because I think it's about a lack of confidence. I think it's about doubting their own play. And we know that when they play to their highest level, they can be an incredible team.
Final thoughts.
We just saw them in that team huddle, and I think that's always a positive note. We need to see them riled back up, back into this game. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's tough call, but I think Griffin will pick
It has not added up for Griffin
next
just
year.
yet in this tournament. Let's see if they can find the math, though, to make it happen. It's do or die for Griffin in Game 3. Let's see if they can keep it alive.
Thank you very much, Dash. And I want to bring up the fact that this was always going to be a very volatile matchup. This was a 55-45. You can look at the prediction graphic and say, everyone thought Griffin wins 3-1, but the question was really which Griffin shows up, which IG shows up, and today's IG is a hair better than today's Griffin.
And so far, they've shown their world championship form. The Shy and Rookie have been players that Griffin just hasn't been able to find a true answer for. So I loved what Spawn said on the desk there about trying to get Chovy in a place where he can actually just go 1v1 against Rookie.
And you wonder how far back they have to roll to find the sort of comfort they're talking about. What about Ornn for Sword, who very often was their initiator in their best periods as a team? Urgot, Sion, Ornn, those are champion picks you think for him. Back on the red side, they do have the benefit of red side last pick, and it was Qiyana first pick back in Game 1 when the series opened with IG on blue.
But of course, that game played out very differently than when this one probably will, with the Garen Yuumi coming through and everything else that followed suit. So IG, what is most important? It is still Qiyana. The question is, are Griffin doing X plus Yuumi, or are they taking the Xayah Rakan here? The Elise Yuumi was last time.
Man.
Is it a rollback of exactly Game 1? It's Rakan instead, okay.
Aha!
That's what I expected.
Yeah. If we would have seen another Poppy Garen Yuumi, then it would have been GG go next year. But they're trying something different.
I've cast that final already. It doesn't end well for Griffin, so I'm okay with there being a pivot here. I wonder if the Xayah will be contested on the IG side. Very often a first pick, and you accept if Rakan is dropped, but this time giving Lehens the reins, and it seems like IG happy enough to leave it through. Could just be the North Kaiser here if they want it, or potentially go down another avenue.
Okay, you know that Nautilus and Leona are the likely picks into Rakan. You know Rakan is support, not a flexible champion in that regard. Those days have long passed. But are they more worried about getting a jungler or something else? Is they're going to leave the Qiyana as flexible in jungle mid-top, and instead Morgana comes through instead, no longer playing the hard engage support, but someone a little bit safer.
Pretty conventional answer to Rakan in laning phase. NA pioneered the Kate Morgana a long time ago against Xayah Rakan. Xayah Rakan will be locked in here. You would have to imagine. We'll see how Griffin want to shape this draft. They have the first pick in the second round. Remember, they blind picked the Gnar, and the Yasuo kind of undid Gnar at basically every point. Even earlier than we forecast, the Yasuo was way ahead. So let's see how they sculpt the second round, because I feel like the first game didn't give them too many inroads back.
And there's a lot they can do flexibility-wise with these bans. I would actually hope to see a Kayle ban, since Griffin doesn't want to get out late-gamed again, in my opinion.
Kayle Vlad maybe is the big late-game powerhouse bans. You could see it, I guess.
Yeah.
Fiora instead. That makes me think that he's going towards something a bit
Beefy
tankier.
boy. I think a Beefy boy is
Sion,
incoming.
I know is one thing you brought up, Papa. 11 plays in the spring split, 0 in summer. That is a possibility. They want to say, you know what, Sword, you're on a hard tank. We're going to go straight up team fights and get a beef wall that can keep Viper alive. The problem with last game that I saw, that Viper just couldn't keep himself alive against everyone else diving him. A Sion or something like that could help.
And the only tonic to that is a threat from mid lane, right? It can't be all Viper, it feels like, for Griffin to win this series. Needs a backup. They're actually going to invest in a jungle ban here. So Vlad left open. We already mentioned the Kayle left open, could be selected, I guess, by the side of Griffin. But the Olaf ban is some Ning comfort, and yet don't know if it was actually a contested pick.
Yeah, I can understand it because Invictus Gaming has gone with what looks like fairly comfortable picks thus far, and Griffin doesn't want to give him something to potentially run through the Olaf. If we see the Sion...
Bring it back, baby! Yeah.
What was that record on Sion?
10-1 career on the Sion. He's bringing it back. No games played in summer. Very good train conductor. He's able to use that unstoppable onslaught and initiate well. They're going to ultra old comfort. Have to feel like a carry for Chovy will round it out.
This could also be a Chovy Sion.
Please no. Please
it
no.
could be.
3 tanks, Jack. Don't do this to me. It could happen.
It could be.
It could be.
It could happen.
Well, Vladimir. Oh. All right, they have time. They're going to go for the lead, and they are going to move the Kiana back over to one of the lanes. Likely goes to Rookie in mid. Conspicuously, a lot of junglers were left up. The Gragas gone, the Elite is taken. With the Olaf and Lee Sin gets to be back in for comfort.
So what would the top lane champion be in this
Vlad.
draft?
It's got to be Vlad.
It makes the most sense, and it will be there. Klepto Vlad against Sion is what's being threatened, so maybe the flex you talked about is needed, and yet, then Chovy's on a mid lane tank. One more time. Here's the final pick. It will be the Chaos. They will be playing Kayle, but you have to feel like that's more likely to be a Chovy Kayle based on reputation, and yet, right now, nominally, it's going to be a Sword Kayle.
Well, we can see they can swap again at 20 seconds, and they'll play the mind games best they can. I can see merit to either side. I agree. I want to see Chovy be someone who gets to be the carry, gets to be a big deal, but matchup-wise, I mean, Infinite Armor Sion can just face tank the Kiana forever, and, you know, maybe that works out okay.
Jack, rub away that smile you've got on your face.
I don't think they're trading Papa Smithy. I think it's a Sion because they don't want to play a squishy champion into Kiana.
There it is.
Which is also why they did Poppy in the early games. Rookie is consistently playing Assassins, and Chovy's saying, okay, I'm not going to let you kill me. It's worked in lane and failed in the game.
Well, we'll see what the engages look like here. 3 tank games here for Chovy. Galio, I guess half of one did go pro belt and some AP, but Sword, this is the most pressure on him. It's been steadily ramping up and increasing. It was the Gnar blind pick. Okay, you got counter pick. That's too bad. All right, early game Jace went well against the Kayle. Now he is the Kayle. He's got to somehow be one of the big late game carries here for Griffin.
His performance on Akali did impress us earlier in the tournament, but we just got the tutorial on Kayle from the Shy in game number 2. Those are some pretty big shoes to try to fill.
Do want to bring up, I think the engage tools are much easier on the Griffin side. A Sion as well as a Rakan makes it a lot easier to get in. There are no hard tanks on the side of Invictus Gaming. Lee Sin can lead the way. A Morgana binding can do a little bit in a pinch, but that might be a bit more difficult here. This will be certainly a differently shaped game. And we'll see here in game 3, up against it all. A reverse sweep must happen for Griffin if they want to stay alive, or IG sweep their way into the semis, looking for their 2nd straight World Championship. Onto the Rift we go, and we'll see how they play this one out.
And even though Griffin made the tweak of throwing Kayle in the top lane, this composition looks very similar to the style they have played in their first 2 defeats. They need to play heavily around and through Viper and Hands. Chovy is going to try and neutralize Rookie in the mid lane, and they're going to have to play maybe even perfect League of Legends, because I'm looking at IG scaling and how well they can find flanks and how experienced they are and how good they've been playing this series. It feels to me like the odds are just stacked against Griffin in this one.
And the Sion mid-comps were pretty big, I think, in spring of last year. I remember Kingzone being really strong with BDD on the Sion, but those were prey pop-off games on Kog'Maw, really getting advantages at 1-2 items. The theory here is that Sion can initiate from the mid lane easier than the Galio. He'll rush in, and if Viper has the same start, theoretically it's easier for him to knock down the dominoes, but not as reliable, I feel like, Xayah, compared to someone who can outrange like Kog'Maw to back up the Sion dive.
Small point I want to bring up as we get in laning phases. The keystone choices of the 2 top laners, the Shy, worried about team fight power overall. Phase Rush good at chasing things down, but the Klepto for Sword trying to get items in the inventory as soon as possible. So that is one thing to track as they both scale up over time.
And I think between the Nogri and the Shy debate about Vladimir, the Shy almost always goes with the Phase Rush, since he's looking to get his gold basically by smashing the opponent, and then actually tries to teamfight much earlier, and that's when Phase Rush is going to be much more valuable than Kleptomancy. So not too surprised to see those keystones, even though it is good to point out.
Dallin walks back, doesn't get rooted by the feathers. Gonna stay alive here into this one, and waiting for level 2 to come out. That's gonna be in 1 minion. There it is, and it's gonna be simply Balin walking over to Ward and make sure they can try to track Tarzan over there. But at least it's already done with that bottom side jungle, so this Ward will see, yes, indeed, blue is gone, yes, Gromp is gone. Okay, we know the vague pathing. She's probably top side now, unless she invaded the red buff, but I believe they have a ward to know that's not happening.
Balan has the push that puts down the ward. Probably expected this to be a bot side game from the jungler, because ganking for Kayle, 3-6, not very valuable, and even then, not all combinations will work. Combination of Scion and Elise will be a very powerful roaming tool once level 6 is hit, so you definitely want bot side river control as Chovy where possible. Speaking of Chovy, taking some trades.
Taking some trades, sadly missed the cannon minion there, but still trying to push on in, and you can see the rookie has to play fairly back into this one. 4 CS on the map means it's going to be a very small CS lead. Nice Black Shield, getting away from that one, no problem. Jacula feels safe.
Yep, that's how you want to play the matchup. Lahan's actually unable to even get his Aftershock off on this Aftershock Rakan. It's something he definitely favors, where most of them end up going Guardian. So if more Black Shields happen like that, IG is going to be able to win those trades.
And in this game especially, I would have assumed Guardian, because if you get hit by the Dark Binding, you're not proccing Aftershock, and you are very, very squishy as Lahan's. And he doesn't need to be a Flash Primary Engager with a Scion on the team. So it seems to me I'm a little bit surprised, but probably just going to be comfort and muscle memory that will bring that and make that the choice.
Yeah, even given a Guardian Shield, your teammate gets bound, pretty useful there as well. But again, as we're mentioning, not the play here. So we move on, and we have a fairly equal game in the super early. We can see a CS lead in top and mid here for Griffin, but the bottom lane still looking good for the Invictus Gaming side. That is the Rakan counter pick doing some work for you, of course. Makes it very hard to do anything as the Rakan. You get to just sort of ignore in a lot of cases. Now an attempted play. There's the root. There's a lot of damage. Both junglers coming out as well. Flash out from Chovy. Ignited. Not going to lay in the queue is Ning, and out they walk as the TP comes in for Sword and can't find anything with it.
Yeah, I think Tarzan's presence there was enough to get a flash out, so you can see Sword ends up wasting a little bit of time with that teleport in. Not as bad as you would think, though, since he had, I believe, channeled that teleport from base, was on a reset already.
Sidestep was very impressive from Chovy on to the Cocoon. Most likely would have gone down there. Obviously not that tanky in the early game. Free items is the Scion.
Another good Black Shield, another jump back for Lahan's, and the trades keep going back and forth as just getting to the side. Jacula not rooted out by this. Still pushing the waves in. One CS goes with the W landing, and now no cooldowns available, but no mana available. Not going to find the engage either.
That's a spot for the Scion.
Is doing the flanks.
Depending where the recall comes in, that Q can just land. Jacula could be hit right here, going to be slowed at the very least, but is there an engage? Channels the Q, Black Shield comes in, Cocoon's not going to land, of course, either. Forces the flash to the bow line, but how can Jacula go anywhere? Has the flash, but no heal. Waves pushed in.
He can't.
Wave goodbye. The dances come in, the knockup is there. Make sure the kill goes over. That's going to be claimed. Tarzan says, I want the 400 gold.
Yeah, that was just an executed dive by Griffin, but now Sword has to survive.
The Shy pulls aggro, takes turret shot number 1, takes turret shot number 2. He's going to pool the third, and that's going to be enough damage as they drop aggro. Rookie has to flash, but they played it just right. Traded for the Ocean Drake, but I got to say, all in all, Griffin favored.
More objectives on the bot side make it easier for it to be Griffin favored. And if they can actually turn this into control wards in the river, you can unstoppable onslaught your way to repeat ganks if ever Baolan and Jacula walk past the middle point of the lane. Still, IG do capitalize on the best thing they can get, which is the counter kill top.
It actually means so much over there, of course, as well. You look at the fact that TP was already down. That's 2 waves denied to the turret, plus the plate taken. This is an actually huge lead in the top side for the Shy over Sword.
And let's watch this dive one more time. You can see Chovy just forces a lot of stuff. The Black Shield is out, the heal is out, and then they say, okay, Balan, that's the right call to just abandon. Otherwise, you're going to get the double kill in. Jackie actually does a decent job of not making it super easy for Viper to be able to get that kill, but it ends up going over to Tarzan.
I thought you were going to say decent job of emote canceling, and I was like, yeah, I agree. He looked pretty good
Great
there, very dapper.
mechanics.
It's really nicely done by the Shy. Obviously just pulls the last turret shot that's going to kill him. Easy to pick up the kill, but it does actually end up with the slow there using Rookie's flash.
Ooh, and this is actually fascinating that Rookie has swapped out of that lane and gone top against Kale, potentially having a little bit more kill pressure, because I was expecting Griffin to just repeat dives on bottom lane over and over again, and they won't be able to do that if Chovy matches top lane. I don't think Griffin should be matching this.
I mean, this is what they went the matchups for. This is why Chovy took the champions. They want to play armor stack Scion into Rookie's Kiana. They don't want to give Vlad the free lane against this one, so it's about who can swap when fast enough. Tarzan looking at the top side as well. They're going to find some stuns, but traded back.
Convenient.
Supreme display of talent, but they got to find the slow. Not the stun, though. Could not find the knock. It means no Cocoon lands.
Rookie plays that really well, and still the unselfish decision freak to draw the roaming Scion top side does relieve pressure from the other lane, so they still get something from this, even though it is armor stacking against flat pen stacking.
I do have to question Griffin's choices there, though, because getting a kill on Chovy will not win them this game. Getting kills for Viper, breaking that bottom turret, advancing the game in that way will make it possible. So what IG has done here by pulling Chovy top and Tarzan with them is they've completely relieved the pressure on the bottom side where there's a flashless Thorpe Morgana, a healless Kai'Sa, and unless Griffin finds a way to get back to that bot side pressure, I feel like IG is going to be very comfortable.
Exactly. Rookie will farm it out, and from there, Chovy will only be a Scion rather than someone who can act as that early game playmaker like his very deep behind enemy lines dive through.
Really fortunate situation here for Rookie, thankfully being on the blue team. Playing top side means you're still by your blue buff and gets to get that one handed over no problem. That could have been different in an alternate universe, but works out positively for him. 300 gold lead is Invictus Gaming's stake in this game. Griffin with the Ocean, though, should have some small bits going back toward them. Arguably a slightly better state for them overall, and we wait to see what comes through as, again, that Scion being on the far side, not necessarily optimal. Looks like swaps have come in. No, recalls come in, but he goes back to the same lane. And yeah, it's this interesting holding pattern where, again, I agree, IG like that Scion's far away, and Griffin like what their matchups are.
Right. And the Shy will continue scaling on this Vladimir. Rookie actually has a chance to make a flank play happen here if Sword pushes up too far.
Rookie roaming, gonna find at least the root. That's gonna force the ult out. Now, is there an extra dive? Not just yet. The flash didn't land the E. The Shy doesn't get the damage out. That slow was so important, but doesn't get it.
A millimeter short mechanical misplay from the Shy there means they don't pick up the kill. Sword didn't have summoners, so I see why they tried the play, but it doesn't bear any fruit.
This is where we'll get to see if IG can really pull back on some of that World Championship experience. I think the lane swap is part of that, going for it at this stage in the game, seeing the way Griffin's responding to it, and now I feel like kind of wrestling some control of the game back for themselves. Definitely want to be able to close out this 3-0 as the road to victory for Griffin has, I think, become fairly murky now with Psy on top.
Unless Viper can really take over, has decent farm, has that assist, I believe got some plate gold, so you know, you might hit your spikes first, and Viper can maybe be your team fighter at 15 minutes or so. They got the first break. Next one spawning in 40 seconds. Another play up in this mid lane. Sword does not have the ultimate, not even close.
Wow.
Ning, actually a straight-up solo kill. Laner's optional for Ning.
Was as the Kiana was coming mid, but Ning able to chase down the kick, and there's just a Vamp Scepter and no more items. No, onto Sword, so he just straight up dies.
Yeah, and you can see now Chovy getting out of this situation towards mid lane because a Sword's still attackable. Whether he's top lane or mid lane, this was going to be IG's game plan. It's about what does Griffin do after that. And yeah, he procs Conqueror. Sure, Rookie is there to watch, but completely unnecessary as Sword was at the time flashless and ultless.
And if they continue to march to the beat of IG's drum, they will never see a repeat gank on bot side before summoners up. They're back now. They're choosing their timings here, and they're bringing and bending Griffin's will to theirs. And unfortunately for Griffin, it means it's not about what they're strong at. It's IG more keeping themselves even or better in the game.
And now they're going to try something with Rift Herald. Sword is bottom lane. The Shy will have to see if he runs straight towards the Rift Herald, because we've seen the first game break to a 3,000 gold lead for IG off of the Rift Herald fight. If Griffin wants to actually funnel gold towards the Xayah, securing Rift Herald is so pivotal for that.
It's going to be a tense moment. A little bit of damage comes through. Balon farms some gold as Jackie Love and Viper score out from the top side, but this still feels a little Viper favored. The level lead certainly part of that one as they come back down to the river. Scuttle taken for them as well. Tarzan's here. Control ward's in the way to get rid of all the vision. And Jackie Love just farming under his turret, waiting to scale up and turn over the Muramana.
And have river control here, but only tentatively, and they will not be recreating their game one overforce, tanking the Rift Herald. Chovy has control of the river entrance here, so we'll spot Kiana if she chooses to come in. Let's see if Griffin can pick up this Rift Herald.
Valland was on a reset, so IG.
Ooh, almost. Ning walked through a ward, didn't know was there, but they couldn't find the CC. But still looking for the potential fight. Only 3-4 for IG. Four
Watch
for
the
Griffin.
rookie
TP
flank.
means all 5. Here comes the channeled Scion. Doesn't land that one there. Not much of a stun. As Chovy will be stunned, but is the fight good enough? Kais on the back line still knocked up, though. Kalo's over the top, and Griffin have spread their wings. They're going to knock down 3 already. The Shy, forced run away, stays alive, but a giant bite taken out of IG.
How do you land a full channel Scion Q on 3 people as IG tried to collapse through? That's exactly the fight that Griffin needed to find to stay in this series.
And it took 2 of their unsung heroes. First, Lehens interrupting the Kai'Sa on her killer instinct into Chovy, stepping into brush, unwarded by IG, and getting that 4-man knockup. That means they will get the Rift Herald, and this time they don't play with their food around the Rift Herald and their health bars. They actually make the right turn and pick up the kills.
In a smart play, they need the instant summon if they want to cash in on the plates. Plates drop in 30 seconds, and there's the pop, and there we're going to get a lot of gold into Viper, just like last game. Right, kill in the mix. He's going to get some turret plates here as well. Lehens wants to share some of the gold, steals a couple plates away. He's going to share for his turret gold. Maybe didn't need to do that, but regardless, a lot of money on the table. Griffin up 2,500.
They saw the Kai'Sa and they were worried that they wouldn't actually get all the plates on that push, so I think that's the reason why he overstayed. I don't think it was the greed for the gold, but regardless, never great to not pick up the solo gold there. Ning will answer on the bot side with a Cloud Drake. Griffin needed a moment like that. It felt like their first kind of real counter punch through the course of this second and third game.
Well, the items are coming through. That's an Essence Reaper done. Berserker's Greaves done. Pretty solid state here for this Xayah. We're seeing the components come through across the map, and another good early game for Griffin.
And the big thing here is they actually avoided Rookie's damage. The ult found completely no one. So yes, Rookie lands the root, but most of his burst is completely gone. You noted the interrupt, you noted the kill ult. That was a 5-man Scion Q.
4+1,
Lord.
4+1. That was the real thing that turned the fight here. Really good job on Lehens to interrupt what felt like another assassination mission for Kai'Sa in game number 2. And 1,866 damage from Scion, second most of anyone in the fight.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. The KO ult was in a good spot as well. Kept the teammate alive, landed probably 4 with the explosion. So good early damage coming through. Beautiful stuff out of the Griffin's side. The team that just could not win the important matches might do so here. They've got to win 3 straight if they want to move on. Looking very good in this first one they need.
Yeah, the big question for me is how is Sword's late game Kayle going to stack up to what we saw from the Shy in game 2? The thing that's up against him was Jace in game 2. That's not Vladimir. Vladimir is so much stronger. It's also not the Shy's Vladimir with how we've seen him pop off in some of these fights. So yes, I agree this is better than Griffin being down 2,000 gold for sure. But watching how they need to kind of use this tanky Scion to push IG further and further back and not let the Vladimir get to that late game combo initiation with Qiyana, since we've seen IG kind of just have experience throughout the mid and late game. Griffin needs to continue to play clean.
We've certainly seen Kaos this tournament that, mid to late game provided a great Kayle ultimate, but weren't putting out anywhere near the standing damage that we saw from the Shy last game. Chovy trying to zone JackeyLove away from the turret here, so very standard play, but like you're saying, Jack, can't afford for Griffin to be a one-threat comp with utility of different types from their other members. They do need those secondary threats, and that should be Sword in game number 3.
Well, and it's so far so good as we wait and look at them push forward. Infernal Draken spawns in about 2.5 minutes. That's a likely fight in the works, and so far the item spike's going to look pretty good for Griffin on this one. They've got a front line, they've got a back line. We'll wait to see what comes through as JackeyLove is going to knock down some more minions, and that plate, that turret, I should say, stays live at about 1/5.
Resets happen here. Rookie picks up waves. When Chovy previously played the mid lane Scion, it was actually a more AD heavy build, like Tiamat into Titanic into Sterix. This is full tank, very much going to be strongest around kind of 1-2 item completions to really be a frontliner that no one can really deal with, while Manamune and other abilities are being charged up. Griffin have been trying to find a way to take this turret for a while now, but you can see actually difficult to close it up.
Yeah, and you can see that Chovy is able to get some jungle control just by being so healthy as the Scion. It's almost a waste of time for IG to send one person towards him. And I do feel like we are in that holding pattern until the Infernal Drake spawns. But
I don't know about that.
Well,
Flashes
okay.
in, a lot of damage
Never
here.
mind.
Sora's going to be in danger. When's the ult come out? Pops it there. Rookie to find the stun, and now he's going to get kicked back in. The Q is going to land. The kill comes through. 3v1, and there is no counter push available yet to Griffin.
Yeah, if Griffin can't get the mid turret off of that, that would be disappointing, because if IG does send people bot, they're breaking the holding pattern and actually letting Griffin get that mid lane turret.
And is that going to be IG saying, look, the turret's going to go down the next wave, let's make a play elsewhere? Or is it an oversight? Because now, before Baron gets onto the Rift, they once again have mid lane turret down. If that can actually allow them to get the Baron that has really frustrated and thwarted them so far on their Baron and Rift Herald setups, it could be potentially a later high cost to pay. For now, at least, it's a kill.
Yeah.
Feel good as IG.
An equal trade in gold. They didn't actually push in for the bottom turret themselves, so that is a bit of map pressure in Griffin's favor with mid cracked. You can see Viper push down this wave. Jackie Love will pick up the rest of it afterwards, and we will wait the 30 seconds that it requires for this Infernal Drake to spawn.
So let's think about how this fight would play out if IG was trying to contest it, because they'd want to get Rookie in position to flank, and you can clearly see on the minimap, they're not interested in contesting this. I think IG is saying, okay, if we lose another early 5v5, that's how we actually lose the game. Let's instead trade because we are weaker. So it looks like you're going to trade outer turrets in both the top and the bot lane, and likely just concede the Dragon over, since Rookie doesn't even have teleport. They're very clearly saying that they can't do anything. And instead of taking the Infernal, Griffin's looking for a play bot.
And the Shy's going to try to build some space out of this one as he channels a bunch of the spells, knocks down most of the minions, will keep that turret alive. They can now go back to the Infernal. That should be reasonably safe. Again, as you mentioned, Rookie cannot join the fight. A 5v4 is a pretty free one. So different sides, outer turrets are traded back and forth. A bit of farm goes over to the IG side. A bit of farm goes over to the Griffin side. And now this bottom jungle is Griffin favorite as well. Can Ning find the Q? He's not going to quite get it. Jumps back to his teammate. Good smite out there for Tarzan. Over the Blast Plant, over towards the Infernal Drake. Still doesn't seem like that can be contested. So a fairly equal trade of sided objectives, but the neutral one goes towards Griffin as the Infernal is taken.
Yeah, the map reset advantage is what Rookie gets. He spots Chovy as he rotates back towards the mid lane. Baron spawning in 5 seconds. They'll get some control around it very early in the piece, like you mentioned, Jad. Is up. The Shy's caught.
Found out in 1v3. The stuns keeps getting layered, and he's going to go down. A killing spree for Tarzan. Griffin definitely finding the picks here.
And this is really hopeful for Griffin. They've had gold leads in both games 1 and 2. It's been a question of whether or not they're able to hold out. And after game 2, everyone calls back to all of the best of 5s that Griffin has played pretty much in their history, and how they're not good in the best of 5s, and once they go 0-2, they kind of just tilt. So the fact that they haven't tilted in the first 20 minutes of this game does leave the hope. But the question still remains, can they close? IG has been pesky this series. They've stuck around in these games, and then they've waited for a Griffin mistake to pounce. That's going to kind of have to happen again for IG to win this series in this game.
Yeah, their wins are averaging at about 40 minutes in. If this goes the way of the previous 2, we've got 10, 15, 20 minutes still to play, and IG find the late game team fights. The Baron setups keep going to them. I think they're like 5-1 in Barons or something absurd so far in this series. They're doing a lot with this one as Jackie Love keeps knocking down the minions and waiting for the next thing to do as they just keep scaling on up. The Rage Blade is done, but double items here for Viper, right? i.e. Essence Reaver, he's very powerful.
But I think the game really starts to turn when finally IG get these outer turrets down, because the way they want to play fights is to flank from 2 directions on Kiana and Vladimir, and there just is no items to deal with that much flat pen. And on both sides, it's flat pen magic damage. It's also going to be lethality, double stacked onto the Kiana. Do you go for a more and then have to also perfectly time against Kiana's damage? There's really no correct way for Viper to build. Maybe a stopwatch needs to come out as next item. And as the map gets more wide with more different angles to attack from, that's where Griffin will find it really hard to set up for the simple to execute fights they want.
But that's going to be one of the challenges for Griffin. As Rookie waits in the brush.
Oh, it's going to come across, but not find the stun. Kill it over the top. It's a flash away, but he's going to go down.
Can't do that if you're up against the Kale. Sword and Tarzan buddying up. Very important right there.
Also wasn't that close to the wall either, so I think in general, Rookie thought he was going to get a kill to once again buy some times. Maybe find a way for Vladimir to get finally that bot lane out turret. It doesn't happen, and it's another delay thwarted by Griffin.
And that's a good word in thwarted because Griffin needs to thwart IG from getting any outer turrets. If they do that, then they might be able to keep control of this game.
A little bit of fear in the heart of Chovy there. Said, okay, I'm going to ult backwards. Don't want to get bound up. Don't want to get caught. They can keep playing the map right here. The game state, 3,000 gold lead for Griffin and better Drakes overall. Looking to push down, take over this top river. There are some wards over the wall, though. They can only clear so much of this vision until the sweepers come back from cooldown, and they're not up yet. There it is. Pop down a control ward, and they'll knock down these wards.
In the Australian dictionary, we coined, I think, 10 years ago, bounce back ability. And that's what I think IG will show here. They will keep trying the flank, because they have to. That's how the comp works. They're able to disregard the last couple of flanks, first the Shy being caught, then Rookie being caught. We will see that again and again. It just takes one jab. And if they get the right connection, specifically on that Hemo Plague, the cleanup is real.
Is that all one word?
Yeah, bounce back ability. You can look it up.
That's
It's basically
words.
German.
Would Papa lie to you? No.
I don't know about that.
Hey.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, we'll see if the bounce back ability is going to be there. Right now, it's Lehens pushing forward, getting a bit of poke, getting rid of the wards. Griffin are strangling out the vision. It's going to take some pretty big plays from IG to take this river back. Right now, it's just dotted with a million wards. They're all red.
What is it actually getting, Griffin? They're spotting the enemy, but again, their agenda is, okay, we got the outer turrets, we want more. The more doesn't really seem on the menu. They do have some level of mid priority when it comes to this Infernal spawn, but IG also have a lot of dark areas to potentially flank from. So yes, Griffin are handedly in control of the specific timing in the game, but it doesn't necessarily threaten the sort of objectives you need to deal a death knell to the side of IG.
And Griffin still do have a level 16 Kayle on the way, but it's 60 CS down, level 16 Kayle. And items do matter. Kayle's not what she was on release of the rework, where you just hit level 16 and suddenly you're powerful. You do need the items and the ability to capitalize it on the way that the Shy did in Game 2. But from the looks of it, to answer your question, Papa Smithy, it looks like Griffin is just trying to keep their outer turrets as healthy as possible and focusing on the second Infernal rather than going for a pre-25-minute Baron.
Well, second Infernal started. Not a ton of ward control. You can see there's actually one Trinket ward in the pit. The control ward that's aggressively in the jungle gets taken down as well. And Griffin say, okay, discretion, the better part of Valor. They'll back off. Shy, happy to front line, has to respect some of the engaged tools, but likely doesn't get bursted down without the entire squad being there. One more auto would kill it. The flash over. They're going to go for the play, but the black shield is already there. That's going to be big damage. Is it enough, though? Sword self folds. Shy over the wall. That's a 1 for 0 so far, and it's a 2 for 0. The kickback down at Chovy, but that is the tank. He can walk away safely. Kiana doesn't do a whole lot, and no one is going down. The recall is going to be safe. Griffin get the 2 for 0.
One of the most ridiculous 2 for 0s I think I've seen, where the whole team gets hit by all of Vladimir's spells because they can't hard engage on him, but still they win both of them. And now they've reset, and they're on the way for the Infernal.
Tarzan's going to feel safe. Chovy is pretty much invincible, 2,000 health on him. Can't find the knockup, but that means the team can come back down. 14 seconds still on the Shy. Has teleport, but this Drake will die before he ever shows up. Ning has smite, Ning has flash. He can save the go for the steal, and oh, it's not going to be stolen. Good job, Viper gets the damage across. No smite, I think from either side, actually just the auto attacks come through.
Looks like a couple crits just hit the Infernal Drake right at the last second, so neither of them could get it. And now that both Infernals are off the board, the next step for Griffin will be around the Baron. They got the flash out of the Shy, and potentially that's who they're actually trying to pick at the start of these fights.
No stopwatch on the Shy either, so he will have to find an entry into a fight that wasn't as strained as the first one. If you notice here, he's the one that gets picked on to flash all in from Lehens. And yes, it's a wonderful connection, but between Chovy controlling one entrance, Jackie Love never gets to do any damage, and it's a really split fight from the side of IG.
And you could see Chovy was at the point there where he's kind of just a little unkillable until we get maybe yet another item onto Jackie Love. So he kind of single-handedly stopped Jackie and Rookie from entering that fight, even if the rest of Griffin took a long time to kill the Shy. And the bigger thing I think we've seen in this game is around Rookie's Kiana. Rookie hasn't found a good Kiana ultimate. He's missed twice in the river. He was unable to get those side lane picks. The game could turn on one good Kiana ultimate, but for now, Griffin seem hyper aware of where Rookie has been.
And again, I look at that last fight and I really feel that the turrets not being out, the outer turret still being up, means you have to be so much more telegraphed about your Kiana Vlad flanks. That is still a thorn in the side of IG, and Griffin is keeping it square. They haven't found the game-breaking moment, but it's another positive one, picking up the Infernal.
The positives are very good. 3,500 gold lead, double Infernal up as well. You certainly expect them to win most team fights based on stats, but how you play it matters a lot as well, of course. You're seeing Viper dip down for some defensive options yet again. You see the Hex Drinker come in, needs to not be one-shot by the Shy. The Shy's build is not raw AP, right? It's some flat pen with a proto belt early on, so that's actually a very big deal. The Hex Drinker is there because the one-shot's not quite going to be there.
And we still haven't seen Griffin take a medium lead like this into victory. They need to find a way to actually get this Baron.
Big damage. Sion over the top. Baolan might not have a good way out. Does have the flash, but where can he even go? One auto would kill him. And they're going to find the range. There's no way out for that one. Viper on a killing spree now. 9-3 on the scoreboard.
You'd think that this means Griffin pulls for Baron, but Rookie has been missing for about 30 seconds. He's going to hope to find the fight. I don't see IG giving up this Baron easily.
Sion is spotted in the bottom lane. They know he has teleport. They know he can join. And the wards in the pit's going to keep them safe enough. Ning almost gets caught just barely. Ward hops away. Has flash if he needs it. Doesn't need to, though. Sion keeps pushing down to the bottom side. They're going to keep waiting for the respawn of Baolan.
I love the vision toggle here. Feels like guerrilla warfare being played by IG. Down a man. Baolan about to respawn.
And still waiting for where Rookie might be. They know he's not been spotted. They're expecting top jungle. You saw the Spiderling go into the brush. They know Rookie's behind somewhere. When will they find it? What's the play? Forward they go. They might have knocked him down. Puts down the pool, but is there enough damage? They're going to try. They ult over the top, and it's already a 2-for-0. Viper doesn't die, but one finally comes through. It's up to Jackie Love, but he gets stunned. Clutch from Tarzan, but Morgana can't find it either. Viper stays alive. That's the full pentakill when they needed it most.
Exactly what Viper has needed to do this series. He stands tall. Through the flank, he gets the pentakill, and finally, Griffin find their Baron.
It's not often you get a do-over as an early game fed Xayah, but 5 kills later, 8 on the board. They get the Baron that thwarted them last game, and maybe Griffin will still breathe in this best of 5.
Rookie was so close to being the superhero there. He waited in the red buff for 1.5 minutes to find this place. So watch what IG does. Shy walks forward. Again, they can't quite 100-0 him, which means he gets it down. And here comes Rookie.
Flashes over, and it's like a jump scare. He comes out from the backline, but just doesn't have the backup from Jackie Love.
But notice what Viper did in this fight. He utilized everything. He dodged the Kiana ultimate with his ultimate. He used the stopwatch perfectly. He cleansed. His Hex Drinker popped. Every defensive tool he brought, he was able to use in this fight to pick up the Penta.
And now we get it from the pro view to really fully appreciate
Watch this reaction time. Oh.
0.1 of a second is enough. And remember, this was all with Chovy not there. He only gets there at the end to have the front row seat to the pentakill coming through from Viper.
Then the call was Baron, and now you can see the gold lead 7,000 with so much money in the pockets. And here comes the push now. Griffin looking to the bottom lane. It's going to be very hard for IG to stop this from happening. And Ocean Drake waiting to be taken when eventually they want to go back. But for now, it's take everything you can.
Sometimes the first win in the series is the hardest, and that has definitely been the case for Griffin. Finding gold leads in both the first 2 games, coming into this game 3 with a bad history in best of 5s, facing up against the defending world champions, needing to win 3 in a row. 1 would be the start, and they need to stay laser focused in this game now with Baron and an 8-kill Viper to finish it.
And let's hope that last year's quarterfinal between KT and IG, if there's any indication, this goes full 5. That will be what I think every neutral wants to be treated to here. Still have to close out this game, but this time it feels like really all the I's have been dotted, all the T's have been crossed, and now it's about breaking the base for Griffin.
Seems likely, but there is a bit of a defense here from Invictus Gaming. Keep it around, looking for their way. And Jackie takes some big poke, has to be respectful there. The turret's down below, well below 1/3. Griffin back into the mid lane. Chovy basically invincible, so He can easily shepherd those minions in, do a little bit of damage, walk back. I see I've pulled 2 over. That means we can push the bottom lane with 4. Big damage. They might kill him right here. The Shy just going to hold the pool. Knows they didn't go any farther. Walks away on that one. But that means an open hit, but that means that's going to fall down as well. That's going to be dropped. And Griffin have now cracked open the base for the first time all series. Gold lead growing.
They would hope for 2. They've warded very well in the jungle to try and make it so that Rookie can't find a flank initiation. Chovy's going to play very strong front, and you can see the caution with which Griffin is approaching this, not wanting to make that misstep.
Again, moving forward. Mid lane turret below a third now as well, keeping the damage through. The minions still mostly alive. A couple more shots still coming in. One more auto would knock it down. The cannon will do it with 1 more. And now the second inhibitor is cracked. 18 seconds of the Baron buff. Just enough to maybe push in for the inhibitor. But IG, we know they can fight so well. The ultimates are available. But they're going to flinch. They're going to back off. Griffin knocked down 2 inhibitors with plenty of time to reset and do what they need on the map.
Very successful Baron buff power play. Better part of 3.5 to 4,000 gold. Picked up there in Viper, confident enough to frontline and pick up those auto attacks. Doesn't have the longest range team, so needs to be the one to do that. They'll take an Ocean, mostly just to get the Elder to spawn around the 38.5-minute mark, but seems like Griffin just going to get the top side pushing, then look for a way to close the game.
I think both teams played that Baron power play properly.
Sure.
You could see IG was hoping for a flank, but they knew a lost fight would also completely lose them the game. They still have a chance to now farm up 2 waves of super minions onto Jakilev's Kai'Sa, and if they find 1 more big opener from the Vladimir and the Kiana, there's still a chance that Jakilev takes this over, but as far as Griffin is concerned, it's about running the playbook now. They have 2 waves of super minions, and they're the 2 inhibitors that are furthest from the Baron pit. Those are the 2 that you want to have down with Baron spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Standard playbook is push in the top lane, the only lane you don't have an inhibitor, but also the lane closest to Baron. Use the time to clean out any defensive vision around this area and put down your own. And then you start Baron, and the enemy, damned if they do, damned if they don't when it comes to contesting because of those super minions, which you can see are still alive for multiple minutes based on the blue inhibitors timers in the bottom left corner.
And it's time to keep pushing right now. Griffin know with the 9,000 gold, they can take a lot right here and charge up the stun. Not going to find it, but Chovy, again, impervious to damage. Look how big that health bar is.
Minions do die a bit faster without Baron buff, as we're seeing here, but as soon as the supers crash and they see the Shy, they're going to be more willing to step up and hit, you would think.
Find the buy, and it just does not matter. That is not a pick that works very well. Rookie wants to find his way in, turns invisible, walks right back out, pulls out the cocoon. But that's it.
Trying to buy 1 more minion wave's worth of time to find this fight. The Shy has been well goaltended from fights this whole game. And a big adjustment for the side of Griffin on that front.
40% on the top inhibitor turret. New wave coming in right now. IG have their whole squad on the screen. Chovy's up to the side, so if there's a flash engage, there's a moment without the Scion there. It's just wave clear. The turret now about 1/4. Minions being shepherded in. They've got to defend the Nexus turret. They go for a little bit of backdoor damage. And now the Shy must move over and knock these down. Next wave comes in about 15 seconds.
I think Chovy's taking damage. It's hard to tell, honestly.
He's not.
Kai'Sa is one of the best tank shredders in the game, and it's a death cap AP Kai'Sa barely touching Chovy.
Moving forward now, they've got the minions there, and that's going to be another one knocked down. That is the turret gone. The inhibitor now laid opening. Not knocked up, actually. Chovy, let's go a little early. That's going to be the attempt to kick back, though. Can they find Viper? But he gets the KO ult on top. It's already 1-for-0. Viper is still alive. It's a complete slaughter now. It's IG trying to stay up, but they are not going to do so. Rookie left alone without his team. He will run back to the fountain. He'll be sent back there in a body bag. A triple kill in for the Elise. That's the ace. That's the Nexus. And Griffin take the first step on the reverse sweep.
Griffin gonna make it a series. No 3-0 on this day, and our first best of 5 of the day. Viper especially with a bounce back performance after he mishandled his lead in game number 2. And suddenly, we might be on for a nice long bit of League of Legends today.
And Papa Smithy, this was a gut check for Griffin. This was a massive gut check. They have had such failure in big best of 5s, making the summer finals in the LCK, always falling short, going up against the world champions, having misplays that cost them both games 1 and 2, putting Chovy back on a tank.
Yeah.
None of us asked for that. We were seeing the Sion, we said, throw it on Sword, let Chovy carry. Did he carry on Sion?
A little bit.
He had a very strong Sion game, and they trusted the team. They trusted Viper, the guy who was 7-0 in Game 2, on the same champion, and then started dying. Made it to 8-0 in this game, and never died. So Griffin is absolutely back in this series, because I think the majority of our viewers, and myself, I expected the sweep to happen, and they stood tall.
And now you wonder what it means for the KO pick. It was a very different KO performance from Sword, and yet it still found the victory. So with us changing blue and red side most likely, maybe a KO ban is incoming.
Going to be an exciting game. Let's check with the State Farm Analyst Desk for more on Game 3.
Thank you, gents. Griffin has come alive in the quarterfinals here to push us to 2-1 for the series score. And again, looking for that reverse sweep. But I want to talk about how it came, because much like Game 2, where they were set up well, we still had moments of questioning around whether or not they could close this out.
Yeah, I think a lot of the team fights were a little bit suspect from Invictus Gaming, but it was nice to see that even with that being the case, that Griffin was still taking them slow. So they still had a pretty damn strong, like, Sion KO. And so just from the front to back, I still had faith in Griffin in them.
What about those adjustments in Champion Select? Ultimately remaining on the tanks in the mid lane, giving that Xayah back to Viper to say, hey, we put you in a position last time and we didn't follow through, but we're gonna do it again.
I think it's great. I mean, I think that Game 2 was clearly not a drafting issue whatsoever. I think it was an issue based on execution. I think that they went back to that similar style. Yes, it is the Kayle instead of the Jace, so a little bit more late game focused. But I think that Viper showed in Game 2 what he can do from a good spot. And I think giving him the opportunity to actually carry through and close out a game now gives you hope for maybe the rest of the series.
And that's the thing for me, because when you have a look at Griffin, it's not like they lack in raw ability, and they do have good teamwork elements. However, the question was, can they make it work on the biggest stage? When these games push come to shove, someone has to step up. Someone has to be able to take the game by the scruff of the neck. We saw that this game, it was actually multiple members getting clutch plays and being able to control the monster that is IG.
A huge repel out of Elise there to dodge out on the Kiana ult. Sets up one of the first big team fights for Griffin here around the Rift Herald.
That camera pan.
Woo! There we go. And the Kayle ultimate? Yeah, we got them all, baby.
And the 5-man knockup on the Sion here just spells disaster for IG. And for Griffin, I have to imagine the vote of confidence that they got coming out of this team fight specifically.
I'm sorry. I'm more impressed by the camera work than the team fight. That looked amazing. Get that man a raise.
There we go.
I'm just like, you're like talking about the camera.
It's Worlds, Azael.
He spun it around, and then the numbers popped up, and the sign had a big hammer. It had everything.
All right, well, good on you, camera guy. But we're here to celebrate the players and the plays themselves.
And that's all it takes is one play, one moment for a team to be able to bounce back. This is a team that would have been on the ropes, they would have thought, if there had been a performance where, you know, rookie sweeps aside a team fight, and, oh no, it's happening again. Game number 3, we're going to be swept. We're going to be called chokers. But it just wasn't the case, and that led to so much success.
That's why those moments that we saw just before, you know, Game 4 hit, I was really happy about, because the mental reset was necessary. The draft, as you had already pointed out, was great. You just had to be able to focus on, hey, we did great things for the first 15 minutes. Just focus on the team fights. They nailed them down. They had a great composition to do it. So I think now, game's on. It reminds you of IG versus KT of just last year.
I was about to say, this is a very familiar position for IG to have been up 2-0 in a series and then have it run back 2 in a row is what happened last year in the quarterfinals for them. They did obviously end up winning that series in 3-2 fashion. But I do want to talk about how this game played out, because we had our first pentakill of Worlds 2019. And so again, when you talk about momentum, this is going to be a big piece of it for Griffin.
And look, the bot gap is starting to open up to me. And I think this was a very good cleanup team fight. But however, it is a genuine 4v5 where you can just see Viper on the backline is freely hitting everyone. And this is a guy in back-to-back performances that's been able to take over the early game. However, this time around, the late-game team fighting was much cleaner from Viper.
Yes, and it was so important for me to be able to pick the Vladimir off before these fights started, because there were 2 moments in which he was gone immediately. Easy now for the AD carry to deal with that front to back.
We heard Jat say it. Following that Game 2, a lot of people were resigned to the 3-0 sweep. And so we're a little bit surprised here now to be sitting in a 2-1 position and going to Game 4. But I want to know, what now does the series actually hinge on? What will make or break the remaining 2 wins that Griffin needs, or the 1 that IG needs?
Well, I think when you look at this game, you understand why analysts were very skeptical of Rookie coming into Worlds. results, because that was Summer Rookie showing up in spades. He had a terrible performance on Kiana this time around. So I think if there's Griffin, you still need a little bit of luck. This series still looks very tough. The Shy is playing out of control. You need someone to like slip a little bit, and your plays need to continue to elevate off the back of that confidence.
I actually don't really agree with the fact that they need luck. I think that they're finding their groove a little bit more. I think that they have ramped up. Game 1, I think it was largely off of draft. Game 2, I think there were some pretty big execution errors. I think Game 3 was their best game of the series thus far, and it's also a big confidence booster that you can actually take one down. And I see you smiling. I know you want to say something back.
It's the best series so far, and they still nearly lost it. If Rookie just hits one of those Kiana ults in the mid game, he missed 3 in a row. You can't rely on that happening in the next game.
I mean, it will be a question, right? Whether or not Rookie can kind of reorient himself, get back onto the field, and play to the consistency that we have seen in the past at times, not necessarily in summer. Raz, I want to hear from you, your thoughts on how the rest of the series will play out.
Consistency matters, because this was the best game for Jackie Love. And that's saying something for how many deaths he had, right? So, like, for me, Jackie Love needs to play better. Rookie needs to play better. I'm not asking for heroic performances that we've seen from some of these individuals all tournament long, just competitive and willing to pick up these fights, because coordination is not there from IG.
All right, for Griffin, though, are they picking up steam? Can they kind of buck the trend of the best of 5 record for themselves? We'll have to find out in Game 4. Griffin, they stayed alive in the series and are looking to pull off the reverse sweep. Worlds continues after this.
If you're not Jackie Love's agent, you should be.
Will be stunned, but is the fight good enough? Tice on the back line, still knocked up though. Halo's over the top, and Griffin have spread their wings. That's going to be big damage. Is it enough though? Sword cell folds, Shy over the wall. That's a 1-for-0 so far, and clutch from Tarzan, but Morgana can't find it either. Viper stays alive. That's the full pentakill. Can they find Viper? But he gets the KO ult on top. It's already 1-for-0. Viper is still alive. It's a complete slaughter now. A triple kill in for the Elise. That's the ace. That's the nexus. And Griffin take the first step on the reverse sweep.
We came to win. We lost before, but never again. Back on our grind, you know what it is. We gotta win.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself.
gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2019. The quarterfinals are upon us, and the next two games are match point. Invictus Gaming up 2-1 right now. The first two games, incredibly close. Griffin could have closed out either one. They did finally do that in Game 3, and I have to wonder, does the momentum now side with the Korean squad?
As the games go on, we start to pick up some kind of trends of the series. For example, Chovy persisting with the hard crowd control potential initiation mid laners. The fact that the Shy versus Sword has largely been the lopsided matchup we kind of conceived it to be. Now maybe there's a reality where Kali becomes open and the champion pool changes, but those are the things that are happening more persistently. It's very important to grit your teeth and win. Like Griffin showed, obviously they'd be eliminated if they didn't. However, what does it mean now that Griffin's back on the blue side?
And Freak, I think in terms of momentum, probably a little bit towards Griffin, but it's too hard to say. We've seen Griffin actually win one game after being down 2-0 in the Summer Finals against SKT and then lose the series. And we've seen Invictus Gaming pull back from attempted reverse sweeps like last year at Worlds against KT. So can't wait to see how this series continues to play out.
And we're looking for what's different in the pick and ban. LeBlanc knocked off the table. We looked at, the Game 3 draft. It looked so similar to the Game 1 until Garen Yumi went away and other things came through. Griffin actually changing things up now that this is going to be the same sides as Game 2, where we had Invictus on the red. LeBlanc was a big factor there.
The blue side, Gragaspan has been what's dropped by Griffin in this game, so potential Ning or Tarzan. Champion, Jace is open. We already mentioned in solo queue, this is a three-way flex for Griffin, even to the bot lane as well. So no surprise, it is overall first pick.
And we didn't see a kill ban. So we know that the LeBlanc value with how well Rookie played it in Game 2 is still incredibly high. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a fairly high priority on Kale by IG.
Maybe Gragas here as well, right? That's one champ that's been denied from Invictus every single time. They finally get it here. It is their go-to. Sorry, they did win a game with it, of course. That was the Yasuo game back in the very first one.
And that's why they drew a ban for it on the blue side last time. The change with the LeBlanc coming in. So far, no big surprises. Probably just going to be Xayah Rakan rounded out for their side of Griffin.
And Invictus opting into letting that matchup happen, right? They had the ability to say, no, we will take the Rakan or we will take the Xayah away. IG content to let Griffin play the same bot lane game after game after game.
And it's been working out pretty well for Griffin, actually.
Yes.
Piper was 7-0 at one point in Game 2 and ended Game 3 8-0. But here's also the Kale we've been talking about. So in a lot of ways, these teams are still prioritizing exactly the same champions that they have for the whole series. Actually, not that much pure adjustment throughout the series, which I think is fairly fitting since these are two confident teams and all three games have been fairly close.
And it's that weird thing where Griffin lost Game 2 on the blue side with very similar champion choices, and yet, if you could have that 18 minutes over again, you kind of have to take it as a top team to be that far ahead with that strong an early game. And yes, made some fumbles, lost the game, but you can't be results orientated about the WL at the end with how great the early game went. So we'll see if they just go super standard blue side, get 2 games in a row on the side of Griffin.
Final bans come through, some more jungle pressure down, getting again rid of magic damage junglers. Gragas and Elise definitely top tier there. The Yasuo that was paired so well with Gragas last time, that one's gone.
Do you reckon Griffin could go Jarvan Galio again? Could they actually run back exactly the same team comp they had in Game 2 because they banned the LeBlanc, which was the one thing that found access onto Viper?
I think that or maybe Gnar AP jungler is a possibility as well with the Yasuo ban coming through. So I'm very interested to see if they just really do fully roll it back or find a hybrid.
Because the AP jungler would be Echo. I think actually with Lee Sin open, they probably go Lee Sin,
Talia,
AP mid.
There's a possibility here.
Talia jungle could also be something that a lot of the LCK teams have had huge priority on this Worlds.
Interesting to see the Lucian ban. He played that against Kale. Talking about Rookie here. Played that against Kale, against Showmaker, won that game. Of course, they have the Kale themselves. Going to leave that one up to chance. We'll see where that ends up going. The Scion, we are expecting to go into the mid lane, but that can still move about based on how they want to play this one. I could easily see either player play that, and Jungle Karthus! Jungle Karthus is gonna come through in this game.
There's the other AP jungler we hadn't mentioned.
It is another one, but it's one that actually really hasn't worked from Griffin when we've seen it in the past. They haven't been able to perform around this pick and find enough action because guess what? It's pretty hard to dictate a jungle matchup as Karthus in the early game. It's unlikely to be able to pull that off unless your team has lots of multi-step plans for invading. Aatrox, the final pick on the side of IG.
Karthus for Tarzan this year, 0-2, 0.8 KDA.
Oh.
It's been very bad when it's come out.
I've been trying to use broadcast language, Freak. It's definitely been pretty awful. And they just, unfortunately, tried to farm it out, fell behind. Jungler doesn't have CC to try to gank a lane, really. And then it just all falls apart. So hoping they've had a lot of time in scrims to perfect it, because it's risky.
And look where the matchups are going, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not Kale farming against Sion, it's Aatrox trying to battle Sion. That damage is there early on. You can get lane priority early here for Rookie on the Aatrox. The Shy, we saw him fall behind Sword when that was a matchup a game or two ago, but came out late game to carry it through.
I'm really curious to see how the Aatrox Sion matchup plays because of the nerfs for patch 919 that hurt the Aatrox's wave clear. I wonder if he's just going to be a melee champion that gets shoved in, and they're hoping for maybe some type of gank assist, or if they can get priority over mid, then they can start controlling the river against the Karthus, who's going to be vulnerable.
The first 4 to 5 levels are actually as good or better. It's the mid to late game that Aatrox's wave clear now falls off in this world. So I'm expecting the early laning to be good. That remains to be seen, though, based on how the game actually plays out, though. But this is, once again, Griffin's backs against the wall. They've taken 1, they need to win 2 more straight, and they've gone to an unreliable jungle Karthus to seal the deal here, and then go into game 5 and do it all over again. Invictus Gaming, though, have moved Aatrox into the mid lane. They have the Shy, who is the best top laner in this matchup by far, back on the Kale, back ready to carry. Leona coming in to help push forward as well. This is going to be an exciting game 4.
Out does IG roll from the fountain here. Griffin keep a lot of their pieces similar from their last game on the blue side. Honestly, over the series, once again, being gift-wrapped the Zaya Rakan. Feels like if we go to a game 5, that will not stay true.
You'd have to think so. And just to recap a little bit about how these teams got here, Griffin had one of the best individual days we've ever seen of Worlds on their second round robin, going 4-0, putting up a 7.2 kill to death ratio on that day. And then IG, while they did look good in group stage, did not win the group. They still have that World Championship roster. All 5 members now from that 2018 Worlds team starting here, jumped out in this series to a 2-0 lead despite some close games. Kind of all of us were holding our breath to see if Griffin would just kind of roll over and die. They did not in that game, and now we're in this refreshed series really to see if Griffin can continue to play solid games or if IG can find another crushing fight to end the series.
And the Karthus jungle is such a game warper. You know, he power farms through the jungle, but has famously never really had too much gank assist. A lot of casters out there, and I know you're out there somewhere, LS, want them to just power farm and press ult, and then just play that particular playstyle. And it works when your lanes are ahead. The moment you fall behind, don't have a lot of power to really influence the result from there. So you need a lot of planning and times into getting the right matchups and also just wave states to be able to allow Karthus to do his thing.
But also thinking about the way these lanes could play out, Zyrakan should be a favored 2v2 against Kaiseleona, even if there's some skill matchups at play and it can be close. The Jace should be able to beat the Kale early, and if Chovy can get lane priority over Rookie, which at least at level 1 it looks like it can, they have the potential to play that 3-winning lane with the farming Karthus style.
But when the jungler comes in, you have states where jungle comes bot lane, puts down a control ward. If Leona at level 3 can take every Zenith Blade and not care at all about the enemy jungler, you will get counter kills there. So the jungle ability to impact lanes, you have one of the strongest ganking junglers versus at times a non-ganking jungler, and that just means a lot of power in Ning, which is, you know, a double-edged sword.
And in this matchup right now, I think because of how little, actually hold on, fight in the bottom side, pretty decent damage with Viper. One more hit would turn the passive on, turns back for it, gets it there, no root coming back there. But that is a very solid trade.
And those are the Leona E's that Papa Smithy was just talking about. Karthus isn't going to be there.
Nope.
You can just go. If that's a Lee Sin or a Jarvan, you're second-guessing whether or not you can go for that level 2 play.
Similar situations over in, ooh, this could be pretty exciting. Gets a couple of attacks in there for Rookie, but the top lane going similarly as well with how much pressure we're seeing. It's actually the Shy pushing in Sword. Again, not afraid of a Karthus gank coming through. He's likely not to die, so Able to farm pretty well so far. These lanes looking decent. We'll point out that Chovy doing well against Rookie in this mid lane.
Interesting, it was a matched full clear from Ning against the Karthus jungle here. So going camp for camp. I wonder if that does just mean that he's going to have pretty good idea about respawn timers on both sides and make a more informed contest on future spawns. But it does mean that Tarzan, he's faster. He's going to get the Rift Herald as top side.
Takes a turret shot for his troubles, and that's maybe not worth it. Still has some potions left. Klepto pulled one back, so that gets him half the turret shot back anyway. Ning's going to come by as... they'll get it. It's fine. He's okay. Grabs that one. Ning's like, okay, where'd the Scuttle Crab go?
It's still an unspotted Ning at the moment. If Sword ends up going for an over-aggressive trade, thinking that his jungler has river control.
I feel like burst range is maybe only about 400 health, though, you know, onto the Jace here, just because it's Gragas Kayle. So because of that, probably not going to be find anything, and obviously was revealed earlier. Tarzan continues to investigate, hoping there was camp skips.
That's a really good knockup, though. They almost get the root of the Jackie-Love. That's a lot of damage knocked down, though.
Fowlan spotting an entrance here. Probably going to stay in lane there. I don't think there was any chance Karthus would be bot side. Karthus is top side.
Yeah. Okay, what can the Shy flash away from? Gets away from the wall of pain. No slow's going to be landed, so able to walk away. Dodges most of the skills, but not all of them. Takes a couple hundred damage.
Landing Karthus Q's on the Shy has got to be some type of nightmare. The fact that he landed one, I'm actually impressed with how well the Shy has been able to juke historically. So there was a little bit of time there for Tarzan to stick around. Although his Grump has respawned, and I wonder if Ning is actually able to counter jungle a little bit.
Pretty bro tier status.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the minimap backwards.
No worries. The bro tier status of just blowing Chaos Flash's jungle Karthus is more than you would expect necessarily out of lane impact. So that's something that Jace can potentially take advantage of. Lao Sword got the wave frozen for now under his turret. Will start to reset.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it denied any of the CS. That was a full wave still there on the Griffin side. And as the TP comes through for Sword, or the recall, I should say, comes through for Sword, looks like the Shy will be able to shove that in without much issue. So not going to do too much. Should reset no problem. Maybe even denies a CS or two. As the TP comes back to the turret itself, that actually will deny a very little bit of XP. And we look at the top lane now, reset again with fairly equal farm and arguably better items on Sword. Rookie still holding fairly equal in the mid lane, but Chovy is getting the better of this matchup. And it's going to, I think, continue to improve for a little while here.
Especially with Bomby Cinder, he'll be able to shove in quickly, but Ning hoping for that gank. Would have Predator boots, and Sword is looking to push up. Now's the time.
Very aggressive. This is the time to go for it. There's Predator pop right there, and Sword doesn't have an easy way away from the body slam. Blue smites first, gets knocked backwards, waits for the play, finally pushes them back in. Is there a way out? Oh, that's a really good flash. Gets the correct direction, but Sword certainly does die, and the optimal first blood goes to the Shy.
Beautifully done by Ning right there. There was always going to be that game of chicken about whether or not you're flashing or getting your body slam off, and he cuts him off enough to not let the Sword get away. And then, even though the Sword saw an opportunity for a counter kill, the Shy was in front, not letting the Shock Blast blow back to Ning. And the counterplay by Griffin, though, is to also get the Ocean Drake.
But it's tale of 3 KO lanes. We've seen 2 times from the Shy, 1 time from Sword, and always the Shy actually getting the meaningful leads in those matchups. It's obviously good to pick up an early Ocean Drake here. Even the Karthus is going to be a big fan of this.
Tarzan really wants to steal blue. It's relatively greedy, but he can kill it pretty fast.
On a ward, but no one's really around to stop this one. He's going to be able to claim that one. The smite even available if he needs it. Got to be able to save that one on top of it. That's a pretty big deal there. So early Ocean Drake, and the pickup on the blue is going to be nice on top of it.
Camp short of level 6 on the cusp. Going to see the replay here. A lot of patience being played by Ning. If you're going to flash, Sword chose the right time to do it. I wonder if there was a full disengage available for him.
Yeah.
Sword's read was no.
It was close. The Gragas Q was thrown out to prevent the flash back towards the turret, but now with a flashless Jace, who just has the wave in the wrong spot, the Shy's going to be able to zone him off for a while.
And that's why you might say, wow, early Ocean for Karthus. They're going to get quite a lot here. And yes, giving up a kill is not ideal, but the Drake is something. The issue is that now the Shy probably is going to always, at worst, go for CS, maybe even get more kills and get more ahead on KO. And we already know how that pays off in the late game. You have to hope the Karthus is worth it.
I want to see if the Shy is actually continuing that freeze, because if he holds that, he's going to be able to get a massive CS advantage. There's control ward supremacy in that top lane. Sword would basically have to push up past halfway without flash in order to even get farm, unless Tarzan goes up there and helps him shove it in.
Base of the mid-map, it looks like he is, right?
Yeah.
Walk down the tri-brush, put a ward down. He's been fairly slow here, so this is certainly a lot of money being lost. You can see it's already level 6 to level 7, and it likely gets worse from here. As slowly but surely, he's gonna, okay, is it close to my turret yet? All right, finally we have Sword in range, but Sword has to, like, eke out some of this CS, right? Lands that Q, but another Caspian is gonna die to the minions there, and the Shy lets the wave sit in front of his turret. A flashless Jace. How do you survive a Gragas gank?
You don't, is the reality on that one. Almost no outplay possible on that area, and that's why Jace is trying to roam, put down a control ward. He's trying to do what he can. Does have a spotting ward for most Gragas gank paths, but if you just hold it and use Predator, it might not matter. They know his E's on cooldown, so this is a Predator gank opportunity.
Looks at the sweeper. Where's the ward? There's the ward. Okay, that's Sword running away. And once again, look at that cannon minion. That's gone. The melee is gone. That's still farm denied. Now into the mid lane, though. Rookie gets all 3 sweet spots. Going to be not knocked up either. Starting to fight back now with 20 CDR in the build.
Either Sword needs to leave that lane and go somewhere else, or Griffin needs to force a play. And it looks like they might be looking to force a play bottom lane. They have the jungle upgrade on Karthus. He can just ult with the dive, and they can look to break this.
They're going.
Look for it. To see if wards. Now Chovy is spotted. Now comes the reaction of IG. He's going to sit there to kill the ward off. 2 plates already taken. Tarzan's now here as well. Not going to battle land. He's tanky, but not that tanky. Gonna dive in. Tries to pull it back. Won't get anything here. And the Scion charges into the turret. But the minion wave mostly gone. Has to walk away. 1 for nothing is a decent pickup. But Jace was sitting there holding a mid lane wave. That's just farm being lost on the top side. But as bots being pushed in, that's plate number 3. That's still a dead support. That's still gold in the pockets of Griffin.
Yeah, and it's a play to break the freeze without having to send Tarzan top lane, which is very important for them since that could have been a losing 2v2. Overall, very good teamwork by Griffin to help Sword out of a very tough situation.
It's one of those things where they understand what they have, which is the ability to pile on bot lane with a turret dive. Karthus jungle is not going to salvage a 2v2 lane with a Jason. Just not what the kit does, so hang around what you have. It's mid lane.
Body slam, flashly ult, they all land everything. And again, a death onto Sword.
Last game, Griffin had 6 deaths, 5 of them were Sword. This game, it's all of the 2, but it's because IG is focusing him so hard and he's often left on the weak side. We talked about weak side Kale, that's fine. Weak side Jace, on the other hand, doesn't have that fallback pattern.
Not a lot of escape tools, and Ning might be in a similar situation. Drinks the cask, nice job by Chovy, claims the scuttle. Could be a fight brewing, but that's not going to happen here.
Rift Herald will be a tool that IG could use to maybe force Chovy to come on their terms rather than make another roam play like he did a couple of moments ago. Sword just wants to stay away from as many people as possible. He wants to play some single player, so he's going to go bot lane for now.
Gotta find a place to keep him safe and not dying so much. Watch that mid lane fight again.
Yeah, Sword thought he was relatively safe, but just goes for the fast wave clear instead of the safe wave clear, and that was a big mistake. Yep. He could have just sat in range for him under his turret, never would have died. Instead, Ning is able to punish.
Back around the map we go. Different lane assignments as the second Ocean Drake is spawning in a few moments, but Rift Herald may be the more prized target. We check into the bottom lane. It's pretty much equal farm across the board. Of course, we had that one gank. That was nice. It got a kill in a Bao Lam, but it didn't really stop Jacula from farming, so that's staying equal. The Muramana or Manamune is done. That's going to be stacking up now, and we're closely approaching Viper having the Essence Reaver.
We have a comp here where it's single magic damage dealer Karthus, so the early purchase of Sorcerer's Shoes into Oblivion Orb with the jungle item is going to be something that IG can't really deal with. Speaking of not being able to deal with.
Yeah, the Shy is going to be hard to deal with. Look at that, 400 HP on Sword. Second dive would kill him. Now a fight in the top. Try brush. Ooh, that is big damage on a Ning.
And that might be enough for them to decide to peel towards the Rift Herald. Griffin really has to make the best of every 4v4 situation they have, because already the level 9 Kale is unstoppable in the side lane. It only gets worse from there in the 1v1.
And it gets pretty bad in the 5v5, as we learned by the Shy's dive bomb flash in game number 2. So take your point, Jat. They're doing what they can. They need to actually confirm this Rift Herald.
Poking around, here comes the teleports in. This is going to be a fight. This could be series defining as Rookie comes down. And they have yet to send the kill, but here comes Jace now as well. This could be a smite fight. Who's it going to go to? Picked up, nicely done by Ning, but is there a way out? Goes to 5v4, damage to the back line, 1 for 0, as the Shy has finally joined. And where does Sion go? Over the wall, but Chovy doesn't have a good exit path. The flash to chase in. Baolan and Jackie Love are here. Chovy flash, but to what end? He's going to drop down as well. The body slam for good measure. And Invictus Gaming get not just the hero, but the kills as well.
Everything goes in IG's favor in that fight. They get the smite secure. They get the really quick kill onto Lehenz's Rakan as that goes in. So both teleports expended. The Shy only gets stronger, and they still have the Rift Herald to break this game wide open.
And IG able to actually increase pace this game because of the clear ticking time bomb that is a KO that's winning side lane early. Hence pre-pop steal comes in, but steal from the Gragas. And Sword's TP, unfortunately, it's a flank position, but it's another one of these positions where he really can't impact the fight at all.
And looking at the bottom left of that fight, Baolan just destroyed Lehenz. Lehenz didn't get to press a button other than the start of his ultimate before getting chain CC'd to death.
No ult out of the Karthus either, so Tarzan not really stacking up the, the harvest not happening. It's once again Chovy doing all the damage on teamfight Sion, and you really want to see more out of your team in situations like that. You're seeing a whole crap ton out of the Aatrox and everything else. Now Jackie Love being moved into the mid lane. It's IG still finding places to be. Where do you put your assignments most optimally? Rookie takes some Raptors and lets the mid lane be cleared, but no one's top side, and that's important because that is gold that can go into the pockets. That's Griffin able to get some damage in this turret.
And they really need it. At this point, the slow control tank style that they played in Game 3 is just not going to cut it against what's happening in the side lanes of this game, as the Shy hasn't even hit level 11, but is still just a massive force. And the Ocean's going to be traded back as well.
First turret. He's as high level as anyone else on the Griffin side, only outnumbered by Rookie here on the one side, but Ning able to solo the Ocean Drake. Bot lane outer turret was first turret of the game. Griffin, yeah, they'll trade that back to the top side most likely. That's probably going to die, but it's IG still being faster and still getting more every single time.
It shows why those side lane targeting to get the Shy ahead can pay off in so many more ways than just kills as he goes for turret dive.
This is the Shy playing aggressively again. Nice knockback though. He's stuck in turret range. That's going to be a very warmed up turret. Has to get back there. 3v3 in this side of the map is it's IG's turn to run away.
So many objectives in the last couple of minutes have been impossible for Griffin to contest because the Shy is winning a side lane so strongly, and they were so telegraphed about Rift Herald because they couldn't just play the map and have the Shy grow a bigger lead, but they're being forced into a lot of hasty decisions because of the K.
Yeah, when we talked through the many different ways in which this series could play out, one of the ways that IG would most obviously come to a victory is if the Shy just demolishes Sword.
Yeah.
And that's actually, I think, the biggest thing we're seeing in this series. Yes, IG has been able to show patience. We've seen Chovy put on tanks to try and neutralize Rookie. But even with the first pick Jace, just Tarzan and Sword have not been able to keep up with the Shy and Ning. And the Kale game we saw in Game 2, what we're seeing now is as close to the Kale hard carry as we've seen.
And it's one of those things where it's not like the Shy solo has beaten Sword 1v1. It's that the very obvious plan of accelerating the Shy on a scaling champion has to be answered with cross-map plays or objective plays that Griffin haven't been able to pull off. Speaking of plays.
Aggressively in the mid lane, trying to burn down Leona, and they will. The sun sets on Baolan. He's going to have to back off and respawn in 20 seconds, but what is there to take? You've got a 5v4, but Griffin can kill a ward only.
I got acquisition good from the side of Griffin, but as we were talking about, objectives behind that not been possible for them. Shy backs already most of his way towards the Nationals Tooth, and a pick into no objective. We've known for a couple years now. It has very little impact on the game.
Yeah, Tarzan would want to hit level 11. We're still yet to see that first Karthus ultimate of the game that would be in the more explosive team fights. Wait until he gets a bit more spell pen. Overall, still a good fight. They saw the Aatrox top lane. They knew that they could just send everyone mid lane. Even if they get the kill and no objective, there are no objectives coming up by the time their ultimates will be up again. So just a good job by Griffin to keep the gold close.
Commend Baolan for quick reflexes. Got the W on. Managed to land the stun to turn on Aftershock. So survived another second and a half more than he would have. But all said and done, nothing IG could have answered with. They grabbed some farm. They barely saved the bottom outer turret. And we still come to this game state. Still 3,000 gold. Equal Drakes. But it's IG ahead. money on the right champions. 167 CS on this Kale, doing quite nicely. Hitting about 10 CS a minute on every player. Rookie got some alone time. Top side knocks down that turret now as well. 2-1, the turret score. Throwing the gold lead ever so slightly as the top river also seems to belong to Invictus Gaming.
And a very greedy purchase by Tarzan just now, going for the Medjais instead of completing the Oblivion Orb, which he would have been able to afford. Really hoping that they can find that one big team fight, because then he'd get the stacks on the Soul Stealer to break the game open.
It is actually the LCK way to play Karthus, is really early Medjais. Cuz was our best Karthus and would just rush it straight up in a game with no action over those items. So just feeling like they are going to get the fights with the amount of initiation they have, where if it profits, it profits big.
And it's interesting because it's tempered by the early Sorcerer's Elixir, right? He's trying to find power now and says, look, we only win if we win the next team fight. And if we win the next team fight, I'm getting 8 stacks on Medjais, and we're taking over the game. The Elixir is there to help make that happen, and this means that in Tarzan's mind, Drake spawning in 60 seconds is the series.
The poker analogy, he's all in. It does feel like when it comes to any semblance of early to mid game. Yes, it could go 50 minutes and he'd get his items, but he's realistically all in.
Even little stuff like that, just to go back to the Shy, blocking the cannon CS from around the wall. He's trying to take every single advantage from Sword, but really it is about this control ward vision in the river and whether or not Griffin can get control, because the gold advantage is heavily in the favor of IG. IG is probably fine with the fight in the river, depending on who can get the initiation.
4,000 gold. Get your recalls in because there's no time left. 30 seconds till Drake spawns. Slowly but surely, Jackie takes down the Raptors, but he's going to join the team before too long. This will be the last mid lane wave that matters for the Drake take.
Important note, Viper doesn't have 2 items. Is not comically far ahead like the last couple of games, so definitely going to be more difficult for him to repeat his penta-killing heroics.
Close rapid fire cannon, but not the combine. There is the bottom Scuttle Crab might just go the way of the Shy and Ning. They're going to actually go in for this play right now into the front line of backwards. Over Chovy gets nothing, and the Shy takes down Lehens. The re-engage, though, could knock down Rookie, but no. Kayla's there to save the day. Daki Love in, and he knocks down Sword. The knockup not as good for the Scion, and the push continues. Chovy getting pushed down. A double kill for the Kaisa. He's wearing his own skin, and they're going to walk right back in. Mid lane can be pushed down. Griffin only have 2 players alive.
You see the difficulty.
They're going for Baron.
Trying to play front line here for Lehens. Caught first, and that's why everything falls in. You're right, Jet. They're straight onto the Baron with the Kaisa and Kale. They can definitely kill it.
They've got the killer instinct. They've got the push in, but the health bars are so high. The Ocean Drake helping with that, and the extra lifesteal tools as well. There is no way Griffin stop this. Tarzan puts down the vision, but the Baron's going to go to Invictus Gaming. They will not be reverse swept. They have a gigantic set of control. Tarzan goes down. The souls are gone. Medjai's got nothing. Invictus Gaming have a stranglehold on this one, and they're looking for more. A knockup buys a bit of space, but looking to get one more kill into Lehens. Just barely gets back to the turret.
And this feels like the icing on the cake for IG. Not only winning that team fight, going straight for Baron, getting Tarzan, going back for the Infernal Drake. It's all just gone wrong for Griffin, and oh so right for IG.
And it's a really good read to force the Baron, because against some remaining members, even if you have a numbers disadvantage, Baron can be contested. But once again, it's Karthus. He can't walk up and try to make a Baron still happy. He can only throw down the wall. We'll get the replay here. Positioning as the Rakan is so hard in this game. They just go straight on top of it.
And here's where I hate the Soul Stealer from Karthus. If he has an Oblivion Orb and IG funnel into this choke point, you flash in, because you get to keep casting spells after you're dead, and they can look at how grouped up they are, but instead Tarzan flashes out. IG win the fight. They take the Baron. They kill him anyway, and I think they just won the series.
I think you might be right, but Jack, we saw Kog'Maw passive maximization, Karthus passive minimization. That's the decision that, again, it has been the Korean way. Looking for a catch here on Gragas.
A lot of damage on an Ing. That might just knock him down right here. He's waiting around with a stopwatch, and Tarzan gets the kill, gets some stacks back on. It's rated already by Kale, and now they go once again between the turrets. Griffin able to back up, but Rookie, he's running low, has to take the Kale, but they can re-engage on him. That could be a kill picked up. Oh my word, you've got to be kidding. He can't get it, Sword. And now Chovy could be pulled back, not quite though. And it's still IG somehow just barely coming ahead in the fight.
And so it's so far behind, he does little damage, and the turn was intense onto that Jace as he queued in. IG can back away, but Griffin still have some mid-prio here. Desperately want to break mid lane tower, but unlikely to do it.
So much desperation, trying everything they can to get the fights. There's only 3 people here. yes, they can probably even break this turret, but look at what the Kale is doing on the other side of the map. That just sack of gold the Shy has is just getting bigger.
Karthus just wanted to leave. He's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do over here against Baron buff Kale at level 14. 8,000 gold behind, but honestly, they probably still have to keep fighting or trying to force IG to group because splitting ain't gonna work.
Well, back in game one, they found those occasional picks, and there was just that little bit of overstep by IG, and the risks didn't pay off, and Griffin made it close. This, so, a much larger lead. The Baron buff still on for 50 seconds as turret number 5 drops. The gold lead stretched to almost 10,000.
We'll watch this fight one more time. Ning is caught, clearing a ward, so a good engage by Griffin, but you can just see kind of the gold lead that IG has. Rookie's able to step in, Jackie Love can come over, and Tarzan this time does go in, but it's a little bit too little, too late. That zoning does help them get Rookie low. Watch the timing on this heal, though, from Rookie, getting the vamp from his own damage, and I think the Shy cast a heal on him as well, so able to stay alive and push him back in the fight.
And when we get out of the replay again, you see the damage of all of this. 3-item the Shy on Kale, 5, 0, and 3. We always talk about who's the best at certain champions, and certainly the Shy jumping forward on top lane Kale, and maybe just Kale in general.
Yeah, the Shy, I would say, best Kale I've seen this tournament. Invictus Gaming, the best team to play Kale this tournament as well. Both halves of it, I think, very relevant here. Attempted steal on the red buff. Jack Live's going to try. Gets a glimpse. Not going to make that happen. Viper back onto that item. Viper again going 3rd item defensive, but I think actually you can't do in a game state like this. I think you actually have to have a bit more damage. Not going to really change a lot, I don't think, but only 2 items is really where it's going to stay. Hexdrinker not going to do a whole lot from in a late game team fight. As Rookie could use to fight up there, and now the Shy just tower dive with impunity in front of his own Nexus solo kill.
Must just feel awful to be Griffin here. I think they understand the predicament they're in. I don't know if a Viper Pentakill or Super Play can change it. Well, this all thrown out. It misses. Balan.
They find a stun backline. They're going to go right away. The Kale delivery is there. That's already 2 members dead. Griffin have 3 alive, and they're stuck inside their own base, and they're trapped with IG stuck in the pit. There's already 3 kills. They're having the flash behind their own Nexus. There is just nothing Griffin can do. The corpse of Chovy goes down.
And when IG want to, they can speed up the game. We know how far ahead the Shy is. We know IG has that massive lead. They know it too, and they're trying to end the game.
Big damage into Balan. Nearly dies to sword right here, but they're going to find another attempt. They're going to pull him back in. He's going to drop down as well. These weapons are so brittle, and IG push in. This, with the heal, is going to keep Balan alive. They're going to try to buy some time, but it's not going to be enough. Invictus Gaming came to defend their world championship, and they're going to do just that, and they will knock down Griffin in the quarterfinals.
IG are our first team into the semifinals, 2 best-of-5s away from defending that world title.
And if it had been the 3-0, I think people might have drawn the attention onto Griffin and really inflated their struggles in big matches, but especially this Game 4 shows you what IG is about. Very convincing Game 4 victory where they allowed their bot lane to be at the whim. They played around the Shy, and the Shy led them to the promised land. They ran that whole gauntlet last year in Korea, and they get a well-deserved nod here to the fans and know that the semifinals awaits.
And I think this whole tournament, we've been asking the question of, is IG back? Is IG the IG that won the 2018 world title? They had such a bad summer split. Would they play well? I'm willing to say they're back and they're title contenders.
You saw the Summoners Cup behind them as they bowed to the crowd. We'll see them again in a week in the same city. We'll wait to see who's going to face them, but IG on form is such a scary team. You cannot count them out. And even though they had a rough summer split, Rookie took some time off. They had to rebuild all the synergy. Those players are back on form here.
And you even consider, we saw Ning only on 1 match day, and we talked about the importance of Griffin's 1 match day. There were definitely some pieces that needed to be adjusted. It felt like they were kind of half playing with what they remembered Lian was like, trying to half adjust to Ning, and it didn't come together too well, and we had our reservations. It looked a lot more clean here around their jungle. We weren't looking at Ning moments in this series, so they're powering up. Clearly, the eye test is real, not just looking at the 3-1 victory.
Yeah, and that was maybe a better series than the Shy had all of last World Championship. He's had so many great ones. I can't say that for certain. Part of it also will have to do with going up against Sword, right?
Yep.
We had been calling that a potential weakness of Griffin this entire World Championship, and a team's greatest weapon against an opponent's greatest vulnerability. That's a mismatch.
And in 2 KL games, massive in those. Took a losing lane the first time, took a winning lane the second time. Some of that, of course, the jungle matchup there as well. But huge to the Shy. He is our Oppo player of the game. So well-deserved. Twist to the knife, turn the screws every single time.
And great. Another champion you can't afford to give the Shy. Add it to the laundry list. His Vladimir's pretty good, on point as well. That was the biggest KO self-ult play I have ever seen.
Yeah, I think we were saying it. We'd never seen Kale play teamfights like this. It had always been, let's empower someone else, not, I'm just going to pass the ball to myself and flash in because I know I have the damage afterwards. Remember, Kale can't auto-attack while channeling the ult on herself at the start, so you have to get that timing just right, and the Shy did.
And I love also the other aggressive plays they made several times. It was like, okay, Kaisa or Leona's going to go in. Don't worry, I'll set you up in 1.5 seconds. That's 500 damage a person. And just, here, please deliver 4,000 damage for me, and did so several times.
I remember those Kaisa plays were level 16 KO, where you can pre-ult a little bit and still get the full 3-second duration. So they were getting value on both ends, and he's a confirmed killer. The Shy is a monster, and he's definitely in tournament quarterfinal, semifinal form.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It was an incredibly close matchup as well. You think back, and I want to tie it up because I love predictions. I always want to bring them up. Again, you see the graphic, and it's like, wow, almost everyone says that it's going to be Griffin favored. 3-1, because 3-1's a pretty safe scoreline. Spoiler, still 3-1. But the context there, the asterisk, was we didn't know. This was, I think, the most variable of the quarterfinals. We had seen highs and extreme lows for both of these teams. Shout out my friend Kobe for getting it right, that he guessed IG would be the one more on form today. IG was the team more on form today. Did Griffin have it in them to win the series? Absolutely. You play this series tomorrow, maybe it's Griffin winning 3-1 after all, and those predictions are right. But this is how esports works. You get to Spain, you play in front of the crowd, and you've got to perform on the day in the BO5. IG did.
And that's the thing. We get to see the history being written in front of us. And to me, there are 3 series this weekend that I just have no confidence in my prediction. Like, I put them out there. That's what I thought could happen. I don't know, because there are so many unknowns for so many of these teams. What performance will we see? There's been variability between the games. Which champions will end up being important? The thing that could have broken this series with the Shy, who we'll have an interview with shortly, is what broke the series, and it was very impressive by IG.
And Griffin's world run ends here. I think the experience of finally going international will help them to cope and perhaps evolve when it comes to these big matches, but kind of familiar problems for Griffin that they'll need to address to go further.
Well, we'll see them in the spring split. We're going to see more Invictus Gaming next week, and we're going to hear more from them right now as Shox is standing by with the Shy.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I'm here with the victorious The Shy after IG qualifies to the semifinals in what was a very hard-fought match. The Shy, what in the end was the key to taking down Griffin today?
네, 우선은 4강 진출 정말 축하드립니다. 사실은 경기 내적으로 굉장히 계속 팽팽했는데 어떤 점을 통해서 그리핀을 꺾으실 수 있으셨나요?
그냥 저는 딱히 그런 걸 신경 쓰지 않고요. 좀 항상 저는 제가 잘한다고 믿고 저희 팀도 잘하니까 저만 잘하면 이긴다는 마음으로 해서 딱히 상대를 신경 쓰면서 하지 않는 것 같아요.
Well, I actually didn't pay too much attention to my opponent. I was just trusting myself and my team, so who my opponent is didn't really matter. I had the mindset leaving our teammates and myself.
Well, if you believe in your teammates and yourself, that is very important, yet it seemed like an adaptation needed to be made after Game 3. Now, a pentakill for the enemy team is really something that can mess with your mentality. What adaptation did you make to close out in Game 4?
네, 그러면 이제 3경기 지나서는 뭔가 변화점을 적용했을 수도 있어야 되는 필요성이 보였는데 사실 상대팀이 펜타킬을 가져간 뒤에는 기세를 크게 가져갈 수 있었는데 어떤 식으로 변화를 적용해서 4세트에 임하셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 펜타킬은 원딜이 먹기 쉬운 거라 딱히 신경 쓰지 않고요. 딱 펜타킬 나왔을 때 첫 경기 때 제키가 펜타킬 할 수 있었는데 저희가 뺏어가지고 그거 미안한 생각이 좀 들었던 것 같아요.
Well, actually, it's easy to pick a pentakill as a bot laner, so that didn't really affect me too much. And at the same time, I felt a bit sorry for Jackalope because I stole his penta in earlier game. Well, that was it.
Oh, exactly. Then let's talk about your personal performance. You are one of the most hyped players at Worlds. You have been for 2 years now. How do you reflect on your own performance, and how far are you off from the best The Shy we've ever seen?
그러면 이제 사실 더샤이 선수는 작년 롤드컵부터 2년 연속 이제 가장 주목받고 가장 강하다고 평가받는 그런 선수셨는데 지금 나의 게임 경기력이 어느 정도로 생각하시는지 풀파워 더샤이에 비하면 몇 % 정도라고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
그냥 무난해요. 제가 봤을 때 저는 항상 비슷한 것 같고 제 컨디션 따라서 다른 것 같고요. 그 주변에 많은 관심들이 완벽하지 않은 저를 좀 더 완벽할 수 있게 노력할 수 있는 상황으로 만들어주는 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, I don't think I have a lot of up and downs. I'm always like very consistent. And actually, well, it differs on my condition mostly, and all the hype and attention around me gives the motivation for me to perform well.
Speaking about hype, there are so many expectations on you and on IG. What is it like to play under the pressure of being the defending world champion?
그러면 사실 그런 이제 기대감이 더샤이 선수뿐만 아니라 IG에도 굉장히 높은데 그러면 이제 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 롤드컵에 경기하는 것에 대한 부담감은 어느 정도 되나요?
사실 저희 팀 앞에 수식어가 디펜딩 챔피언이라는 그 이름이 붙는 게 너무 영광스럽고 이 상황이 모든 게 다 재밌게 느껴지게 만드는 수식어인 것 같아요, 저희한테.
I think it's actually an interesting factor that everything, well, the fact that we are the defending champion makes everything even more exciting.
It is definitely exciting to watch you play. Can I get a quick prediction of FPX versus Fnatic and thus also who you will be playing in the semifinal?
그럼 마지막으로 다음 경기 FPX 푸낙틱전 예상 부탁드립니다.
사실 중국팀이잖아요. 중국팀 당연히 응원해야 되는데 뭔가 그 작년의 롤드컵에 대한 푸나틱과의 관계가 있어서 푸나틱이 올라왔으면 좋겠어요, 저.
So, well, I'm an LPL player. I have to be rooting or supporting LPL team, but I have this special bonding with Fnatic because we have been to Worlds together, you know, all the journey together. So I want them to kind of come up.
Oh, fantastic. The Shy also knows how to play to the crowd, I think. Kamsahamnida, thank you very much, The Shy and Ji-sun, and congratulations on making it to the semifinals.
This could be a smite fight. Who's it going to go to? Picked up, nicely done by Ning, but is there a way out? It's a 5v4, damage the back line, 1-for-0. The re-engage though, could knock down Rookie, but no. Kayla's there to save the day. Daki Love in, and he knocks down Sword. Griffin able to back up, but Rookie, he's running low, has to take the Kayla, but they can re-engage on him. That could be a kill picked up. Oh my word!
Brabazol thrown out, it misses, Balan.
They find a stun backline, they're going to go right away. The Kale delivery is there. Invictus Gaming came to defend their world championship, and they're going to do just that, and they will knock down Griffin in the quarterfinals.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Safe discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe. You wanna go? You wanna go, bro? Hey, do not mess with my discount. Woo! You can save up to 30%. Let's go! Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
Come and run again. You want a dose of this right now? It's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리 처음 나 이름 믿지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my glove. 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 괜히 수워서 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 We're so tough let's get it show you out can you feel the rush now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down go hard so we get it we go hard we're so in it we pop stars only winning now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 난 멈추지 않아 we go hard we pop stars ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down you go hard so we get it we go hard we're so in it we pop stars only winning now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 down
Welcome back to Worlds 2019 in our second quarterfinal of the day. LPL champions Fun Plus Phoenix versus the hometown favorites, Fnatic. The EU powerhouse pulled off a miracle to make it here and are looking to continue their road towards another world final. We pulled a little bit of a lane swap here, brought in Vedi and Frost to preview this EU matchup against the #1 seed from the LPL region.
Brought in the true experts, if you will. Vedius and I here.
I definitely doubted them in the group stages, and I know a lot of people were starting to doubt them. I did not think that they would be able to make the miracle run, but the 7-time LEC champions, the most popular team that we have in Europe, managed to make the miracle run last week, taking down SKT, RNG to now go up against FPX today.
And that's the thing, you said it all. Fnatic don't really need an introduction if you haven't been keeping up on the LEC. However, what you do need to know is that this roster did rebuild itself. Obviously, losing Caps and Soaz was a huge blow to it. They struggled a bit in spring, brought in Nemesis, who now has had, what, a solo kill on FLICKR twice, I believe? Well, he had the Vigar one and the Rise outplay.
All right.
You're not counting the Vigar one. That was a bit of a self-inflicted wound.
I'm just saying, Nimi is showing up pretty hot, which is why Fnatic fans are really on momentum right now.
Yeah, I would happily put solo kill on my resume.
My only take is I look at the mainstay players for me, the people that stayed along for the ride, Reckless, Hylissang, Broxa. Like, they have had monstrous performance in the second half of the week. Like Broxa in particular, like, Lee Sin, mechanics on point. I expect them to come in big today.
Let's take a stroll down memory lane there for that last day of groups and the miracle run for Fnatic here to the quarterfinals. Again, let's remember that their previous World Finals opponents just took the series to move on, got that vote of confidence from the Shy looking forward, and I think Fnatic will really take that as kind of a boon of momentum here up against FunPlus.
And I think it's the thing to understand about this Fnatic versus last year's Fnatic is they are no longer just RNG light. They were no longer just playing through Reckless as kind of that semi-Uzi, and instead it was playing this high-octane, fast and furious style where it's about unlocking Hilly to start roaming around the map and creating plays with Brock.
And I don't want people to have that takeaway from week one, though. Like, oh, mage bottom lanes and playing AD carry was the solution. Like, they still had some great compositions lined up. It's just that you're seeing some excellent plays from a lot of the players here.
And when was the last time a Fnatic fan got to say, Reckless doesn't have a small champion pool? He plays more champions than is possible at this tournament. He's got the Morgana, he's got the Garen. Fnatic fans are like, please just play Xayah.
The reality is there is a lot of hype behind this Fnatic roster right now. But that's also why I'm here to bring a bit of a reality check. Because they're going up against FunPlus Phoenix. This team is no pushover. They did not have the most impressive group stages, admittedly. That was supposed to be the group of life that allowed this team to pretty much go 6-0 and have an easy walk into the quarterfinals. But I don't think we've seen the true power of this FPX roster just yet.
No surprise seeing that arena littered with the Fnatic flags, as there's plenty of support in the crowd from the EU fans. But while Fnatic has dominated EU throughout history alongside G2, FunPlus Phoenix's big breakthrough came just this year.
Yes, because they almost had the winningest split in the summer split. It was all off the back of Doombi, Tien. Like, they had a great group of players that won team fight after team fight. And then when they went up against RNG in the finals, they made it convincing. So FPX, this is their year. It was obviously for the international viewers that are like, what are you talking about? Group B looked very odd. But once again, to reiterate, their wins in that group were convincing and is how I expect them to play going forward.
And frankly, it's been a long time coming, particularly for that guy in the mid lane right there. Doinby has been playing for 5 years on 4 different teams with 3 different junglers. Excuse me, 4 different junglers. Forgot Flawless there. And he's just been waiting for this moment. So I understand that they have a weird name. The song is Phoenix. I think it kind of goes to this momentum behind them, but it truly is a story of a Phoenix rising from the ashes. Doinby has been a staple of the LPL for so long, and now he finally gets to fly when it counts.
And the fun story about this was, like, before 2019 hit, before Tien and Doombi came in, this team was already known as young mechanics in Gimgoon, LWX, and Chris. They were strong players anyways. So the fact that all you needed was that puzzle piece to connect the rest of the map already goes to show why they're now world contenders here. So great stuff coming in from FPX. We just need to see that consistency come in.
And this is ultimately what makes FPX such a good team. Coming into the tournament, something that we actually discussed a lot was this team doesn't really have superstars. Even though you look at Doinby and his great performance, what makes this team fantastic is their ability to work together and how they complement each other. And for me, one of the big glue pieces was Tien in the jungle. I think that he has been one of the standout performers in the group stages, but he's also someone that coordinates and works so well with both his mid laner and support that he creates so many opportunities for this roster to succeed.
I mean, according to Raz, he's the jungler in the tournament.
Yeah, I have Tien as the best jungler with how consistent he has been on point in tracking the enemy jungler, going through mid lane, and even just basically playing ad hoc, recognizing if Doinby can't be along the ride with him, he's going to make the action happen to the bottom side of the map. He has, for me, been the most optimal jungler.
But the key word that I really agree with Vedius here is synergy. The synergy between Tien and Doinby is what the recipe for success is for FPX. But they attack the game in a fairly similar style. It is about roaming out into the side lanes, a lot of action happening everywhere, and how you attack the map holistically rather than just trying to brute force advantages in lanes.
All right, I think this is very interesting. We've obviously already set up both of these teams as very solid ones, or even Goliaths in their own right. But how do they actually match up? How do you expect that jungle matchup, per se, when you say Tien is the best in the tournament?
That's the thing. Whenever you see two teams that are very like-minded and also very similar, it really is just a stat check. Who's the better of the two? I think Tien coming into this one is going to be much better in the sense that he is always very resource-driven. He knows where to actually send his manpower going straight through mid whenever possible. He is the quicker jungler in my eyes. Obviously, it just depends on who's better on the day, but I have a lot of faith in the man.
I think a lot of it comes down to draft, personally. What we do know for certain is that there are a lot of contested picks between these two teams because they're very similar in their approach. We talked a lot about how Tian often acts as a glue for many of the members on FPX. Broxah is the early game essence of what makes Fnatic so strong in that part of the map. And when we look at some of the champions that they prioritize for both teams, things like the Gragas, the Elise, the Lee Sin, all three champions especially known for both of these junglers.
And I feel like there's kind of two different questions to kind of kick off the draft phase here. There's, for Fnatic, how do you deal with the Ryze? It could be that you just feel confident that you have Nemesis Cassiopeia, that he can skill check the matchup, and then suddenly Doinby's Ryze isn't a problem.
Yeah.
On the other side, then, for FPX, what if Garen Yuumi actually comes back? Do you have a situation where if Garen Yuumi are played, do FPX have to ban it? Will it actually break the series? And so I think draft starts from there and then only gets more complicated as so many of these pools overlap.
It's super important. In game one, I think FPX would want the Garen Yuumi to come through just because of the fact that LWX can play into it with a Vayne. Like, we've already seen the Kog'Maw Lulu. Exactly. So they can see that in that mindset. What I'm worried about here is this guy. Is the Shen. It's the globals that can come through and mess up a lot of the flow that FPX runs through. If they come into the bot side of the map and they think that they had the numbers game, not the case. We've seen them get messed up with that in the past.
I mean, not just FPX, but LPL teams in general. Anytime you see an LPL team all the way back to the Cloud9 days, TL has also done it. When you run a Shen, then when the LPL teams come to skirmish you, suddenly they don't have the numbers advantage. Suddenly you can turn the tide on them. And I think it is a recipe for success here if they reach for high mobility, global composition with a Twisted Fate, a Nocturne, a Shen.
And what I think is super interesting about these two teams specifically is a lot of the variation and uniqueness that we see in the draft comes from both the mid laners. We saw the Veigar come out from Nemesis. He was originally the Kayle player on this team before she was very popular, whereas for Doinby, the Malphite, the Kled, there's a variety of champions that he could bring out. And something we were talking about earlier in the day, Frost, was very much that Twisted Fate is something every team has banned away from this man. If anyone is going to leave it up, you know it's going to be FPX because they will have prepared a counter. And how deep do the mind games go? What preparation have both these teams come in? Because these are not teams that come into a best of 5 with nothing new on their plate.
And that's the thing. When you see FPX's champions rolled out, you're like, wait a minute, that's just Doinby's champion pool. And it only gets larger because of the time that we talk about Kled mid also can be shared to Gimgoon. Both Gimgoon and Doinby have been Kled mid players and Kled top players for the entire time.
I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm going to assume it's the same. This is so easy to predict once you see the draft. But I feel like the hardness of this, the coin flip, is because you just don't know how the teams are going to draft.
I like it. Well, I'm going to make you predict without seeing the draft. Sorry to burst your bubble, but down the line, Frost, we're going to start with you. Who takes it, FPX, or does Fnatic continue their run towards another World Finals appearance?
Okay, I'm actually going to go with Fnatic. And I'm going to go with a 3-1, and I think that might be surprising because I feel like a lot of people are leaning towards FPX. I think the difference makers will be Reckless and will be Bwipo, but that means you need to see the best iteration of Reckless and Bwipo. I think Bwipo has a creative enough champion pool that he can cause a lot of problems with things like that Shin pick, and I think Reckless is actually just a better ADC, at least at this tournament, than LWX.
You caught me with the RNG Fnatic votes. So you may have gotten me in Group C. This time around, you have to have seen the LPL summer split to really know what FPX is. I wouldn't look at Group C and take too much from it. I think that what we will see is the FPX of old, I suppose. They'll come in, they will come strong.
Are you betting on a team returning to form from 4 weeks ago when we just saw them last week in a mess?
Look, I saw 2 games where they're pretty good. And a lot of the times people will look, I'm saying we will see it, much like a lot of us, including the fan votes, were wrong in Series 1. I think people will be wrong and will undersell FPX.
Fair enough. We've got a tie at the moment, Vedius. Where are you going?
Yeah, where are you going?
I made a mistake not believing in Fnatic last week. When they managed to get out of groups, my faith was clearly shattered. I was proven wrong.
I like this.
And I'm going to continue being wrong as I believe in FPX.
Get it up!
The reality is, this team has a much higher baseline than what we're seeing from the Fnatic squad. Their range is so wide, and I'm going to give a very specific example as to why I believe this.
Okay,
Many
please.
fans are conveniently forgetting the clutch game that happened against Fnatic.
That was just a warm-up.
And that's the problem. It's not just a warm-up.
It's a nice stretch.
It's a part of who Fnatic are. And while you do get the good, you get the bad as well. And the bad from FPX is never that
What about
low.
the Splice? What about the Splice game?
They were outdrafted. And I think that this time around in a best of 5, while I believe they can drop a game, the baseline performance from FPX is not the same as what we saw from
But will they even hit their baseline? Based on their Worlds performances so far, can you even expect FPX to show up to that level? Whereas between weeks 1 and 2, Fnatic did improve greatly.
You want to take this one?
This is the ultimate question, right? Because Worlds is a... Worlds, the reason why it's so controversial, the reason why we saw IG beat Griffin today was because you don't know which teams will perform at their ceiling, right? And every team, and people are counting Splice out, but even Splice at their ceiling have the ability to create upsets and opportunities. And the question that fans and us as analysts should have today, which team will perform at their ceiling? I believe it's FPX.
But you have evidence that Fnatic have performed at their ceiling, where FPX have not at this tournament.
I still believe in FPX.
Okay.
I think what's beautiful about this, right, is we've established that both teams have paths to victory and that it will rely largely on execution and who shows up on the day. That is the nature of Worlds and international tournaments, is that any given day, a different person can come out the victor. And here today, we have a very split desk. Good news for us.
Traitor.
We get to sit back and watch some of these games and let the teams prove to us who deserves to come away with that victory.
Come back, Mama. Come back over here.
Hey, I'm on the winning side. I picked it in the RG match. I've got it in the FPX one.
I'm personally very happy that we are split here this time around as compared to the first series of the day where the analysts seemed largely aligned in the predictions. This time around feels a little bit more contentious.
See, I actually really like this because I got a nice runway. Like, I can get a good momentum building.
As soon as we toss, it's going to be a whole rumble here in the analyst desk to see who comes out the victors.
I'm just saying.
What?
For me, this is a win-win. Because if FPX
He hedged his bets. He's like, I think FPX and Fnatic went
Just admitted to hedging your bets, my friend.
No, but I really do think
You're
that
a coward.
Tian is someone that we saw the potential of last week, and I really think we're going to see him style on Broxah today. I genuinely think that is one of the biggest difference makers in today's matchup.
And also, just remember, if we're talking about growth throughout the tournament, first 2 weeks, young players from FPX's side have gotten that all out. Maybe we'll have one ink game. That's all right. I'm cool with that. The problem is 5 games in a row. Don't think Fnatic can do it.
Go ahead.
I just think that Fnatic have creativity and versatility in how they play as a team, and not just in champion picks, whereas I actually think FPX have creativity, but only in champion picks. But their play style remains the same every time.
All right, with that, the teams are readying up on stage. So for FPX, this is a chance to reach new heights, while Fnatic look to get one step closer to another World Final. Let's head to the stage.
Ya estamos aquí, segundo cuarto de final, ha llegado el momento, acabamos de ver a Invictus Gaming ganar su cuarto de final, tenemos ya a los siguientes 2 participantes preparados y uno de ellos es el campeón chino. Un fuerte aplauso para Fan Plus Phoenix. En la top lane, Kim Gun. En la jungla, Tian. En el carril central, Twin Peak. Como tirador, LWX. Como support, que no suplente, disculpad, Chris. Como sustituto, Shinji. Y como entrenador, Warhorse. Y ahora sí, llega el 6 veces campeón de Europa. Llega el equipo que estábamos esperando, FLICKR. En la top lane, como jungla, Mr. Braxa. En la calle central, el hombre de hielo, Nemesis. Como tirador, una leyenda, como support, como suplente Dan y como entrenador, todo preparado, Madrid. Fuerte Río. Segundo cuarto de final preparado. Muchas gracias a todos, chicos.
Thank you so much, Ibai. That is one hell of an intro. I'm Quickshot, joined by Kobe. And for the first time at Worlds 2019, Defisha, welcome back.
Thank you.
To the caster desk.
Honored to be here.
I love that you can hear the Spanish accent in the phonetic chants coming out of the Palacio Vastalegre.
Ibai always gets me amped up and brings a smile to my face.
And Fnatic, they've been in this arena before. They've won very important games here as well. This is another big one for them.
Yes.
I'm so happy they play FPX in this game because I feel both teams actually match each other very well, and that just makes it an awesome game.
Okay, so who are we going to give the advantage to when we get ready for the draft? As you know, I love my little stats. Took a little look into Doin B. He has 20 unique champion played over the course of summer, the most of the entire league, and with some confidence, the most of any player worldwide. He's the most talked about man on FunPlus Phoenix, so where is he in the squad going to be taking us?
Yeah, and for a good reason. He defines the teams that he is on. He plays a lot of these off-meta champions. He he roams very frequently, works with the jungler, with the support so frequently that he does determine a lot of ways these go.
And I know from having a mid laner with a large champion pool that there's a lot of positives. There can be also some negatives. Your entire team are not always on the same page as you when you lock in some of these new things, but luckily he's the kind of player who brings very good communication. He calls what he needs the team to do. He knows when he has to roam to set up something. So that's why he's able to pull it off at this world-class level.
Well, let's see what the players can do. We're quickly flicking through the player cams. And other than Nemesis, who always looks like a stone-cold killer, there's some nervous faces on the Fnatic squad. Obviously, they have the home crowd advantage, but that adds some pressure to them, doesn't it?
I think it helps them. They've tried it before, man. They've been here so many times. And I'm predicting some crazy level 1 strategy from Fnatic that gives them an early lead, and then the crowd will go crazy.
All right, what champions would you like to see that actually come true, Deficio, as we jump into the first draft of Fnatic versus FunPlus Phoenix?
Let's see. Pick and ban phase. Fnatic obviously on the red side, meaning a little bit limited normally in the bans. Pantheon will most likely come in as the obvious one.
Let's see if they also respect things like the Kiana. Following it up as well. Kayla's been very pivotal, but this matchup might actually be determined by a lot more focus on the early game than we saw in our previous best of 5 to open up the day.
Yeah, because when you have two teams who are very focused around jungle support, creating plays together, most of that happens in the early game. Once you get to late game, your group is 5 anyway, and then you have to team fight.
And already we're seeing a little bit of a pinch on the jungle here with the red side, or the blue side, Gragas ban from Phoenix 1+. I think that focusing on the Elise and the Lee Sin here could come in very quickly.
So I was about to mention also Ryze and Renekton as kind of two choices you had to look at as Fnatic. We've seen Renekton first pick multiple times already. We know Ryze is an amazing pick for doing B, and we know they can flex it, but they're actually grabbing Xayah for the second time only all year long.
Yeah, focusing on the bottom side, and Fnatic as well. There's been a lot of discussion, of course, from the group stage, them playing Garen, them playing Morgana, not Marksman.
There it is.
But they've already locked it in. The Yuumi is there. Twisted Fate.
Wait, I'm excited about TF.
Hold on,
I don't care about Yuumi.
You don't care about Yuumi?
I want TF.
Twisted Fate is more important because Nemesis has looked best when he is on roam champions. Range champions for the mid lane that can then affect the side lanes. But you have to say, Yuumi is a champion that defines the entire team composition.
Well, the Twisted Fate for Nemesis, 7 wins, during the summer split, 2 losses to his name. It was a champion that helped define him in the summer split. And there's that Ryze that you were talking about a moment ago, Deficio.
Yeah, we know again they can flex it into 2 lanes. I think if they do decide to put it mid, expect early game jungle attention towards the lane so they can try and actually put TF behind. And really that is just the story of this game here, this series. Both mid laners are capable of playing this push into roam, and it requires jungle and support attention. Yuumi cannot help. She's stuck with the Garen, so that could give an edge to FPX.
And the big difference this time around for the Yuumi Garen from group stage is the Twisted Fate was banned every single time. So I want to see Nemesis coming, help out that kitty cat and tank in the bottom lane.
Definitely going to try and lend them some help. On the other side, for FPX, the Ryze is something that was pretty critical because Doinby had an interview after their group stage games where they looked remarkably weaker than their LPL play during all of summer, basically. And he talked about needing to play a carry champion. This is one of his most played champions. He does build somewhat defensively on it, getting things like the Righteous Glory, so he can still be the point man for the team and create plays.
100% agree. And while Fnatic can play towards the Garen Yuumi lane, you don't have to. They still have the option on red side to last pick top. Try and go for a counter matchup, then abuse the fact you have TF ulti to guarantee basically snowballing this matchup here. GP was banned early. That's typically the normal blind pick they would go for on red, but they don't have to. Whippo could be on a carry.
Honestly, I would rather see Whippo on an offensive champion for Fnatic and have Twisted Fate try and enable that.
Exactly.
Because we have seen FPX look their worst when they're under attack early, when they're the recipient of the tower dives rather than the ones with the pushing lanes getting them off.
I just want to highlight this Kled ban. Might seem a little bit weird, but it is something FPX can play in both lanes. Raz already highlighted this on the analyst desk, and they could have taken it, put it potentially against the TF to try and see if they could snowball the lane. It is removed now, Jarvan obviously also taken away on the side of Fnatic.
And Elise here, we're talking about tower dives, perfect jungle champion to get those off the ground. The only missing piece to that Fnatic composition would be a damage-oriented champion for Blippo. So we shall see. FPX have to show first.
Exactly, and I think I actually like the Olaf pick here as well. One, you can match early game, and two, you can run TF down. Like, there's no way for him to fully escape when an Olaf comes charging at him. Camille can also be put mid in this situation here, so you have amazing setup to try and shut down a very squishy, low mobility pick on the side of Fnatic, but we expected to carry top because we want to see if there are more lanes they can play around with TF and not just the Garen Yuumi lane.
Camille mid has seen a lot of success already.
Oh my God, he
at the
actually did
World
it. I can't believe it.
We're talking it up. Carry champion, but nobody wanted to say the words. Finally, his infamous Rengar
played. 2 professional games played. 1 win, 1 loss. He went 5 kills, 10 deaths, 8 assists. It's one of the most controversial top lane picks in European history. And in a quarterfinal matchup, the carry that Bwipo chooses is another kitty cat.
I love it because if you just look one day back on the social media, literally has Young Buck telling you, please stop playing Rengar top. Well, you keep playing what you love and eventually you get to play on the world's stage.
Now, do we like it? Deficio or Kobe, what do you think?
So in a game 1 of a best of 5, yes, I like it. You can gamble, you can take the chance. I think it's the kind of pick where if he gets ahead, the amount of pressure he puts on the map by just going missing from his top lane, it's absolutely insane. You literally cannot sit mid when he's missing top side. I don't think the 1v1 early game is very good though.
And there's a big if. I'll talk a little bit more about Rengar top matchups when we get into the game, but it hinges so much on early priority. If Rengar loses priority on the brush, it becomes a useless top lane champion. All right, Quickshot's giving me the slowdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FunPlus Phoenix taking on Fnatic. This was potentially the most exciting set of quarterfinals we've ever had in World Championship history. And to open the first quarterfinal of the day, Poppy mid was a thing. Now we have Rengar top and Garen Yuumi bot.
And also we have level 1, always important in Fnatic games. FPX, what have they prepared? Sitting 5 members bottom side, can now either move up towards the river as 5 into the small little brush and then late invade on blue, or they can see if someone is coming down on the Fnatic side to check early. It looks like they're moving in towards blue here. Fnatic, 5 members on bottom side as well. Will be spotted.
Yeah, they're going to get early vision here. Easy disengage for Fnatic, but they can't fight it. Even if they know that they're here, you cannot challenge the Olaf Rise early.
Oh, they're still around.
Oh, the engage has already come in. FunPlus Hope over the wall. Fnatic start to back away. You and me can use a little bit there, but there's still the potential for an engage.
Staying in it. They have a ward on the other side now, FPX, so they can see Fnatic are walking that route around to get back towards the blue buff. Seems like they want to try and steal blue, maybe split the map in half.
They're getting pretty hyped up too. Yuumi already using the Ignite from Hylissang.
No one's giving up this blue buff.
Gold card is primed. We're going to keep a close side. Crisp gets locked down.
Guys, we have 10 players trying to get a blue buff. Level 1. Here we go.
That's a massive knockout. FunPlus find the engage. Fnatic are retreating. The precision protocol correction, the hookshot rather, sends Camille flying at blue buff. Still not yet conceded. Now the smite goes down. It resets. It resets. Welcome to the World Championship, ladies and gentlemen, where the Sentinel resets and goes the way of Fnatic.
That was Tien's smite right there. Now is it Olaf without blue buff and what, 50, 60 mana to his name? That is going to be very difficult trying to get back into it.
It was harder to take down the blue buff than a North American team here at Worlds.
Oh! I just got here, man.
I just got here.
Shots fired as Deficio is landed at Worlds. But let's go back to this Tian point. Raz has talked this man up so much today. Kobe, what impact is this going to have on Olaf's jungling?
I'm still reeling. I'm on the floor here. Quick shot. Delivered a defeating blow already. I want to focus on this Rengar matchup. Not exactly sure what you just said for the setup, but Rengar top, as we said, requires that early pressure, does get the level 2. Bwipo going hard, has the empowered Q, Conquer procced.
He's chasing 110 HP. Savagery! Bwipo solo kills Gimgoon.
That is how you do it. Gets in the extra jumps, pushes hard for the level 2, and chases him down with Conquer.
700 gold lead. Gimgoon TPs back to lane, and Bwipo's pick pays off.
It's the classic level 2 power spike. Nothing Camille can do to fight back. Brox around mid.
All right, where's the cocoon? Doinby has got himself the flash and very easily sidesteps it, so makes it out alive.
All right, bottom, they're going to have a trade here, but it's Garen, as you know, with the Yuumi, will just heal back up. Because Rengar top is abnormal for pro play, I want to continue to focus on it. And what I was going to talk about was that Fnatic have drafted around it. You saw them get the setup before they lock it in for last pick. They require Twisted Fate mid to help out with extra pressure from ganking from mid with the ultimates. And a jungler like Elise that can play off of that pushing pressure can threaten dives.
I do also think it's important to highlight Broxa looking towards mid early. As we kind of highlight, mid priority is so key between both teams. Nemesis was very low in that lane here. He had to go back and blow TP early on. Let's see bot lane dive.
All right, teleport's coming in. That's the knock-up landing onto Reckless. He decides to turn back to the tower, but this is an easy kill. Crisp is the one that gets the credit. Hylissang's low on mana. The turret aggro has been swapped. Tian goes low, survives by 80 HP. Now the tower turns to LWX. It's a trade 1-for-1, but 3 members stand. A gigantic minion wave and the turret plates as well.
And let's see if anything happens top now. Normally when so many members are investing so much time bot, you cross-map instantly and try and gain an advantage. There's still flash on Gimgoon. That's important to highlight. He didn't use it last time. And Broxa ended up just recon because the wave is not in a position to actually tower dive.
Very, very big move there from FPX to get the bottom side rolling for themselves. The Xayah is going to have to be a very critical part. Let's take another look at how they started out. Calling in the Olaf plus the teleport so early on.
And it's just such a clean dive to execute. Do use TP as well, obviously, from mid, but they knew Broxa was most likely topside. There were no camps to take. He'd already shown mid from the topside, so they felt very safe going down with the jungler to actually execute this play.
And this is when FPX have looked their best. It's when they're setting up the aggressive moves on the side lanes themselves. You talk about Doinby using his teleport for the team there to try and get that going. It does find some success for them. The top side, though, is going to be heavily Fnatic favored. You see these 3 Doran stacks from Bwipo. You have to keep the pressure rolling on a pick like this.
But I think you highlighting in the TP is important. It's a big investment, you know? He lost more minions in mid. Nemesis is actually ahead in experience. He will hit level 6 fairly soon.
All right, Reckless gets knocked up once again. LWX and Crisp having a good time in this lane, applying pressure to the Fnatic bottom.
And a big reason why it is important, Deficio, and you talked about Broxa going mid. If you get to lend some pressure as Broxa towards mid and free up Nemesis, then all of a sudden you get to use that proactive Twisted Fate ultimate that is going to be Fnatic's answer to it.
All right, of course, you've talked a lot about FunPlus and how their style has worked out. The analyst desk was talking a lot about Summer versus Worlds. I actually just want to quickly remind everybody just how dominant FunPlus Phoenix was. This is their LPL Summer record. 35-6, kills at 15, out the charts, and a 1.4 average gold lead at 15 minutes.
It was by basically executing plays like the one we just saw here. It's not about individual advantages in these lanes. You don't have laners who just stomp whoever they play against, which we have seen from very dominant Chinese teams in the past. It's teamwork, it's communication, and it's coordination. Mainly mid-jungle, so Tian and Crisp, and then, of course, setting up Doinby to get priority in mid, and then he can roam to whichever lane he wants to, and they just hard commit.
Yep, Doinby, definitely a big part of it. It's funny because we say a lot of similar threads for Fnatic side. Twisted Fate now is level 6 and has the ultimate, so if they're looking for another side lane play, it will go completely differently because the teleports are on cooldown, and Nemesis would be the first one there.
Yeah, obvious choice seems like top lane. Like, you kind of need level 6 on Yuumi bot to actually have some sort of setup that's not just the gold card from TF himself. So Fnatic might just end up having to play defensive on bottom side. It could set up another tower dive because right now, Rise is getting the push and he's moving again.
Right, 20 CS advantage in the top lane for Bwipo. There's triple Doran's Blades doing a lot of work. The blue buff seems to be another point of contention as FPX have moved their way into challenge this one from Fnatic.
Yeah, and they should be able to finish it off unless Broxah goes for the smite bite.
All right, Broxah gets caught up, knocked up in the air, trying to defend the blue and instantly killed.
And this is a bit of a problem here, something we have seen in the past from Broxah when he's getting put in situations where he has to decide between, do I defend on weak side, which in this case it was the weak side because his duo was back in base, they were not there to contest, or do I go and try and invade on enemy side? Like that decision you gotta basically make instantly. He went for the, I want to defend the buff. Not the correct call, no backup for him, another good kill for FPX.
Yeah, an extremely good setup here for FPX, getting the Infernal as well for them on the opposite side of the map from Bwipo. They're not trying to fight in the Rengar's territory after that first blood money went over. I think it's an intelligent choice from FPX to just opt to the other half of the map. They can bully on the invade here with Olaf. They've got Rakan for the hard engage. That means that it is just not enough respect, I think, from Broxah as far as the catch.
I just want to quickly praise Chris right here for actually reading the situation. He hides behind the corner, so he's out of vision. Yes, Broxah wants you to try and smite steal and then walk away, but he gets surprised that Rakan is in that position. So actually just a really good engage on a fairly greedy play.
And if you look at where these choices are going to take us in the game, given the context of these team compositions, you're looking at the outplay later on. There is a fed Rengar for Fnatic. He's got CS lead, he has lane priority. They can try and transfer pressure from the top lane Rengar to try and gank that bottom lane and play off of it, but it's a Xayah. One of the reasons this is such a critical pick is because of the self-peel ultimate, and can FPX play around LWX like they did in summer in the LPL?
So after losing the fight at his own blue buff, Broxah was actually just checking enemy blue. It will now be given over. He's around. He has good, decent vision. They know where enemy jungler is. He can now path bot side, so they're ready. Actually, they're all in.
They are indeed. That's a flash ball from Reckless. The final chapter as well. Great play from Chris to re-engage. Demacian Justice comes down, but Hilly picks up the final hit onto LWX. It's still an even goal game between the teams.
And it's so simple. Fnatic, they understand how much damage can Garen and Yuumi do together. Okay, we know we can all in. We just need to see enemy jungler. They see him at the blue buff, and then they go.
And now you also have to worry. There is no Xayah ultimate, and there's a level 8 fed Rengar with teleport and ultimate available. I'm very curious to see how Fnatic are actually going to use Bwipo from this stage forward. If they want to take over the rest of the map, or keep him trying to punish the Camille and keep the Camille down, because that is going to become much more difficult. Trying to go the CS denial.
Oh, I love the Spanish fans echoing the feeling on the desk as the recall does complete. All right, 400 gold lead here for Fnatic to Fisho. Infernal Drake goes the way of FunPlus and Reckless.
And TF can ult. TF can ult down bot side now if he wants to. They have Broxah here as well. It might be a 4 versus 4, however, because we see constantly, top of your screen, doing B, he keeps moving into the river on bottom side. He just sits out of vision sometimes just to maybe fake that he's actually going bot, but it also stops Nemesis from just instantly TPing anywhere.
Okay, so Nemesis is being shoved in under the turret. He's got the Phage, he's got the Sheen, pretty much even on CS as Tian is now waiting in the wings. Top lane still continues to grow. Bwipo returned to lane with that Phage and Kindle Gem, cranking 40 CS up over his lane opponent, but we've not seen him TP. Every time I see Bwipo duck back into the bushes, there is that possibility.
I mean, one of the reasons he's not just TPing down is they don't have river control on the side of Fnatic. If you look at the vision, it is heavily in favor of FPX. So they don't know exactly where all of his position. They don't know how quick DoingB can actually move down. And that stops them because they do know if it is a 4-man gank and there are 3 or 4 guys suddenly from FPX, it's going to be a big fight happening, and you can't guarantee to win that.
Yeah, there's a possibility of a very big fight happening. Everyone has teleports ready to answer, and you can tell where the focus is. With that concentration of Fnatic wards on the bottom half of the map, and Broxah slipping in for a lane gank going through the control ward, they're setting up for the possible Ocean Drake coming up very quickly in that river you talk about.
Also, they are allowing Reckless and Hylissang, without flash, obviously, to push out. They can now recall and they can decide, run through mid. Do we want to go set up early Herald? That's an opportunity for you. You'll be there first. Or do you just want to return to bottom side and try and connect bot and mid? So get your push bot lane, move towards mid to clear the river wards, and then you start getting more control on bottom side.
I think they're going to have to sync a recall between Bwipo and Nemesis first. They need the completion of the Trinity Force and the Black Cleaver. Would be very big power spikes for both the solo laners here, and they may look to try and get that before they go in.
I think it's also important to highlight that people might look at Rengar as like a snowball pick, but it's actually not. He adds so much value later in the game, and we'll talk more about it when we have the full map set up outside of laning phase. But he doesn't need to snowball to be useful. It's actually a lot about how he uses ulti to apply pressure everywhere, basically.
But obviously this advantage is going to help him out.
Oh, I mean, you always take the level 2, level 1 all in.
Take a look at the itemization as now the engage goes down on the bottom. There's the Destiny and the Gate. Teleport comes forward. Reckless is going in. He's spinning, but he's not yet winning. Gimgoon and Doinb are going to return. Nemesis is already shut down. Now Reckless running for his life. Prowling projectile. Why sometime? Bwipo comes in, sinks the fangs down, and it's Savage. Turns his attention to Gimgoon. Will be able to be an unseen predator. Hopping and skipping and jumping onto FPX. He does get shut down on the fray. LWX with the Essence Reaver gets the shutdown, gets the double, and Fnatic on for the last.
That's the big focus bottom we were talking about and looking for. And in the end, actually, because of that outplay, it is FPX that come away with the extra kill. Bwipo does go down there and tries to clean them up, but that last blade caller from LWX getting the answer kill. Let's take a look at how it starts out. Everybody with their eyes towards bottom. As soon as Twisted Fate ultimate goes down, the teleports start to channel.
And I really like the CC right there from Crisp onto Nemesis instantly. And as you highlighted, Kobe, double TP coming in. Both junglers are on the other side of the map. They were not here to join the fight. It became the exact 4 versus 4 we were just highlighting. Fnatic are not guaranteed to win that. They could not take down FPX's bot lane fast enough.
So where does this leave us as we come out of the replay? 6 kills to 5, a minor gold advantage for Fnatic. As Reckless does have his recall interrupted, and I think crucially, LWX, by the way, yes, he's up 1,300 gold over his lane opponent. Take a look at total net gold for the lane, plus 700 for the duo. Essence Reaver completed, I believe he's cashed in on that Cole, and this could very well be the first tower of the game falling.
And it will also get the Drake right now. So FPX have actually done a great job controlling bot side, which is what we saw from them in the LPL, which is one of the things they did so well. People can't decide if LWX is like an amazing player who can just carry on his own, or if he's someone who's just getting a lot of resources. Like, he loves to all in, he loves to be aggressive, but it's also easier to do that when you know your jungler and your mid laner are always looking towards your lane to try and set up, as we've seen here, multiple plays together.
Yeah, he's definitely the recipient of a lot of the pressure from Doinb and Tian roaming around the map, focusing on that bottom side, and it has paid returns. This Xayah, very good CS so far, looking towards the second item as they start up the Rift Herald, but Fnatic are decent placement. No teleport from Reckless means that is not going to be an answer.
No, Nemesis has got the Destiny available, Thrill of the Hunt for Bwipo, and he's actually thrown it down. Nemesis is going to be stepping forward. Gold Card was prime, but look, Bwipo ran in, ran away. They're going to concede this one. Both teams secure 2 turret plates, but FPX got the turret first blood, and that's an engage forward onto Doinb. His flash was forced. Bwipo's now waiting in the wings. I'm looking to see if FPX can find initiation. Where is Chris? Flash is available for him, but he holds on to it for now.
And it's a very low cooldown now that it's a level 11 Rengar with the Black Cleaver, as well as another Caulfield's Warhammer of cooldown reduction. We have a pick in the jungle.
Yeah, we do. Nemesis just looks to run down Gimgoon. Gold Card Prime locked down, Prowling projectile on Nemesis. That was just a confident play from Fnatic.
But if you look back at the last like 1 or 2 minutes, it's actually been heavily FPX favored after that fight in bot lane. They came back with the AD carry. They actually got tempo bot side, took a turret, got a Drake secured at the same time, and Fnatic were not in a position to swap up and trade for Herald. Let's see around mid.
All right, that's the engage here from Chris. Gets multi-man charm onto Reckless as well as the support. Reckless now running for his life. Brox is in trouble, forced to get away over the wall. All of a sudden, Reckless is down. Engage in the mid lane. LWX sends the feathers flying. 2 quick kills for FPX.
And they still have the Rift Herald on top side. If you look at the mini-map, that Rift Herald is going to go into the top turret while they push mid, getting 2 lanes of objectives for themselves.
Oh man, this tower's going to fall here in the mid lane. There's no defense and support. Hylissang without somebody to work with is not going to provide the power they need. An FPX 1,500 gold lead, 3 towers to 0.
And one of the big things for Fnatic's comp here is that once you get out of laning phase and it's an open map, you can really abuse your globals. right now, it's still early on, so they're grouped up. They're trying to actually, in this case, greed for a turret without having priority in the mid lane, and they get engaged on once again. Crisp landing a great setup.
That was the big thing there. You could see Nemesis on the inside of the Raptor pit with very low mana, only gets to throw a gold card at an ulted Olaf over that fight. So it was a really good job of FPX recognizing their opening, but bottom side, Gimgoon under attack again.
All right, great interrupt from Whipeye. I'd like to believe he stepped in front intentionally. The cocoon lands as well, but look, there's not enough damage yet. Gimgoon and the Camille passive doing a lot of work to keep him alive as he escapes, but at the end of the day, not a huge amount committed to send him back.
Fnatic sitting 0 turrets kill, lost all the tier 1 towers. Gives FPX so many opportunities now to just push in lanes. They can decide we want to get mid priority, that's the normal one, and then they pick a strong side where they place their vision. They secure another turret. Fnatic are all inning for these picks, either in the jungle or now just in the side lane, and they're not actually finding success.
And to me, the big difference there is that they're just not being able to actually execute on it, because I think that's how they should be playing, how they have to play. Chris finds the pick in mid.
He does indeed. Broxah will be able to repel by some time. Final chapter comes down. That's going to stun up, at least root just a couple. Reckless is considering stepping forward. Gold card was primed, and that will be enough to get the LWX ultimate out. He lands on the rise.
Oh, there you go.
And escapes with his life. Here comes Nemi, but he gets chunked down, blown up, almost dead. Not just yet. Tian trying to run him down. The rest of Fnatic are re-engaging. DoinB is in so much trouble. There goes the spin. The Demacian Justice from Reckless. He manages to get one.
Look at Camille in the mid lane.
Yeah, she comes. Gimgoon jumps back in. Reckless stays alive a few seconds longer. Not that long, though. And FPX get the delayed ace.
And they just keep winning these fights here. They're ready. They actually started the engage in the mid lane, then decided, no, let's back out with the Rise ulti, but they stayed together. Fnatic right now don't have that much damage. They can't just burst them down. So we actually saw Camille moving all the way from top to join the team later. This is the start of the fight. Now everyone from FPX decides we don't want to dive any further. Let's ulti out. We might get flanked by Rengar. So they get everyone out and they stay 4-man together right here.
And I want to highlight that path that you can see them going over, the double control wards that allow them access to get the surprise play. Then you have Fnatic trying to react with their globals, Twisted Fate and Rengar, both popping them to go in. Here, Bwipo walks right up into DoinB's range, though, gets shot with the Q on the side. Once he's down, Gimgoon's teleport means there's also no escape for Hilly or Reckless.
Yeah, I think he knew, I'm not getting out of this, so I'm going to try and get the brush to see if I can actually get on to Rise with the Garen, and we might be able to get one more kill.
Well, I think DoinB rather sending a pretty big message to Fnatic in terms of damage in that last team fight. FPX 2,500 gold up, 4 kills up, 4 towers up, 3 dragons up, and every single punch Fnatic have thrown has not found a target.
And that's kind of the important thing here, because Fnatic's draft around 20 minutes is actually where I really feel that it comes online if they're not so far behind that they can't move anywhere, because now normally what happens is TF is in one side lane, Rengar is in the other, Garen Yuumi can hold mid, you always threaten with the Yuumi ulti if someone sits there to try and wave clear, and then your 2 side lanes, one can obviously use TP or use his ulti, the other one has to just go into a river, a brush, and then you don't know if he's actually ulting towards you as a Rengar, so it stops you from getting any sort of control mid from FPX. You see actually Whippo coming now. This is the exact setup I'm talking about, where Fnatic gets priority mid through just having side lanes who can join very quickly and gank you.
And this is kind of why I was talking about how this setup with the Rengar does actually have to snowball, because without that early priority, makes it so difficult to spread the map. You have to make use of this Twisted Fate ultimate and the Rengar. You know, one of the big strengths of the Garen Yuumi is that it takes so long even if you catch them, but FPX constantly finding these picks to attack Fnatic before they get to set up their pressure.
All right, a couple of ultimates committed top. It won't be enough, but it pulls Reckless far enough forward. He gets taken down. DoinB forced to flash defensively, but he escapes with his life. And all of a sudden, Reckless was caught out in the mid lane.
And every single time FPX starts a fight where there are multiple members together, they win. It's a big thing for them. If they start being split, and individually they can be caught off guard, then they can actually lose, but now they will win.
Oh, a lot of pressure. Hylissang's in trouble. Well, Broxah's going to be able to get over the wall. The repel bought enough time for Fnatic members to come in for the defense. So Baron has been stopped, but as it stands, Fnatic still remain on the back foot.
Yeah, I doubt Bwipo's going to go on this. That's Definitely going to be an ill-advised Rengar ultimate there. Once again, FPX will get a reset off of this, and they've already got control wards on Baron where they can try and draw Fnatic. I just feel like they have so many cards to play right now.
Exactly, and you can argue snowball or not. At least don't fall behind 4 turrets to 0. And you can't actually do anything on the map right now. This is the play around mid lane. FPX already have multiple members around. Fnatic try to get at least 1 kill for it, but this Ryze just refuses to die.
And I feel like I really need to give some credit to FPX's engagers. That has been the big difference maker. They've actually been able to stop Fnatic from setting up their game plan before they can even get their lanes pushing on the side. It's really good engages from Crisp. Dornby using that Ryze ultimate to get the pressure down. And even here towards the end, now that we're seeing Gimgoon finally on the Camille be able to have some use after the early lane phase starvation.
I need to take a second to talk about Doinby. He's 2-0-10. His team has secured 13 kills. He's on a pretty signature pick in Ryze, having 13 wins and 2 losses. And now FPX, they're starting the Baron.
Without TP, they don't have TP bot lane.
All right, so this is going to peel away. They get the Destiny, though. That's enough. That's at least 1 down, but look at this. The Realm Warp comes in. That's enough to force the flash from Reckless. He continues to run for his life. Doinby will find Brox, and that's already a kill. No TP. Nobody cares. Demacia Justice comes down. 2 quick kills onto Fnatic.
And right there, Fnatic, after stopping the Baron, that already used the TF ulti, so Nemesis decided to go top and catch the wave. That actually meant that 2 members were now stuck alone. FPX, they saw that great call once again, and they just dive onto Fnatic, find 2 members, no jungler alive. This should be their Baron.
Do they run the risk of going in? Final chapter is thrown down, and FPX will be able to secure it. Yumi ultimate not going to do enough just yet. Bwipo decides to engage. The feathers fly. That's at least 1 onto Chris. Defensive flash away. UNB and Zumi's doing a lot of work. Here comes Kingu. He's going to hop over the wall. Hextech ultimatum comes down. There's a little kitty cat jumping over to Nemesis. Nemesis needs to get that gold card prime. Needs to hit the right target. As the teleport now comes in, Reckless rejoins the fray. They get 1 at the cost of 1.
I think FPX, with this Baron buff, should go for a reset to get back in time for the Infernal Drake. I mean, that's going to be very, very big in continuity. Let's talk about the engage, though, because once again, this is them starting up the objective. Reckless comes over into the river, and Deficio's losing his mind.
He probably expected TF to stay with him, and they could just kill this ward, and it would just be a full reset. But FPX, they're finding great openings. Everyone expects them to just go back there and then start all over. No, they saw, oh, this guy's alone. Let's go.
And once again, Chris, this guy on your screen, his flash is up. The Recon engage is so important. Even though it is the Garen, it is the Reckless, the tanky member on the team, they're able to find the pick. They get the Baron for themselves. And let's get back to live to see about how much they can do afterwards. Big kill here, does get traded over. As you know, Bwipo going to be able to finish that one off, but gets chased down by Gimgoon in the river.
And as it stands, 16 kills to 9, another dragon secured. Realm Warp now sends FPX into the mid lane. I held my breath for a moment because I thought they may have caught Fnatic out, and Nemesis running away with the help of Hillisang.
And as long as FPX stay together,
here comes Chris.
They cannot get caught out.
I was holding my breath there.
Too early, Trevor, too early.
Oh, stays together, FPX. Looking for the opportunity, but the quickness is down. That's a small win in trying to defend this turret. Actually, it doesn't matter at all. The turret just gets melted. There's the engage. Crisp still finds a target. Bwipo, a flashless Rengar. He easily gets taken down, and so does the inhibitor. Do they push for the Nexus?
That's a yes, quick shot. FPX full steam ahead. This is 5v4.
Oh, 5,000 gold lead. Gimgoon goes in. That's so much damage. Now it's being returned. Hextech ultimated by some time. Broxa gets 1 back, but at the cost of Reckless's life. Nexus turret number 1 falls. Nexus turret number 2 is the target. Hillisang needs to try to do something with the help of Broxa and Nemesis, but they can't do enough. They can't stop FPX. They can't stop the LPL in game 1. And FunPlus take the lead.
Fnatic in the first game tried Rengar and Twisted Fate. They wanted to try and split up the map, force FPX to play on all 3 lanes and get caught out left and right. But FPX managed to secure early kills. They controlled the bot side very well, at least in the early game before they started dying to the Garen Yuumi. And whenever we had an actual team fight, FPX, it always felt like they were there first and they were reacting better as a unit.
Yep, they get to start those fights on their terms, where they're the ones engaging. That's why we keep on highlighting their front line for them. And again, the mobility of Doinby on Rise. We talked about him in the LPL and how much it was different from their showing so far at Worlds. This is what people were expecting.
Fans at home are going to be very critical of the draft. Do we mind the draft, or do we think it was execution?
I mean, it's a little bit of both.
I
think that draft and that plan can be a good plan. So I would say execution.
Yeah, I think it makes sense against FPX, especially because we know FPX likes to play around mid lane in the late game, so you actually feel like you can punish them there. So I think the strategy made sense. Obviously, execution in the game ended up hurting them.
It absolutely did. So, Fnatic now, they have to bounce back from losing the first game. This is, if there was a chance to play a unique strategy, game one is where you go. Fans are going to be asking the next question. An AD carry for Reckless or not?
I knew that was coming, right?
Yep.
And it's a lesson that Fnatic kind of learned in group stage, and they did away with the Garen Yuumi with the Morgana bottom as well.
Sure.
I think that this is the way that the best of 5 is also going to trend.
I want to just go to Hylissang instead and say, give me a playmaking support and not Yuumi. I think you need Hylissang and Broxah together if they want to get control on bot side and actually also control mid. Because I think Doinby, he got to do whatever he wanted in this game, and that's a problem and something Fnatic needs to fix.
It absolutely was. For more on how game one shook out, let's head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Quick Shot. Well, that was a game, if I've ever seen one.
We're off to a good start.
Yeah, we're
really good start.
Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
That devolved so quickly.
But, oh, that's perfect. Because I love that you start there, because that's exactly what I expect from this series. I think that this will be 25-minute smashes either way, because Fnatic and FPX love a very high-octane, skirmish-heavy style. This time around, FPX just cleaned Fnatic's clock, just completely destroyed them. And I want to talk about the draft and kind of the mentality going into it.
Yeah, I agree with Frosk, because when we looked at this Fnatic draft, we were like, okay, this is actually a very classic standard Fnatic draft in a lot of what we see. And you can make the same argument for FPX, but focusing more on Fnatic for now, we finally get to see the Twisted Fate come out for Nemesis, a very big pick. We saw a Garen Yuumi, so a safe defensive bot lane, and we see a carry in the top lane. Now, what we wanted to see was Fnatic play through top side.
Yes.
Especially considering they got a first blood onto the Rengar, or he either got a first kill.
Yeah, first blood.
And yeah.
You're right.
But he killed him at level 2, and you're like, okay, this top laner, set up for success. And what ideally you want to do is create a 1-3-1, where you then play through your sides, and you attack using the globals and high mobility that you have with a Rengar and a Twisted Fate with a Yuumi dashing about everywhere.
And I do want to kind of go a little bit meta or kind of macro as we look at the compositions and talk about mentality before we start talking through the plays. Because coming into a best of 5 and having a strategy of FPX saying like, let's just get comfort. Let's get the Zyrakan, let's get Doinby on his rise, let's have all of these champions that we're very famous for, and let's play very standard League of Legends, but in our playstyle, versus Fnatic where, yes, these champions have been seen before by Fnatic, but it definitely is a curveball, because we know that Fnatic, when they were actually successful in week 2, just went back to playing standard League of Legends, you know, put themselves on a Xayah. And I think these mentalities heading into the series are very interesting, where now FPX just showed that they didn't have to show any of their hand. They played picks that you already knew existed in their champion pool and just beat you playing standard League of Legends.
Yeah, and what I loved about not even just the composition, but how FPX played into Fnatic. Recognizing that the Twisted Fate was pretty crucial, having the Olaf, the LPL Olaf, basically, where you can clear fast, have the experience advantage, push through mid, get control of the bot side river. It was so difficult for the Twisted Fate to get free, basically, to make it happen.
Just about every champion that we had questions surrounding in the pregame was brought out in this game itself. And Champion Select was about the only time we were allowed to breathe during this game, because from the outset of this one, the level 1 into everything after that was chaos.
And I do want to reiterate Vedius's point, because we kept saying, play topside. It was Whippo who got the reset on the blue buff. He forced out a bad smite from Tian, and then suddenly he 1v1 kills, and it feels like everything's going right. And here is where I think things start to turn. Because of the dive on bottom lane, I think Fnatic got scared, and they pulled Broxah down to hold Reckless and Hilly's hand to make sure that they couldn't get dove again, but it was just over-committal when Whippo was a clear win condition top.
Yeah, I can understand the reason to be afraid, because when, you know, FPX gets the early push and can take bottom lane turret, then you suddenly have the Rakan roaming out. You can utilize the Xayah to go through mid, Suddenly, you know, Rise in the bottom lane, you have to answer to him. So there's a lot of factors that come into that. But once again, Rengar was rolling.
But here's where I think it breaks. Once Reckless and Hilly prove that they can 2v2 kill the Xayah Rakan, they know this matchup very well. They are the best Garen Yuumi team at the tournament. I think once you have that Yuumi ultimate, it's then impossible to dive Garen Yuumi. You can no longer kill them again. And Fnatic needed to register that and say, okay, as long as Yuumi has ult, we don't need to actually babysit her. Broxah sat there for like a minute and a half, just sitting in a bot lane while FPX was back in base, wasting so much time, wasting so much experience, instead of running top lane with the least twisted fate on a Rengar that's hard smashing lane.
Right, and Vedius, this logic is in direct contradiction to what Fnatic actually do, which is continue to go to the bot lane, and we see a botched turret dive turned in favor of Fun Plus Phoenix really starts to get the ball rolling in the other direction.
And I mean, the thing about this play, right, is Elise isn't even here in the setup. They utilize Nemesis's ultimate. They know they have TP, but it's FPX that reacts first. And while I do not agree with what Fnatic are doing, this also showcases a great example of what FPX is so good at, and it's their teamwork and ability to work together. Those double teleports were instant. Doinb and Gimgoon were already in a position ready to react to the potential ultimate for from Twisted Fate.
And Raz, this was one of the big champion questions. What happens when Rise falls into the hand of Doinb? And look at that stat line, 5-0-11, amazing kill participation, absolutely ran amok. Should he get this champion again?
Nope. Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen. Just simply because he had so much control through mid, and even if he finds himself in a bad matchup, let's say in the next game, issue is it's Tien that is able to free him up. And it's the ultimate that'll get him to... Sure, we're talking about, you know, Twisted Fate ulti. It's the Realm Warp that'll get the job done to match that. So I think that this is his champion. Get him off of it.
And I think FPX coming into this game just showcase how good their baseline is. It was something that we talked about on the analyst desk, and it's like, what is the base level versus what is the potential? And I feel like we've only seen the baseline of FPX, and I still think there's more in the tank, because we talked so much about their drafting. As Frosk said, they've only kept it standard so far. They've done nothing too out of the box, and there's still potentially 4, 5, or like 4, 3, 2, however many games left to go.
Final thoughts.
I just think that while Rise was impressive, I don't think he was the problem there. I think Fnatic will look at the Rakan and the Camille, because it was the Rakan every time finding the hard engage and catching Fnatic in their 1-3-1 setup. It was constantly them being halfway up lanes before they got blasted by a Rakan, so they never got to play the map.
That was an absolute treat of a game in terms of the entertainment value. Game 1 went the way of Doinb's massive rise. We'll see how Fnatic reply after the break.
Does get the level 2 Flippo going hard. Has the empowered Q conquer Brock.
He's chasing 110 HP. Savage! Turns his attention to Gimgoon. Will be able to be an unseen predator, hopping and skipping and jumping onto FPX. He does get shut down on the fray. LWX, the Demacian Justice from Reckless. He manages to get one.
Look at Camille in the mid lane.
There she comes. Gimgoon jumps back in. Reckless stays alive a few seconds longer. Flippo decides to engage. The feathers fly. That's at least one onto Crisp. Defensive flash away. UNB and Zumi's doing a lot of work. Here comes Kingoon. He's going to hop over the wall. Hextech ultimatum comes down. They can't stop FPX. They can't stop the LPL in game 1. And Fun Plus take the lead.
What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back to Worlds 2019, where Muscat is devoted to helping maintain a diverse and inclusive community that engages all League of Legends gamers and fans. The fans of the day are Carla and Rosa from Alicante, Spain, who received world scarves and beanies. Maybe they'll get more to celebrate later, as their beloved Fnatic are fighting for a spot in the semi-finals. That's a big maybe right now, because Fnatic just lost game one. As many of you know, I have a puppy, I don't like cats, and I don't want to see more cats. This is a personal bias.
Way to make it all about you.
Well, I'm here and I'm talking. I got the mic.
I like cats.
What would you guys like to see with draft? Fnatic have side selection. They went blue side and they've already banned the Kiana.
So we expect FPX to ban Xayah because it actually puts Reckless in a weird spot where he might need to show, at least for Worlds, a new AD carry that can then unlock a more playmaking support from Hylissang. Garen Yuumi is a lot harder for Fnatic to play in this matchup. I think Kai'Sa is kind of the one we're all waiting for from Reckless.
Does this get locked in? Reckless has played Kai'Sa once during the summer split. It was a win. He went 7, 2, and 11. He has not played it at the World Championship yet, and it is locked in to applause in Spain.
And it's so important for the series because if they didn't take it here, FPX would have locked into Kai'Sa, forced Fnatic into something like Ezreal maybe, and AD carry just not as strong as Kai'Sa right now, or into Garen Yuumi again, which does not always favor Fnatic.
Completely agree. They had to take it away here. FPX following up very quickly, though, with the Gragas this time for Tien. This is one of his biggest playmaking champions. It definitely signals that they want to have a similar game plan to what we saw last time around. We'll see if they can actually get some flex picks for their solo lanes or leave them to round 2.
This is actually a flex pick because they do play mid.
Yeah, yeah, it's funny enough.
With the Nautilus. It's also a takeaway, so you don't give Nautilus Kai'Sa, obviously on the other side. Ooh, instead Varus, they're going to see if they can actually win this bot lane pretty hard. They do have the possibility to counterpick support as well to guarantee a super strong early matchup and then try and shut down Fnatic's bot lane.
I also really like Varus for FPX because it gives them CC inherently in the bottom lane. So if they send people down there, Tien, Donby, start going, they can start up these fights themselves and have plenty of things at their disposal. Plus Varus, very strong lane phase that they can try and work off of.
And next pick here for Fnatic, kind of obvious with the GP, was banned away in the last game. It is one of the best blind picks you can take. And this, to me, just screams a bot lane focus game from both teams. Because now you have GP on top side with his ulti. You have already Varus locked in on the other side, who, by the way, sucks against GP ulti. He literally hates his life when he gets GP ulti because he cannot do anything.
And you just add another Twisted Fate ultimate on it as well. It's globals on globals here for Fnatic. Everybody's got access. Well, if you see a bunch of access, you want some denial, Deficio. Tahm Kench will be there. Definitely has been the recipient of a lot of nerfs, though.
Still very strong. Sets up still a very strong lane for FPX. Just a bit more safety as well against a lot of champions who want to go kill you.
Also, as we've seen, the LPL teams will use Tahm Kench to dive towers. You go in, you use a Devour just as a tower aggro reset. You have a lot of extra damage now in the lane phase. The Tahm Kench Tongue Lash actually pairs super well with Varus. Very easy for them to combine and hit both of the harassment abilities.
Well, as we enter phase 2, Hylissang finds his signature picks in Pyke and Rakan taken off the table. There was a hover over Yasuo. That's now been removed from the pool as well. And we need to find out what this final ban from Fnatic is before we move into phase 2. Jungler as well as support needed to be locked in for Fnatic with Gragas off the table. Elise and Lee Sin still open and available. They were the signature picks we're anticipating for the junglers this series.
Yeah, I'm not expecting anything new or exciting, like or new or spicy from Broxah in terms of his jungle pick. I really like the bans here with Yasuo and Kled because they can be flexed in both solos. And I think Vladimir to try and get scaling or Kayle against GP, saying we know we will not have a global ulti, but we will then have something that can at least scale into the late game with us.
And also buy some of that time in the team fight. The ultimate going to be very, very big here, as we've seen already. Nice hover, even though they already have Kai'Sa.
I will say, though, if this Kayle does not go top, I think it might be a mistake from FPX, because then you actually give over a lot of freedom to Fnatic to roam and make plays. I think it has to go top lane, and you try and leave it as an island, basically.
It definitely doesn't feel like a Doinby champion. I would say that is definitely going to be Gimgoon, but we shall see until the final pick.
Yeah, he played it once so far, and that's about it. Alistar, though, Pyke, Rakan banned away, tons of playmakers gone. Of course, expected again with Broxah that we get one of his comfort picks. This is a lot more like the Fnatic we want to see. AD carry bot, playmaking support, and then they have a strong early game jungler here that can pair up with the support to create chaos.
A lot of options now being flicked through for Fun Plus. We'll get an answer of whether this Kayle is going mid lane or top lane once we see the final lock-in. DoinB has already run the Kayle once in the group stage, 5-1 and 3, and it looks like he'll do it again.
Actually, if they wanted the scaling to come from the top side, it would have been that Vladimir pick. They would have locked that in because it's a good matchup into Gangplank later on. But here we go. We're going to get the Gnar. As we've seen, you can try and whittle him down as well. Again, how are they going to answer so many of these globals towards the bottom side when DoinB is on this Kayle? Not going to have a lot to say about the mid lane priority, which has determined.
Exactly. I think we're going to get a very different game from FPX early on. Like, they will not be as proactive with setting up these big plays bot lane. I think actually Fnatic has now gotten, for them, a very comfortable draft in terms of how they like to play the game. Tons of CC coming from support. They can actually play around bot side and leave Whippo alone top. This should be a game where Fnatic can dictate the early game around bot lane.
Exactly. These are almost ideal champions for what you would theorize for the Fnatic side. Let's see how they play out on the Rift, if they can even up our series here and take it 1-1.
Well, the fans in Spain and everyone watching here in Europe wants to see that happen. And I'm hearing and I'm feeling flashbacks to the first half of groups and the second half of groups where Fnatic moved to those comfort picks, the playmaking support, something comfortable for Whippo and for Broxah. And we saw such a marked difference in their performance. Now we need to see it happen when the pressure is turned up against Fun Plus Phoenix Official.
One of the big things for Fnatic, great when they have a clear game plan, easy to execute, where they have playmaking champions for Broxah and for Hylissang. That's what they have in this game, so it's back to comfort for this team.
Now just quickly, as we're loading up, I do want to take some time to look at the numbers between the first half of the group stage and the second half of that group stage, where so much criticism is given to the clutch performance from Fnatic and so much praise to their victories over SKT and RNG. And after seeing Fnatic lose game 1 with the Garen Yuumi, and maybe you can argue the Rengar, do you know that parallel storyline of the first half decision-making versus second half decision-making, it feels like it's coming back there, Kobe.
Definitely agree. You can hear the crowd behind them as everybody's setting out for defensive openings here. Don't expect any sort of inbaits like we saw last time around. A lot of it determined by your level 1 of your champions. We are talking about it already. They want a much slower opening.
And of course, one of the big players in terms of the early game, Broxah, he fought for those blue buffs in game number 1. He was one of the difference makers as we moved into the second round, Rob, and you can see his kill participation, K+A, going from 0.7 to 5.0.
Yeah, last game, he was against an Olaf in the early game as Elise, so he's not winning that matchup. He didn't have a support to back him up because Yuumi was stuck in the bot lane, so it made it very difficult for him to actually play the game without any lanes he could really play around.
Delayed invade this time from Fnatic.
They're hiding around the corner.
Oh, if anybody's left behind, this is going to be problematic. Nemesis sticks in the mid lane. Gets the gold card into DoinB. Okay, 3v3. Reckless, though.
He's taking the buff.
Is stepping into LWX. Reckless is not in sync with the team. He walks all the way through DoinB. Now Broxah comes to help. Do FPX engage the flashes? There's the dash away. Tian goes for the body slam flash. That's a flash forward. Fnatic are chasing Tian. They're looking for first blood, and they find it. Reckless picks it up on the Kai'Sa. DoinB forced to flash defensively. That looked crazy, but it comes out in Fnatic favor.
It was crazy. That was ring around the rosy here with the blue buff. In the end, Fnatic, even with Reckless by himself taking blue buff damage, they circle back around because Tian is the only one who flashes over to try and focus that. They get him down. First blood, and guess where it goes? The Kai'Sa into Reckless's hands, exactly where they want it.
And it actually looked like Reckless was almost caught out, and FPX could try and get onto him. Tian actually tried to body slam over the wall as well and start the fight. That's why he ended up dying. Had to blow his flash. Now he is going to be spotted by this ward if he goes up to red buff. Broxah is taking his bot side camps. He's also spotted, so they have the information. This is the fight again. Looks like Reckless is caught out a bit, but Broxah is with him. And now a call has been made to go aggressive, but he's kind of the only member who can follow.
Exactly. It's because everyone else hesitates on the other side of this blue buff. LWX never flashes over, actually. It's because they all kind of corralled themselves behind this wall. Regardless, though, focus.
They were indeed. Fnatic looked FPX in the eyes and said, "What's your move, bro?" And they managed to pick up first blood. They support Reckless in the play. He hasn't yet backed, and despite being under some pressure in the bottom lane, flashless, crisp, while Broxah with that ward from earlier, he's challenging the red buff.
He's taking that. We know bot side, Varus Tahm will win early. Alistar is not really a champion before he gets a few levels under his belt. Whippo playing very aggressive top side. Of course, using strong early game off GP, and he knows my jungler's nearby. I can do this.
Yeah, he knows because Broxah here tracking Tien. This is going to be a big Broxah game. Huge difference from last time around. Look what he's done with the early invade. You try and use that pressure to continue to keep it up with Lee Sin. You can just bully Gragas out of his own jungle, take the red buff here, and he's got complete seniority as far as the Scuttle Crabs as well.
And I know the level 1 obviously went in favor of Fnatic. That makes it even worse right now for FPX, but this is why in the draft you were like, okay, what are they planning on doing here? They don't really have a solo lane who can like hard snowball on the TF or the GP, but they also, late on in the game, have a bot lane who will get attacked by multiple globals, so it's hard for them to actually win lane super hard and take down a turret. So FPX right now, fairly slow early setup with their composition, and that normally does not favor them. They actually want to play aggressive in the early game.
All right, Hylissang is going aggressive now. Tian's coming in, no flash. Hylissang, flashless as well. He will get shut down. The kill is donated over to LWX. Right place in the right time.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot where you as a jungler counter jungle your opponent so heavily. Broxah's like, hey, this guy's got no camps left up, took his red buff, chased him out of his own jungle. The only object left for Tien to go for is going for a gank. It's like a forced gank here, but he makes it convert on the bottom side, almost steals that one back away. And now only his camps are starting to respawn. He can go back over to his own side. But that's a moment that feels bad for Broxah and for Fnatic, where Tien did not have a lot of options, and yet one of the only ones open is that bottom lane focus, which pays off here.
And we have to assume this is a communication problem where Fnatic are maybe calling wrong where the jungler could be, because there's no other reason really to try and take this 2v2 fight unless you thought jungler is for sure not bot lane, because you didn't have any vision. So you must have felt very confident he was either in base or somewhere else.
And you literally know he has to be bottom side of the map because Broxah just chased him out of Raptors, Red, and Krugs. They've got full wards on the top side, so they know that it has to be the case.
Oh, full kudos to the observers there for toggling the vision. Broxah kicked that Scryer's Bloom, didn't actually spot out Crisp. And Tian there by the tri-bush. There is a control ward and there's a potential dive being set up, but this could be a 3v3 very quick.
We have level 6 on TF. Good thing, of course, with ulti, he will spot the Gragas as well. Here, going!
All right, there's the Devour already used. 2-man knocker, but one inside the belly. Gold card comes down, Crisp has gone low. The thick skin does so much work. Nemesis is going low. This is completely botched from Fnatic. It's a 2v1 in favor of FPX.
And Tian right now, he reads this. He knows they will dive bot lane with the early level 6. We said it's going to be bot lane focus from Fnatic. They saw the Gragas with the ulti, but still felt confident they could go for it. It backfires. Tahm Kench good at defending against dives.
Round 2!
All right, let's find out what happens. The Sonic Wave doesn't find a target. The Kathian Rain will not have enough damage just yet. LWX is pushing forward. Piercing arrow. Drops reckless down. It's got no flash. LWX gets another. That's a defensive flash from Broxah. There's a red buff available to be secured, and LWX doesn't chase more. It could not get worse.
Exactly how we read it. Chip select, though, as soon as they see the double globals, the focus bottom side, they draft the denial. The Tahm Kench comes up big, and here is Tien hovering behind the bottom side, waiting for the dive.
And they have GP ult and everything, so they feel like they can do this, but it's some fairly tanky members, and it's a Tahm Kench down here, so it's not an easy dive to execute.
Round 2 is even worse, though. So here's another look at how they try and go in. Push the wave
all
in.
Or nothing, man.
It is all or nothing, and they get nothing. Sonic Wave misses there. They know they have to run out of the tower aggro. Then the turnaround here. Crisp stays on the front line long enough to get the tongue lash, relies on the gray health, allowing LWX to flash forward, finish off the kill on Reckless.
And let's just give so much credit to this bot lane from FPX. They got criticized during the group stage for not performing as well as they could. But here, they get the early push, then they know there's going to become a big wave. We might get killed under this turret, but our jungler is here and we can outplay it. And they actually do. Multiple kills now for this Varus. 4 of them. he's going to get such a big lead.
The confidence of this FPX team in their bottom lane. You set up the Fish Show where Doinb is going, I'm going to be playing the Kayle this time around. It's a very different game. You don't get the roams from Rise. You're going to have to outplay, and they make it happen. Dragon setup, though.
Yeah, definitely the case, but it helps when Tian is spending so much time. He helped get the first kill of the game in FPX's favor with a fantastic gank in the bottom lane. He was there to respond to the counter gank, and we saw some of his stats from the group stage. I know I was memeing Raz a little earlier, but he's been praising Tian all day long, and Tian is showing up in game 2.
I just got to double up on it, quick shot, because I completely agree. This is another case of when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Like, all options were taken away from him. Gets off just what FPX need with that support on bottom side.
I think next step for Fnatic is unleash Nemesis again. You must try and do the same thing you actually just did, because you want to try and snowball this, but it's the obvious choice for you. This time around, though, try and invest a bit of vision into the enemy jungle on bot side first, so you have full information of where Tian is. You can actually see if he's near bot side or not. If he's not near, then you pull the trigger with TF ulti. You can kill the 2 guys down there fast enough before anyone can react on the side of FPX.
I'm already a little bit fearful of the bottom side if I'm Fnatic. This is a 4-kill Varus now, almost to a Blade of the Ruined King. And you got to know Tian is going to be hovering bottom side, because both teams are well aware of where that focus can take place.
Well, both ultimates are available for Bwipo and Nemesis. And by the way, Bwipo has silently pulled up a 14 CS lead plus a wave in front of him of Gimgoon. We've not seen that matchup a lot. Similarly, the Twisted Fate and the Kayle are sitting about bang on even in this mid lane, because all of the game has obviously been focused around that bottom lane where FPX have generated themselves a 700 gold lead. And the Blade of the Ruined King is completed versus just the ingredients for Reckless right now.
And the window in the early game where enemy mid will use first TP back to lane is now gone for Fnatic. Next time around, Doinb could have saved his TP. Just as I'm about to say the point, he actually decides to go back to lane. He wants to try and make sure he can get to his first item as quickly as possible. And they are doing Drake, so that's why he ends up TPing back. So he can push mid now and potentially go join his team. Fnatic can't then contest. It does mean, however, he can't answer a potential dive in the bottom lane.
All right, so conceding the Dragon as well as some pressure in the middle lane. Taking a look at Reckless and Hilla saying they're going to be able to catch that wave. Every time Tian moves to a lane, I get nervous. And he goes in for a small engage here, but instantly gets turned around. Chain of Corruption already thrown down. So that's going to be a trade of ultimates. LWX for Hilly.
We've already established 2v2. This bot lane from FPX, super strong. Then you add on 4 kills, of course, kind of helps a little bit. And now you also have stopwatch on your Tahm Kench. So it gets even harder to actually go kill them.
That's it, 4 kills making it even harder. That's the analysis we've been missing to Fish Show.
Glad I can deliver it.
Back to the show. But then
you know, 5 kills would be worse.
What do Fnatic have to do? Do you want to see them shut down LWX? Like we talked about already, the TF, the GP, they've got the ultimates. We just saw a teleport back into that mid lane, but there doesn't seem to be an opportunity presented that Fnatic are pulling the trigger on.
It's extremely difficult right now to find an easy opening. Normally, again, you want to push together and get deep vision on one side so you know enemy jungler is not there, and then you can threaten the play on bot side. Worst case, you just get the turret because you force them away from it and don't actually go for the kills. That is one way Fnatic can get some gold on Reckless. I don't know if going top is going to be an answer for them because they're already farming very well.
Here's my idea for Fnatic. I really want them to try and use Nemesis Ultimate to actually attack Tian. You want to find this enemy jungler, find the Gragas. He is a possibility for a kill here. If you can get Broxa to invade with the extra global that they have, because Doinb used the teleport on Kayle back to mid, maybe that is an opening they can get.
So it's going to be a fairly slow Herald here, but they know they have Whippo sitting top, kind of going even with Gimgoon. I think FPX can go in and actually contest this. At least make Fnatic rethink if they should actually kill the Herald or not.
Well, Tian and Doinb are around. The wave seems to be pushing towards Bwipo top, so Gimgoon may be able to respond. Nemesis, I don't think he's yet thrown down that Destiny. Gimgoon's about to gnaw out. Bwipo already eats the oranges. He's running for his life. Flash is available to him. Gimgoon's about to Mega Gnaw, and the Rift Herald looks just about a reset. Bwipo escapes with his life. Tian steps in and secures it. That's just bullying Fnatic out.
Didn't get it, however. I mean, he got the kill on it, yes, but didn't get the eye.
Let's see if they stick around. Right now on the minimap, you can see them playing Defend the Eyeball, but bottom side, the money off the turret plates going over to the FPX side. Tien's going for it. He rushes in.
But this is just amazing for them because Fnatic, they feel like they don't have any good options. So they start the Herald despite not having full push top lane. It was a very even setup and they could actually trade against each other. They only had push mid when they started it and Tien was back in base. But this also means FX knows where the enemy jungler is, they know where TF is, so they get time to push in the winning bot lane and get a bunch of plates. Fnatic, they feel like there's no easy play in the playbook right now, and FPX, they're in control.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the questions have answers, and it's definitely all credit here to FPX because of the way that they played the early game on bottom side, that they're able to come up with these answers. Hey, what are you going to do about Twisted Fate teleporting on your bottom side with Gangplank ultimate? Well, Tahm Kench, we're going to outplay. We have the Varus ultimate to set up kills. Gragas is here. They're going for an offensive play.
They are indeed. Chain of Corruption already comes out. Hylissang actually will use Tian to taxi to the tower. But the Devour from Crisp comes in, just another fantastic dive. Nearly 2,000 gold in the lead for FPX. It doesn't feel large at this point, but it's the way the lead is coming about. And now with the Rift Herald being thrown down, Tower First Blood being secured, a Mountain Drake in the back pocket, FPX are in absolute control this early game.
Yeah, they're in full control and they're not even playing their signature style because they have a more defensive scaling mid lane. Let's see bot lane.
And if you're a fan of Fnatic, you should be worried because the signature style is being played and it's not yet working. LWX has survived for now. Bwipo completes the teleport. The counter barrage comes out. Defensive flash from Nemesis and Bwipo's running for his life. Hill is making his way forward. Got no flash available to him. Broxah manages to find DoinB. How did you do that? Tian body slams over the wall. The chase isn't done yet. Bwipo's looking for Gimgoon. Gimgoon's about to make an all out. He flashes away to safety. Fnatic are somewhat split. Hilly's looking for a target. Thus for 1 versus 1. And the parlay sends Gimgoon away.
What? Oh, they're re-engaging.
Hylissang has gone far too deep, but the ultimate will buy just enough time. Tongue Lash available, that will tag one. Gimgoon comes over, Gnar into the wall. The rest of Fnatic were maybe looking for a tower. They were not with their support, and Fnatic donate the 7th kill.
Ended up splitting up here. Multiple members stayed in the bottom lane, chasing the Gnar, and then Hylissang was like, great, we won the fight. I can maybe put a ward into the enemy jungle. Ended up getting caught out and giving up another kill here.
Man, that kick from Broxah.
That made my eyes go huge, Quickshot, because that was a KO with ultimate available. Yet Fnatic burst him down with ult available before he can actually get it off. And I thought it was going to be a critical moment, but even given that, it's a 1-for-1 trade as Broxah went down, and then getting the straggler kill there on Hylissang at the end just means that they've got full control over River. There is no support back out here with early wards for Fnatic, so this could be very quick. 2 mountains for FPX, which greatly enhances their group later, 20 minutes in.
Let's see if Broxah can steal it. Not even gonna try. I think the double Mountain Drake is so key here because later on in the game, Fnatic can try and split up the map, leave the GP versus the North and have the TF in the other side lane, you know, he's full AD, and actually abuse his ulti to then create a numbers advantage somewhere. But with the double Mountain Drake, the fact you're gonna go Rage Blade on your AD carry, you're gonna burn down this Nashor so fast if you're FPX.
Exactly. It directly attacks one of Fnatic's win conditions, which is buying time, spreading, and trying to pressure. If you don't have that time to buy, because FPX can just group on Baron and force so insanely fast with extra true damage. Here we go.
Oh, does Hylissang know how much he's bitten off? 4 members of FPX coming to reply.
I think he figured it out at the end.
I have gone too far.
It went too far, and Hylissang concedes the 5th death of the game. This is a little bit of Hylissang on brand. Coin flip player at times. Has been known to overcommit, and now there's a gold card landing onto Gimgoon. Reckless will chase forward with the killer instinct and continue to chase.
Down.
Can't get in range. That boomerang play does so much. The re-engage. Tian and FPX snipe Reckless under the tower. They get the top tower. They extend the gold lead. And this game is already feeling over.
It's all going crashing down for Fnatic. Quickshot. FPX full steam ahead once again. Their duo side gets the top tower. They're focusing towards a dive on Nemesis and Broxah now as well.
Oh man, run away, run away! FPX, the debate, the discussion, which FPX are we going to see? The summer split, the team that was 1 win away from the most dominant LPL team in history, or the group stage one that had very questionable plays. I just want to quickly remind everybody how many international games the FunPlus Phoenix players have played. Before today started, it was 7, including the 2 now. 9 international games played apiece across the board, and they are not skipping a beat in their first quarterfinal.
For everyone counting, by the way, there was a tiebreaker in groups, so those are all this year.
There we go. Unbelievable stuff for FunPlus, and obviously now it's up to them to extend this lead further and be 1 win away from match points.
And we already talked about how this draft from them it's very different from what we normally see, and it's just fantastic to see them actually execute it again. Fnatic probably regret not, disengaging, not actually committing to the dive when they saw the Gragas there, but that kind of started the whole thing for FPX here. Let's see what happens around mid. TF has used his ulti.
Yes, indeed. Gold card is being primed for Nemesis. I'm waiting for the targets. This is a 5v4 for the time being. Broxah has the potential to flank, but he has been spotted out, as you mentioned, Deficio. And now Gimgoon, no flash available, but he does have the Mega Knock. Manages to find one into Hilly. Hilly will, however, find Crisp. There goes the Cal ultimate, but there's so much reply damage. That's Nemesis already down. Hylissang follows shortly thereafter, and the rest of FPX, they take down the tower. Abyssal Voyage will send Tian to the back line, and Reckless and Brox are running for their lives.
Yeah, Fnatic literally cannot fight FPX grouped up as 5. You are never killing that Varus. It is a level 11 super fed Varus with not only a Tahm Kench, but also a Kayle next to him. And that is FPX just moving ahead as 5, completely bullying this team. But they have to play their team with the spread. But again, it's similar to last game where because FPX got so many of these outplays early, because they got so much of this lead early, Fnatic cannot get that game plan online.
And once again, we sit in a situation where we hit 20 minutes. FPX have killed multiple outer turrets. They have so much map control, and Fnatic, they've only gotten 1. So it's almost impossible for them to actually split up the map because their minimap at this point, it's tiny. If FPX decides we're going to push down mid and go to whatever jungle we want, top or bot, they just get full map priority. And Fnatic then have to play super defensive, but they don't want to play defensive with their draft.
All right, again, they use the Tahm Kench Devour. Then
look at Tian here. After Gimgoon goes in and actually trades ultis with Hylissang, we're just kind of sitting and waiting. Feels like nothing huge is going to happen. He goes in, he gets the Kayle ulti, and now look at the Gragas with the ulti, knocks in the Fnatic members, and Nemesis goes down.
Absolutely destroys them, splits them up, and then it is easy to continue pushing forward. And the ramifications of this team fight are huge because we talked about the double mountain. This has opened up a pathway straight for Baron control now. Fnatic have no towers to defend mid anymore, so it's going to be very easy for FPS.
That was bold.
Set it up.
That was bold, Whippo. He sidesteps the Gragas ultimate, takes just enough time to throw in a little dance or taunt. Didn't quite recognize the animation. But 002, yes, he's got an advantage right now over his lane opponent, but his team is down 5,000 gold, Kobe.
Big shot. You got to enjoy the small things in life. Right now, the game is looking grim, but you sidestep a nice ultimate there.
Yeah.
Get your taunted.
Yeah, that's going to be the move, right? But take a look at this bottom lane. 604 for LWX. Rageblade, Blade of the Rune King, Zeal, and Shard completed. Only a moment ago did Reckless complete his Rageblade, so nearly a full item behind. Actually, now it is a full item behind his lane opponent. And then you've got Crisp, 009 on this Tahm Kench, just been everywhere he needs to be.
And let's assume Fnatic will not be allowed to split up the map and try and catch people with TF ulti. They will probably
safe call.
Yeah, they'll probably be forced to actually 5 versus 5 and try and win that way. When I look at Tahm Kench and Kayle, I'm obviously looking at 2 champions who can stop someone from dying, but only either if they're in melee range for the Tahm Kench or obviously in ulti range of Kayle. So Brox's ulti could end up being the deciding factor here. If he's able to actually separate a carry from the rest of the team, Fnatic might be able to kill him instantly and they can gain a numbers advantage, but it's really hard to do.
Well, fans viewing at home, go grab that picture of thank Mr. Broxah. If you want them to come back in this game, it may be on his shoulders. Cannon Barrage bought some time and Baron's been interrupted.
Again, though, this is what they have to do. Fnatic are spreading the map. You see Twisted Fate on bottom side, now using the ultimate to join.
All right, where is Broxah? Hylissang stepping forward. He's got the ultimate available, moves into the pit. So now with BX, they've secured the Baron, but at what cost? Broxah is all already down. There is no thanking Broxah. There is no thanking Hylissang. Baron is deleted by FPX.
And we highlighted the double Mountain Drake earlier, the Varus who could just burn it down in no time. So when you are potentially setting up a flank here and the enemy team is stuck in the Baron pit, well, you have to do it so quickly because it dies so fast. And now, let's see if they can do something crazy here.
All right, Nemesis got the gold card primed. He's looking onto Gimgoon, who's a little tired, Mininar. But the piercing arrow from LWX sends him legendary 9-0-4. This Phoenix is truly flying and on the verge of 2-0. Double kill for LWX. 10 kills this game. And FPX are looking at shutting Fnatic down.
Oh, they're looking at it all right, Quickshot. I think that has been done. FPX here teleporting back out. They want to end the game on this Baron buff.
And of course, if FPX close this out, Invictus Gaming are waiting for them in the semi-finals. The much talked about LPL, the fall of RNG, what form would IG and FPX bring to the quarterfinals? Well, I tell you what, it's terrifying today in Madrid. And 15 kills to 3, nearly 10,000 gold up. FPX are on the brink of closing this game out and shutting down Europe's second seed. Now, what defense can they muster? The Broxah Dragon's Rage kick still has power. LWX gets devoured for now, buys enough time to turn it around. Hylissang gets the pulverize onto Gimgoon, and here comes Tian. Broxah running for his knife. Nemesis gets shut down. 11-0-4 for LWX. The inhibitor still stands because it's the kills that FunPlus want. Bwipo will get run down by Gimgoon. He runs a few seconds longer. Finally, the inhibitor falls. Now the Nexus target. The Nexus is the target for FPX. 18 kills to 3. It has been a slaughtering of Fnatic members. And FunPlus Phoenix are one game away from the first World Semi-Finals.
Game 1, FPX control mid, use it to tower dive bot lane and win that way. Game 2, they go for more defensive draft. They want to scale in the solo laners and they just want to have a more defensive bot lane. It's Fnatic who's trying to dive them. They outplayed with Tomkins, Varus, and Gragas. They get a huge lead, and suddenly, Fnatic's playbook, nothing there. They had really no good option after they fell behind from that tower dive.
This series has been insane from FPX so far, and especially I have just enjoyed Chris' play. A lot of people were critiquing him through the group stages, but he had the offensive looks to find the engages for FPX in game number 1, and he had the defensive looks here. Everybody's going to have their eyes on LWX. He allows them to survive. He stays in for the extra tongue lash on Tom Kench to get that kill on the exit on Reckless as well. I think that he has just been the MVP so far in this series for me.
Remind me where I've heard this story before. Fnatic go up against a LPL squad in an elimination match, get crushed 25 minutes in game 1, get crushed 25 minutes in game 2, and on the brink of elimination going into game 3. I'm not talking about FunPlus Phoenix, I'm talking about how Fnatic were eliminated from the World Finals at the hands of Invictus Gaming. The ghosts of the past have to be on Fnatic's minds because these games have not been close.
What you're saying is there's no possible way a team could come back from down 0-2?
There's absolutely no way that a team could do it. Their opponents, FunPlus, are up on Cloud 9 right now, and Fnatic are in do or die mode. League of Legends is celebrating 10 amazing years with a limited time anniversary gift for the players. All you need to do is play one game to unlock each step of the gifting process. Offers expires the 19th of November, so be sure to hit the rift to unlock your gifts. Last week, we saw, for those of you League's newest champion, Senna. There's a sentence. If you're hankering to play, she'll be live on the PBE on the 29th of October, and if you missed it, here's how she made her return. Thank you very much, Kobe and Fisher.
Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to tell us our dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die.
Welcome back to the biggest tournament in League of Legends, where 2018 World Finalists Fnatic are one game away from being swept out of the tournament. You're getting a look at the action from the lens of the Oppo Reno 2 mobile phone, which boasts some cutting-edge anti-shake and 20 times zoom technology. Of course, the question here now is, with 2-0 standing the series score, Fnatic needing to string 3 wins together, to have that shot at another world final. How did they do it?
It's all about execution, Dash. Twice now, we've had very clear ideas of what Fnatic wanted to do. In Game 1, they should have been attacking their solo lanes. They should have been trying to get them ahead. They failed. In Game 2, they tried to do the same thing, but they fumbled on a dive. I think Fnatic can turn this around. I think they can definitely at least take a game, but they need to clean up their play if they want to stand a chance.
Yeah, I'm going to go on the other side of that and say that we saw the two different looks. I was hedging my bets. I was like, I think that Fnatic can outplay them. I think it's creative. They have different styles to attack the map. We saw them play standard. We've seen them try to go for the creativity. And the fact of the matter is, they're not as good as FPX. They're getting out-executed.
Flip-flopping now. Get over here.
Come on, FPX boys. Getting a lot of sass from that side of the room right now. Raz, jump in here. What are your thoughts?
I think Fnatic are getting slower and slower. I like that they were active in the first few games, but like even the fact that FPX are actually consistently losing these level 1s, but then it comes to the point that even in the deficit that they had in this game, Tien comes running down bot lane, and then he comes right back bot lane.
Right.
And then you just have LWX who's thriving.
You're already going where I want to, which is let's talk about what is working for FPX. And then I will challenge us to build the battle plan for Fnatic to get themselves back into this series.
I mean, it's as Raz said, it does really start with Tien here, and he's picking his moment to when to attack, and it's also the fact that, like, open wide, here comes the spoon, like, just being spoon-fed these kills. This dive was atrocious from Fnatic, and it picks up 4 kills for LWX, who then rocks back into a lane as a massively fed Varus.
I'm telling you, it's plays like this that just make you sad, but you've also got to give so much credit to what FPX is doing, because this is a team that typically plays through their bot lane. They work with Doinby, the Tien-Doinby duo, brings their pressure to the bot side of the map. And in this game, they didn't do it because they had the Kayle in the mid lane. But this shouldn't be a surprise to Fnatic. They shouldn't be shocked when they see the enemy jungler on the bot side of the map, because we all know that that is where Tien is going to be playing around and where he's going to be. So the fact that they keep trying to force these plays and keep getting countered is ultimately what is enabling FPX to find these early leads and then balloon them in the mid game.
And I think just at a much smaller level, if you go back and watch that play, it's not just the thought process that I think is a problem for Fnatic. It's the fact that all of those skill shots missed. You threw out 2 Qs and you didn't hit a single one. You have incredible, like, just breaking ankles down there on Chris, and then they just turn around. It's mechanics. It's brain and hands.
And so I think when you asked the question, because I remember in the last series when we were challenged with, like, do you think Griffin can come back? I thought that they would, because there was so much that was going well in the first 15 minutes. This time around, I look at Fnatic and I think that the active thinking a lot of the times aren't working out well in the first at all. So if I would kind of limit it to just saying the first 2 to 3 minutes have actually been good from Fnatic, but a lot of the times, you know, we don't see that connection being brought across from Broxa and the rest of the map that it has been the case for them throughout the entire year.
All right, so then help me out, all right? Because as a thought experiment, I do want to find the way for Fnatic to get to 3-2. So Vedius, what would be the answer here, at least to put 1 win up on the board?
Well, one of the big things is Hylissang in support. I feel like right now, he is a large part of where some of the early deficits coming from. Sure, his Yuumi game was not, like, directly his fault, but especially that Alistar game, we really got to see the support difference. And Crisp as a player seems to have a lot of control and influence. So Hylissang needs to find a way to better match up against Crisp and find a way of controlling him, because if he can't, this duo of Crisp and Tien is going to keep running over Fnatic.
I think it's about finding Hilly's active champion pool for this tournament. We saw in second rotation of bans that he's being hit a lot and really pinched, forced onto the Alistar. And I think that might mean, in terms of a drafting change-up, that you have to blind pick or prioritize Hilly's pick if you actually want to have a shot at this, because Crisp is just so much more flexible with such a deeper champion pool.
I mean, if we take a look at what worked in week 2 for Fnatic, you're taking a look at Xayah, Rakan's in the bot lane. We'll see if we get it here in game 3. Time to see who comes out on top, though, as we send it back to the casters for our 3rd game of this best of 5.
Thank you very much, Dash, and welcome back as I'm joined by Kobe and Fisher once more for what could be the last game of Fnatic's 2019 Worlds. You guys know how much I love my useless stats and records. The fastest BO5 in international history was Team Liquid versus G2 in 1 hour and 10 minutes. This series clocks in at 50 minutes and 37 seconds. If FPX do it in 20, which is feasible, they could break that record, gentlemen, as we head into draft for Game 3.
Yeah, go ahead and take that one off our hands. Don't really want to hold that record.
So Fnatic Game 1, when they were on red side, they banned Pantheon, they banned Kiana, and they banned Renekton. Panda coming in again. Kiana is a pick they haven't really shown us or used. And I still think the Renekton versus Ryze debate is a tough one.
Here's also my question. Are FPX going to first pick Xayah to continue to deny it from Reckless?
Yeah,
but
why not?
look like a completely different team. Or are they going to switch something up here? Because I feel like that would actually be the ray of hope for Fnatic.
If we get Xayah first pick, I think Fnatic can just take the Ryze for themselves. If they ban Renekton here, they don't have to give over the Ryze and spend a ban on Renekton. They actually do take away the Xayah here, so we're down just with Kai'Sa as kind of the main AD carry pick. This could mean Fnatic wants to run a mage bot lane or to Garen Yuumi again. If they do run a mage, it could be to enable Hylissang to leave the lane and go do something else.
Yeah, priority too high on the Ryze here. Flex pick for FPX. So they're going to first pick it. And then Fnatic do finally get, you know, the last remaining of the top tier AD carries here in the Kai'Sa pick. LWX has shown that he's very willing to step outside that tier that has dominated the bottom lane meta of Worlds, though.
The question is, what else do Fnatic lock in? Last second change, Brox's Lee Sin had 1 or 2 decent kicks, and despite a strong, full buff start, the tower dive did not go his way.
First pick signals comfort, not a huge change for Fnatic. They want the Lee Sin. It is the #1 pick for Whippo in the jungle, for Broxa in the jungle. The fact they didn't take Kai'Sa instantly means they wanted more time to discuss what are we actually going for, what are we going to play on bot side. They end up going with Kai'Sa, spending the full time in draft, just talking through everything. Varus, Tahm Kench are available for FPX, but so is this Renekton that was banned in the last couple of games.
The question is, why was it banned and what do Fnatic want to run into? And obviously fearing Kimgyun Renekton up top.
It's banned because it is a flex pick for FPX. It is an incredibly powerful laner, and FPX look amazing when they have winning lanes and they draft a jungler that can dive towers. Elise is available, also a very good one to pair with that, but Rek'Sai's ultimate can also drop tower aggro, and they can do the same thing.
And I wonder now if we're going to get Pyke. I think if you don't grab it here, there's a high chance it gets banned in the second one. You are down 2-0. It is the #1 pick for Fnatic and for Hylissang when they want to create something around bottom side. They're not going to have a lot of fun against the solo laners. Instead, actually, Nemesis coming in with the Veigar.
Veigar's very interesting because it's kind of hard to play off early on in the lane phase around your mid lane, and we've been talking up mid, jungle, and support early on. However, the cage stun does provide a lot of value when you're setting up by those objectives and you try and bully off and create that big zone of control.
And of course, Veigar was used by Fnatic and Nemesis to take down SKT in the group stage. They went 5-1-12. Phase 2 of bans, very heavily targeted, and that's a poor pool. Rakan, Tahm Kench, you would imagine FPX would consider banning the Pyke, as it was one of the picks that we're all looking to, and it's a comfort that Hylissang would very much like to get in his hands.
Exactly, unless they feel they can easily deal with Pyke Kai'Sa as a duo on their side. Obviously, on the side of Fnatic, they don't necessarily have to show support. They could still show top laner because they look at the 2 solo laners anyway on the FPX side, but I think the Pyke ban is smart. I think definitely in this kind of game here when Fnatic have to do something, take away the #1 pick.
So, what is the bottom lane we're going to see from FunPlus Phoenix? The Vayne is gone, the TK is gone, and there's a Harbor Fawn right now. Why do you like it?
I just think if you look at especially Renekton top lane, you need something that can actually stay alive and protect itself if you are about to get tower dive.
It's a lot of scaling, though. This is so much scaling for Fnatic.
I mean, to me, still screaming, we're going to play through bot side. We need something top that can stay alive and have value even if it falls behind. Ornn can do that because of his ulti and because of the item buffs, but I still think we're going to see a playmaking support for Hylissang. That's why they are last picking. We highlighted this just before. They know the solo laners. They can last pick support and try and get a winning matchup bot.
Yeah, and FPX, they see that much scaling on Fnatic's side, and they just go all in here. I think that no matter what the final pick is here for Fnatic, our early game is going to look like FPX with the first step. And can Fnatic outplay? Can they answer those moves?
We're definitely expecting FPX to control around mid with Rek'Sai and Ryze or Renekton. And then Nemesis needs more time before he really starts having a lot of impact. It's not a roaming pick by any means. It's not the Twisted Fate as we have seen the last two. So we most likely will not see the same kind of aggressive early play. I think Fnatic might have said, listen guys, this early game is not working. We're not actually able to execute it properly. We are falling too far behind. FPX, they have our number. Let's try and pack a little bit more team fighting in here. So you have a ton of engage, you have great CC, and you still have a scaling AD carry where Reckless can win you fights in the late game. So I think Fnatic's coaching staff decided, current plan, let's drop it. We know we can win late game team fights against FPX. Now we just have to get there.
Exactly. Complete focus is on time. Can Fnatic buy that time? Quickshot, you were talking about your stats earlier. So far, there hasn't been much in this series.
Nope, there has not. 2 25-minute victories for FunPlus Phoenix. A 20-minute win will break the record of the fastest international BO5. Now, the question is, can Fnatic delay long enough for not only their team composition to come online, but to prevent the record being broken, to keep their tournament hopes alive? FunPlus Phoenix are one win away from an all-LPL showdown. Number 1 versus number 3 seed for a guaranteed LPL back-to-back World Finals appearance.
And I'm really looking at both junglers here because Tian on the Rex side, he can be the one to really snowball the game, to make sure they have a winning mid lane matchup where they can then roam to the bottom side and set up plays with the Lucian and the Nautilus. While Broxah, he's kind of the bridge in the early game that has to get the team past the early laning phase. If he ends up falling behind here, or if he's not able to actually pull off any sort of counter ganks, then suddenly FPX will have full control.
Deficio, a game and a half ago, we talked a little bit about Broxah, his early game impact, the first half of groups, second half of groups. Is he going to be able to do it? We've seen the Lee Sin back-to-back games. If he's got to be the bridge, there is a lot of pressure on this man who seems to have struggled against Tian.
Let me read something from his teammate then, Quickshot. And it is from Reckless. His quote at the beginning of group stages. I also know when the tournament starts, everything that you've done before and every theory is out the window. And then it's just up to the people who can handle the pressure when they're up there on stage. There's no greater pressure on Fnatic than right now. And can Reckless and Fnatic live up to that quote and be that team?
Well, do you remember a game ago I talked about how much experience FunPlus Phoenix have on this stage? The experience, the ability to step up when it counts. Let me show you how many international games Fnatic played before the 2 they've already accrued. Whippo 32, Broxah 56, Reckless 74, including World Semifinals appearances, World Finals appearances, and Nemesis, the Stone Cold Killer, the only rookie to this stage. These numbers could stop right now if they don't find a way to extend the series.
They've been here before, a lot of the members at least. And I'm actually not concerned about Fnatic like mentally collapsing going into this kind of game. I think the change in strategy might be what they need, at least to feel comfortable going into the game, saying, okay, we don't have to snowball early game. We don't have to tower dive the bot lane as early as possible. We can actually play a little bit more relaxed and just focus on tracking Tian on the Rex side.
Yep, my focus is going to be on FPX here. Series in their hands.
Oh, little power spike again.
Point.
Slightly different champion.
Yeah, Whippo getting a nice trade off there. Grassproc as well. See if they actually reverse clear here for Tian, because you mentioned the Rek'Sai, level 3 now here, can head up, try and attack. Renekton and Rek'Sai incredibly potent in the 2v2, and Rek'Sai has so many pathways to try and affect that lane and get some early gold in the Renekton's hands.
Yeah, we have the early ward down from Whippo being at the top, and you see it in the brush, but there's, as you highlighted, a lot of paths he can take around to still get there and actually gank him. Broxah might path to top side now and actually be there to protect a potential play.
And talking about Broxah, we saw him clearing out his blue buff as the first time all series long where FunPlus Phoenix and Fnatic did not contest the first blue spawn. So multiple times in a row that fight happening, and Broxah seems to have snuck himself in here behind LWX and Chris.
Yeah, you're sneaky at first, but then you pop that plant and everybody knows where you've been, so LWX and Chris should be playing with an appropriate amount of respect.
Let's open up for top lane, but Whippo right now should know my jungler's bot side, I'm weak side, I need to just step away, until I have more information or backup. So right now he can't actually push forward without getting risked, without potentially dying to a gank.
Exactly. You can see him on the minimap hovering behind the minion wave because it's overextended there. And he knows he has no pressure. This is allowing currently
focus.
Tien on the Raptor camp to farm away. Meanwhile, LWX and Crisp just playing defensively under the tower.
Can you proc the Aftershock here for Hylissang if you want to go for something, but there's very few minions. It's super risky.
Yeah, there's no way you pull that dive off with these champions. Those are not super strong diving champions against full health enemies.
Especially with all the CC in the kit of Crisp's Nautilus. The risk was simply too great. We catch a quick glimpse of Doomb teleporting back to lane. He's picked up that Tear of the Goddess already, Nemesis using that Baleful Strike to try farm himself under the tower. And a few moments ago, Tien was at least hovering or sort of shadowing Gimgoon's lane up at the top. Doomb steps in, places that another ward down. And as it starts for now, no action in the early game. Big change from the earlier matches this series.
Exactly, but we'll keep seeing this, you know, Renekton pushing in. The Ornn is like, yeah, it's fine, I'll build a few items here and there and get a bit of extra stats, and then you can't kill me that easily. And once you hit level 6 on Ornn, it gets harder to dive him as well. But there's still an opening. Like, you can bring Ryze, you can bring Rek'Sai, you will be able to of course, shut him down. It's just about playing very defensive on top side for Fnatic, unless Brox is there to try and do something. But it's a very risky lane to gank.
And I really do want to highlight that Tien didn't waste any time because Bwipo's playing defensively and giving that respect on the weak side. Tien is hard farming. This Rek'Sai is opening up a very big farm lead. As you see there, that was the counter jungled Raptor camp that he did earlier. He's already a level ahead of Broxa, has the extra longsword from that back, and is looking to prey on this matchup.
Always love this ward here. To try and see any potential like pathing around it. People don't always check if it's actually there, so it gives you a lot of free information. And now we talked about focus around mid lane from FPX, trying to shut down Nemesis.
All right, Event Horizon will come up. That will at least interrupt Tien for now. The teleport starts to channel. Nemesis flashes away defensively. So Doom's now coming in. Reckless at level 4, uses the Acathian Rain. The wave is pushing away from him, but I think the TP saves Nemesis's life. And we'll need to see what impact this has on the remainder of the laning phase.
Yeah, it does. And that was a rare case of Doomb ganking his own lane. As the Rek'Sai was showing on the ward. Crisp has to run away to the Blast Cone, but should be fine. Now, if we return to that lane, this is a flashless Veigar, teleportless Veigar that could definitely get rooted up. Fnatic will use the reset off of pressure, though, to get this dragon.
Ooh, looking at the mini-map. Now, there's no mana for Doomb, so he's just going to go for the plants. I got excited for a second, wondering whether or not Tien and Doomb wanted to consider the tower dive.
This is the dive we mentioned. If you bring multiple members, of course you can take down the Ornn here. Ulti is ready, can try and use it.
All right, what can Bwipo do? Call of the Forge Guard is available. It is called. Can he get the knockup? No, it's interrupted. He can't bounce it back. Gimgoon and Tien double team while Doomb gets the assist, and that was beautifully done.
Perfect timing here on the stun, but let's look at summoner spells. 2 flashes used by FPX, 1 of course by Bwipo. They do get the kill, but Fnatic still took a Mountain Drake. So it's an expected trade when you have the Ornn up top there against the Renekton. You will at some point die under your turret, but hopefully your team is getting something elsewhere.
Well, let's take a look. Hylissang now taking some damage. Broxer comes over the wall. The stun from the trample will land. No killer instinct for Reckless to follow up, but they get Crisp's flash. So that tower dive that Broxer was really fishing for earlier, now at least a little more believable.
Yeah, we'll see how well they can hover under tower. LWX, good reactions there. He has the red buff. He was able to stay safe. Here's another look at the tower dive, though. And they know that Fnatic are on the bottom side, so no hesitation there on the flash. Doomb goes in. Yep. They know they can lock him up. Stun there, able to lock him out.
Yeah, just make sure he can't actually hit the ulti the second time around, and then he will die. Want to highlight, no TP used back to lane from Gimgoon right here. He's actually saving it for potentially making a play on bottom side. They will have level 6 on the Nautilus very soon. So you have CC set up, and then you can actually try and shut down Reckless or Hylissang. The other reason could also just be, I mean, there wasn't really any reason for him to catch like one minion, basically, and then...
It's a pretty good reason to save.
He can just save it anyway, so he's able to use his advantage now to apply pressure elsewhere by keeping the TP. Maybe later he decides to use it back to lane just for a bit more pressure.
I'm going to keep my eyes on how Tien continues to impact this map. He's already done such an exceptional job, still a level ahead, healthy CS advantage. As now Hylissang is going to look for LWX. Very good headbutt and pulverize under the tower. LWX almost winning the fight. He had that Cutlass to work with, but Hylissang played patiently.
Yep, he gets him right into the tower. That is a key tower shot there. He gets him just into range to get the red buff back. Unfortunately, Hylissang also got the kill credit, but that is definitely a very big answer from Fnatic.
He completely outplayed him, and I bet you, someone on FX said, we got TP top, with jungler on bot side, you can play aggressive. Come on, try and force a fight. You can play aggressive. And then he actually ignores the fact that Hylissang can sit in that little brush and then knock him into the turret. Big play here from Fnatic side. They were not supposed to get anything bot lane, and they just got a kill.
Absolutely the case. Fnatic are still 1,000 gold down, but all credit to Hilly.
Yeah, look at the patience there, because he needs every bit of distance just into tower range, then goes for the flash to make sure they have enough damage to finish off before Reckless goes down. Look at the picture-in-picture, though. Gimgoon!
Wait, is this a solo kill? Bwipo's trying to chase him down, but I think Gimgoon should be able to escape. The Searing Charge will not find his target, and Gimgoon lives to fight another day.
Can't believe he almost died right there. Let's see what happens, but Hylissang's looking for something. It's FPX invading on blue buff. We keep mentioning they have to TP. They can use it on bottom side if they want to, so they know there's a chance of a numbers advantage. He's using back to lane now.
Take a look at the TP going top. Bwipo, ultimate and TP on cooldown. Reckless and Hilly. Man, there's so many FPX members looking to chase them down. Hilly, it looked like he was kind of going fishing himself as Nemesis and Broxah made their way down. But I want to go back to that on point really quickly during draft. You both said that pick had to just survive lane, had to scale, and Fnatic are nearly even in goal. The 10 minutes, they're trading 1-for-1. It's looking okay for now.
Yeah, it's looking okay. And I said before we went live here, Ornn is broken, man. Just pick it. Just you always have value in the game with your ulti and the fact you make your other carries better as well.
All right, let's start up this Rift out here. It looks like they do know there was an early recall. As you can see on the minimap, Crisp is going from base. Crisp will be there first, and support desynced recalls mean FBX should definitely be able to finish this. Bwipo also going back to base. Fnatic are seeding the Rift Herald over. That should get turned into turret plates. There's plenty of time for FPX, and they can work off of either of those solo lanes to try and get full value out of that objective. So this should further propel that early game that they're looking for.
For now, they can definitely try and play almost every single lane with the current setup they have. I do like the armor stacking, of course, as well on the Ornn top side. You're against Rek'Sai and Renekton. So just try again to make it as hard as possible for them to actually kill you under the turret, so they decide to go somewhere else.
And the big difference in that matchup comes when you complete your Spear of Sojin. Bottom side engage.
All right, that's the engage plus the ignite. So stopwatch will at least get proc. So Hilly's going to be happy already.
TP.
Teleports. That's traded 1-for-1. Nautilus ultimate knocks Reckless up into the air. Now Hilly's trying to escape. Nemesis lands the event horizon, but DoinB almost survives. Eldo X is running for his life. There's the engage from Hylissang. That's a double kill for Fnatic. Is traded one back as Tien gets the reply, and Broxah arrives a little late to the party.
Veigar coming up big for Fnatic again! Nemesis answers the teleport, and that stun is on point. They finish off DoinB, and that is 2 kills as LWX got chased down because of the Glacial Augment. Now it's going to be turned into Dragon number 2, and this time around, it is double mountains for Fnatic looking towards that Baron setup.
Fisher, you had talked about the teleport advantage for FPX for a while, but Nemesis's response was fantastic.
Obviously, Renekton used it back to lane earlier, so now it was just a 1-for-1 trade. The difference is, one guy is actually TPing in extremely offensively here right now. He's way behind the enemy lines, and he just instantly gets stunned. Tien could not get in time to actually make it a 4 versus 3. We're looking mid lane.
We are indeed. Oh, Call of the Forge God manages to lock up Tien. He's got flash available to him, but he can't get out. Brox is on the board. Fnatic 4 kills to 2. 500 gold up. 2 Mountain Drakes, and the event horizon locks in Crisp. Sonic Wave finds a target of Fnatic. They survive the early game, but this is the start of an advantage they cannot throw away.
Oh, top lane. They're fighting again.
Gimgoon is going toe-to-toe with Bwipo. Sudden fight, Kate. This could be one of those wet noodle fights that we used to watch years and years ago.
Yeah,
Gimgoon charge.
Gimgoon never got to complete his Spear of Sojin, so that's why Bwipo can try and take those again.
Fnatic, they know they have a numbers advantage. They also have members in the jungle. They get another one.
Nemesis knows the ranges here on Veigar so well. Oftentimes we'll see people misplacing with the stun, but he sets it up with the GLP, with the extra Glacial Augment slow, finds the stun, he finds another kill with the pick onto DoinB.
All right, 2,000 gold in the lead. Listen to the Spanish fans in the Palacio Vista Alegre. They are losing their minds because for the first time, all series Fnatic are looking pretty good as we approach the 15-minute mark. They've got a tower, they've got dragons, and they've got a comp that scales well, but there is still no margin for error.
Very true, but it seems a bit easier for Fnatic now that they don't feel forced to do anything super aggressive all the time. Now looking bot side here.
Just as you say that, Deficio, super aggressive. Bwipo teleporting to the bot lane. Top lane has been conceded. The plates have just timed out as well. So Gimgoon and Tian, they're going to be pushing top. The teleport will allow Fnatic to pick up the tower in the bottom lane. That should be the third, sorry, correction, that was the second outer turret. And as it stands, not quite sure the TP I'd call worth, but it does at least open up that part of the map.
I mean, they force enemy bot lane to give up the turret, so they trade at least 1 for 1 there.
Ooh.
Oh, he got him.
All right, Primordial Burst did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough to kill Crisp. Not at this stage.
Yeah.
Still working on AP there for Nemesis.
And Bwipo didn't have cooldown on ultimate. If you see Call of the Forge God very close to coming back off, they could have chased down if you had access to that, but not there, so they let him walk away.
Now, obviously, Fnatic had superior side lanes. If we look at the last 2 games where they could actually try and play 1-3-1. In this game here, when you have the Renekton and the Ryze, we are looking more at FPX trying to control that, and Fnatic obviously wants to group S5 and teamfight, but they still can hold the lanes very, very easily, and especially the Ornn here just stacking, you know, early armor, have been able to 1v1 the Renekton so far. Not gonna be as fun anymore with the first item completed for Gimgoon, and now you have to respect the all-in a bit more.
We take quick stock of the itemization, as you mentioned, plus 20 CS. Gimgoon in the mid lane, DoinB takes a lot of damage. Primordial Burst still available. Pretty even CS across the map, says now Gimgoon will pick up the second tower of the game for Fun plus Phoenix. There's a mid lane setup. Call of the Forge God is available for Bwipo. Every time he's around, just hold my breath for the engage, the long range that will allow Kai'Sa to come jumping in as well. So Rekkles was making his way mid. Instead, going to peel away and get some damage into this mid inner turret.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of vision here supporting that pressure on top side. Rekkles can go in with the extra attack speed. They calling in the rest of the team here to force it down. It should be a trade. You see Ryze there on the mini-map going for the split push for FPX.
Put up the cage. Horizon is very good from Nemesis. Killer Instinct comes up from Rekkles, but it didn't commit the Primordial burst. Tian is able to escape. It cost him his flash. Fnatic are pushing on 2 lanes. Top has been saved for now. Middle is now under pressure. There's the call of the Forge God. Event Horizon comes out, but very good flash away. Gimgoon does go down. The tower will fall. Nemesis is in trouble. DoinB has not stopped the push in the bottom lane, though.
This is what we talk about again. Fnatic, they want to stay together. They're just playing around 2 lanes only, not 3. They have control in enemy jungle. They know everything that's happening around mid and top lane. They didn't want to overextend for any turret, but they were just fishing. The moment you land the stun with Nemesis, you can then go all in. And it's super hard for FPX to defend. They can't actually wave clear against the Veigar.
We are highlighting for Fnatic, grouping up and using their team composition to its fullest. They beat SK Telecom by defending early and then grouping up with the Veigar, chasing people down with these long-range engages. The slows coming through to set up stuns.
And it's very important to highlight that typically, if you play a teamfight comp against split push, once the map is set up and they're pushing all the lanes, it's very difficult to do something unless you can hard engage around a mid lane or around an objective. And Fnatic can always engage. They have Alistar, they have Ornn. There's no Braum to block the Ornn ulti or anything. They can always start a fight, and that is how you punish teams who want to split up the map.
Here they go.
Take a look at this. Call of the Forge God's not available, but it might not even be needed. Trample's available as well. Killer Instinct's on cooldown from Rekkles. Until a few seconds ago, everybody on FPX had no flash available, and Fnatic had all of theirs. They picked up the Cloud Drake. Baron will be spawning in 2 minutes' time, and Fnatic still have a 2,000 gold lead, but it is so crucial to keep your eyes on DoinB because he has gone unanswered in the split push. but at least Fnatic are equal in cross-match.
They're going to trade here. Doinb and Tien are not going to stop. Fnatic are at the door as well. Inhibitor turret under attack.
FPX, you're new to the international stage. You don't want to base race against Fnatic. There is no team in the world with more experience at base races. The Inhibitor is being forced down. It is being taken in the bottom lane.
Can they find them in the base?
To the base race. All of the Forge God has come out. Teleport's being used. Event Horizon's going down. Fnatic, can you win the fight? Doinb is joining the fray. Helisank goes deep with the ultimate. Reckless jumps in with the killer instinct. LWX is down. Brox is looking for Crisp. He finds him. It's at the cost of Helisank's life. There's another one down as Kim Goon is taken out. The Nexus turret is the next focus.
And no minions, sadly, for Fnatic here. They do pick up the kills. They wanted to force the recall from top lane. Inhib did not die top side, so Fnatic gets an Inhib bot.
No minions, but they got plenty of champions in that one. 3 kills for Fnatic. 12 stacks on the Soul Stealer for Nemesis, and this game is wide open for them. It's so key that this is also much simpler for Fnatic to execute this time around.
Fnatic did not have to set up any early tower dives. They didn't need to hard camp a lane to try and get ahead. They could play a lot slower in the early game and react to what FPX were trying to do on the map. Double Mountain Drake, Baron spawning very soon.
And so important to note that FPX were 2-0 up in the series. Baron hasn't even spawned. We've got 12 kills in the game. The Nexus turret was being sieged.
But you know what's going to happen when it spawns. Fnatic will set up vision, then FPX will try and face check, and then they will die.
The thing that I really like is the confidence for Fnatic being down 0-2 in a series to still push the Nexus. That tells you a lot about their mental state right now, and it makes me excited for the rest of this game, and with some luck, the next game in the series. I want more of this series, and Fnatic are now setting up that vision, Kobe, that Deficio talks about, and setting up for a Baron play.
Yeah, it looks like you are definitely in store for some more. Fnatic have full control of Baron. They're burning it down. Bwipo's under attack.
He is indeed. Call of the Forge God is not available to him. Event Horizon has come up. Bwipo manages to escape, and Crisp survives the primordial boost. Now the Nautilus ultimate knocks Nemesis in the air. Baron will just about get secured. Super minions are pushing in the bottom lane. That's a massive engage! Fnatic from downtown send FPX back to base. The gray screen is up for Tien and Crisp. And with Baron empowered super minions about to crest the steps of the LPL's base, Fnatic are looking to pick up their first win of the series. Nemesis is fighting LWX in the bottom. The rest of Fnatic are picking a fight in the bottom lane as well. Helisank goes golden against Doinb, and he stays alive just a few seconds longer. The Baron empowered minions are now chasing Nemesis, looking for the solo kill. Not gonna find it, but the Q does. The Nexus turrets have fallen. Teleports are coming into the base. FPX are doing what they can to survive, but there's not enough available. There's not enough to fight. But look at this, Tien and Doinb, they turn around. I couldn't be more wrong. Bwipo's in trouble. The Realm Warp will allow them to continue the chase, and Brox is running for his life.
Fnatic thought they had done it, but Doinb holds on to the game for FPX. He takes down Helisank in the 1v1 in the defense.
Super carry of the LPL steps up when FPX have their backs against the Nexus. 3, 2, and 4, and Doinb on the rise keeps the game alive.
It looked like all of Fnatic had gotten individual missions there after they had taken the Baron. But, okay, yeah, Deficio, there is a ward in the base. Possible teleport Fnatic situation. You want Reckless to go for it?
I'm just saying, he can. If FPX decides to walk out, contest, let's say, a Drake or something, the opening is there.
Do they know? They do know.
They know.
Oh,
I love the crowd noise, by the way. When that ward goes down, you can actually hear the pain from Spain. And we reset, and this is the replay of this final Nexus push. I was convinced in this What's in Me replay Fnatic were going to win.
You guys tell me what's going on with all these chase downs here for Fnatic.
Well, they wanted the Nexus turrets first, but then they realized behind them right now, there's actually still a partnership turrets, and there's a very, very strong rise. I think Doinb playing it perfect, staying out of range, flashes out of cage as well, so he can just keep dealing damage. And now the rest of the team will join, and of course Reckless ends up in the middle of the entire team and will go down. So for now, FPX, they stay alive.
Yeah, we will see if that lapse in judgment from Fnatic, you know, the lack of coordination, finishing out the game, or discipline actually ends up costing them.
It should not.
You can see it's a spike here, but as you're saying, it should still be 5 members of Fnatic, 1 Nexus left.
Of course, it's still a 2,000 goal game. We're 23 minutes in. These games have been so quick, have been so action-packed. My eyes are going to be on DoinB. He's got no flash available to get out of the event horizon this time around, and the lanes, not necessarily the strongest.
Here we go.
And top pushing towards Fnatic. The Realm Warp sends Crisp into the backline. Call the Forge God comes out. That sends Crisp flying. Reckless is in trouble as Gungun's running him down. Now, the first one to fall is Crisp. Nemesis does get taken out. So does Reckless. All of a sudden, Fnatic's fight has floundered. Broxah tries to get something back as Tion's running for his life. He's got the Guardian Angel available.
That was such a good engage. Can he get more?
They can just now. That's a GA has been procced. The Brox and Hylissang run for their lives.
Perfect setup right here. Rise ulti, and it's only the Nautilus taking it, so he can instant point-on-click ult onto Reckless, who's about to get flanked by a Renekton who can pop everything and take him down. Suddenly, Fnatic did not have the consistent DPS to kill the rest of FPX, and this Rise just never dies in his fights. Look at this here. This is the setup they want. Oh, he actually gets knocked in by Hylissang. Yep. He actually headbutted him in.
That was, it just felt like the coordination wasn't there for them. Meanwhile, FPX just hunt and kill here. Tien takes the ultimate in, finishes off Nemesis. On the left side of your screen, LWX escapes with his life on the Lucian, kites back to the fountain to then come out for round 2 as they finish up the last kill.
Gentlemen, 5 minutes ago, I said how much I love the mentality of Fnatic pushing the Nexus at 18 minutes. I would like to
Not so in love anymore?
I would like to retract that statement right now and look at how they can set some of these fights up, because it is clear that DoinB and Gimgoon, they still have a lot of fight in them, despite being marginally behind in goals.
100%. I think FPX done a fantastic job defending their base. Also removed so many stacks from Nemesis, but if you are Fnatic, you can still wait for next Baron spawn. You still have the double mountain set up. You have amazing engage, especially when the enemy team is forced to kind of like move in towards you through the river, where it's hard to dodge around to get away from an on ulti. So Fnatic can slow it down a little bit. We're still only 25 minutes in. They don't have to finish the game instantly, and they still have great scaling on their side. Look at this, the Ornn items coming in, getting upgraded. Like, Nemesis still deals a ton of damage.
Super quick, Nemesis is currently at 736 ability power. He's farmed 212 additional AP throughout the course of this game and will continue to scale. We saw how quickly he obliterated those waves in the mid-game, so the defensive play is very, very strong for him.
All right, for FPX, because they're still in such a hard spot here. Baron number 2 coming up is so big for Fnatic. Right now, they just need to get vision control over this Baron area, and you will force FPX into you.
All right, Gimgoon's going to flash all the way forward. Reckless isn't there. He's starting to teleport and join the fray. He will get in behind. Call of the Forge God has already been using. Gimgoon is pushed underneath the tower. Gimgoon stays alive. The Primordial Burst picks up the kill. Now, where's the engage? Killer Instinct is available for Reckless. I'm waiting to see when he uses it. Hylissang is in some trouble. Gets a 3-man knockup. Reckless is chasing forward. Nautilus ultimate knocks him up into the air. He dives forward. Reckless's shield keeps him up, keeps him alive, keeps him pushing forward, gets him a double, looking for the triple. DoinB is the last man standing, and he flashes away to safety. Fnatic, give this man respect because he is scary. The Super Soaker slows him down, and it's Reckless that sends him packing for the ace.
That's gotta be it. Fnatic 4 strong in the FPX space. 1 inhibitor down, and the Nexus to follow. This series isn't over yet.
The Fnatic faithful find their first win. Gentlemen, we are going to game number 4. I am still flabbergasted at the pace of these games. That was a 27-minute win with 31 kills and 18-minute Nexus siege.
It could have been
more questions than I have answers.
It could have, and honestly should have been way faster. With that first Baron for Fnatic. They got your heart pumping down there.
Honestly, every time I cast base defenses with you, I need to get an oxygen tank because it's insanity. But honestly, I'm still nervous for Fnatic. It still feels like FunPlus are the better team today. They have looked scary, and even in those base defenses, like Fnatic, they took a lot of time to finish it off.
It was on 27 minutes.
I wish we could talk more for more on how Fnatic kept the series alive. Later from Dash and the analysts. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. We can use all the luck you have for us.
We're still in it.
Still
We're
alive.
still in it.
Oh, okay.
This is literally as we predicted.
Yeah.
We have a 3-1 in there, Raz.
That
4
was
points, my friend.
Crazy game. Before we go all the way back to the beginning of it and kind of figure out how Fnatic got to where they are now, I do want to take a look at the final moments, the final team fight in which Fnatic is able to snatch a victory here with their backs against the wall.
I mean, we were getting worried because you saw this fight and how long FPX were able to defend for, but this time Nemesis is able to get out of the fight, Reckless is untouched, and the moment Gimgoon overcommits, you realize, okay, Fnatic can look to go for the chase, but even then you're like, wait, but Nemesis is now no longer here, what are you doing? But then it all comes together for Fnatic.
The amount of damage Ryze is doing at this point and how little the Lucian is, just take a look at this. Look at the quadra kill! What's going on here?
This was a clincher. I was like, is this going to be the quadra or is this going to be the game? Because Doinby is certainly feeling himself. Ah.
Wow.
It was super close, but Fnatic do end up coming out on top, and what I feel really strongly about is very much what DeFisher mentioned in the cast, the adaptation and the change Fnatic made in this series, and it was something that we actually talked a lot about coming into the day, which is the thing about certain teams is whether or not they can adapt within a series and recognize what they're doing wrong or what they can't do is very important. And for Fnatic, for 2 games in a row, they drafted a comp that was very much, we need to get ahead in the early game. They haven't been able to do it. So what do? Full late game. You have a Veigar, you have a Kai'Sa, you have an Ornn. All you have to do is not screw up the early game.
And who would have thought that that was the recipe to getting ahead in the early game? Just pick late, win early.
It does also help that their mechanics were cleaned up and a lot more was connecting that needed to. I do want to focus in on the Ornn pick because I'm curious if we're going to continue to see it, especially as an answer to the Renekton, because we've seen G2 do it and now we see Fnatic do it. And Ornn works really well as kind of a pseudo soft answer to Renekton because Renekton excels in getting the push and then looking for the dive. Now they did dive Ornn, but it required 3 people to do so, but it just makes it incredibly difficult because of the amount of CC and tankiness. And then when you also pair it with a Rek'Sai jungle, as soon as Ornn had his armor stacked up, he's like, come at me. Like, please, I'm here all day.
I think one other thing that jumped out to me in Champions Select was the pivot to the Veigar in the mid lane. And we'll get to one crucial replay where Nemesis comes up big for Fnatic. Before we get there, though, Vedius, I'm coming back to you because I don't want to pretend that it's all roses for Fnatic here in that they got this one win. There's still one matchup that we're very curious about. This is actually the play I was referencing when it comes to Nemesis TPing in. But we'll get back to the jungle point.
Okay, yeah. So with regards to this play, the reason why it was so important is throughout this series, we've seen early game moments where the game has swung. And for Fnatic, this was a very big one because their ability to react and counter it, and more importantly, kill Doinby was very crucial because not only did it put the Veigar in a position where he can now have a little bit more control over the lane, but it also put Doinby behind and it made it harder for him to roam. And something that Frost says all the time is if you cut the head off the snake, then it can no longer slither. And that's not quite a quote, but the main point is if you attack Doinby and you put him behind, his roam and impact on the map is not quite the same.
How close?
How was it?
How close?
I guess
9 out of 10?
Abraham Lincoln. That was the quote.
Say, what did he pass? Get a D on that? I don't know. Now I'll return though to the jungle discussion because I think this is a very interesting one and a place where Fnatic could look to continue to make gains throughout this series. Vedius, talk to me about this matchup.
And it ties in very much with the draft as well. And the thing is, Broxah has been disappointing this series. One interesting stat that I had the stats team dig up for me is on average, throughout these 3 games, Tian has been hitting level 6, 7.6 minutes into the game, right? Whereas for Broxah, he's at 8.89, a full over 1 whole minute later than his jungle counterpart. And it's largely due to his poor pathing, the fact that he keeps sitting bot lane trying to find ganks to happen, and something, Raz, we talked a lot about at the beginning of the day was this Tian versus Broxah matchup where we just felt like Tian had the advantage.
Yeah, and I think Tian as a player is very cognizant of what needs to happen on the map. And so like a lot of the times when the lanes are doing quite well in FPX's side, he's pathing very consistently and safely. And a lot of the defensive wards are being able to catch out where Broxah is heading. And one of the most iconic moments for me was the fact that we knew that Broxah was going to be on the top side clearing Krugs. And Rek'Sai had a good idea that he was going to be bot side taking his Wolf and Grump at that point. But the fact that he's always aware of this, or at least having a general idea, makes planning around it so much better too.
And don't get me wrong, I don't want to be a Broxah apologist here, but I do kind of want to give larger context so the laser focus doesn't just like target onto his back there, is that could be a team call. Yes, Tien is out-pathing Broxah. Broxah is sacrificing his jungle, sacrificing his pathing, also not making the most efficient decisions because he's trying to assist his lane. There's so much time that he's missing farming his jungle because he's literally sitting in bot lane trying to either cover for them or set up a gank.
But what's important about this draft is it didn't rely on Broxah to have a good early game. It effectively allowed Fnatic to play 4v5 in the first 15 minutes of the game, and then he could add value later on in the team fights where he is performing better. And I think that for Fnatic to come out in this game, they need to stick to this strategy, because even if Broxah isn't finding these early advantages, this kind of planning can help compensate for that.
Teleport timings, I think, so far has been really important with how quick FPX are being able to nail that down. So one of the replays that we had earlier on, I think, was a great indication of, like, at least, you know, Fnatic reacting to that, realizing that. Nemesis being in the play much quicker. And so I think regardless of the champion pool, that is a understanding from Fnatic that is getting them better throughout the series.
We're getting a look at FPX, who have just taken their first loss in this best-of-5, and we've been fairly Fnatic-focused so far, which I think is fair. But I now want to just quickly discuss what this loss might mean for FPX. What all do they learn from this or take away that they can apply in the next game?
So the thing is while FPX are unknown to the international stage, particularly the world stage, this is a very experienced team with a lot of years behind them and a ton of best-of series experience and best-of-5 experience. This loss does not shake this team. I think it's so easy for this team to just mental reset, take another run at this. And I agree with what Trevor said on the desk right there. It feels like as you watch these games, yeah, Fnatic walked away from this victory, but FPX have been the better team on the day. So now it's, can Fnatic completely shore up and kind of play to that potential that Vedius talks about all the time? Otherwise, I expect FPX to clean this up 3-1.
And I think the biggest and easiest change to make is swap the Lucian out for a better scaling AD carry, because these games are coming down to hard and fast mid-game team fights, and you need to be in a position where you can offer more value, and for Lucian, I don't think is doing it for FPX.
Each of the games so far in the series have been explosive and fast. I expect the next one to be exactly the same. Fnatic, they keep their dreams of a semi-final berth alive. We'll see if they can tie the series when we return for Game 4.
We're still in it, James.
We're still in it. Go!
He's trying to escape. Nemesis lands the event horizon, but DoinB almost survives. Eldox is running for his life. There's the engagement from Hylissang. DoinB is joining the fray. Hylissang goes deep with the ultimate. Reckless jumps in with the killer instinct. LWX is down. Broxah's looking for Crest. He finds him. Baron will just about get secured. Super minions are pushing in the front lane. That's a massive engage! Reckless is chasing forward. Nautilus ultimate knocks him up into the air. He dives forward. Reckless's shield keeps him up, keeps him alive, keeps him pushing forward, gets him a double.
One inhibitor down and the Nexus to follow. This series isn't over yet.
The Fnatic faithful find their first win.
Again, we want a dose of this right now. It's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. Story trouble, let it out. Meet you once again. Loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where I started thought that. Oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는
Welcome back to FunPlus Phoenix versus Fnatic. The score is currently 2-1 to FunPlus Phoenix. Fnatic just picked up a inspirational win to keep their hopes alive. We're starting to draft Akali, GP, and Pantheon find themselves in the ban pool.
Yeah, Fnatic selected red side here for the first time in the series. I'm expecting him to do the exact same with ban, so Xayah comes in as a ban here. Small change from FPX, leaving Gragas open, banning the Veigar instead, feeling like that's actually too annoying to deal with. They can still first pick Ryze if it is left open by Fnatic.
Like the adjustment there from FPX. The Veigar was so big for Fnatic. And as you're talking about, Doinb was their ray of hope in that game. That Ryze was what gave Fnatic pause. Once again, Xayah banned out. FPX are going to take the Gragas for Tian.
Trying to see here if Fnatic wants to take Ryze or not. Otherwise, you just get a nice trade here. If you are FPX, Lee Sin was the choice last time from Fnatic to say we just want as much comfort as possible for our jungler. And then they took the Kai'Sa right after to kind of secure the only remaining AD carry that is S tier.
We'd like to see the same thing again as the players were taking to the stage. Some big smiles on the faces of Fnatic for the first time in a little while. At least one of those two first round picks has been secured. The Lee Sin is open and available.
And last time when FPX did not take, their Tahm-Kench Varus in this first phase, it got banned away the Tahm-Kench. They ended up with Nautilus Lucian. It didn't work for them at all. They didn't manage to do anything on the bottom side. They have to make a choice now between grabbing, Varus Tahm-Kench against the Kai'Sa to try and win, which I think is actually a good choice because it forced Fnatic into having to try and attack the lane because otherwise they would just lose 2v2. So I really like this adaptation. Even though you lose your #1 pick in Ryze, I actually think going with their comfort, no, not the comfort, but the stronger 2v2 bot is better for them.
And let's see what the reaction from Fnatic will be, because they found success with simplifying, with relying a bit more on scaling, not trying to overforce. Don't play into the Varus Tahm-Kench.
So what is the answer now? They've got a few seconds left. The Veigar was banned away in the previous round, and this time around they prioritize the Pyke in phase 1.
And what you need to see from that Pyke is some roaming for Hylissang, not playing into the Varus Tahm-Kench for Fnatic to try and buy some room for Hylissang to get up to mid lane, to get up out onto the map and create plays elsewhere.
I mean, we have to remember Tahm-Kench is a lot squishier in the early game than he was in the past. His E now does scale with levels and is a lot weaker in the early phase. So I still think if you are Fnatic, yes, you want the Pyke to roam eventually. But in the early game, you can still target the bot lane. You have a ton of CC set up now just from Hylissang alone. And he knows if it doesn't lock it in here, it's going to get banned in the second phase. So this should be more game 2 Fnatic, where they actually want to attack in the early game and play more aggressive. This time around, probably not going to tower dive as aggressively.
I think my eyes are on Lee Sin and Pyke as a combination.
Yeah.
Some of the champions with the most playmaking in the entire game. So we'll see if Hylissang and Broxah can make some of those early moves happen. Catching up, though, so quickly. 2 flex pick bans here from Fnatic with the Kled and the Renekton, as we've seen that FPX can use either of those in either of the solo lanes.
So the Ryze is still open and available. And of course, on the Fnatic side, when you discuss the playmaking, some of those missed skill shot makes me a little nervous. Hopefully they've found their feet, and Kayle will give them some of that scaling into the later stages of the game.
Yes, and TF was still open in this draft. They didn't want to go for it. They didn't want to have to commit into having to play that aggressive early game. So they realized that the meta of this series for Fnatic is not to all in on the first 10-15 minutes. It is actually to have a stronger late game team fight.
That's what I was looking for. If they leave up that Ryze, then they have to be willing to lock in Nemesis Cassiopeia. This is still a good matchup for Cassiopeia. We'll see how they can do it early on. They are going to have to put a big emphasis on getting these wards and tracking Tian, though. Because if Tian comes in and you get that flash Gragas gank onto Cassiopeia, all of a sudden Doinb is off to the races again. And that was one of the biggest things that they have to worry about.
So if we look at the lanes right here, we know FPX, if they can get a standard 2v2 bot lane with Varus Tahm-Kench, it's super strong, it can gain control. However, it is very gankable. And Tahm-Kench, he's defensive. He doesn't offer that much in terms of a skirmish when it comes to setting up the play like a Pyke. So Broxah can play around bot lane early. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Meanwhile, Tian, he's going to look at both solo laners and say, I can gank both of these. I have CC set up from both my solo laners. I have the damage with them to actually kill them, and I need to shut down Nemesis and Whippo in the early game.
Now the thing is, in the first 2 games, we saw very early level 1 engagements, primarily focused on the blue buff. Game 3, there was nothing. Fnatic sort of backed out of it. They played it safe, they played it secure. They were going for the scaling game. Do we feel that there's some shenanigans afoot, or could be afoot this time around?
For me, if you're looking at it from Fnatic's side, maybe if they're trying to group up as 5 and get someone with a pike pull, but it is fairly risky. I think they want to be more defensively minded early on. We have the Cassiopeia, they have the Kale, they have lots of scaling options.
Well, we are loading up onto the Rift for what could be Fnatic's final game of Worlds 2019. They are still down in the series 1-2 against FPX. The winner of this series will go on to face Invictus Gaming in the World Championship semi-finals in the Palacio Vista Alegre next weekend. We're staying in Madrid, Spain. So let's see what happens in the early stages of this game. My colors have already rightfully pointed out that some playmaking could be on the cards here for Fnatic, and they have already grouped up that 5-man stack, Kobe.
Remember, you can hook over the wall here if someone is sitting in this tri-push, like LWX is doing now. You can actually hook him and then try and go in and evade.
Blind.
Here we go.
The boom! Skewer goes wide. I literally was ramping up to keep screaming, but didn't manage it this time around. LWX escapes the skill shot by the skin of his teeth. The lanes will reset.
And that, what you see on screen afterwards, was actually kind of important, giving the experience of the ward kill over to the solo laners of Fnatic. That may be a very small gift, but it does mean something early on when you have these matchups.
Also want to highlight FPX put a ward on the red buff here from Fnatic to see if they can spot Broxah starting topside and then pathing down towards bottom lane. So the duo of LWX and Crisp will be ready for a potential early gank.
And I like the caution that Fnatic are showing, knowing they put 5 people bottom side. This is no longer safe territory, as you're talking about, Deficio. So Broxah moves in, gets the sweeper, finds the ward, starts red side. Even though FPX know that he is starting on red side, it's going to be a much better situation as far as trying to get that push.
And instantly, Gimgoon, he wards the tri-push. He's like, I'm not going to get level 2 ganked here. You know, instantly put that one down. Force Broxah to take a different path if he wants to actually go and try and kill him early.
Fortunately for Broxah, you can do Krugs, then Raptors, then still go River and try and make that happen. But generally, it's fairly risky to gank for the Kale early on. Not going to provide you a whole lot, and if the enemy jungler goes up there, you are really, really in a bad situation.
Keeping my eyes on the junglers for the time being. Broxah making his way towards the top clear. Tian making his way on the bottom, and Hylissang stepping all the way forward on that Pyke. Pyke has been banned a number of times this tournament already, and one of the champions that we absolutely wanted to see him play. 16 wins, 4 losses, all-time record. And after some pretty confident plays on Alistar, really in the last 2 games, there will be a lot of eyes on him to set up some of these kills. If Nemesis, Reckless, and Whippo get aided by Broxah and Hylissang, they absolutely can accelerate this game.
Yeah, and it's not very easy to play Tahm Kench against it, because even if you do end up eating your own AD carry, you will still most likely get CC'd by the Pyke, and then you're kind of stuck there, and you will eventually spit out the AD carry, and he can actually die. Broxah is still looking around top lane, slightly too early. Ward just spots him.
Yeah, he did go the red Krugs Raptor that I was talking about. However, instead of after Raptor going up through the river, goes up still past the tri-brush, so the dying ward barely sees him for the last second. Meanwhile, Tian has gone for red side clear into purchase of boots for the early Predator possibilities with Gragas.
Yeah, we're expecting a gank around solo lanes from Tian here. Broxah, top lane, yes, you can look for a small gank, but also you're just here to try and cover your top laner, so he does not die early game, because there is very easy setup with the Camille, long range, into CC, into the Gragas then, and you will die. Here we go. They can even tower dive him fairly easily.
Saw some yellow pings going down as well. A little bit of caution.
Well, there was that long-range engage. Deficio, body slam comes out from TM, but the flash was not committed. However, successful gank already. Whippo, no summoner in the top lane.
Yeah, you have to early flash that, because if you let Tian get close enough with the body slam, he will flash, and then you are 100% dead. You don't get another chance. That is a big opening for FPX, though. They will continue to look at this Kale. No flash on Whippo. Definitely a champion you want to take advantage of early.
It's pretty interesting. Whippo used both his wards actually in the lane brush up top lane right there to try and spot if he was either getting lane ganked or if Kim Gun was sitting in there for a potential trade. It actually probably didn't matter because he would have lost his flash anyway.
Yeah, and it was for one of the trades as well, getting the second one in there. But we'll see how well he's able to prune this wave, because Gimgoon has it in a very nice situation. He can apply so much pressure. This is a flashless, TP-less Kale with built-up range minions there, taking down and pushing away that wave.
And you know your own jungler is on the bottom side of the map, so you're not getting any backup right here.
And more importantly, your opponent knows that your jungler is down on the other side of the map, so there is no bluffing there. That ward in the river sees him.
Makes me even more nervous when I think about the player that's in that situation. Whippo has been known to overstep his reach from time to time.
Double lead.
Waiting for the Gimgoon
Here we go.
passive
Look
to
at
wear off.
Gragas.
So look at the minimap. Tian is
That's
making
first
his way up. Whippo, no flash available. Deficio calling the first blood already. Predator is available. Gimgoon will be looking for that hook shot off the wall, and this should easily be secured. Precision Protocol makes it look easy.
Yeah, and you might wonder, you know, what's Whippo doing? Why would he even try and do this? And honestly, sometimes as a top laner, you have to just coin flip it and say, listen, if I don't actually do this, if I don't try and push this out, I'm going to lose so much. So I'm just going to hope the enemy jungler is not there, or maybe I can escape if he does show up. He flipped it, and sadly for him, he lost.
Yeah, I mean, we spent about 2 minutes setting up why this was such a bad situation for the Kale with the minion wave, with the flash gone. Very good capitalization there for Tian. Heads on up with the Predator and finds the first blood for FPX.
I think the wave top lane, the back half will not reach the turret, but at least the front half will die. Now what's going to happen is Camille will build up a big wave for herself, still trying to deny some CS, and then when the big wave is about to crash into the turret, Tian will show up again, maybe with Doing B with him, and then they will try and force Whippo away from turret so he loses even more CS, potentially dies. Broxah is here now to try and assist him. This is not really a gank. He just wants to try and make sure Kale can push out and actually fully reset the wave.
Providing some support to Whippo, and during the picks and bans, Deficio and Kobe, you both talked about what Tian's sort of options were and saying how he wanted to gank those solo lanes. We talked a little bit about how we wanted to maybe see Fnatic try to set up some plays in that bottom lane. Broxah not been proactive yet. He's at level 5 for the time being, got that chilling smite available and close to the Dragon's Rage. So I want to see where Fnatic pull the first trigger. They're already down 1,000 gold.
Yeah, he's playing defense right now, not offense for himself. And typically when Fnatic are snowballing early games, it's through Broxah being very aggressive and looking for plays.
Oh, all right, the W from Reckless comes out. Some damage onto Hylissang. There's the engage from Crisp. Hylissang is going to be forced to flash away. The tower helping out. As soon as I saw Tian showing up in that bottom lane, I got flashbacks to game 2 of the series. This time around, the damage isn't so much. Doing B, however, is moving up. He's got the Realm Warp available.
They want the plates right here for themselves, forcing Reckless back. Reckless not, of course, using his TP. It'd be very risky to dive in. Right here with still so many members around. Meanwhile, it actually buys a bit of time for Whippo. His flash still on cooldown, but he's safe now because he knows enemy jungler is on bot side.
Yeah, it's these 20-second windows where Tian is really making his presence felt. Broxah gets a little bit of counter jungling done, but that is about it. Meanwhile, Tian is awarded the first blood on top side for his Camille, plus now 2 plates for the bottom lane.
It's a very, very nice read, honestly, from FPX saying, listen, they can't make something happen top lane very easily. So for them, if Fnatic strikes bot, they can actually get back in this early game here. So Tian plays around and says, I've done enough for you, Camille. You can just handle yourself.
I think he just communicates so well with his laners.
Oh,
no flash.
man, Hylissang, no flash, remember. Trying to buy some time. He manages to dive into the pit, escape vision, and escape with his life for now. But that was looking very, very precarious for the Fnatic support. As it stands, Reckless is down 20 CS in this lane. And Hylissang is just trying to get back in to support his bot laner.
I mean, it's the perfect early game for FPX right now because they got that isolated 2v2 bot for as long as they wanted to. We said this dual lane with Tahm Kench Varus, it's super, super strong and can actually stop Kai'Sa from free farming.
All right, off of the reset, since Cassiopeia has control over mid, they started up here. Will the bottom be able to answer? Because the pings are going down here for FPX.
All right, full vision from Tien. Mountain Drake down to 3,000 HP. Hylissang starts charging up the skewer. Will find a tag onto Chris, but there's no follow-up. This is going to be a 4v4. Teleport's not available for the respective top laners, and Nemesis is not yet backed away. The Mountain Drake has now turned his attention for the Chain of Corruption. Beautifully comboed into the Gragas ultimate. Realm Move comes down to Chris stays alive until the death from below. Now Hylissang is running for his life with some help from Broxah. Turns it around, manages to escape for now. Goes swimming in the river. Vision is beautiful. Thank you, observers. Hylissang escaped. It is a 1-for-1, but the Dragon goes the way of FunPlus.
Yeah, because Fnatic focus on the kill there. They get the kill. Mountain Dragon over to FBX, but they do answer it, so they're in a fairly stable position here. Tien and Doinb will take away the blue buff from Cassio. That is so big.
Fnatic, they started the Dragon here, thinking, okay, Doinb, he's coming from base, so we have early push in mid, and Tien might not be around. He might path towards the top side and secure blue buff that's alive right now, but he stayed around after killing red. That's why they can contest this. And just a great setup with ultis right here, catching Nemesis.
Yeah, and LWX lands the Varus ultimate, then turns around so he doesn't get stunned by Cassiopeia, turns back around to finish it off. Hylissang, though, with the fancy moves on his signature pike, does get out, so it's a 1-for-1.
Definitely makes me happy to see Hylissang fully aware, using the sort of cooldown recharged ultimate to escape. And Fnatic, they get the single kill thanks to that. They're actually now even in gold. They were down 1,000. Small CS advantage for Nemesis. The assists for Broxah and Reckless helped out. And obviously that Drake, the only big advantage that FPX have over Fnatic right now.
Very, very true. And, you know, I was getting scared for top lane right there. I thought FPX would just keep kind of like trying to shut down Whippo without his flash and give a big lead over to Camille. But as they shifted attention bot side to make sure that they could keep pushing in and secure plates with the Varus, it meant that Fnatic could stay on defense and just make sure that no one died bot lane, and in the end just trade 1-for-1. So the KO is right back in the game now. Flash is available, actually winning on farm at the moment, and we know the late game is absolutely amazing from this champion.
And we're seeing some of the changes recently in effect. Well, let's see if Hylissang goes for this.
All right, looking at the minimap, Broxah's making his way down. And Skew, I think, actually tagged LWX, but the Devour came in, if I read that one correctly, and Nemesis now moving back to mid.
Yeah, but some of the changes that caused Kale to be seen so much more in pro play now, why we're seeing it so much throughout the World Championship. Now, once he gets range, it makes it so much easier to farm out this mid stage of the game. That's why we see Whippo catching right back up in farm. Now again, the Broxah-Hilly duo that we were looking for earlier in Champ Select, meeting up, going for that invade, trying to get some vision down for themselves. But it looks like everybody's got their eyes towards mid, as even Gimgoon on the Camille is roaming.
Feels like there's more members from FBX that are close enough for a potential engage. Broxah's waiting in the wings. Doinb now got to escape. Bone Skewer comes up, but that falls ever so short. The Abyssal Voyage will bring Crisp to support. And at the end of the day, it's just one small cooldown advantage in Fnatic's favor.
Let's see if they can find Tien here. He's actually stealing away the red buff. Should be able to get out safely on his side.
Stop! Halt! But all credit to Tien. He stole the blue buff a few minutes ago. Steals the red buff now as well. Like, Tien seems to have downloaded Broxah's decision-making and has felt more impactful in the early game. Hylissang will get spotted out on that ward, but yeah, again, like, all credit to Tien and the impact he's had consistently across all 4 games in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's been coordinating with his lanes really well, what both sides have wanted thus far. Looks like we have a very deep press in from LWX to get that turret play.
There's a TP ward here in case Hylissang starts a fight, but you do see in mid lane, Doinb and Tien, they're spotted by wards, showing that they're already hovering towards bottom side, ready to react in case something happens, and Fnatic decide, again, just play it slow, just like last game. You don't have to overforce anything.
And that's what we keep returning to. The game plan here for Fnatic has remained calm. Now they're to another breakpoint. Well, we have 3 members down bottom, though, so FBX are teleporting in. This could be the dive. Yeah, missing the Varus ult.
Chain of Corruption won't find a target, but once the teleport completes, there from Doinb, this will be the first tower of the game just before turret plates fall as well, giving FPX the gold lead once again.
And I like the play. You're already winning on bottom side. Let's just secure it. Do not give Fnatic a chance to start a big fight where they engage onto you. Now you can move Tahm Kench and Varus around the map and start just putting more focus on the top lane turrets.
Because they got an earlier reset, though, will Fnatic be able to answer with a Rift Herald is the next question.
No, both teams will be there around the same time.
I mean, they're moving up right now. It's going to be a recall from Gimgoon, who has teleport as well, and will get a purchase off. But Bruxa already used his to try and push the wave.
Now, of course, the purchasing from Gimgoon will at least balance it out. Bwipo's come back to lane with Gunblade. You've already got the Archangel stacking up for Nemesis. Manamune for Reckless. Blade of the Rune King for LWX. So those first big-ticket items, as we approach 15 minutes on the clock, have been secured.
They are setting up the vision for it. Fnatic have the wards in place, and they make the call.
Tien is still at the red buff right now. FPX should know that this is being started. I think they just decided they actually don't want to contest or not. They just want to trade it for Drake.
Okay, so what can Fnatic do then with this Rift Herald? When do they decide to use it?
Use it top turret if they want to start already pushing down.
Tien will be able to pick up that Ocean Drake. This is completely uncontested. Gimgoon is left solo in lane. By the way, down 14 CS. We didn't look at that top lane after Bwipo conceded first blood. So fair amount of credit to him for balancing that back out. I think the wave pushing back in his favor would have helped. And now the Rift Herald has been picked up by Broxah. He's held the trigger for now, decided not to use a top lane Deficio.
I think it's actually a safe call by FPX to say we don't want to contest this one. Let's just trade for Drake. We have the lane push. Ooh, let's see it once again.
All right, Realm Whip is going to be committed there onto Bwipo, as is the Hextech Ultimatum. The stopwatch is used to buy some time. Bwipo's still got that Divine Judgment, which he manages to cast. Get off, the Gragas Ultimate comes back. Bwipo goes down. The Divine Judgment did not help enough. Now the tower will fall as well, and FPX with a decisive play and a 2,500 gold lead.
And this is because Rift Herald, they just gave it up and said, you are investing a lot of members top side. Good, we get control bot. We can then push it and they go for more.
They've got themselves another kill. Let's say this is a 15.5-minute inhibitor turret kill. Now FPX, they decide to back away. And honestly, the speed of this series has been fantastic. 3 towers to 0 in the blink of an eye.
Exactly, and it was the vision that they focused around the Rift Herald as well. All of Fnatic's vision invested in the top half of the map allows FPX to move in here for this power play to make that dive. Even with the stopwatch, plus the Kayle ultimate buying time for Bwipo, and him using his flash initially to try and gain distance, it is Tien who comes in with the Gragas that is going to be able to get the ultimate off. With that Rise route, there's no way that Bwipo is going to dodge it. So really nice continuation of that dive there by FPX. And they don't let up either, because they see Cassiopeia continuing to commit to the split.
Yeah, really good play in this What's Your Move replay from Fun plus Phoenix. They break open the base, and Fnatic, they lose another.
It's so fascinating about shot calling and how many, steps ahead you're actually calling. Okay, we know that taking Rift Herald, we secure bot side instead. If someone tries to defend, we have Rise ulti to then go in multi-members and actually kill him. Even a Kayle who used stopwatch and ult on herself to buy more time. I really like the play from FPX to say we can get something for this trade more than just the Drake.
Fnatic are still down 3,000 gold just before this tower goes down. They need Hylissang to use that passive to help claw back their gold lead. As you guys know, I love looking at odd stats. There has never been a reverse sweep at Worlds in BO5's knockout stage. The only time it happened was at MSI as TSM and GAM played against one another. If we count BO3s, maybe. But Fnatic, they're on the verge of being eliminated, and on the verge, if they force a game 5, making history.
And you want a Hylissang to create picks right here. It's difficult because mid lane, Varus Tahm-Kench just sit there and just push in every time they can, every time it's safe, and then you have Tahm-Kench ulti available. Oh, they're fighting again.
Yeah, this isn't a fight, this is a slaughter. Deficio.
Very true.
Chain of Corruption into Gragas Barrel, no summoners used, and again, honestly, it's beautiful to watch.
This LWX Varus pick has absolutely been the extra lever that FPX have needed. Absolutely been incredible in turning their momentum towards the win. Now, Tien actually going to have an easy route here. It looks like they'll pick up another outer turret. They continue to take away Fnatic territory and reduce the possibility of those counterplays.
And it's so hard for Fnatic to answer because typically, if you want to break 1-3-1 again, you want to get control of mid to stop enemy mid lane from having any priority, and then the side lanes have to stop pushing. But it's Tahm-Kench sitting there right now for FPX. Then the other option is you look towards bot lane where Kayle is sitting, but then you have to respect that Crisp will come in with ulti and bring another one with him.
Yeah, Fnatic not drafting for the split map this time around. They're drafting for team fight for themselves, needing so much more synergy to group up with Kayle, with Cassiopeia.
Right.
Left alone, those are going to be very vulnerable targets.
It's very important to highlight that these champions can sit in side lanes and farm. They are strong 1v1, of course, but they don't have a lot of mobility on their side. So you feel very alone as a Cassiopeia if you're pushing far up in a side. And, you know, a Camille or a Gragas, whatever it is, comes flying towards you, you're most likely going to die, and you can't react in time. So it gets, you know, it puts everything towards FPX when it comes to map control.
Well, FPX have got map control. 4 towers to 1. Got themselves a 3,500 gold lead. Baron will be up in 50 seconds, so they can start playing around this mid and top lane once they break this outer turret from Fnatic and put more pressure on Fnatic around the Baron bar.
But what Fnatic's doing now is the correct. You bring everyone to mid lane to force control to your side, and then you can fan out after.
All right, Bone Skewer will find Chris. Miasma will force him to be grounded. And the Gragas barrel this time round will not send Fnatic flying into the waiting arms of the LPL #1 seed. Hylissang is going fishing once again. I'm following the Bone Skewer, not going to find a target.
This is going to be a split call here. Gimgoon going up to split push on the top tower while the Dragon is available. FPX want to try and keep Fnatic spread once again so they can try and find those picks. But it looks like without the vision, Gimgoon might get attacked by Broxa. 2v1, they're actually going for the pick.
All right, Puepo's Divine Judgment is rank 2 and may get needed. The engage starts as Gimgoon jumps forward. That passive shield does so much work. Dragon's Rage kick into Sonic Wave, as well as the Hextech Ultimatum. KL Ultimate comes down, and Hilly actually will help out the kill there. And the gold, that's a good thing for Fnatic.
Everybody showing forward. Fnatic on the top side means that FPX will take the consolation prize of the Ocean Dragon. But that is a big kill, picking off the Camille for Fnatic.
The first slip up here from FPX. Gimgoon not respecting the fact they lost priority mid, because Fnatic went in with all 5 players, but you can always just trade it for a Drake.
And he's done it again. Every time somebody dies top, FPX have got that Dragon. That's another Ocean. If you are a Fnatic fan, stats tell us there's a 33% chance at Worlds they will win with a goal deficit at 20 minutes. 2 wins, 4 losses, win behind. If you look across the entire year, they have 5 wins and 20 losses, win behind at 20 minutes, and they are significantly behind.
They're trying to basically play 1-4, where you only focus on 2 lanes. One has to be mid, and then you pick one side lane where you can invest your vision. So it's a bit harder for FPX to punish you, and you can actually push forward. But mid priority is the key factor here. So once again, when everyone resets from Fnatic, they will run to mid, try and push FPX back, and then they select a side, depending on whether it's an objective they want.
All right, Hylissang starts to step forward, channels up that Q. Tags himself the Catfish, but no further follow-up. Nemesis with the Leandri's Torment, and the Seraph's Embrace is obliterating LWX's HP. Gragas Ultimate comes in just to buy some time. Hylissang's Death from Below will just about come on cooldown. Reckless goes forward to the Killer Instinct. Now Tien's the target, dashes forward. Reckless is on the board, he gets the first of the fray, but it's at the cost of Nemesis's life. He didn't use the flash. Reckless gets over the wall, and now the chase back. Crisp continues to move forward as Doinb gets himself a kill onto Puepo. The KL Ultimate did not come down.
They chased too far forward there, and FPX punished them. The teleport from Gimgoon brings Camille in, and they kill them off in the small corridor of the jungle.
And that's when it gets basically impossible to play the game. Even when you're grouping mid, trying to get control, you end up losing the fight. And FPX, especially Doinb on this rise, are so hard to teamfight against because he's just moving around so well, and they keep finding Fnatic when they overextend.
That made it very easy for LWX to land the Varus ultimate here. Even though LWX gets chunked out so early on in this fight, he has the range that he can land it. Let's take a look at how they dive in. So, it is Nemesis who starts out, ults TN here. They want to chase him down. Reckless makes the call to go all in. Stopwatch barely saving them. The Spell Flux from Ryze, channeling between everybody. LWX lands the Varus ultimate, and they absolutely chase them down here with Camille coming in on top.
That ulti from Whippo just off cooldown when he died.
Yeah.
Sadly for him, but Fnatic, they technically did the correct thing in grouping as 5, but then ended up looking for a fight without easy engage to use. Let's see what happens top now.
All right, the Petrifying Gaze, yes, that stuns up Chris, but that may not be enough. Nemesis is locked down, locked up, and just about dies. TN takes him out, but at what cost? Death from Below gets 1. That's a reset. Now all of a sudden the Gragas barrel goes back. Divine Judgment buys some additional time for Whippo, but not that much. A secondary Death from Below, as now Hylissang is in trouble. Reckless is getting blown up where he stands. Tian down very low, and Hylissang runs for his life. 2 for 3 in favor of FPX.
Hill is still looking here. He's on a ward, though. He's going straight for it.
Oh, Realm Warp not going to get taken this time around. Death from Below to get over the wall. Crisp will sure just about tag, but not going to be enough to get the Devour. And Doinb 4-0-3 on this rise. He's got a 9.3 KDA this series, 602 damage per minute on the champion, and he is a monster.
Let's see here. No ulti from Whippo. I believe it's ready at this time, and he didn't use it onto Nemesis. I think he might have just gotten CC'd when he wanted to actually activate it. That's a really important thing because it means Nemesis dies earlier than he should in this fight. And Reckless believes, okay, we're diving the backline, we're getting them, but actually Hylissang is jumping out after he went in.
He ulted in to finish off LWX, but LWX going down there, and then he's trapped. Then Hylissang will make another escape on Pyke. In the aftermath, there's not going to be any objective picked up, so not moving the game state that much. And we'll have to check back in on all of the wards that survived. FPX are doing just that, trying to clear them out.
There's one ward outside. Tian did actually spot it right there with the sweeper. Always use your sweeper outside to check if there's a ward around the corner. Fnatic only looking at one Mountain Drake on the other side, so they will stay around trying to defend.
All right, for FPX, I think they really do need to get their Camille into the side lane here. Hilly goes deep.
Oh, he really does. The Bone Skewer doesn't find his target, though. Chain of Corruption comes up and instantly cleanses away from the QSS. Reckless commits his ultimate. That's already a kill onto LWX. This time round, Whippo throws down the Divine Judgment. That's a double kill for Broxah. Now it's not done yet. Fnatic 5 members strong. But the problem is Doinb untouched, full mana. And Fnatic cannot pick that fight yet.
They can just go get some farm. Drake is spawning soon, but Fnatic, they keep trying to group around mid lane, and FPX, they keep fighting them.
All right, they're going to push the lane here. Let's see if they can actually retreat back down to the Dragon. Chen will be seen.
I mean, at this point, this Drake is not very important for Fnatic, other than maybe stopping FPX from stacking too many. Fnatic are just valuing getting farm and experience, and then hopefully a reset. But look at this, FPX, they're starting it. Broxah's checking.
All right, Brox Smite is on cooldown, actually, if I read that correctly, but double teleports committed. FPX get exactly what they want. Fnatic still find themselves 2,500 gold down, but I have to ask, gentlemen, when you see 2, 3 fully completed items across most of the players in this game, that gold lead may not be as significant as it feels. Is that fair?
Definitely true, as they're answered here. Let's see if they can set up. What's more important is the positioning here around Baron. Scuttle Crab being picked up for FPX gives them the security to know that they can actually go for the reset. Meanwhile, Fnatic had to burn both teleports there for Reckless and Nemesis. Thankfully for them, you know, one of them wasn't Whippos, and that will come off cooldown a little bit earlier and allow them some countermeasure.
But we have seen now a few times these like recalls together as a team that Fnatic pull off, and then they can go together towards mid and stop FPX from split pushing. That's kind of been the key to slowing down the game. Now, luckily for FPX, they can still win team fights. They don't have to actually split push to win the game right now because the Rise is so strong. But Fnatic knows this is the way to win the game. It's not matching them in 3 different lanes.
Hylissang again.
All right, Bone Skewer finds Tian. Teleport is now committed.
Very aggressive TP.
Will tag on Broxah. He buys some time with the stopwatch, and Doinb comes in. That's a good escape from Broxah right now, but Whippo just gets blown up. Tian and Doinb do so much work. Nemesis is running for his life. He throws down that stopwatch to buy some time of his own. 2 quick kills for FunPlus Phoenix.
The Zonias for him is so big. Tian baits them in. That's 2 kills for FPX. They're burning down the Baron. Can Broxah steal it?
Well, we're going to have to find out. Sonic Wave to get in the pit. Hylissang's running for his life. 5,000 hit points. Triple Ocean will do some work for FunPlus Phoenix. The Baron is so low. Sonic Wave finds his target. Broxah, he jumps into the pit. Not going to go just yet. He's blown up. Reckless kills Gimgoon though, and then Hylissang goes down. FunPlus Phoenix, they get the Baron. They extend their lead, and they're 1 Nexus away from a semi-final berth in the World Championship.
And we just said it, FPX, they can just take the team fights. They can win them. This Rise is so fed. I feel like every single game he's playing in this series, he's looking amazing on this champion. It's a very aggressive TP behind Fnatic, but he knows he can flash out instantly. There's a Banshee on him as well, so he's actually not at risk of dying. And at this point, Fnatic are split up. Whippo gets hit by the ulti, so he can't actually ult himself. And then FPX, they win the fight.
Super carry Doinb once again. He zones the whole team apart. This time around too, Tian gets the perfect Gragas ultimate, and they kill the Kayle without an ult once again. Then it's actually not that difficult for them to zone out Broxah here. Gimgoon goes over the wall, and even though he does land that Sonic Wave, everybody stops damage on the Baron. Broxa can't burst 1500, and his Q even gets interrupted there. That was Tien with the body slam, making sure he doesn't even get close to executing.
What
there.
I love about that is it shows you how heads up FPX were. They were waiting for that resonating strike to come in. And Broxa, lights are off for him and Fnatic right now as they are down 5,500 gold. The 2018 World Finalists on the verge of being eliminated from the #1 seed. The Gragas barrel this time around sends Nemesis sideways. He will not be killed just yet, but Fnatic are defending the steps of their base.
They don't have an easy way to start the fight here. It's like Hylissang trying to go in, or Broxa trying to flank them, but there's a Tahm Kench, first of all, who can save a key target, and then this Ryze, who's sitting there with Banshees. You also have the extra shield coming in. He's not gonna die. He will just destroy you.
Yeah, their only plan now for Fnatic has to be, all right, farm for late, boys. Because they have to play defense. There's nothing on the map to draw them out to get picked off anymore. They need to defend at these towers where they have the security. There's wave clear here for them. So they shouldn't give up hope. They need to continue fighting. This is a do or die game for them, and they do have possibilities.
And the thing is, if Bwipo can learn to use his R in the right times,
gotta hit him there.
It will make a big difference. You do have to call it out. Bwipo has been surprised in Court of God. And look, all credit to FPX, right? They created those situations because look, Realm Warp, Abyssal Voyage, everything's being thrown down. Bwipo pressor, Bwipo pressor. Not gonna need it just yet. This time I need to eat my words. Crisp gets caught out. Death from below will not find his target as Crisp flashes to safety. It means it won't get reset. Reckless holds onto the killer instinct for now. I was wondering if he's going to dive onto Gimgoon. And Crisp, DoinB, is backing away and defending the retreat from FPX.
Defending for now, at least. FPX will have a lot of healthy members. Drake is spawning in a minute. Another mountain, but they still want this in it.
FPX had 3 Ocean Drakes, so Crisp got down to 10%, so they'll all heal back up. As you can see, Fnatic need to defend again.
They do indeed. Bwipo will use that Divine Judgment. Gets caught by the Gragas barrel, but he's in trouble. It's burned up. He's blown up already. Hylissang's running for his life. He's got a gigantic shield to work with. We'll try to regenerate the HP. The inhibitor is now dropped. It's a 5 versus 4. This could be the final push. Petrifying Gaze is on cooldown as well, and Reckless may need that ultimate to pull off something magical. 7-0-4 on DoinB's Ryze, the super carry of the LPL, the #1 seed of the LPL, is just moments away from a showdown with the #3 seed from the LPL. Hylissang, that's a bold, bold move, my friend, and he didn't find a target.
Let's see if they just grab the Drake on the way out. FPX in full control. Great series today from them. Actually played really, really smart. Oh, they want to see if Hylissang is going to check.
Oh, trying to escape with his life. I think Flash is available to him. Steps out of vision for now. Another Mountain Drake before the inevitable Elder Drake. And we have a pause. This is for the drama, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. Look at Bwipo. I want to look at the player faces here and try to read into their emotional state, because Fnatic, honestly, they will need something magical to claw back the advantage that FPX have built up.
Feels like you're almost relying more on the other team actually messing up at this point. Because even if we go full late game, I feel like FPX have still a very, very strong team fight. And they will eventually play around an Elder Drake. They're going to have 2 mountains, 3 oceans. So it's an absolutely insane Elder Drake they will pick up. Like, there is no actual outscaling right now for Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, FPX have supreme advantage in the side lane. DoinB is a 7-kill Ryze with Flash available. No one can answer him in the 1v1. They should be able to control the entire map with Inhibitor being destroyed for a very easy setup. Fnatic, though, the fans not giving up. The team not giving up. Again, they have to return to the farm for late, boys. And as the Officio is saying, maybe a little bit of a positioning error for some help on the side of FPX.
Let's talk about some late then. 1.5 minutes to Baron. Super minions pouring into the bottom lane. This will at least try funnel some of that gold. The Fnatic ways. I'm looking at silver linings here, team. But DoinB's just picked up a death cap. So he's a full item and a half ahead of Nemesis, his lane opponent. And truthfully, the man, the soul, the brain, the center, the spine, the backpack of FPX, He is phenomenal in the series.
Yeah, he's finished the game. He's level 18 full build, Quickshot. Nobody else has even gotten to the final level of this game. So he's smurfing around here, literally in quarterfinals on the world stage.
And after all the criticism that FPX received from their group stage performances, the group of life, the debate, the sloppy games, the big question that we did ask was, would that group stage questionable performance show up today, or would the summer split almost most dominant LPL team show up? And let's, call the mistakes from Fnatic, let's call them out as well, but FPX caught them, punished them, and have played exceptional
if
series.
you're getting pressured everywhere, then you will make mistakes. That's just how it is. So credit to FPX 100%. I love the story as well. Tian and Doinb joining the other 3 members and actually making FPX a top team in China. Now a team who's going to fight in this semifinal, most likely, at least. Let's see if they can actually finish the game.
I think that's a safe bet, Deficio.
We have a saying in solo queue, and at least it doesn't get worse from here. Well, maybe it does.
Let's find out. Abyssal Voyage comes down. Whippo not yet used the Divine Judgment. Will buy some time. And instantly the rest of Fnatic bail away. Now, what was committed for that Realm Warp, as well as Abyssal Voyage, it finds the pick. But with Baron up and a 45-second death time, that's exactly what FPX wanted.
Yeah, and the inhibitor's already down on the opposite side of the map. This is ideal setup for FPX. Fnatic have to pull something magical now.
All right, Gimgun's Hextech Ultimatum is on cooldown. Doinb's Realm Warp 2. The rest of FPX, they are starting off Baron. Double Mantle, Triple Ocean. 2 minutes for Eldan. Broxah, he's already tried one attempted steal. He's going to have to try another. Teleport is now coming in into the Tribush. Broxah has been zoned away, has been pushed out. Fnatic have been strangled off of the map. And it started by stabbing Bwipo in the bottom lane. His 0-7-3 Kayle has been beaten up and bullied from first blood 32 minutes ago to now FPX with their second Baron, and they're now sieging the top lane.
Let's see here, Fnatic hoping to get one last fight under one of these turrets here. If you're looking on the other side, already GA now.
Gotta be it.
For the Varus, but again, the engage, you have to pull off. Someone like either Broxah or Helsing has to go in, and they will probably die when they do it, if they actually want to get a real engage onto FPX.
That doesn't look like a real engage for now. That's just fishing for opportunities. Nobody was available yet. Earlier today, one of the Korean squads fell. It looks like a European team will fall in just a few moments, leaving 2 China, 2 EU, 2 Korea left in the tournament, but an all-Chinese semi-final unless Fnatic do something magical. They've got to defend inhibitors in 2 lanes at once. There are super minions on the steps of Fnatic's base. Death from below comes out. Doinb forced to flash, or at least moving away with the flash, and Hylissang's already dead. The inhibitor falls. There goes Broxah trying to get some damage. Gimgun's in trouble. Buy some time with Hextech Ultimatum. That's a dead Nemesis. Dead Bwipo. It's going to be a dead Fnatic. Fun plus Phoenix have shut down Fnatic and advance to an all-LPL semi-final. Fun Plus will face Invictus Gaming.
The new champions of the LPL, FPX, versus the defending world champions, Quickshot.
What a matchup we have in the semi-finals. Undoubtedly the better team on the day. Fnatic were
100%.
late to arrive to the series. It was a strong win in the 3rd game.
And they beat them in so many different ways. Playing aggressive early game to shut down a bot lane, then defending very well in the next game. Here, they were fine going late game. They had a split push comp that actually could team fight, so they started just taking the 5-on-5s. And generally just a very smart game from FPX, and that's what we highlight. It's not about just the individual skill on this team. It's the coordination, it's the communication that Doinb and Tian brings to the team.
And so many big improvements from so many of the players as well. Everybody stepping up for the team to get this victory.
It really was fantastic to watch. And it actually is really, really exciting. The old and the new of the LPL, FPX versus Invictus Gaming. Spirit thought for Fnatic. They surprised everybody in the second half of the group stage. They showed a strong performance against SKT and RNG, and frankly, I'd hoped that was the Fnatic who was going to show up today. I saw too many mistakes, too many errors, and they were punished by FPX. they did pick up at least one win in the series, but Fnatic eliminated the quarterfinals.
I mean, I think FPX just managed to actually understand how Fnatic won in groups. Okay, what do we need to do against it? Vars, Tahm Kench, great combination to stop Fnatic from snowballing bot lane. And then Fnatic didn't really have another lane to go towards.
Yeah, I like that FPX remained on the attack, especially at the beginning of this series, looking for those openings and punishing so heavily.
How on earth does anybody stop doing B? I mean,
you can have Rookie and then
was
try.
a monster. Was an absolute monster. He really, really stepped up. As far as I'm concerned, going to be the player of the series for me, at least. It's a tough thought because Tian, on the other hand, his early he shut down Broxah. Broxah never had a chance. It felt like Tian just read him like a book. What do you think, Kobe?
Tien's an amazing jungler. Doinb was really big towards the end of the series, especially. Crisp was really good towards the beginning of the series. So there's definitely a lot of ways to pull you.
Let's step back and talk about the pre-series discussion. Summer splits, Fun Plus, group stage Fun Plus, or a whole new Fun Plus?
Sounds like a
Some split more than anything. I think we highlighted jungle support being so important for them. And I think the same we could say for Fnatic. You know, Hylissang and Broxah are the two members who creates most of the early game plays. And they need these two guys if they want to snowball early. But they honestly could not do it against a guy you just highlighted, Crisp in the bottom lane and Tian in the jungle.
And I think a lot of it, too, I saw such good planning from FPX. It felt like they had a lot of teamwork that went into most of these wins, crafting it from Champion Select, but sticking to that game plan in the game.
And of course, let's step back, and while we're waiting for the interview to get set up, talk a little bit about the fact that a Korean team and a European team have been eliminated. Of the 6 teams remaining, there's a guaranteed LPL representative in the final, either Invictus or Fun Plus. Tomorrow, we get the 2 showdowns of EU versus KR, and I know one of the subplots that's been discussed on social media of like, which region is the strongest? You know, where do people show up? I heard some people saying China were number 3. Today, there's a big message being sent to the rest of the world. Actually, I am just hearing that the interview's ready, so for more on how they earned their spot at the semifinal, Sharks are standing by with the FPX and LPL Super Carry.
Thank you very much, muchas gracias. I'm here with Doinb after FPX qualifies for the semifinals after a spectacular performance. Doinb, what does it mean to you to make it to your very first Worlds semifinals?
Doinb 对于你而言的话，可以来到在第一个世界赛就直接打到4强，对你而言是什么意义？
证明了自己吧，因为之前一直都没有进那个世界赛嘛，没有机会进世界赛嘛。当然，那并不是我菜吧，可能证明这我还是有实力进世界赛。
It's about proving myself. Before this, I've never been into Worlds, and I've always doubted if it was because I wasn't good enough, but this proves that I am actually good enough to make it here at Worlds.
Super Carry Doinb showing up. Now about proving yourself, after the group stage, there were some question marks about FPX's level. Do you think you've proven that also the team is good enough to make it to a final at Worlds? And how far are we away from seeing the real FPX?
打完小组赛之后，有很多人质疑 FPX 实力到底有没有像大家想的这么强。那这一次你是可以打到4强赛，甚至有可能继续往这个决赛去迈进的话，你觉得是不是证明了 FPX 的队伍实力也是非常的坚强？然后我们离看到 FPX 的100%的发挥还有多远？
只能说小组赛的话，我们就大家都很紧张，很久没有比赛嘛。然后就是 BOE 的话，大家都没打过世界赛，每个选手我们5个选手都没打过世界赛，所以当时都很紧张。但我们是就 BO， 我觉得我们队打 BO5 的时候就比较厉害吧，就打出自己的就可好好发挥。然后 BOE 的话，可能说运气太差了，然后我那个2个坦克英雄玩的不是很好。
So we were very nervous in the group stages in BO1s. None of us have ever made it to Worlds. I think our team is much stronger in the BO5s. For the BO1s, I think I was unlucky. And for the 2 tanks that I played, I don't think I did very well on them.
Okay, now it isn't always easy to come to another region and play when a lot of fans are cheering for your opponent. But it didn't seem to bother you. What has been your experience of playing in this arena today?
来到另外一个赛区，然后在别人的主场打比赛，其实算是一件压力很大的一个事情。那你目前来到这边的欧洲的这个世界赛场打比赛，你目前有什么样的感觉？
其实，我很喜欢这马德里，是因为我喜欢看足球。然后还有一个是，我觉得大家都真的很热情，因为我们不管是我们拿人头，还是对面这 FLICKR 拿人头，大家都喊的声音都很大。我觉得粉丝们都很热情。
I really love Madrid because I love soccer as well, and I think the fans are just so passionate. It doesn't matter if we're the ones getting the kills or the opponents getting the kills. Everyone is cheering so incredibly loud.
And I think we need to make a special mention of your beautiful wife and the fan club that is always making so much noise. Do you want to give a shout out to those loyal fans who have been cheering for you all day?
就是我们在现场有听到你的太太就是大声的帮你加油，你有没有话想要对就是在台下大声帮你努力高喊的人说什么？
么么哒，
么么哒 ，which means.
Oh, that is very lovely. Now, lovely that you shout out the fans, but there are more matches to come, and your semifinals is versus your LPL colleagues of IG. What do you want to say to them?
接下来在4强赛的话，会遇到的是同样来自 LPL 的 IG， 你有什么话想对他们说吗？
其实我8强跟4强是不常遇到我们 LPL 的战队，因为这样有一个战队会输嘛，然后要回去嘛。我觉得没办法，因为这次抽签就是这样的。但我觉得也是挺好的，因为不管谁赢都有机会拿个冠军，会进决赛嘛。我觉得加油吧！我们不管是我们赢还是他们赢，都赢下来，把冠军留在我们 LPL， 加油！
I really didn't want to meet another LPL team in quarterfinals or semifinals because it meant that whatever happened, someone would have to go home. But against IG, all I wanted to say is, 加油, let's keep this championship in the LPL. 加油.
There we go. Jayo for Doingby and FPX. Shisha, thank you very much. You as well, Clement. Doingby and FPX make it to the semifinals.
Thank you, Shox. Hello, everyone. Welcome to World's Cooldown. I am Freak, joined by Raz and Frost to break down our first day of quarterfinals. I gotta say, my pick'ems are safe. How about you two?
Woo! Look, my first series definitely made it not safe.
Yeah, yeah.
But at least I got what I wanted.
I actually predicted Invictus Gaming on the first series.
Did you have the right one for
Just for my pickups though, like just
okay.
random.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
goodness.
Either way, very exciting series, by the way. Got to point out that after that great interview, our Oppo player of the game is Doingby. I mean, had some amazing Rise games. Nearly even saved Game 3 by himself.
Yes!
Like, dude was popping off.
And I just have to say this. Doingby is a Korean streamer turned professional LPL player. He is not a Chinese citizen, and he just gave an interview in Mandarin. He didn't play in the LCK. He only played in the LPL. He has made his career as an LPL player. And I just need to really underline to people how much he is the heart and soul of FPX and just a pillar now of the LPL. Doingby is an LPL superstar.
And just watching this series, a lot of it will just be about, of course, Doingby had heroic plays on his drives. He got a lot, by the way. That one was a bit surprising to me. Yeah. But also just Tien. Tien had a fantastic series. He definitely out-jungled Broxah. It hurts to say from, of course, the European fans. But, like, this is something that you should be looking towards if you are an LPL fan, knowing that both Tien and Doingby are locked in for sure.
Yeah, and it's actually just an amazing story for Doingby because this guy has been so good for, I mean, a couple years now, and just every time he chokes, like we hear all his old teams, and every time it's like, ooh, but nope, sorry, no titles. And finally, right, wins this split, and then comes on and, oh, but at Worlds though, that stage, sorry, you're still the choker, and then finally comes in, puts in, I would say, one of his best performances up against Fnatic, and now he's got to go get a date with IG. Like,
Again,
that's a run.
I mean, this is a guy that made his debut in 2015. 2015 LPL was just stacked. That was the LGD year, the year that Edward Gaming won MSI. And yeah, LGD had that collapse at Worlds, but that shouldn't tarnish how competitive the region was. And Doingby in his first split in summer with the Chaogu Reapers went 3-2 and lost the final, just barely missing out on their Worlds ticket. So like, this guy has been, as you're saying, right there.
Yeah,
and
at
just
all times.
Cut down at the very last second. With Rogue Warriors, his most recent team before FunPlus, he dominated spring and summer again, and it was only on FunPlus that he finally was able to translate regular season dominance into playoff results and lift his first title.
Yeah, it's inspirational to see because like there is always a rejuvenated conversation about who is the best player that hasn't made it to Worlds just yet.
It's Doingby.
And it was Doingby.
Yeah.
And so Doingby finally made it to it, and then finally when he's there, some people were even saying, does he win the Dade Award simply because of like, he didn't actually play poorly. It was actually LWX to be fair, so I'll give him that slide. But that was just a bad group stage. And a lot of people took those best of ones to heart and said, this is what we'll see from this team consistently. And a lot of the times when you see those group stage performances, those are lessons for them to learn coming back into the knockout stage. It's the knockout stage that people will remember. And so I had confidence that they'll be able to go back to what was a consistent FPX in the split, and I was happy to see that.
It's also just the volatility of FunPlus Phoenix and Invictus Gaming. You got to see kind of both sides of the coin. FunPlus Phoenix played amazing on the day, but again, going back to the group stage, whereas IEG have very wildly different games, and this is what you should expect. It is high variance, it's high volatility, but at its peak, it is amazing League of Legends to watch.
And we'll talk about IG in a little bit. Of course, that's our other series from the day. I do want to spend some time on the other side of this matchup that we just saw. It is a eulogy for Fnatic. All 3 LEC teams made it out of groups. Well done. That is awesome, incredible plays. Sadly, the first LEC team to fall is Fnatic here. They at least brought in a game, but they did not seem to be matched for FunPlus.
I mean, frankly, pound for pound talent-wise, they were just outclassed. I think maybe you can give some shout-outs to them on a couple of plays. Nemesis had, I think, a decent series. Reckless was trying his hardest, but otherwise, there was a lot of skill shots that weren't landing. There was a lot of just, what was that? What are you thinking? What are you doing there? So the series was frankly just a wild mess from Fnatic. And I think even in the game they won, FPX just looked like a much tighter team.
I think what's heartbreaking is being able to see this performance and it not lining up with that week 2 that we've seen from them in the group stage. Because, like for me, consistency is always a factor and you want to see the team at their best. I didn't necessarily see that. What did you think, Frost?
I understand what you're saying, and I definitely think that they're, was this Fnatic at their best? I think Fnatic got their comfort picks. I'm going to say, I actually think this was Fnatic throwing their best shot. I think maybe some people start to poke holes in some of their drafting. Like, obviously, people will tunnel in on that Rengar pick, but otherwise, Fnatic got a ton.
the best shape on their team.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, Fnatic got a ton of comfort picks. They ran compositions that they ran all the time, and they simply just misexecuted, made the wrong choice, the wrong decision-making, and they also got outclassed. Like, it was FPX also dodging all of those skill shots. So I think actually this series was not just the better team on the day, but just the better team won.
And I just don't want people going out of this one and really trying to attack the draft consistently for Fnatic, because I think a lot of the times conversations really simplify to, did G2 or did Fnatic lose? Well, let's just go for the draft, right? Execution in this series was pretty important for me because you're right. Whipple had a great game on the Rengar. Like, he had a pretty decent series from what I saw, and a lot of the times...
I mean, save for that KO performance.
Exactly. But they weren't, I wouldn't say actively thinking, but certainly like thinking about how to best play out their compositions. What I saw, and when they went up against SKT, though in that SKT game it was very linearized, so they can play the same style, but I was starting to see more active thinking of how to best play their composition in week 2. This time around, I saw them playing away from that, and I think that's fairly unfortunate. But even still, you know, just as a takeaway, I love the fact that Fnatic still had that run, because people wouldn't even be having this conversation if they just died in groups. But they had such a heroic moment. This will definitely go down, much like their last heroic moment at Worlds in Worlds history, and I think that they should remember the goods as well.
Fnatic got put in the group of death. They went 1 with SKT, 1 with Orange. Good enough to get out. Top 8 is pretty good, right? This is not the LEC champion. There are still ones to hold out for. We do have to move forward, though, right? I want to still give my props to Fnatic, but let's talk about the other series today. Invictus Gaming versus Griffin. This is another one, maybe an even tighter one, where it was really hard to know which team was going to truly be better. Turns out it was Invictus Gaming.
Now, Frost, you weren't a part of this desk. Maybe for the best. I looked at this.
I'm really happy that I missed this.
So my initial take was that this was going to be the best series of the tournament, and boy, was I wrong. Because there's a certain level of faith that I had in Griffin, and I thought that Griffin would have shed that, basically that poor aura that they had throughout the entire career on in a mainstay level of going into a best of 5 and playing their best. I'm not talking about getting blown out 0-3. I'm talking about just seeing what we see from them in the group stage, in the regular season. That was not the case. They actually just consistently made poor decisions. Like,
I think there's 3 things that I want to take away from this day.
Okay.
The first one is a conversation about kind of the return of the LPL, the rise to power. There was that blemish of the MSI drop to TL, but now you have 2 LPL teams going through KR and LEC rising to the top. I think that there's a conversation about, could you have predicted this from Griffin? Because I know there's that joke about the best of 5 where they choke, but I think it's a very different animal. And then there's a conversation about looking at Invictus Gaming and deciding whether these truly are return to world-class form. Was that the Ning that won MVP finals? Was that the same Baolan? And I don't think that that's still the strongest form of Invictus Gaming, which maybe that's terrifying, but that's kind of like where I look at that series and where I look at this day is kind of those 3 talking points.
And I'll talk to the IG point, because to the IG point, they are getting better and better. It's showcased. Like, the Shy and Rookie had always been the focus, and to be fair, there was one game, if I'm nitpicking, that Rookie played poorly in, one of the Kiana games. But Ning was on form, and he may not have been the finals MVP Ning, but he's getting there. The fact that in the group stage it was like, oh my god, he's such a non-factor. In fact, he's a negative factor.
Yeah, sure.
But then in this series, he was in points, a lot of points, out playing Tarzan. And then Super playing out like a lot of the Lee Sin game rings to mind, where his kicks were on point. He was setting up a lot of the great fights. But then there was always that caveat of, oh, but he overextended and he died in that. And if that didn't happen, then certainly he's in the vibe for like MVP of the series. And I think that's how close it is that really just kind of hone in. It's like, I can take this kill and head out. We don't need to go for more. And I think that we're going to be seeing a better and better IG in the next series.
I mean, one of the things we talked about with IG was, well, part of the reason that Summer Split isn't so good was Rookie wasn't playing initially, and there's, a month without the normal starting roster, so you get him back in, you sort of reintegrate. I mean, Ning hadn't played since August, up until week 2 of groups, right? Like, they benched him, like, for the last week of regular season. He played 2 games in the playoffs, lost both of those, completely gone for the regional qualifier, completely gone for week 1 of groups. Okay, well, he's getting reintegrated too, and if he's ramping up this quickly, well, if your next 2 matches, maybe he gets there.
That's my thing. Go for it.
I don't know if FPX will be the team that exposes this in Invictus Gaming, as that's now the matchup. But I'm sure it was talked about during the cast. There were just massive vision problems with Invictus Gaming. That still is a far from perfect team. There are exploitable holes. They just don't deny wards, and they don't play side lanes. The fact is that the Shy sitting on Yasuo with like a ridiculous CS lead. He's like, I need to look for the teleport. I need to team fight right now. It's like, no, man, just run it down the side lane. So
that was the most frustrating part of it, by the way. This was, even though, like, remember the expectation that I had was that this was going to be the best series. This is probably the worst series. I haven't even seen the next 2 series.
You've already signed it off.
But like, this is one of the moments where I was just like, Jackie Love kept going in.
I will say this though, there was a conversation that I saw on social about people assuming that FPX and Griffin had scrimmed because you saw kind of a similar champion pool of like these weird tanks, the poppies appearing into the mid lanes. But we just saw FPX. They looked nothing like what we saw out of Griffin. So maybe it's true. Maybe there is suspicion there. But otherwise, I'm like, you got the wrong end of those scrims, because FPX came flying in with like comfort picks, standard League of Legends, carries in the mid lane. I just wanted to see Chovy carry.
I mean, Chovy did look good on the tanks, but you're right. It's not the same types of things that we saw out of DoinB, obviously. Moving forward now to what we're going to see for the rest of this World Championship. 2 more quarterfinals coming in about a half a day. And we're going to figure out who's in the side of the semifinal. SKT versus Splice starts the day. Damwon versus G2 is next up. Those are going to be fun.
Guaranteed LPL finals. Actually, yes.
You just ignored?
No, but I looked at that and I agree, like, the next few series are going to be exciting, but like just even taking a look at this feels like that breath of fresh air. I love it.
This guy just tunnels in.
Your squad's alive.
But let me tell you about that semifinal. No, I mean, obviously you have the. So here's the thing: SKT versus Splice is literally easy, or the easiest, like, taking care of business, taking out the trash
this
ever.
This should be a 3-0.
Or it's literally the biggest upset in world's history. Like, those are the 2 extremes.
This, to me, like, if Splice win this one, that to me is a bigger upset than TL over IG. Like, no
absolutely.
Question. No question. If Splice win, it is hands down the biggest upset in Pro League history. I don't think there's a comparison anymore.
Yeah, and I think my takeaway from this series is going to be really interesting because SKT, in my mind, hasn't had a real meaningful loss. Like, when they went up against Fnatic, in that loss, it was interesting because like the draft and how they played into it, I was like, okay, well, they're just consistently diving into a Fnatic with like Veigar and heavy team fighting. Like they can just group up and it would feel like, you know, SKT can take their takeaway from that game would be like draft related and more so like just have like an active mentality in these team fights. But past that point, in their wins versus RNG, they were very sloppy wins. The TF game in particular is one that they consistently tried to team fight into RNG and then realized at the end they just needed to look for a 1-3-1 far more frequently. So that's my worry is that in the wins that they had during group stage, that didn't look like favorites SKT.
The problem is that I just think you almost need to take everything that you knew from group stage and you need to put it in the bin.
Okay.
Because it clearly doesn't mean anything. Everyone was like, knee-jerk reaction, Griffin is the best team. Like after you just saw them completely dismantle G2. FPX don't even look like the strongest pool 1C. That's obviously who you want to get. And it's a completely different animal when you enter that best of 5. And when I look at someone like SKT, like I understand there were some shaky moments or like small glimpses that you're like, okay, I've got it. I've got the theory. I've taken the notes. This is how we beat them. But the reality is that, you know, FLICKR's in amazing form, and SKT are an incredible beast when it comes to best of 5. So I just think anything that you thought you knew about group stage, it doesn't matter. Go back to the tournament favorites, go back to the experience, and go back to the domestic expectations, because that's what is rounding out.
And just so you know, what the conversation really is for me is that even though I see these holes, I think at best it turns into a 3-1. Like it's basically me saying that Splyce will find that one game. And that's what I'm kind of starting to inch for. I haven't made my official predictions just yet.
Yeah.
Would you like to
maybe I flop. Splyce a game.
Maybe I flop, but I'm saying that Splyce could take a game because they've looked pretty good at the very end.
All right, we'll see, of course, what happens that one. Next up, G2 versus M1 Gaming. That one is definitely exciting. There's actually a great tweet from, I forget, maybe it was Perks on G2, who was like, yes, getting second out of the group, not feeling so bad anymore, because, of course, the first out of the group got clapped by IG, so they got to dodge the IG matchup. But they're up against Damwon Gaming, who have also, we talk about, you know, these teams and what kind of shape they're in. Damwon's gotten better and better and better, right? Fairly shaky when you look at them in the play-in stage overall. You look at them in week 1, they lost to Cloud9. Hey, what's going on there? You look at them week 2, and they run the course, right? No problem at all. Damwon's back to top form. So are we going to see that level of Damwon? And on the G2 side, I mean, are we MSI champions G2 or are we...
So I don't think we'll be quite MSI G2. I think they will certainly look much better. My only thing is I will look more towards the top side of the map for G2 because I'm certainly going to be expecting weak side, them trying to concede quite a bit so like they can play towards Perks, who's actually performing really well, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
best performing member on G2.
Yes, for sure. And I'm looking towards, I think I stock ranked 80 carries as Teddy and Perks, but you can definitely change that around for sure. So I would love to see G2 play towards bot side. They will look better than they did on their last day. I'm almost guaranteeing that. But then I would look to Damwon and say that they have the pieces to really kind of mimic what Griffin did to G2, specifically Canyon, a very smart jungler, great control jungler. And as long as he's able to rally topside, then I think this will definitely be a close series just because of the jungle matchup alone in my eyes. I think Canyon is a spectacular person.
I think Canyon has a smaller active champion pool than Jankos does, but I think Canyon has been a more consistent performer than Jankos has at this tournament. I think Jankos' day 2 was fairly shaky, but again, it's like, what does group stage actually teach us about these best of 5 series? I think if G2 show up and play their best League of Legends versus Damwon's best League of Legends, I would still favor G2 because Perks, I think, has redefined himself from MSI Perks to Worlds Perks as being a true world-class ADC, one of the best top 2 performing of this tournament, whereas Damwon have a fairly weak bot lane, even when they're playing their best.
Then basically, we're both leaning to G2. I think what's realistic is that it either goes to 4 or what I'm projecting to be 5 games. I think it will go the distance with how well
I mean, G2 always go to 5 games.
Uh-oh.
The only series they haven't gone to 5 games was Origin and TL.
Yep. And those were respectively faster stomps as time went on. I'm very excited for what these solo lanes look like, because one player I'll point out is I don't think Wonder is playing like his best as far as that one, so I think Nagri up there can maybe have a good time. I'm happy Caps seems back on. He doesn't seem like Summer Split Caps. He seems like earlier on Caps, so I think he can maybe on his best hold up Showmaker, but Showmaker's been very good as well. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of really amazing matchups.
I just think so much of this is decided by jungle support. You keep hearing the casters talk about it, the analyst desk has talked about it, so I agree with you. Like, there is a potential where Damwon can split this map and say, throw everything topside. We have the better performing solo laners versus the bot side just going up for G2. But at the end of the day, for me, it's Mickey and Yankos versus Beryl and Canyon.
And the thing is, what's funny is even though we kind of talk about the fact that Nuclear is maybe the weak link on Damwon, like his stats are actually pretty solid.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's like a KDA leader on the team. Like he's holding up pretty well. And even though everyone's like, oh, you just attacked Nuclear, they're all about solo, like he's doing fine.
Yeah, he's been playing Kai'Sa, to be fair, but also to the main point is that his team fights have just been great. I will always remember the IG versus Damwon team fight. I think it was the last game for them for that series in week 2. That
Did you say his team fights have been great?
yeah, okay. I'm talking about the last, like the most recent ones have been great.
I got some
Oh,
footage
you don't
for
like
us.
him.
All right,
You don't like
you know
him.
Do we need to pull the B-roll?
We'll let him show us tomorrow.
Let's-
We'll let him show us tomorrow.
There you go.
There's going to be some exciting matches.
Okay.
If you missed any of today's action, make sure to stay tuned for the rebroadcast taking place shortly after we go dark. That's going to complete our coverage of the first half of the quarterfinal bracket. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the 2019 League of Legends World Championship.
Mate,
I believe in Nuclear.
he flies in on Kai'Sa and instantly dies.
Oh my.
He's creating pressure.
What are you willing to lose?
And they're going to have Zord pop the Zonians. They've knocked down one, but it's only the Gragas. That's a big ult from Sword. Is the re-engage enough? Rookie's off in the wings, but Kagma refuses to die. He's on 4. Looks for Chovy. It's stolen away. Rookie denies the Penta. Chovy's inside the pit, forced away, and he's going to jump back to his squad. 4K health. The Shy in the backline. Switches it, but it means doesn't have now. A lot of damage. Rookie's getting the poke down. Jackie Love into the pit. Gets the kill. Will not die.
So are you gonna die?
Puts down the pool, but is there enough damage? They're gonna try. They ult over the top, and it's already a 2 for 0. Viper doesn't die, but one finally comes through. It's up to Jackie Love, but he gets stunned. Clutch from Tarzan, but Morgana can't find it either. Viper stays alive. That's the full pentakill. As Rookie could use the fight up there, and now the Shy just tower dive with impunity. Invictus Gaming came to defend their world championship, and they're gonna do just that, and they will knock down Griffin in the quarterfinals.
Stop now. We'll let him swallow the pride. Turning the tide to true believer.
Turns his attention to Gimgu. Will be able to be an unseen predator, hopping and skipping and jumping onto FPX. He does get shut down on the fray. Where is Brox? Helisang stepping forward. He's got the ultimate available. Moves into the pit. Soulstone. Now FPX. They've secured the Baron. But at what cost? Brox is already down.
So are you gonna die?
Reckless is chasing forward. Nautilus ultimate knocks him up into the air. He dives forward. Reckless's shield keeps him up, keeps him alive, keeps him pushing forward, gets him a double, looking for the triple. Here's the target, dashes forward. Reckless is on the board, he gets the first of the fray, but it's at the cost of Nemesis's life. He didn't use the flash. Reckless gets over the wall, and now the chase back. Chris continues to move forward. Doobie forced to flash, or at least moving away with the flash, and Helisang's already dead. The inhibitor falls. There goes Broxer trying to get some damage. Gimgu's in trouble. Buys some time with Hexic Ultimatum. That's a dead Nemesis. Fun plus Phoenix have shut down Fnatic and advance to an all LPL semi-final. Fun Plus will face Invictus Gaming.